Chapter 1. The eyes in the mist thud. His heart suddenly leaped as if punched hard. Suhan abruptly sat upright, his hands swinging instinctively, knocking over the water glass on the desk and soaking the entire keyboard. He immediately woke up, muttering "damn it" under his breath, then quickly righted the water glass and propped the keyboard against the screen to prevent more water from seeping in, before pulling out heaps of tissues to dry the desk. After tidying up the mess, Suhan rubbed the center of his brows, the sleepiness in his eyes finally easing slightly. Either postgraduate studies or switching jobs, otherwise reviewing contracts all night, every day, who can endure that? Having saved the reviewed contract and sent it out via email, Suhan finally leaned back in his chair to rest, feeling a bit irritated and still a bit oppressed. He had stayed up all night reviewing contracts and had fallen asleep at the desk in his room. Indistinctly, he seemed to have dreamt too. With darkness descending boundlessly, he found himself suffocating under the surrounding atmosphere. There was clearly nothing, yet it felt like someone was watching him. His heart thudded more heavily and deeply each time, as if it were drumming, then suddenly someone seemed to grasp it. He woke up abruptly, likely a sign of sudden death. Earning money is important, but life is more so. Suhan felt it necessary to schedule a health check. He picked up his phone from the desk, intending to quickly search for causes of heart palpitations, perhaps even needing to register at a clinic if there was time. Fog. He had just turned on his phone and suddenly noticed that all platforms were tagged with the same trending search that inexplicably just read fog. Red fog alert. The thickest fog in a century. Fog wall Sigiri. Fog blankets the entire country. Suhan scrolled through several messages, feeling somewhat astonished, wondering what sort of fog could trend like that. He walked to the window in his room, pulling open the curtains that were usually kept shut. Whoosh! As he drew the curtains, his eyes were met with a swath of the gray-white, thick to the extreme. The dense fog enveloped the city like a vast cover, swallowing the edges and blanketing everything in a haze. Oddly, the gray fog did not invade the city, but enveloped just the edges and several hundred meters above, like a gray heavy helmet laid upon the city sky. Oppressive, uneasy, just like the boundless darkness in his dream. This didn't seem like fog, but more like an unknown, terrifying monster. No wonder they call it eerie. Is this really still a natural phenomenon? Suhan could only see this as an extremely peculiar event, which inevitably led him to recall historical fog-related incidents. The 1952 London fog event, where a fog enveloped London, causing severe pollution that resulted in 4,000 deaths. What is that? Exclamations rose one after another. The voices came from his building and the nearby streets. Suhan hurriedly looked out, shocked to see a vast red mark vertically spanning the gray fog in the sky, emanating a sinister red. That must be thousands of meters long at least. What on earth is it? The feeling of unease inside him intensified, and instinctively, he felt a heavy oppression. The gray fog began to churn, like boundless ocean waves, descending from above and shrouding the entire city, dwarfing skyscrapers and streets under its mighty presence, swallowed in the haze. He wanted to check his phone for information to see if anyone knew what was happening, but when he looked down, he was startled. The phone signal was lost, the screen flickered continuously, black wavy patterns appeared, and in an instant, the screen went dark. And at that moment, the red mark in the sky started to move. It slowly opened, finally revealing its true form, a gigantic, eerie red eyeball. Blood red in color, its pupil was vertical like that of a wild beast. Cold, indifferent, it swiftly enveloped the entire city. Everyone under this presence instinctively felt an indescribable fear, their bodies trembling slightly, yet unable to move. The giant eyeball moved, and suddenly, a dazzling red light burst forth, expanding rapidly from the center towards the ground. Suhan tried to dodge, pulling the curtain shut, but his body couldn't move. The red light spread faster than the sprawling fog, reaching him in an instant. In a moment, even though he was inside the room, the red light still enveloped his body. Thump thump thump, his heartbeat intensified, a severe pain throbbing through him, almost making him curl up and fall to the floor, his face turned red and veins bulging as his heart pounded heavily. The giant eyeball glanced over the entire city, then gradually closed into a red line, and finally vanished into the mist. At that moment, the surging fog finally swallowed the entire city, leaving nothing but a gray haze outside the window, where even a silhouette 5 meters away could barely be discerned. Almost fainting, the red light on Suhan's body continued to converge, slowly settling on his left hand, transforming into a red page mark. His heartbeat slowly returned to normal. Suhan barely managed to pull through, gasping for breath heavily. What the hell is this? He could feel an unknown power swirling inside him, and his instincts told him that if he couldn't endure, something terrible was bound to happen. Barely supporting himself against the wall, he stood up when suddenly the red page faintly emitted a red glow. Countless pieces of information flooded into Suhan's mind. After a long while, the red glow quietly faded, and he only snapped back to his senses. With one thought in his mind, the situation had escalated drastically. The Book of Blood Spirit. Suhan looked down at the marking, with the red glow flowing and the bizarre nature hard to comprehend, all sourced from the power of a disembodied eyeball scattered around this world. A power granted to all those who had survived. When he focused his thoughts on it, his consciousness would descend into the space of consciousness. In the boundless pitch-black space, an old, gigantic book of blood-red sheepskin floated. The Book of Blood Spirit had only one page, blank without any recorded content. It had only one function contract. One page of the Book of Blood Spirit could contract an angel envoy, granting the host the power to control the angel envoy. This was the gift that the eyeball gave to everyone. Suhan withdrew his consciousness from the space of consciousness and then tried to calm his breathing as much as possible. The radiation range of the eyeball is at least the entirety of Kanglan City, but if the gray fog and the eyeball were part of the same supernatural phenomenon, then the whole country might be in trouble. The spread of the red glow and the gray fog determined the reaction speed of the officials and whether there would still be a response. Severed communications, fog obscuring vision, the supernatural power of the Book of Blood Spirit, and then there were the monsters. The Book of Blood Spirit could contract monsters to become angel envoys. The Book of Blood Spirit had already manifested into reality, but what about the monsters? Suhan felt an uneasy premonition. The Book of Blood Spirit was likely just the beginning. The gray fog seemed to devour people, and no one knew what was hidden inside it. I can't just sit here and wait for death. I need to find food and weapons, to ensure I can survive. I must treat this as if it's the apocalypse. Suhan drew the curtains. Though the glass prevented the fog from spreading into the room, the hazy fog still felt uncomfortable. Crack, crack, crack. Just then, a strange noise came from outside his room door, resembling the sound of crushing instant noodles, but deeper, heavier, as if it were not noodles being broken, but human joints. The eerie sound made Suhan alert and somewhat hair-raising. He picked up a fruit knife from the table. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of sharing accommodation. Most of his personal belongings were in his room, such as the stainless steel fruit knife with a blade longer than 10 centimeters. Approaching the door, Suhan's grip on the knife tightened. He quietly opened a crack in the door and stealthily looked towards the living room where the sound originated. The sight startled him, causing his pupils to rapidly constrict. In the living room was none other than his roommate, Yang Tian. He was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, standing in the middle of the living room. The crack strange noise originated from his body. His hair rapidly fell out, his back arched in a bizarre posture, twisted like a worm's bulge, bending, hunching with his arms elongating unnaturally, hanging down as if being forcibly stretched, full of grotesqueness and mismatch with claws sharp past the knees. He looked just like a monster. The cracking noise came from his distorted bones. At that moment, the sound stopped, and a quiet, low rumbling could be faintly heard. Suhan held his breath, feeling chilled to the bone. This definitely was no longer human. No person could suddenly appear like this, with twisted bones and skin pale as death. Swish. Just then, Yang Tian suddenly turned around, his horrifying face directly facing the crack of Suhan's door. It was a face covered in blood vessel-like purple veins, horrifyingly pale eyes meeting Suhan's gaze through the crack of the door. Roar! He let out a low roar, the sound excitedly showing his sharp teeth as he snarled. Having spotted Suhan, the monster rushed over like a beast sensing its prey. This is bad. A chill rushed to his crown. Suhan immediately tried to block the door, just managing to close it without locking it. A massive force pushed the door open 3 inches, a long pale arm reaching straight in through the crack, clawing around. How could it be so strong? Suhan desperately held the door closed, armed only with a small knife. If he let Yang Tian in, his end wouldn't be far off. The struggle, mediated by the door, had begun. The monster desperately tried to get in, while Suhan desperately held the door closed. However, in terms of strength, the monster had the upper hand, and the crack in the door gradually widened. Suhan could feel his strength draining, and he knew he couldn't match the endurance of the monster. All or nothing. With a resolve, he slightly loosened his grip, allowing the crack to widen slightly as the monster squeezed half of its body through. At that moment, he exerted force again, wedging his body sideways against the door, trapping Yang Tian. His knife stabbed wildly towards the head. Once, twice, thrice. In the life and death crisis, Suhan didn't know where the strength came from, but he pierced through Yang Tian's eyes. He didn't know how many times he had stabbed, his hand was cut by the handle and blade, the stinging pain sobering him somewhat as his strength also ebbed away at that moment. Yang Tian remained motionless. After Suhan released his strength, he slid through the crack of the door. A meat corpse has been killed. Contract the meat corpse as an angel envoy. The Book of Blood Spirit faintly glowed red, and a message reached Suhan's consciousness. Chapter 2 Angel Envoy Contract. Suhan quickly reacted, Without any hesitation, he directly chose to make the contract. In fact, he had no other choice. He had no idea what kind of hell this world had turned into. Merely being in his shared rental house, just dealing with his roommate had made him so wretched. His hands were wounded, he was panting heavily, his heart was still pounding violently, and his whole body was nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Not to mention, outside this building, in the mist, that one gigantic eyeball. Only by seizing every opportunity to become stronger could he survive. "I'm sorry, Yang Tian," Su-han said softly. Yang Tian was his roommate. They were not very close, but he was a decent person, occasionally mentioning that he planned to visit his parents during the National Day holiday. He hadn't gone home for 2 years, and his parents were already in their 60s, but now he would never be able to return home again. The pages of the Book of Blood Spirit opened, and a red glow immediately enveloped the corpse. In a few breaths, the corpse's remains gradually turned into red light, then merged into the pages of the book, becoming a human-shaped black pattern on the page. Angel Envoy, Flesh Corpse, Level, First Order Inferior, Skills, None. The panel information that popped up was transmitted into Su-han's consciousness, invisible to anyone else. As the contract was successful, Su-han felt a surge of strength feedback from the Book of Blood Spirit, merging into his body. His limbs and body faintly grew stronger, his muscular sensation became more pronounced, his hand wound suddenly itched, he looked down to see it crusting over, albeit still bleeding. Host, Su-han, Level, First Order Inferior, Skills, None. So contracting an apostle strengthens the body, and as the apostle grows stronger, it in turn enhances the host as well. This is indeed good news. However, the flesh corpse doesn't seem very powerful. Su-han recovered his strength and then directly summoned the apostle. A red glow manifested behind him, and the flesh corpse appeared beside him immediately. It was slightly taller than him, around 1.9 meters, with a wound on its forehead no longer visible. The body was hunched and twisted, its arms elongated yet resembling beast claws, and its pale skin, together with its creepy white eyeballs, always exuded an eerie chill. Pick up the fruit knife. He tried to control the flesh corpse with his thoughts, and indeed, the flesh corpse moved, reaching for the blood-stained fruit knife. The flesh corpse was quick to respond, grasping the fruit knife swiftly and then freezing in place, standing rigidly beside Su-han. Lacking much independent consciousness, this feels a bit like a tool? Despite being a summoned creature, the feeling was different between those with independence and those without. The apostle flesh corpse felt like a robot to him, acting on clear instructions, and otherwise relatively inert, completely dissimilar to cats or dogs. However, it had one advantage: it was controlled by telepathy, with no delay in response compared to his own movements. He looked at the fruit knife, planning to have the apostle flesh corpse hand it to him. But as his gaze fell on the knife, he was suddenly surprised to see a completely different prompt. Detected fusible material, ordinary metal, would you like to perform fusion? The Book of Blood Spirit did not glow, and the prompt was drastically different from the previous contract prompt, feeling more intimate, as if it were a natural instinct. Is this my ability? Though it was just a hunch, Su-han felt he wasn't mistaken. He took a deep breath and calmed himself slightly. Do not fuse for now. The prompt disappeared. He took the fruit knife from the flesh corpse's hand, and then controlled the flesh corpse to move to the living room. He first locked the outside door, then barricaded it with a sofa to prevent any other flesh corpses in this building from breaking in. Although the likelihood was not necessarily high, it was safer this way. The red glow of the giant eyeballs was probably not just for one person, but for everyone. Those who survived would receive the Book of Blood Spirit, which meant that those who didn't would likely turn into monsters like the flesh corpses. This was a truly terrifying thing. If the mist was merely disrupting communication, isolating the environment, and the Book of Blood Spirit was granting people transcendent strength, both could be seen as mildly disrupting order, still within a controllable range. But the possibility of monsters appearing nearby could severely impact order. To put it bluntly, if the people in charge died, if those enforcing order died, no matter how many, chaos was bound to ensue. The likelihood of rescue dropped to almost nil, and all he could rely on was himself. Of course, there was also the apostle flesh corpse and his newly discovered special ability. He began to search the rental house for various materials. Since the fruit knife had shown up as an ordinary metal that could be fused, it was very possible that other materials could as well, and he wanted to test the extent of this ability. The rental house was messy, with no shortage of fusible materials. After making the apostle flesh corpse pick up many things, Su-han finally selected 4 items to place in front of him. One was a fruit knife, a piece used previously as decoration, a goose egg stone, a piece of wood and water. The fusion ability was very powerful. Almost all objects that could be controlled by meat zombies and were relatively independent fell within the scope of fusion, except for those in Su-han's own possession. And the range of fusion extended to items like paper, plastic, and even food, though Suhan had not chosen any of those items. He did not currently know what the effects of fusion were, everything was just speculation. Compared to those outlandish things, he had merely selected 4 items out of them. The effects of fusion are still uncertain, but if it's about strengthening the Angel Envoy, these 3 items might enhance its strength. As for water, Suhan pondered, feeling like whatever he chose was a gamble, essentially betting his current means of survival on change. Let's go with metal. In the end, he made up his mind, his gaze falling on the fruit knife. Detected common metal material, commence fusion? Fusion. The meat zombie's palm gripped the fruit knife tightly, then flesh visibly began to wriggle, slowly enveloping the entire fruit knife and gradually merging it into the flesh until it disappeared from sight. It felt as though it had devoured the metal. During this process, Suhan felt a slight surge of power reverberating back from the Book of Blood Spirit. The Angel Envoy, the meat zombie, was growing stronger, and he was receiving feedback. Apostle, meat zombie, strength, first order inferior, skills, none, fusion, common metal 1%, so you can only fuse one type of material at a time, and there's also compatibility. With the initial success of the fusion, Suhan received more feedback, such as about this fusion. Fusion could enhance an Angel Envoy, but only one kind of material could be fused at a time, and the higher the compatibility with the material, the greater the increase in the fusion percentage. If the compatibility was very low, then the fusion rate would decrease significantly, and the amount of material required would increase significantly. For meat zombies, metal was just so-so. To achieve 100% fusion, the iron content needed would be far more than that of a fruit knife. How much metal could a 2-bedroom apartment possibly have? The exterior of the fridge, the inner workings, the range hood, the washing machine, the metal parts of tables and chairs. All objects containing metal that could be taken apart were dismantled by Suhan and the meat zombie. In the living room, there lay around 50 pounds of metal products. Other than that, there were hardly any intact items left in the entire shared apartment. Begin the fusion. Suhan ordered the meat zombie to begin fusing the metal. This amount of metal was far more than the fruit knife, which should also lead to a higher degree of fusion. The meat zombie clamped its palm onto the metal, flesh wriggling like worms, then attached to the metal, starting to slowly fuse. A streak of red light from the Book of Blood Spirit feed back into his body, muscles slightly bulging, and this morning's injuries were also gradually scabbing over and healing. As the host, his strength was also increasing. Although it was impossible to become a superhero overnight, sensing the strength in his body, it was already beginning to surpass that of an ordinary person. Gurgle, however, as his body grew stronger, his stomach quickly conveyed a sense of hunger. Becoming stronger required energy, and from last night to now, Suhan hadn't had a drop to drink. He walked to where the kitchen was. The fridge had already been dismantled by him, and during the earlier search, he had scavenged some food as well. Not much, just 4 or 5 packs of instant noodles, then some pickled mustard, rice sauce, dried noodles, and a few eggs, not even fruits. The food isn't sufficient. Even for an ordinary person, this amount of food wouldn't last 3 to 4 days. While the gas pipeline was still running, he started to boil noodles. Pots, pans, and kitchen knives were metallic items that Suhan hadn't yet fused. After all, they were still needed. After boiling the noodles and gulping down a pack, he didn't feel full. The hunger remained, and he found his appetite had grown larger. So, he boiled 2 more packs before he finally felt satiated. I need to find a way to get more food. One meal had already consumed half of his food supply, which meant he needed to find more resources. Fortunately, his meat zombie Angel Envoy was growing stronger. At least he had the strength to go out and explore. The meat of the meat zombie had already wrapped around most of the metal, bit by bit devouring it into its body. The metal was not small in volume, but under this fusion process, it was impossible to discern where it all went. Only Suhan noticed the common metal fusion degree increase as the fusion progressed, from the initial 1% gradually growing to 50%, and still slowly increasing along with the Angel Envoy meat zombie's fusion progress. Suhan was in no rush, although there wasn't much food left, but compared to finding food, the strengthening of the meat zombie Angel Envoy was more important. He could feel his body's strength increasing. Time ticked by, and after about 2 more hours, all the metal had been completely fused, with the fusion degree also gradually reaching 99%. Suhan stared intently at the last bit of the fusion degree, and as the meat zombie retracted all its wriggling flesh, it finally changed 100%. Level 1 Common Metal Fusion completed. Acquired Skill Claw, Chapter 3, Scouring the Floors. As the prompt appeared, Suhan had already noticed the changes in the Angel Envoy's corpse. The pair of enormous, fierce palms gradually turned a dark red after the fusion was complete, the fingernails became pitch black, and they started to visibly extend and deform. A few breaths passed, and the large palm had transformed into a claw-like shape, with sharp fingernails about 10 centimeters long that were black and sharp, clashing against each other with a metallic clang as if they were several sharp blades interlocking. The fingernails were metallic and extremely hard and sharp. Suhan turned his gaze to the wood, thought for a moment, and the angel envoy's sharp claw directly grabbed it. The wood was mostly severed in an instant, more effective than a typical chopping knife. "The sharpness is very high, this claw will be very effective against the corpses," he said. He was very satisfied with the strength of the claw, which meant his angel envoy had acquired a handy new weapon. No, more accurately, it was a skill. Angel envoy, corpse, strength, first order inferior, skills, claw, fusion, level 1 ordinary metal. The claw was a skill, so when not needed, the corpse could completely retract it. It was a bit reminiscent of Wolverine. It wasn't about playing possum, but if wanting to ambush someone, skills were indeed more useful than bare hands. With this fusion complete, Suhan also gained the repowerment of strength. His body was strengthened a bit more, about equivalent to more than double that of an ordinary person. Fusion materials can increase overall strength, and completing a fusion now appears to evolve skills, also introducing an level 1 level indicator. "This means further fusion is possible," he said. Suhan contemplated his abilities. Since ordinary metal fusion had reached an level 1 level, testing other materials in the short term wouldn't be as clear-cut as ordinary metal. With this thought in mind, he went straight to the kitchen and took out 2 knives. The kitchen knives were communal, one was a cleaver, and the other was also a cleaver, only differing in thickness and weight, used for chopping bones and slicing meat, respectively. He kept the bone-chopping cleaver for himself. Even though he had the corporeal protector, he also needed to have defensive means. Thus, he required weapons. The other thinner cleaver, he placed in front of the angel envoy, ordering it to grasp it. As he expected, a fusion prompt appeared. "Ordinary metal material detected, proceed with fusion?" "Proceed with the fusion," Suhan commanded. The flesh writhed and slowly enveloped the blade, continuously devouring and fusing the metal substance, quickly leaving only the plastic handle discarded on the ground. "Level 1 ordinary metal 0.5%, does it require more now?" he mused. The fusion was successful, but the fusion degree had increased differently. However, this was still within his expectations, since there had been a change. There was no longer enough metal in the room for the angel envoy to devour, and food was also scarce. The only real option Suhan faced was to search for supplies. Neither Ali convenience store nor Liha supermarket are within the residential community, and with the fog like this outside, it's very dangerous. "It looks like I have to search the building first," he reasoned. Suhan, holding a cleaver, found a sturdy backpack in his room and prepared to head out. He lived on the 7th floor of Building 10. The floor layout was 2 elevators for 6 apartments, meaning there were 6 households per floor. The population wasn't dense on a single floor, so even if some turned into the corpses, it wouldn't be too many. Prepared, he moved the sofa blocking the main door aside. The hallway was dimly lit. Ever since the appearance of the large eyeballs, it seemed the city's electricity and signals were problematic, so the lights in the hallway were off. If it hadn't been daytime, barely pierced by some faint light from somewhere, it would have been pitch dark. Since Suhan's room was the last one on the 7th floor, he wasn't worried about monsters suddenly appearing from behind. He placed the angel envoy at the front, and followed closely behind with the cleaver in hand. Creak. Creak. Sudden faint chewing noises arose. Suhan tensed up, clutching the cleaver tightly. He peeked down the hallway from behind the angel envoy to see a hunched figure squatting on the ground, shaking slightly, its deformed arm continuously grabbing something in front of it. The chewing noise came from it, and with each lift of its arm, a dripping sound followed. Suddenly, the figure paused in its movement, sensing something and slowly turned around. Its pale, creepy eyes emitted an eerie chill. Suhan finally saw it clearly. Its hair was sparse, its expression ferocious, and its mouth full of sharp teeth. It was unmistakably a corpse. It charged fiercely, moving on all fours like a speeding beast, heading straight for Suhan. The corridor wasn't very long, just over 30 meters. In less than a couple of breaths, it had already reached him. The corpse leaped high, aiming directly for Suhan's angel envoy, the stench of blood already overwhelming. Apparently, the corpses instinctively could differentiate between an angel envoy and their own kind, making their assault even more ferocious. Bing! The angel envoy swung fiercely, lunging out and pressing the corpse against the ground. The corpse struggled incessantly, its claws scraping against the angel envoy, leaving behind faint scratches. However, its size was not large, only about 1.56 m, more like a child transformed into a corpse. In terms of strength, it was no match for the now enhanced angel envoy. At this moment, the envoy's fingernails turned pitch black, extending into sharp, knife-like nails. A squelching noise echoed as they pierced directly into the corpse's head, then a fierce clawing followed, mangling its brain and silencing it completely. After controlling the angel envoy to kill a corpse, Suhan directed his gaze to the end of the corridor, where something lay in a lump, vaguely humanoid. He tossed the small corpse's body to one side and, under the protection of the angel envoy, approached the end of the corridor. The security door at the end was not closed, it was stained with large patches of blood and flesh chunks. A bloody figure lay in front of the door, a woman with her chest and abdomen hollowed out. Although he was prepared for the apocalypse, the sight of such a bloody scene right before him and the strong smell of blood filling every corner still made Suhan feel uncomfortable, his face turning slightly pale. However, after a slight enhancement of his body, he didn't feel nauseous enough to vomit. "Rest in peace," he whispered, then stepped over the corpse, pushed open the security door, and walked in. The entryway was in disarray, items fallen on the ground on both sides, and the smell of blood was also pervasive in this room. He looked towards the living room connected to the entryway, where another male corpse lay, its neck savagely bitten, although the body hadn't been torn apart, with a pool of blood surrounding it. The whole family went together, what a pity. Suhan sighed, he had already guessed what happened. It must have been a family of 3. The mutated one was the child, while both parents had received the Book of Blood Spirit. When mutations occur suddenly, few can react in time, not to mention that the mutant was a loved one. If it weren't for that room door, he himself wasn't sure he could handle a roommate who had turned into a flesh corpse. And this situation, when faced with a loved one, was even harder, with very few able to act decisively and without hesitation. The family of 3 must have been the same. The dad tried to hold off the child who had turned into a flesh corpse, allowing the mom to run for help, but in the end, none of them escaped, they all died. He approached the corpse, then pulled a blood-stained blanket off the sofa, covering the man's body. If he struggled, the man might have been able to restrain the flesh corpse, but he didn't. A family of 3 should have a bit more food left. Suhan had the angel envoy flesh corpse open all the doors of the rooms, the master bedroom, guest bedroom, and children's room, including the 2 bathrooms, wary of any other monsters. After eliminating risks, he started scavenging for supplies, starting with the kitchen. Pots, pans, spatulas, including the metal materials in the exhaust hood and dishwasher, Suhan had the angel envoy flesh corpse begin fusion. In the fridge and cabinets, there indeed were food stores, a 20-kilogram bag of rice with about 11 or 12 kilograms left, a large piece of beef, pork bones, and a bunch of greens. He stored the food securely in his backpack and, while the angel envoy flesh corpse was still fusing with the metal, continued searching the apartment for other useful items. The living room's furniture was made of wood and had no metal for the flesh corpse to fuse with, but in the storage cabinet, there was a fishing rod which seemed quite expensive, probably a professional fisherman's gear. If it were a typical apocalypse, it might still be useful for fishing, but now with the mist so thick, it's unknown what might bite the bait. Only heaven knows whether it's people fishing or monsters fishing for people. He didn't take the fishing rod, but Suhan did take a large bundle of fishing line, not knowing what it would be used for yet, but thread would always have its uses eventually. Arriving in the master bedroom, he rummaged through the room, and upon pulling open a small drawer, his eyes lit up, home medicine kit, good awareness. Inside the small drawer were medicines, standard supplies like fever and cold medications, disinfectant alcohol, iodine, and some gauze, all quite useful things. He packed up the medicines, returned to the living room, and by then, had basically scoured through the whole house. Now, Suhan was just waiting for the flesh corpse to finish fusing with the metal. The flesh twitched, a good portion of the metal being fused into it, faster than the previous fusion with the kitchen knife. The strength of the flesh corpse had improved, and having successfully fused with ordinary metal once before, this helped increase it a bit. From 0.5% slowly growing to 2%, 5%. Suhan waited another hour, finally, the fusion degree grew to the 15% mark. Last time it fused just a few dozen kilograms, and now the same amount only increased it by 15%, the demand really isn't small. The percentage isn't completely proportional, the more it progresses, the more it demands. Looking at it now, the second fusion needs several hundred kilograms at least. If it gets too difficult, I'll just target the elevator. Slowly fusing the elevator wasn't a wise choice, it meant he had to spend more time in the hallway. Although he had grown stronger, he wasn't Superman, and getting attacked by a flesh corpse could kill him. Suhan, followed by the flesh corpse, headed towards the second room, its sharp metal claws easily piercing the thin iron of the security door. The security door wasn't thick, so with enough force, the metal claws could break through. Although it made some noise, it was still faster than slowly fusing. Breaking in, the room was empty of both people and flesh corpses, the homeowner might have gone out. Scattered everywhere were women's clothes and handbags. The kitchen was bare, with only a few packs of instant noodles. He didn't find much in terms of supplies, but what could be used was only the dismantled metal, also a few dozen kilograms. This time, however, he didn't plan to continue fusing here, but first decided to bring the metal back to his own room. Fusion required time, and so did his search for supplies. Building 7 had already lost power, or perhaps the entire city hadn't fared much better. If he continued to fuse slowly, by the time he reached the third home, it would be dark, and the hallway completely obscured. He carried the metal back, including the dismantled security door, and headed straight back. Then he continued exploring 2 more rooms. One had nothing, and the other contained 2 flesh corpses, likely an old man and an old woman, fierce-looking and bloodthirsty. The Angel Envoy flesh corpse fought with them, Suhan hiding behind, and within 1 round, thanks to the metal claws, the envoy successfully killed them. As time passed, Suhan now stood in front of the last house, aside from his rental. Repeating the trick, the Angel Envoy flesh corpse broke through the security door, pushing the door open. Suddenly, a figure rushed over. With a clanging sound, the flesh corpse slapped it, sending the figure flying. Ouch! A cry of pain rang out instantly. It was a person, not a flesh corpse. Chapter 4 Survivor. The Angel Envoy's corpse squeezed in, blocking the entryway, its tall figure completely shielding Suhan. The man lying on the ground cried out in pain, yet he endured the pain and shouted, "Mew, run." There was another woman in the room, holding a knife. Although the man urged her to run, she clenched her teeth and threw the knife with all her strength. She then went to help the man up, preparing to escape into the room. Clang! The knife was directly knocked away by the Angel Envoy's corpse, which bent down and grabbed the man and woman by the hair, pinning them against the wall. "Don't kill them." At Suhan's voice, the nearly desperate man and woman showed shocked expressions. They widened their eyes and hastily said, You're human." No, this is your Angel Envoy. "Don't kill us, it's a misunderstanding." The man was somewhat incoherent. Suhan's expression remained calm as he simply said, "Stay cooperative and don't struggle." He instructed the Angel Envoy to drag them into the living room. After fusing with a considerable amount of metal materials, the Angel Envoy's strength had become much greater than that of the average human. The couple, unarmed and powerless, did not dare to resist. Suhan shut the front door and then entered the living room. The living room was devoid of a table, containing only a large sofa against the wall and a few small chairs, opposite of which hung the wall-mounted TV. The man and woman were thrown onto the sofa by the Angel Envoy, which positioned itself in the middle, while Suhan pulled over a chair to sit opposite them. He scrutinized the couple, who were curled up on the sofa, their bodies trembling slightly, but their hands were clasped together. Damned lovebirds. The man appeared to be in his 30s, had a square, slightly plump face, sparse hair, and wore glasses. The woman looked decent, with her slightly blonde short hair hanging down to her shoulders, dressed in a white tight top and jeans, clean cut and fairly shapely. It was just a misunderstanding earlier. You're the young guy from next door, right? We thought you were one of those creatures. What's your name? What do you do?" Suhan cut off the man, suddenly asking. "Ganzingilai, computer engineer." "And you?" Suhan pointed at the woman, indicating that she should answer the question. "Yan Miu, an administrative employee in real estate, his girlfriend," she responded. Yan Miu's voice was not much steadier than Ganzingilai's, but she seemed slightly more composed. "Handsome, there's still some meat left in the fridge, and a few bags of noodles and rice in the cupboard. If you need them, we can give you half." She tried to soften Suhan with a negotiative tone, which was a smart move. After all, the mutation had just occurred less than a day ago, and the sense of order, as well as the moral ethics within both the couple and Suhan himself, were still barely maintained. She had also noticed that Suhan was out looking for resources, as evidenced by his bulging backpack. That's why she decided to use the resources to try to defuse the situation. However, Suhan simply shook his head, causing Yan Miu's face to pale. She feared that, in the next moment, Suhan would say, "Kill you and all your belongings are mine," or something of the sort. "I don't want the meat, but divide half of the rice and noodles with me, and also gather all the ironware from inside your place. Treat it as my fee for cleaning up this floor," he stated calmly, with a faint smile on his face, though his tone was indubitable. He was no madman who would kill indiscriminately, that would be going too far. After all, technically, he was the one who had invaded this couple's home. Of course, that didn't matter much. What was important was that Ganzingilai had made a good impression on him, since he had protected his girlfriend even in such a critical moment. He was still a decent person. The disturbances at night were just occasional and brief, a bit annoying, but not deadly, since they didn't last long. Of course, if there were ill intentions, then no one could blame him for crushing bones and scattering ashes. The two were initially startled, but they reacted quickly, nodding repeatedly. This is necessary, will help right now. They didn't know why Suhan needed metal objects. Even if they had some guesses, they wouldn't ask. But Suhan wasn't worried about his fusion ability being discovered, because the transformations of the Angel Envoy would eventually catch people's attention. So there was no need to deliberately hide it, as long as he didn't reveal the true specifics. Gan Xinglai and Yanmei moved quickly, dismantling the house even more thoroughly than Suhan himself, not only taking furniture with metal frames, refrigerators, and dishwashers, but even nail clippers and eyebrow trimmers were not spared. Handsome, it's all here. I actually have a Tesla in the garage, quite heavy. But with this thick fog and monsters in the hallway, I can't get to it. Help me move it next door, keep it low. I can't guarantee there aren't flesh corpses roaming on other floors. Gan Xinglai was dripping with sweat, and Yanmei was also visibly exhausted, but upon Suhan's command, they didn't dare to complain. Under the supervision of Suhan and the Angel Envoy Flesh Corpse, they moved the items to the shared apartment next door. The living room was already filled with collected supplies, heaps of metal objects mostly. Food was stored in the kitchen, alongside containers filled with water. Yanmei sneakily scanned the room, thinking to herself, this guy must have collected all the materials from the entire floor. Could this metal be related to the contract with the creature? Both she and Gan Xinglai had obtained the Book of Blood Spirit, but only after witnessing the ferocity of a flesh corpse through the crack of the door did they dare not come out. Without proper weapons, the couple, untrained, would find it difficult to defeat a flesh corpse, and severe injuries without proper treatment could be fatal. Mew, Gan Xinglai tugged at Yanmei's sleeve, bringing her back to reality, not daring to provoke this person. The innermost door in the apartment had numerous bloodstains, and from what he remembered, Suhan had roommates, but now they were nowhere to be seen. There was only one truth, this handsome guy had slaughtered his roommates. My goodness, what a ruthless person. It wasn't that a roommate turned monster couldn't be killed, but the shift in mentality, the decisiveness in action, instinctively made him feel that Suhan was not to be messed with. For example, if Yanmei turned into a flesh corpse, he might be able to defeat her, but could he instantly kill her? Absolutely not. Therefore, Suhan was a ruthless man, adaptable and decisive, just like those tough characters in the workplace, not to be trifled with. Yanmei understood her boyfriend's intention. She shook her head slightly to indicate she knew the seriousness of the situation. After moving everything, Suhan didn't continue to trouble the couple. I've cleared the 7th floor, but not the others. Best block the door. Gan Xinglai wanted to speak but hesitated, however, the door's lock was broken. Understood, understood. By the way, handsome, what's your name? Suhan. The pair left Suhan's place, returning to apartment 7705 next door. They closed and secured the door, simultaneously sighing in relief. Mew, our food might not last 2 days. Gan Xinglai looked distressed, and Yanmei held his hand, comforting him. It's alright as long as we're fine. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. Indeed, Suhan's dominance had cost them half of their food. Unpleasantries aside, both were adults. It simply was a case of might makes right, and when outmatched, one had to bow down. Plus, truthfully speaking, Suhan didn't seem like a bad person. Old Gan, do you think we have any particular skills? Chapter 5. The second fusion. Suhan locked his bedroom door and propped it shut with the sofa before returning to the living room. Encountering survivors was inevitable since not everyone would have turned into monsters or been killed by them. What surprised him was that the couple next door, Gan Xinglai and Yanmei, were unharmed. Keep observing, better not be troublemakers, otherwise I really could take them down. Life is not a novel, where would you find normal people slaughtering left and right as soon as the apocalypse starts, unless they were psychopaths who already wanted to kill. Suhan walked to the corner of the living room, rummaged through a drawer for candles, and lit them, illuminating the dimming living room. The fog still shrouded the outside of the building, the lighting was already poor, and now, guessing by the time, it was getting closer to 4 or 5 in the afternoon, so the natural light was fading. Continue the metal fusion. The living room was piled with metal items taken from several rooms today, even including 2 or 3 security door panels, which in total should weigh a few hundred pounds, enough for the Angel Envoy's corpse to undergo fusion. The flesh of the Angel Envoy writhed and then made contact with the metal, slowly merging with it. The fusion degree on the attribute panel rose slowly from 15%, 15.1%, 15.2%. Traces of strength enhancement feedback merged into Suhan's body, like a warm and smooth stream flowing through him, feeling increasingly evident. The feedback connection feels not only during fusion but also faintly perceptible at ordinary times, so does the enhancement always continue at a slow pace? The stronger sense of connection prompted Suhan to speculate further. The Book of Blood Spirit had a connection with the monsters, but the method to become stronger was not made clear, leaving one to grope in the dark. But now it seemed that natural enhancement and feedback did exist, and driving the Angel Envoy to a certain extent could increase the strength of this feedback connection. In simpler terms, it was about accumulating experience or energy faster to reach the next level of strength. Other people's Angel Envoys can also enhance, it's hard to say at what pace, but the longer it takes, the more powerful people there will be, so I need to speed up the fusion process. While pondering, Suhan went to the kitchen to prepare some food. He turned on the gas stove, cut up the large pieces of beef he had found and put them in the pot, along with large marrow bones and pork ribs, simmering them all into a stew. He found plenty of meat, which is one of the most likely foods to be stocked in everyone's fridge. After all, with life getting more convenient, meats can be frozen quickly, but vegetables and fruits are usually bought on a day-to-day basis. The flickering light of the stove faintly illuminated the kitchen. The gas pipeline still works now, but it probably won't be long before it stops. I need to prepare more. Suhan looked at the boiling pot of meat soup, his mind full of thoughts. Suddenly plunged into the apocalypse, everything had changed too quickly, with too much missing information, leaving him to take one step at a time. The only things he could rely on were the Book of Blood Spirit and the Angel Envoy. But even with his bestowed power, he knew too little and still needed to explore more. He muttered, perhaps it's possible to have others scout ahead. About 40 minutes later, the stew was ready, a pot brimming with meat. After simply seasoning it, he brought it to the living room. The Angel Envoy's corpse was still merging with a large amount of metal, its flesh enveloping them and then gradually absorbing them into its body, with the fusion degree now reaching 23% and still increasing. While feeling the power of the feedback, Suhan started to eat his dinner, hungrily consuming the meat to fill his stomach. The most direct sensation of body enhancement was actually hunger, a greater demand for energy than he normally required. If it were any other time, he would probably have been full after eating just a third of the pot. But half an hour later, Suhan had eaten nearly 90% of the meat, finally satisfying his hunger. He threw the pot into the kitchen, leaving only himself and the Angel Envoy corpse in the living room. The candlelight flickered slightly, dim and obscure. As time went on, it must have been nightfall, and without the candlelight, the entire room would become extremely dark. Amidst the shadows, growls and screams arose intermittently from outside the window and between buildings, and even the alarms of cars could be heard in the distance. This was the first night of the apocalypse, and no matter how slow to react or timid, people were starting to take action. After all, in modern cities, where people are accustomed to a fast pace, not everyone has the habit of storing large quantities of food. Some wanted to save themselves, and of course, others thought of hunting monster corpses to activate their Book of Blood Spirit. However, to obtain it, one must pay a certain price, and the price was usually very dangerous. There were still roughly 300 to 500 jin of metal in the room, and the fusion process still required a long time. Suhan, to preserve the state, completely blocked the main door, and then lay down to sleep, right beside the Angel Envoy corpse. The night had nearly passed, the candle had burned out, and Suhan woke up groggily, rubbing his bleary eyes, and the room was faintly bright. Level 2 Ordinary Metal Fusion complete, Iron Skin skill acquired. The metal in the living room had been fused by nearly 90%, and when the second fusion was complete, the Angel Envoy corpse underwent another transformation. The height increased by another 20 centimeters from 2 meters, reaching around 2 meters and 20. The reddish muscles became even more swollen and hard, the metallic claws extending from the fingers became sharper and slightly longer, and the jet black metal grew backwards to the back of the hands, even more pronounced. Beyond that, underneath the muscles, the black color began to surge, sticking to the skin as if it were a metallic skin, and in a flash, the entire corpse turned into a jet black color, distinctly different and colder than its previous brutal appearance. Suhan touched it and immediately felt a cold sensation, seemingly no different from touching iron skin. He picked up a kitchen knife and chopped down on it. A faint white mark was left on the surface, and the iron skin truly lived up to its name, not harming the muscles underneath. He was delighted, with his Angel Envoy's defense greatly improved and both offense and defense enhanced by a notch. His strength was not to be underestimated. Although iron skin wasn't absolute defense, it was naturally much stronger compared to ordinary corpses. Angel Envoy, corpse, rank, first level intermediate, skills, claw, iron skin, fusion, level 2 ordinary metal. The strength of the Angel Envoy on the panel had changed, and the power feeding back into Suhan's body suddenly increased significantly. Bones and muscles resonated, muscles stretched out, his body filled with tremendous strength, a warm current flowed throughout his body. Feeling the power in his body, becoming more agile and stronger, even without deliberate exercise, he guessed he could easily lift up something weighing 200 to 300 jin, and perhaps even more when shouldering it. Suhan was just about to move a sofa to feel his strength better when he suddenly felt a strange sensation in his heart. His consciousness immediately entered the cognitive space, which was a boundless pitch-black space, with a blood-red book of blood spirit standing in the center. A page circled around the book of blood spirit, standing tall and distant, the pattern on it the same as the angel envoy corpse. The page transformed into the angel envoy corpse and suddenly came to life, a stream of red energy emerging within his body, like flowing meridians. A familiar yet foreign memory flooded Suhan's consciousness, and instinctively he began to circulate this power, then continuously modified it to suit his own body. Time passed, unknowingly, when suddenly a prompt sounded. Comprehension successful, iron skin skill synchronized. Chapter 6. A bowl of noodles. Having emerged from the consciousness space, Suhan was still somewhat surprised. He could clearly feel that the synchronization might not necessarily be due to his own abilities, but rather that the skills of the angel envoy inherently had the potential to synchronize, provided one could successfully comprehend them. If that's the case, the strengthening of humanity will not be limited to physical fitness. As time drags on, there will likely be more powerful individuals emerging. After a moment of thought, Suhan realized that this situation was a double-edged sword. The chances of humans surviving would increase, but as individual power grew stronger, the destruction of order would become more complete. However, this was a good thing for him since the presence of fusion ability gave him the possibility to acquire more skills. Possibly, in this apocalypse, he might even achieve a status beyond his previous imagination. Dong dong dong. The room's door was suddenly knocked on. Suhan's expression tensed, and he instantly activated Iron Skin, turning his body a dark hue. The angel envoy's flesh corpse also transformed, positioning itself in front of him, facing the entrance. Suhan, it's me and Miu. Gan Xingilai's voice came from outside the door. What is it? Miu cooked some noodles this morning, made extra, and we brought over a portion for you. Suhan was a bit surprised, but after a brief moment of thought, he seemed to realize something, then dispersed the iron skin, and ordered the angel envoy to go and open the door. The angel envoy moved the sofa that was blocking the door and then opened it. Outside, Gan Xingilai and Yan Miu were both there, Gan Xingilai holding a bowl of noodles in his hands. Come in. The angel envoy's flesh corpse led the two past the entrance, always maintaining a distance between Suhan and them. Though Suhan's strength had advanced further, and he had synchronized with a life-saving skill, being careful was still no issue. Gan Xingilai and Yan Miu sneaked glances at the living room, noticing that the hundreds of kilograms of metal from yesterday had vanished by nearly 90%, and thought to themselves, he really is no ordinary person. These are noodles I just made this morning. The conditions are simple, there aren't any side dishes. Gan Xingilai placed the noodles on the living room coffee table, both of them standing at one side of the sofa, their attitude very humble. The noodles were steaming hot, just ordinary dried noodles, freshly boiled, with a bit of soy sauce and some sesame oil, quite good indeed. You two, please sit. Suhan sat opposite them, and the two sat on the sofa, appearing somewhat restrained, although Yan Miu seemed a bit more composed. It's early in the morning yet you made noodles, must have been tough. He said it was tough, but he didn't touch the noodles, his eyes fixed on the two of them. Gan Xingilai and Yan Miu, having been in the workforce for a not insignificant amount of time, naturally understood the implication. Even in peaceful times, one worries about delivery personnel or kitchen staff spitting in takeout food, let alone now during the apocalypse. Of course, the noodles weren't important, it was the pretext for today's meeting that was significant. Suhan, you are a clever man, and I'll get straight to the point. We don't know how many monsters are out there, and rescue might not even be possible, so the two of us want to form a team with you for mutual support. Gan Xingilai stated their intent, adding at the end, you being a capable individual, teaming up with you is us seeking a chance to survive, whether working as assistants or carrying things, it's all no problem. Although both had the Book of Blood Spirit, actually taking down a monster like Suhan had wasn't easy. There wasn't just one monster, and even having contracted an angel envoy, one's own flesh envoy might not necessarily be more formidable than a regular one. Being surrounded would mean death. Having more people, sticking together, that was the most likely way to keep alive. Suhan didn't speak yet, just pondered. Gathering resources alone was slow, and some items indeed weren't easy to move. Being with more people had its benefits. But with more people, resource distribution and some matters needed extra attention. There were advantages and disadvantages. Seeing him in thought, Yan Miu suddenly spoke up, her voice soft yet clear. Although old Gan is a software engineer, he often runs outsourced projects, can drive, and has an SUV parked in our building's parking lot, filled up with gas the day before yesterday, so he can be our driver. I used to work in real estate sales, I frequently visited this area, so if we really need to move, I can also be of help. Suhan took another look at Yan Miu, not because his sister-in-law was beautiful, but because this sister-in-law indeed had something about her, having been a salesperson who knew how to grasp people's psychology. In a few words, she had clarified what she could offer. Yan Miu paused, then added, "And I also know some news." Suhan's eyebrows moved. "Let's hear it." "There might be survivors gathered in the first-floor lobby, or possibly a large number of monsters." Suhan looked surprised and asked, "How do you know this?" Yan Miu answered, "We are the homeowners. Many people were in the lobby looking at the fog and making a fuss about it yesterday morning." With that, Suhan understood. When many people gather together, regardless of the mutation rate, there definitely would be corpses generated. If people killed the corpses, naturally survivors would gather. If the corpses killed all the survivors, then there would certainly be a considerable number of monsters. After the appearance of the big eyeball yesterday, the first floor turned into a major battleground. "Do you have any backpacks in your room?" Suhan suddenly asked the question. Gan Xingilai was initially stunned, then a broad smile appeared on his face as he quickly nodded. Yes, I always use backpacks when I travel, and I have several, including hiking backpacks. Go back and pack up first, I'll clean up the corridor. Today, we're going to clear the floors below." Yan Miu was startled, then nodded. "Okay, thank you." Since Suhan had agreed, it meant he had saved their lives, at least reducing the danger significantly. They were indebted to him now. Time was limited, so the three of them decided to form a team and didn't continue to chat. According to their roles, Yan Mi went back to get the backpacks first. Suhan took Gan Xingilai to the end of the corridor on the 7th floor, where they had killed corpses yesterday. Gan Xingilai nearly gagged as soon as they approached, overwhelmed by the stench of blood and rot, and he leaned against the wall to vomit. His face was deathly pale, his stomach churning tumultuously, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Having lived for nearly half his life, it was the first time he had seen a person with their stomach hollowed out. Suhan patted his back. "Get used to it, you'll see this sort of thing a lot more in the future. There's a corpse over there, try if you can form a contract." He pointed to the corpse of a corpse next to the woman's body, which his angel envoy had killed yesterday. Gan Xingilai wiped the vomit streaked with saliva from the corner of his mouth, his heart bitter. "It was easy for you to say, how could anyone be as composed as you?" "I'll try." "Suhan, do I need any sort of ritual?" "Just call me Suhan, no ritual needed, just give it a try." Though Suhan could form contracts with his angel envoy, he was still half knowing about many things, so he also needed a reference. Teaming up made searching easier and was also part of this consideration. Gan Xingilai gathered his strength, then squat down beside the corpse, whispering, "Sorry about this." He placed his hand on the corpse, trying to connect with the red book of blood spirit in his hand, but after a long time, there was no response. He was puzzled and looked back at Suhan, shaking his head. "Suhan, it doesn't seem to work." Slaying the corpse didn't work, and Suhan thought for a moment about his experience with his roommate, then said, "I think I know what's happening. You need to kill a corpse yourself. Go home and grab a kitchen knife or an iron bar, and you'll have to do it yourself later." When they returned to Gan Xingilai's home, Yan Mi had already found the backpacks, preparing a mountaineering bag for Gan Xingilai and a regular backpack for herself. "You should go to my place and grab some kitchen knives for weapons, we'll need to clear some corpses later." Yan Mi paused, looked at Gan Xingilai's expression, nodded, and said, "I'll get ready right away." Chapter 7, Gan Xingilai's angel envoy. The cleaver wrapped in a book strapped to the forearm looked somewhat ridiculous, but it was undoubtedly more effective than the thin assault jacket. Gan Xingilai and Yan Mi were dressed the same, the outfit they had found to be most suitable from both reality and films. Although the flesh corpses were not zombies and did not carry a virus, their bites were still lethal. The footsteps echoed in the corridor, the angel envoy flesh corpse led the way, followed by Gan Xingilai, Yan Miu, and Suhan. Since it was a team, Suhan didn't intend for Gan Xingilai and Yan Mi to take the lead as human shields. The flesh corpses would just be senselessly sacrificed. As for him trailing at the back, it was merely a bit of caution. The corridor was pitch black, much dimmer than the hallway. Gan Xingilai held a flashlight in one hand and the cleaver in the other, cautiously following behind the angel envoy flesh corpse. In the dark corridor, not only footsteps but also breathing sounds were distinctly audible. The trio passed the first landing when suddenly a dark shadow loomed ahead, growling and pouncing like a wild beast. Gan Xingilai was startled. The flashlight revealed it was a flesh corpse, hunched back, sharp claws and teeth, and a bloody maw. Its attack was swift as lightning, but it was the angel envoy flesh corpse at the forefront. It quickly braced itself with a large hand, grabbed the twisted arm, and smashed it viciously into the corridor wall with a dull thud. "Don't kill it, hold it down." As Suhan's command sounded, the angel envoy flesh corpse moved, not using its claws but activating iron skin. Black energy flowed over its skin, then it stepped forward, and the fist covered by black iron skin slammed into the flesh corpse's body. A dull sound echoed, the just struggling flesh corpse was hammered back to the ground, likely breaking many of its ribs. The fierceness of the beast kept it roaring, but in the next moment, the angel envoy's large foot stomped down, breaking its arms, then it bent down, seized the other claw, and pinned it completely to the ground. "Kill it." As Suhan's voice reached him, Ganzingilai visibly shook, replying, "I am on it." Killing, or to say killing a monster transformed from a human, was a challenge for Ganzingilai. But he understood that to survive in this apocalyptic world, such acts were inevitable. He had to survive, he had Yanmi to protect, so he must take this step. Having Suhan's help was already a stroke of great luck in some sense. Roar approaching the flesh corpse, the low growl continuously emanated as it twisted and struggled. He took a deep breath, then lifted the cleaver and harshly chopped at the flesh corpse's head, once, twice, 3 times. The blood of the flesh corpse splashed onto his face, the strong smell of blood made him want to vomit. Chopping its head felt as hard as hacking through a pig's big bones, difficult to deal with. However, as the blade continued to fall, the roaring quickly diminished. The book of blood spirit in Ganzingilai's hand emitted a red glow, and by then he had stopped his action, looking at the slain flesh corpse. Contract. As he conveyed his intent of the contract, a red light soon enveloped the flesh corpse, transforming the remains into a stream of red light that merged into the pages of the book of blood spirit. Ganzingilai could feel his body strengthening, his eyes flashed with excitement. "Suhan, Mio, I succeeded." Speaking, his mind moved, and the book of blood spirit lit up, then his angel envoy appeared before them. Standing about 1.80 meters, with pallid skin, a fierce twisted face, hunched spine, and terrifyingly elongated claws, it was enough to send shivers down the spine. It was much shorter than Suhan's angel envoy and clearly much weaker in strength. Suhan asked, "How does it feel?" "I can control this creature." "Angel envoy, and it seems my body has gotten stronger. My back isn't hurting anymore." "Suhan. Did I ask you that?" Ganzingilai was originally a programmer who worked overtime every day. At only 27 or 28, he already looked like he was in his 30s, so it wasn't hard to understand why his body had undergone a transformation to become healthier. "Control your angel envoy, walk in front from now on," he said. Encountering a flesh corpse in the stairwell was unexpected, likely lured here by the noise from the 7th floor yesterday. As Ganzingilai's excitement subsided, he had no other unusual thoughts. Wiping the blood off his body, he nodded and said, "I'll control it to go ahead." The 3 continued downstairs, passed through the fire door, and arrived at the 6th floor. As soon as they reached this point, the scent of blood had already wafted over. In the dimly lit stairwell the smell was intense, with hints of chewing sounds faintly audible. Tap, tap as footsteps echoed, the chewing sounds abruptly stopped. Flesh corpses at both ends of the corridor suddenly rose, turned around, and growled as they opened their mouths full of sharp teeth, then they rapidly charged at the trio on all fours. "Stop them." Having killed a flesh corpse by hand, Ganzingilai seemed to have gained some courage and wasn't scared. He controlled his own flesh corpse angel envoy and charged forward. Although it had become an angel envoy, being outnumbered 1 to 2 was not advantageous. It crazily held off 2 flesh corpses, then its claws reached for their heads, leaving trails of wounds. Meanwhile, the relentless fighting inflicted massive wounds on Ganzingilai's angel envoy as well. "Take action, kill one of them," Suhan commanded. Suhan controlled his own flesh corpse angel envoy to step forward, his hands' sharp metallic claws extended, and with swift movement, he clawed at the arm of another flesh corpse that was squeezing by. With a clanging sound, the arm was cleanly severed, spurting a lot of blood. Roar! The flesh corpse became even more frenzied, but what responded was another powerful punch from the angel envoy's iron skin, smashing half of its head. "Watch the back." Suddenly, Yan Mi cried out. Suhan turned around swiftly, only to see a pair of dim red lights appearing at the end of the opposite corridor. He shone the flashlight over, and with squeaking and grating sounds, a creature appeared. It was a half-meter-long rat with rotting skin showing bone on its back, equipped with sharp teeth and claws. The giant rat charged at them, its speed even faster than the flesh corpses, and in an instant, it was not far in front of them. At that time, both Suhan's and Ganzingilai's angel envoys were at the forefront, with some distance between them, and with Yan Mi and Suhan standing in between, their reaction came a fraction too late. Suhan, staying calm, his eyes cold, thought to himself, "Damn it." He instantly activated iron skin, his skin turning pitch black in an instant. The giant rat leaped high, its eyes blood red, about to pounce on Suhan who was closest to it. But in this crisis, Suhan remained composed and stepped forward, slashing directly with his bone-chopping knife. The knife strike was sharp and decisive, hitting the giant rat's front paw and severing it, which then fell to the ground. The giant rat was hit midair, lost its balance, and crashed to the ground, injuring one of its legs from the pain, wildly fluttering and squealing as if it was insane. Suhan was about to step forward, but Yanmeo, because the giant rat fell closer to her, moved faster. In the critical moment, she exerted all her strength and fiercely chopped down with the bone-chopping knife. The sound was distinct, and the giant rat's head, as large as a sea bowl, was almost entirely severed, spilling pungent blood all over the ground. Suhan was stunned. This woman is so fierce? PFFT on the other side, Suhan's flesh corpse angel envoy twisted off the head of the flesh corpse controlled by Ganzingali's angel envoy, ending the threat. Are you okay, Miu? Seeing his girlfriend holding the knife and sitting slumped on the ground, Ganzingali was startled and rushed over to support her, his expression anxious. After several calls, Yanmea finally gathered her strength and said, "Old Gan." Her voice had a crying tone but she didn't cry. Even men seeing such a bloody scene for the first time felt uncomfortable, let alone her. Suhan composed himself and suddenly said, "Form the contract now, we haven't seen a giant rat before, and it was you who killed it." Since Yanmea had taken the initiative herself, there was no need to catch another flesh corpse for her to form a contract with. Moreover, since the giant rat was indeed something new, forming a contract would serve as a good reference. Yanmea nodded silently, then closed her eyes slightly, beginning the contract. Chapter 8 Survivor. The red light enveloped the giant rat's corpse, along with the severed limbs, and then they were all fused into the pages of the Book of Blood Spirit. After the fusion was complete, Yanmea opened her eyes and took the initiative to say, "The contract was successful, it's a rot-skin rat." With a thought, the giant rat, as long as half a meter without counting its tail, reappeared in front of the three of them. This rot-skin rat was half a meter long, not counting the tail. If you included the tail, it was almost a meter, comparable in size to some ordinary dogs. My body has also been strengthened, but the change isn't particularly significant. However, this rot-skin rat seems to have a skill. Yanmea's gaze stealthily glanced at Suhan, thinking, Suhan must also have skills, which seemed to be even more formidable. Surprised, Suhan looked at Yanmea and asked, "What skill?" Yanmea did not hide anything since sharing information as a team was one of the best ways to build trust. Rot poison, weak, its claw strikes and bites carry rot poison, which can cause infection and poisoning if not treated properly. Ganzingali muttered and interjected, "Kind of like the Komodo dragon, huh?" Suhan nodded, "You let the rot-skin rat scout ahead, my angel envoy will follow second, and old Gan's angel envoy will take up the rear." "Got it, I'll take care of the rear." During the simple exploration, Yanmea and Ganzingali's performances helped to establish a basic trust in the team, and such arrangements could enhance efficiency even more. On the 6th floor, the doors of 3 households were wide open, with conspicuous bloodstains and impact marks on them, clearly the work of monsters. Yanmea controlled the rot-skin rat and approached the nearest door, circumventing the corpses on the ground to reach the doorstep. The closer she got, the more obvious the marks on the door became, and one could faintly see the scratches where the paint had peeled off. Seeing the broken door lock, Ganzingali whispered, "It's been broken through, I wonder if it was those two earlier." A flesh corpse's strength was greater than that of an ordinary person, a twisted body and rage allowed it to unleash more power. In such a situation, a security door cannot withstand the impact. The living room was in disarray, the sofa stained red with blood, and a body lay on it, missing more than half. "Look for useful things, and also food." The three entered the house, and after confirming there were no flesh corpses in the living room, they began to search for supplies separately. With angel envoys scouting ahead, even entering the bedrooms wasn't worrisome, as they didn't have to fear monsters hiding inside and launching a sneak attack. Suhan searched for supplies in the kitchen and living room, Ganzingali went to the secondary bedroom and guest bedroom, while Yanmea headed for the master bedroom. The kitchen was relatively tidy, with the fridge and cabinets still intact. But when Suhan opened the refrigerator, a rotten smell immediately wafted out. Without electricity for a day and a night, and in a completely sealed environment, everything had gone bad. Other than the rice seasoning, which might still be usable, everything else in the refrigerator was likely spoiled. As for the contents of the freezer, the ice had all melted, leaving water flowing all over once the door was opened, soaking everything, mainly some ribs and such. Although they only seemed to have defrosted and not yet gone bad, Suhan didn't dare to take any. In the current situation, even a case of diarrhea could not be treated by a doctor, it was better to be cautious and avoid risks. "Suhan." Suddenly, Ganzingali's voice came through, and, on alert, Suhan quickly headed for the secondary bedroom. "What's the situation?" Gan Xingilai stood by the door with a grim expression and said in a low voice, "There's a survivor, but the situation doesn't look good." He pointed in the direction of the wardrobe. The doors were already open. It was a large floor wardrobe, big enough to hide a person inside. Suhan, accompanied by his angel envoy Flesh Corpse, walked over and looked into the wardrobe. Nestled among the clothes was a young woman, pale-faced, with her eyes tightly shut, and her body trembling incessantly. Drip-drop, the sound of dripping came, and upon closer inspection, it was blood dripping from the pile of clothes, originating from the woman's abdomen. "First get her out and lay her on the bed." Suhan had his angel envoy carry the woman out, then placed her on the bed, whereupon he heard Yan Miu, whom Gan Xingilai had called earlier, hurry over. After she examined the woman's condition, Yan Miu stood up and shook her head, her face looking rather bleak. "There's a hole in her abdomen from a bite, and she's still feverish. The wound is likely infected, and she's lost a lot of blood." The wound kept oozing blood, and although Yan Mi was now pressing down on it with clothes, it continued to bleed slowly. Stopping the blood flow was challenging, not to mention the woman was still running a high fever, her skin burning hot. A moment of silence fell among the three of them. Suhan spoke, "Give her some water to drink, see if there are any anti-inflammatory drugs you can use on her. If she doesn't improve by tomorrow, I'll handle it." None of them were doctors, and seeking medical help was not feasible under the current circumstances. Survival was now a matter of fate. Yan Mi nodded in agreement. "Okay, I found some in the master bedroom." After a cursory treatment of the woman, they closed the bedroom door tightly and then regrouped in the living room. "I found some snacks and household medicines in the master bedroom, but not much. There are 2 power banks though, with enough charge to power our flashlights." Yan Mi laid out the items she found on the table. Gan Xingilai then added, "There's not much in the guest and secondary bedrooms, just a fruit knife. Suhan, do we need to dismantle for metal this time?" He remembered Suhan was in need of metal, probably for one of his angel envoy's skills, hence the question. The stronger Suhan became, the safer they would be. Suhan pondered for a while, still undecided about the materials needed for the third fusion. Although he could start over with the fusion process, he could not afford to waste time and materials. Fusing with ordinary metal at level 2 had already consumed several hundred pounds. Naturally, the material requirement for level 3 would be much more significant. To gather that much material, one would need to scour every room in a building, and that would likely still not be enough unless they disassembled load-bearing walls. However, no one in their right mind would do that. Not for now. He shook his head and said, "Let's continue scavenging for resources and try to clear the lower floors. Without a refrigerator, we hardly have any fresh food left. Preserved meat, rice, pasta, canned goods, and snacks are still fine. Anything else will probably be sparse, and sooner or later we'll have to look outside. The sooner we clear the floors below, the sooner we can plan our next move." He hadn't found much food in the kitchen either, just a small bag of rice and flour, so he was well aware of the situation. "Alright, let's continue." Their teamwork gradually became more in sync as they kept scavenging for supplies on the 6th floor. In another room with its door busted open, they encountered another corpse. This time, Yan Mi's rot skin rat acted immediately, leaping forward to exploit its advantage by biting at the neck of the corpse, ripping off a large chunk of flesh down to the bone. Then Suhan's angel envoy followed, with its claw piercing directly through the corpse's heart, killing it. Compared to the corpse, perhaps the rot skin rat's strength was not its strong suit, but had it been a person, that attack would have surely been lethal. The wound was not only deep, but the rot skin rat's strikes also carried rot poison. They cleared one apartment after another. By late morning, they had cleaned up the entire 6th floor. Apart from the woman in the first room, there were no survivors on the 6th floor. One apartment was empty, and 2 or 3 showed traces of slaughter, a complete mess. 3 pounds of preserved meat, 30 pounds of rice and flour, 5 bags of dried noodles, 10 packets of instant noodles, and a multitude of snacks made up their scavenged supplies. There were also many medications, mostly common drugs, not much different from what they had found before. The haul was meager, to the point where it didn't even fill 3 backpacks when divided amongst them. After considering the situation, the 3 of them decided to continue clearing downward to the 5th floor. The situation on the 5th floor was not much better than on the 6th. In the hallway, there were 3 roaming corpses gathered at the end of the corridor, in front of a door. Roar! The 3 twisted figures of the corpses spotted Suhan's group at the other end of the hallway and charged straight at them. They were ferocious, but after the cleaning of the 6th floor, Gan Xingilai and Yan Mi had become more adept at surviving in this post-apocalyptic world. Gan Xingilai, using his angel envoy, stepped forward and grappled one corpse, while Yan Mi's rot-skin rat leapt up and took advantage of the moment to gnaw the controlled corpse's head to a pulp. The two of them worked seamlessly together and quickly dealt with one of the corpses. As for the remaining ones, they rushed forward only to be blocked by Suhan's angel envoy, which threw one aside with a heavy punch and then decapitated it with its claw. The other shrieked and lunged at the angel envoy. A grating screech filled the air as iron skin blocked the attack, followed by the angel envoy's claw piercing its heart the very next moment. After cleaning up the corpses and with the hallway stained red with blood, the three had gradually grown accustomed to the sight. "Let's start with this room." Creak. Before Suhan could finish, the door suddenly opened, and a skinny man with glasses and a somber expression cautiously peered out. You're the rescuers, right?" Chapter 9. Zhuang. The house was not inhabited by just a man. Suhan's gaze shifted to the inside of the room and only then did she notice a woman standing behind him, sporting wavy long hair and thin lips. "Are you going to protect us while we go downstairs?" "Just wait, I'll pack up some stuff." The woman, seeing that the three people hadn't spoken for a while and vaguely hearing the half-sentence from Suhan earlier, from this room, thought they were rescue workers and started talking on her own. "We've waited a day for someone to come, but at least someone's here to rescue us now." "We are not rescue personnel," Suhan interrupted the woman's non-stop chatter, causing both to be taken aback, and they responded, "Then who are you?" "Upstairs neighbors." "Have you really not grasped the situation after a whole day?" Suhan spoke coldly, their impression of the couple not very favorable, detecting a sense of self-importance in their tone. In fact, that was exactly the case. It was only now that the man with glasses and the woman took a closer look and realized that though all three were dressed in dark-colored windbreakers, indeed they were not uniforms, only similar in appearance. The couple's expression subtly changed, revealing a hint less reverence. The man said, "So you're the neighbors, then? Did you bring these monsters yourselves, not sent by the state? So, is the Book of Blood Spirit a real thing?" He was calculating in his mind, if these college kids can get a hold of monsters, maybe I could learn how as well. Then I'd be safe. Kill a monster yourself and you can make a contract. Suhan didn't hide this fact, it wasn't a secret anyway. However, upon hearing this, the man's face showed difficulty. Asking him to kill a monster was asking him to die, wasn't it? His eyes darted around, and looking at Suhan, he suddenly thought, college students are easy to fool. Rather than doing it myself, why not have him work for me? Young man, asking me to kill monsters is really putting me in a tough spot, isn't it? I'll give you $5,000 and a gold ring. How about you catch 2 monsters for the 2 of us? A cold smile flickered in Suhan's eyes. Call the man smart, for knowing cash might not be as useful as gold, but call him stupid for really not understanding the situation, thinking anyone could be bossed around. Old Gan, let's do it by the book, collect the cleanup fee. Gan Zingali grinned and said, got it. He walked over to the man and then said, we cleaned up the flesh corpses on the 5th floor, ensuring your safety, so according to the rules, we need to collect a cleaning fee. Hand over half of the food and medicine, and if you don't have that, compensate with other useful things. What? The man's voice suddenly rose by several octaves, his eyes widened in shock, pointing at Gan Zingali. You're robbing us. If you won't help, then don't, but how can you do this? Such a bunch of... He didn't dare finish the sentence, but his wife screamed shrilly, the monsters were killed by you, not summoned by us. What does this have to do with us? The two argued but, sensing trouble, quickly started shoving to try to close the door and hide inside the house. Bang! However, at that moment, Suhan's angel envoy, a flesh corpse, landed a hefty punch directly onto the door, indenting a sizable dent in the metal security door. The man and his wife cried out in pain, knocked to the ground by the enormous force transmitted through the door. Go inside and take it yourself. With Suhan's command given, Gan Zingali nodded and, controlling his own flesh corpse along with Yan Miu, went in to collect resources. This time, having witnessed the angel envoy's strength, the couple fell silent, as quiet as cicadas in winter, yet in the depths of their eyes simmered resentment. Although Suhan's approach was aggressive, the fee he charged was reasonable. With the flesh corpses cleared and a safe environment in exchange for half of their supplies, it was clear to anyone with eyes which was the heavier and which the lighter. As for offending people, Suhan wasn't afraid. He wouldn't kill without reason, but if someone was seeking death, he didn't mind strengthening his courage and then mastering a skill that could crush bones into dust. Click! Suddenly, a faint sound of a door opening came through. Suhan's expression became serious as he turned vigilant. The angel envoy flesh corpse looked toward the direction of the sound, the door of room 7504. Suhan, with the angel envoy flesh corpse, approached and indeed, he saw a crack in the door of room 7504. Brother, don't attack, I'm alive too. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut poked out his upper body. He was smiling, wearing a black short-sleeve shirt, about 1.8 meters tall with a square face. Middle-aged plumpness made his face rounder, and a clear scar could be seen on his forearm. "What's the matter?" "Brother, my name is Zhuang. I heard everything you guys were talking about just now and saw it all. You are quite capable, brother." Zhuang, having seen Suhan and the angel envoy's faces, didn't show fear but heaped on praise instead. Before Suhan could speak, Zhuang continued, "Those who are alive should be grateful for your help. We'll hand over half of our food and medicine. Though it's uncomfortable, it's what should be done. Those with small glasses and his mistress, they don't know what's good for them. I've got 20 kilos of rice and flour, along with 6 bottles of mao tai, all of which I can share with you. I also have some matters to discuss with you, if it's convenient." Zhuang spoke honestly, with his words exuding the message that though he wasn't happy about his stuff being taken, he had no complaints about turning it over. This Zhuang has got something. The words of Zhuang were pleasing to Suhan. Whether it was insincere or genuinely open, this way of speaking was definitely more comfortable than being imperious. However, he remained calm and didn't let it get to his head, asking, "What do you want to know?" Zhuang's face lit up with joy when he heard Suhan's response. His cheeks quivered with his smile as he said, "I mean no disrespect, brother, please don't blame me. It's about those contract monsters. Besides killing them, is there anything else we need to pay attention to? To be frank with you, if there weren't 3 creatures in that corridor, I would have already gone at them with a crowbar." "Suhan. What do you do, elder brother?" "I used to run transportation when I was young." Zhuang stretched out his hand and pointed to the scar on it. "Later, when I couldn't compete anymore, I bought 2 trucks and became a small boss, cooperating with a logistics company. To be able to do long-distance trucking, and especially as a former long-distance truck driver, one really couldn't manage without guts." Suhan revealed a bit of realization, so that was it. He also hid the details of the contract, saying, "Killing them with your own hands will do." Having received an answer, Zhuang felt reassured and said, "Brother, I'd like to make a deal with you. I have keys to 2 trucks, and there are a couple of crowbars and some large wrenches in my room, which are better weapons than that kitchen knife of yours. I'll give you 1 truck and the weapons in exchange for a favor." "To kill those flesh corpses?" "Yes, to kill those creatures. I'm willing to take them on one-on-one, but you never know what might happen. I'm middle-aged now, and even though I take my goji berries daily, I'm not as strong as when I was young. So I'm asking you to protect me while I kill those creatures." Zhuang clasped his hands together in a salute and said, "I'm not being completely honest here. These items should rightfully be yours by half, so using them as a bargaining chip is somewhat underhanded of me. But I have my uses too, driving trucks. I know some things about the logistics companies in the city, bulk goods markets, warehouses, and if you need help gathering supplies, I'm definitely on board without a word." "Alright, I'll find one for you later." Suhan didn't ponder for long. The fairness of the deal aside, the fact that he knew about the bulk goods warehouses and markets alone proved his worth. Helping out as a courtesy to retain a connection was no problem at all. What's more, this man was an old hand, not the type to drag his feet easily. "Suhan, the stuff is moved." Gan Xinglai and Yanmi came out with the items still in their hands and, with a bang, the man with the speedy glasses and his mistress hastily closed their door. Chapter 10 Trading just this stuff? Suhan was somewhat surprised as he looked at the items they were holding, which included neither rice nor flour, just a few bags of bread and dried noodles. Gan Xinglai complained, "There's not much food, but there are plenty of condoms and blue pills." Yan Mi's cheeks flushed red as she kicked the complaining Gan Xinglai. Zhuang laughed, "Not surprising, that pretty boy kept a mistress here, it would be strange without these things." The pair was so high and mighty, looking down on everyone with their noses in the air, they didn't see what was coming. They've brought it on themselves. When Gan Xinglai saw Zhuang, curiosity filled his eyes. "Who was he?" "Zhuang." Suhan introduced everyone and recounted the recent events. Zhuang said, "Wait here, I'll get you something." He entered the house without closing the door, unconcerned about Suhan and the others following him in. In an empty room, he grabbed a couple of crowbars, several large wrenches, metal pipes, and even a sledgehammer before coming back out. True to his work in transportation, these items looked fierce, but once thrown into a vehicle, they became nothing more than perfectly legal tools. But whether they are used in legal manners, no one knows. These items could fix cars, or they could fix people. The crowbar, a Stanley make, was about 1.2 meters long and weighed around 16 pounds, a substantial heft. Even a strong man might have difficulty holding it for long, but the weight combined with the length and the sturdy material made it a serious weapon. Zhuang wasn't joking when he said it could crack open the skulls of meaty corpses. Suhan weighed it in his hand and actually found it a bit light. These days, he could easily lift something weighing 300 pounds, thus, Wielding such a weapon naturally felt too light to him. However, compared to the bone-chopping kitchen knife, the crowbar was much more handy, and its nickname of the physical sword of physics was indeed deserved. The pipes were of similar length to the crowbars, roughly 1.2 meters, but they were much lighter, weighing at most 5 or 6 pounds. Nonetheless, with their solid thickness, they too were formidable bludgeons. Wrenches were a bit shorter, less than 50 centimeters, but almost as heavy as the pipes. The thick, heavy head of the wrench clearly made it easier to wield against someone. These are the tools I use for fixing and carrying in the truck, never thought they'd come in handy now. Do they suit you, brother? Not bad, Suhan nodded as he put away the bone-chopping kitchen knife and picked up a crowbar in one hand and slipped a wrench into his backpack, letting the handle stick out by the side zipper. Old Gan, you guys should switch to these weapons too. Sure thing. Gan's Ingalai immediately grabbed a crowbar but found it a bit heavy upon trying to handle it. Although he had enhanced himself and could carry it, it still felt burdensome, so he switched to a metal pipe instead. Yan Mi directly took a metal pipe, leaving one crowbar, a few pipes, and wrenches remaining. Let the Angel Envoy carry weapons. Yan Mi had a flash of inspiration, suddenly recalling the disadvantage they had faced in the earlier fight. Although Gan Zingalai had also contracted a meaty corpse as an Angel Envoy, it only seemed to have a little more strength at the moment, and it didn't have overwhelming combat power. One-on-one was manageable, but against two, it was less effective and struggled to fully protect its host. However, with weapons in hand, things would be different. Yeah, give the Angel Envoy a couple of wrenches. Gan Zingalai took 2 wrenches and had the Angel Envoy grasp them. Surprisingly, those huge claws could grip them firmly, turning it into something akin to a wrench-wielding murderer, which was somewhat unsettling to watch. Suhan, do you want one for yours? Gan Zingalai, holding a pipe, asked Suhan. Suhan shook his head and looked at Zhuang. Brother Zhu, get ready. I'll find you a monster. A flicker of joy passed through Zhuang's eyes as he replied, thanks, brother. Finding a monster wasn't difficult. On the 5th floor, there were 4 other households. Breaking into 2 of them revealed nothing. A room was even empty, likely because a tenant had moved out and no new one had moved in yet. The remaining 2 households had yet to be entered when faint roars could be heard from inside, obviously harboring something. Brother, I'll break the door and let that thing come out to the hallway. Be ready. Zhu Zhuang nodded, his expression grew solemn, and he gripped the steel pipe in his hand tightly. Click like before, Suhan's Angel Envoy flesh corpse thrust its sharp metallic claw directly into the iron door, creating a hole and then unlocking it. With a light click, the door opened, and the flesh corpse inside heard the noise at the door and rushed over quickly. Retreating about 2 or 3 meters, the Angel Envoy flesh corpse positioned itself just behind Zhu Zhuang, separated by no more than the span of one body. At this distance, even if Zhu Zhuang made a mistake, he could still protect him. Zhu Zhuang took a deep breath, his eyes wide open as he watched the door, and with a bang, the door was struck open, and a flesh corpse staggered out from inside. Its spine twisted, yet its stature was not short, approximately 1 meter 80, about the same height as Zhu Zhuang, roaring and opening its wide mouth as it rushed towards Zhu Zhuang, the nearest target. Zhu Zhuang's heart pounded, but his eyes became fiercer. Fuck your grandfather, sorry neighbor. He strode forward without any hesitation, and fiercely smashed the metal pipe down. With a heavy thud, the flesh corpse was sent staggering, its form lowering, momentum checked. An old hand in brawling, Zhu Zhuang knew not to hesitate and swung his metal pipe in a full circle, hitting hard, thud after thud, the pipe meeting flesh. Arms were broken, a head caved in with a blow, blood splattered, coating him, yet he did not stop his assault. After more than a dozen blows, finally, there was silence, and Zhu Zhuang stopped, panting heavily. Damn it, that wore me out. The flesh corpse was beaten to death without any hesitation. The book of blood spirit on Zhu Zhuang's arm glowed red, then enveloped the corpse he had killed. The flesh corpse turned into a red light, and then bonded with the pages of his book of blood spirit, ultimately completing the contract. And in the moment of the contract, Zhu Zhuang felt the reciprocation of power from the Angel Envoy, a warm current flowing toward every part of his body. This feels better than a foot, but Zhu Zhuang's body quivered slightly, that thought subconsciously appearing in his mind, and then, as the warmth passed, he came back around. I cannot thank you enough. In this apocalyptic world, if you need any help, just tell me. If we need to go out and gather resources, and the truck needs driving, count me in. Zhu Zhuang didn't harbor wild ambitions because of the contract. He knew the world was sure to descend into chaos, and that monsters wouldn't be limited to these flesh corpses. Only by working together could they possibly survive, much like when he drove trucks through the chaotic north back then. It's getting dark, we'll continue clearing the lower floors tomorrow. Hearing Suhan's words, Zhu Zhuang understood and immediately nodded. Tomorrow, I'll pitch in too, count on me. brother. After clearing the 6th and 5th floors, the hallway's light gradually dimmed, suggesting it was nearly evening. Suhan and the other two retreated back to the 7th floor, moving all the resources they had found. On the 5th and 6th floors, we found roughly 150 kilograms of rice, 30 bags of noodles including instant noodles, 10 cans, 4 kilograms of cured meat, and various other items like eggs, snacks, and some medicine, mostly for colds and fevers. Yan Mi voluntarily tallied up the resources, which, added to the previous collection from the 7th floor by Suhan, resulted in no more than 300 kilograms of supplies in total. Normally, a person's daily intake of rice and other foods, if abundant, would only be about half a kilogram to a little over 1 kilogram. However, now, everyone had been enhanced, and with meat scarce, their consumption of rice and flour would definitely be more. 200 to 300 kilograms of rice and flour could last them 1 to 2 months, but cooking rice required water, which was the biggest limiting factor. Tomorrow we'll focus on clearing the flesh corpses, speed up getting to the ground floor to assess the situation. We'll continue to gather resources, but that won't be the main focus. What's more important is to collect as much water as possible since we might be cut off from water supply before long. Yan Mi nodded and said, "Got it, I'll go cook something to eat." Suhan instructed, "Make sure to cook plenty." Dinner was simple, cured meat with some fresh vegetables they found, and about 3 to 4 kilograms of rice. The three of them finished their meal plainly. Though it looked like a lot of food, nothing was left over. As Suhan had significantly enhanced his body far more than Gan Xinglai and Yan Miu, naturally, he ate the most, virtually taking care of the entire meal himself. After dinner, the three sat on the couch, and Suhan thought for a moment before asking the two about serious matters. How fast do you two feel the angel envoy power is reciprocating? Chapter 11, Four-Armed Corpse. Gan Xinglai thought carefully, organized his language, and replied, "Since the contract, there has been a constant though somewhat indistinct feedback enhancement, and my strength has definitely improved a bit compared to the morning. However, as for the speed and effect, without a comparison, it's hard for me to say for sure, but definitely not as much as you." Suhan's strength was clearly evident to him, although he had never asked about the specifics of the angel envoy's claw. In his mind, though, it was a given that it was a skill naturally acquired, and its considerable strength was categorized under the strength enhancement of the angel envoy and receiving more power feedback. However, only Suhan himself knew what was truly happening with him, with most of his strength stemming from fusion and natural enhancement, making it somewhat difficult to estimate. After thinking for a moment, he changed his question to, how many days would it take to reach first-level intermediate? Gan Xinglai thought seriously and said, based on my feeling, if nothing unexpected happens, it should take about 7 days. After the contract, there was a vague sense of the angel envoy's strength, which was a link between them, and naturally, they could feel the advancement of this power. However, whether the speed of strength enhancement was consistent every day was something he could not guarantee. Suhan looked at Yan Miu, who, after a bit of thought, said, it should take me about 5 days. When I control the rot skin rat, the gradual increase in speed is not slow. I can feel my constitution slowly improving and my speed picking up a little. From morning till afternoon, there had hardly been any rest. Previously, when working in sales and running around all the time, she would have been utterly exhausted by now, but today she wasn't. Comparing the two cases, if he put aside the aspect of fusion, Suhan's angel envoy's advancement speed was likely close to Yan Miu's. Looking at it this way, perhaps there isn't much difference between everyone. The key to accelerating strength enhancement still lies in fusion materials. Having set his mind, he looked at the two and said, let's rest for now. Tomorrow, we'll call Zhuang and continue clearing the place. Gan Xinglai and Yan Mi didn't stay at Suhan's place, though they had rooms. It wasn't appropriate. Once the two left, the room became empty and silent, save for the light of the electric lamp and Suhan himself. The lamp was part of the supplies found today, connected to a power bank and set to the lowest brightness. It could last a long time. Fusion with level 2 ordinary metals already takes 300 to 400 pounds of metal, and level 3 will likely require even more, possibly over 1,000 pounds. Without leaving this building, it will be hard to gather enough in the short term. We need to switch to a different type of material. In terms of suitable materials for fusion, he had previously considered this, eventually choosing metal. Now, if not using metal, the first choice would still be the previous few materials: stone, water, wood, and so on. Suhan took out those items and placed them in front of him, thinking, let's first test the material suitability. Material suitability determined the speed and efficiency of fusion, which was very important at this stage, as it related to the speed of his own strength enhancement. Material detecting ordinary rock, proceed with fusion. Fusion. As Suhan tested them one by one, when the angel envoy's flesh enveloped a rock and slowly began to fuse it, His brow furrowed slightly. This speed, it's a bit slower than metal. His hunch was right, and when the fusion was complete, the fusion degree appeared. Ordinary rock, 0.03%. A stone slightly smaller than a fist had earned just this little fusion degree. To complete level 1 fusion, he'd need at least a few £100 or more, a quantity he couldn't manage, and time wouldn't allow for it either. Interrupting the fusion degree of the ordinary rock disappeared, and Suhan picked up the next fusion material. A cup of water, fusion time 3 minutes, fusion degree 0.05%, slightly higher than the rock but still slower than metal, requiring a large quantity. His reserved water might not suffice, creating a resource scarcity. A piece of wood, fusion time 3 minutes, fusion degree 0.08%, higher than the previous two, but still not as good as metal, and the problem was similar. Finding wood in the apartment wouldn't be much more substantial than finding metal. For a moment, Suhan felt frustrated. Time could be made available, but the building's limited resources were the more challenging problem to solve. If only he were in a garage or at a rebar yard, he could satisfy the ordinary metal fusion to the greatest extent possible. The most common items in the apartment now, which should also be available. Wait, the corpses of the four-armed corpses. Suddenly, Suhan thought of the corpses. Weren't the corpses and monsters the most plentiful things in the building right now? Moreover, considering compatibility, things of the same origin should at least not be worse than metal. As for what attributes would be added, he'd know after trying. Suhan stood up, holding a flashlight in one hand and a crowbar in the other, and ordered the Angel Envoy corpse to open the door. There was a corpse from yesterday's kill in the 7th floor corridor ready-made experimental material. Arriving at the corridor, the smell of blood mixed with a faint stench, he covered his nose slightly and muttered, "Even if the fusion isn't great, this body should be cleaned up, otherwise, it will rot and breed disease." Drawing near to the corpse on the ground, Suhan commanded the Angel Envoy to step forward, grabbing onto the corpse's body, while he began concentrating mentally. Detected fusion material, corpse flesh and blood, proceed with fusion? As expected, it can be fused. Fusion. No sooner had Suhan given the command than he saw countless tendrils of flesh on the Angel Envoy, worming towards the corpse, intertwining and fusing. The corpse body was disappearing at an extremely fast rate. In less than 5 minutes, only a twisted skeleton remained on the ground. The skull deformed, the spine contorted, bearing no resemblance to a human. Feeling a power feedback more pronounced than after the previous 3 fusions, Suhan was delighted. He opened the Angel Envoy's attribute panel and saw that it was a success. Angel Envoy, corpse, rank, 1st level intermediate, skills, claw, iron skin, fusion, level 2 ordinary metal, corpse flesh and blood 18%, just one corpse had achieved a 18% fusion degree. How could Suhan not be thrilled? This meant that even if the percentage needed increased later on, he wouldn't need more than 7 or 8 corpses to complete the first fusion. And in these 2 days, the number of corpses he had cleared and killed on the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors clearly exceeded this number. Tonight, if he followed the trail from the daytime, fusing along the way, he could complete the first fusion. With no time to lose, Suhan took his flashlight and began entering rooms on the 7th floor with corpse bodies, passing through one after another, continually fusing the corpses. From the 7th floor to the 6th and down to the 5th, after the fusion of the 10th corpse's flesh and blood, Suhan had achieved tonight's KPI. Level 1 corpse flesh and blood fusion. The corpse has achieved an advancement in form, four-armed corpse. As the prompt sounded, Suhan looked astounded. When he looked towards the Angel Envoy corpse, he immediately saw beneath the glowing red body, muscles bulging, and bones cracking with a caw-caw sound, stretching incessantly. The already 2-meter-tall Angel Envoy surged in size again, becoming a 2.5-meter-tall behemoth, with a thick waist and broad back, muscles bulging like a bull. Between its spine and shoulder blades, its muscles swelled, the bones twisted and deformed, and in no time, like bamboo shoots sprouting from the earth, 2 brawny arms burst forth. The muscles in the arms swelled with a sense of power, and the claws were sharp, not different from the original limbs. Angel Envoy, four-armed corpse, rank, 1st level intermediate, skills, claw, iron skin, fusion, level 2 ordinary metal, level 1 corpse flesh and blood 2%. The rank remained unchanged, but Suhan could feel that the four-armed corpse was 2 to 3 times stronger than before, yet the breakthrough was not far off. A strong sense of warmth also reflected back to him, providing immense comfort to his limbs and joints, as muscles and bones were immersed and constantly improved, making his own strength even greater. The effects are better than expected, and the compatibility is high. Although it's not a skill, the changes in form are likely even more valuable. It seems that for a while, the goal needs to change, prioritizing corpse fusion, Suhan said with a smile, having found suitable materials for fusion a very good thing indeed. Chapter 12, First Floor Gathering Area. Captain Ching, we've pushed up to the third floor today, and there's enough room for everyone to stay, but food is still a problem, someone said. In the lobby of Building 7, 4 or 5 people in black security uniforms were sitting around a table. A dim table lamp was placed on the table, casting a weak light that illuminated the faces of the few people, all of whom appeared restless and frowned heavily. The man leading them was in his early 40s, sporting a neatly trimmed buzz cut, and had a resolute expression. Although it was hard to tell his height while sitting, his straight posture and broad shoulders suggested he was likely a tall, sturdy man, radiating vigor and spirit. Tomorrow, continue to search above the 4th floor, try to find food, and distribute whatever you can amongst everyone, but control the amount. A middle-aged security guard muttered, Boss Ching, this won't work. Yifeng's group is already unhappy. They took an extra portion today when food was being distributed, claiming more work, more pay. They exerted themselves and shouldn't be left to starve. Ching Zanyang furrowed his brows slightly. More work does mean more pay, but handling monster corpses, organizing items, and reinforcing the doors others have put in effort too. It's okay to give a little less, but giving none at all will cause serious problems. He paused, then added, just hold on a bit longer, encourage more people who are brave enough to kill monsters to help clean up, and those who can make a contract with the Angel Envoy should do so. Only by clearing the building will it be somewhat safer. If there's still no rescue by that time, our large numbers could also allow us to go out to supermarkets for supplies. The team members nodded. I understand the logic, but Captain, I'm just venting, but it's indeed easy for problems to arise over time. Ching Zanyang nodded and said, you guys take turns guarding here, and call others to take turns as well. I'm going to talk to Yifeng about what comes next. Staying united is the only way to survive. We can't afford to lose our formation. He got up and left the lobby, taking a flashlight to head towards the 3rd floor. As he turned around, his expression had become more somber, and his brows were deeply furrowed. He certainly knew that things could get chaotic over time, resources were limited, and individuals' power would continuously grow after making a contract with the Angel Envoy. Not everyone had the nature for fighting, nor could everyone quickly become stronger through the envoy. Eventually, conflicts would surely intensify. If they were not ordinary residents but his former teammates before he retired, it would have been a bit easier to manage the team. Ching Zanyang was lost in thought, recalling his former teammates. But he also knew that from the moment the large eyeballs suddenly appeared, and monsters began mutating among the people and starting massacres, everything had changed, and he could only try his best to survive. And now, he needed to find the other person who was one of the first to kill a monster on the day of mutation. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, when Gan Xinglai and Yan Mi came to Suhan in the morning and saw the Angel Envoy turn into the menacing 4-armed corpse, they were startled. Such a big change overnight, it's unbelievable, it shouldn't. Gan Xinglai knew he had touched on a taboo and immediately stopped himself, as casually mentioning ways to become stronger could offend people. However, Suhan didn't mind and simply said, a special skill. As long as he continued to fuse materials and grow stronger, it would be impossible to keep his abilities hidden, and others might guess to some extent. No need to deliberately hide, as long as his specific abilities weren't clearly understood by others, the advantage would remain his. Seeing that Suhan wasn't concerned, Gan Xinglai breathed a sigh of relief, while Yan Mi gave him a sideward glance, thinking, always speaking without thinking first. The stronger their leader Suhan in the apocalypse, the safer the two of them would be because they were now a team. I'll go cook some food, eggs with noodles. Yan Mi called out and then went into the kitchen to cook breakfast, taking advantage of the fact that the gas pipes still had supply on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Gan Xinglai and Suhan then prepared for a bit of exploration. They had already reached the 5th floor yesterday, and it was not much further to the 1st floor. Whether the 1st floor was all living humans or all monsters, they would find out soon enough. After a simple breakfast, they all changed their clothes, and the 3 of them walked down from the 7th floor. Thanks to the safety doors on the 7th floor being closed, there were no signs of higher floor corpses breaking in during the night. But this also meant that there were no signs of survivors from higher floors coming down. It was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and without special circumstances, people wouldn't easily venture out, unless they ran out of food. The trio descended 2 floors to the 5th floor, where they knocked on Zhu Zhuang's door. The door clicked open, and Zhu Zhuang, fully prepared in a camouflage jacket, a large backpack, and holding a crowbar, stood ready with the monster corpse that he had contracted with the previous day. The corpse likewise held 2 iron pipes, standing solemnly like a bodyguard, with its split fangs wide open in a terrifying manner. Brother, I appreciate you taking me along, he said gratefully. Suhan shook his head slightly and said, we're all just trying to survive. We should move down from the 4th floor, and hopefully we can clear it to the 1st floor by today, then reassess. Okay. All 4 of them released their angel envoys, with the rot-skin rat in the lead, followed by the 4-armed corpse, then the 4 of them, and finally, at the rear, were Gan Xinglai and Zhuzhuang's angel envoy corpses. As everyone descended to the 4th floor, the rot-skin rat made a noise, and Yan Mi cautiously said, "It seems like there's something." No sooner had the voice dropped than dense footsteps were heard in the hallway. Roar. The figure of the rot-skin rat was exposed, and instantly 4 or 5 corpses lunged towards it. The rot-skin rat moved rapidly, leaping towards the face of the foremost corpse, and immediately prepared to bite. However, as soon as it tore a small hole, a large hand suddenly grabbed its body and harshly flung it away. The 4-armed corpse then arrived, striding forward, and with a heavy punch, it knocked over the corpse, blood flowing copiously. Then, one of its armed claws stretched out, reaching directly for the head of the second corpse. That corpse, exceptionally agile, dodged with a tilt of the head, and the claw strike landed on its shoulder, severing the arm in an instant, causing blood to spurt profusely. At this moment, the remaining 3 corpses had already reached the front, and the shoulders of the 4-armed corpse, one hand on each side, clamped down on the necks of 2 corpses like the jaws of a python, lifting and smashing them against the wall with a thud. With its lower arms free, the 5 sharp claws converged like a knife, aimed at the head of the corpse. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. We're survivors too, not monsters. The man's shout reached Suhan's ears, and under his mindful control, the movements of the 4-armed corpse slightly altered. The converged claws clanged open, loosely encircling the corpse's head, the blades lightly scraping its skin. With just a squeeze, the outcome would remain unchanged. The head would burst. Suhan looked towards one side of the corridor, where 6 or 7 people emerged from a room, led by a man with a crew cut, standing upright. Behind him was a tall, skinny man with skin-tanned and yellow-dyed hair, around 25 or 26 years old, with slightly sunken eyes and a cold sweep of his gaze that quickly changed expressions. Behind these 2 were 5 more people, 2 dressed as security guards and 2 others in long-sleeve jackets, all appearing tense. "Who are you?" Suhan's gaze was serene, holding a crowbar in his hand, with Yan Miao, Gan Xinglai, and Zhuzhuang already standing behind him, all holding weapons and looking vigilant. The 3 angel envoys protected the 4-armed corpse, with Zhuzhuang and Gan Xinglai's angel envoy corpses wielding weapons, restraining the corpse previously knocked down by the 4-armed corpse. Cheng Zanyang and his group looked stunned, for the stature of the 4-armed corpse was excessively large, and it had effortlessly defeated their angel envoy in an instant, an event they had not anticipated. "Handsome, I'm really sorry," he said. "We were searching for supplies and thought it was a corpse monster, so we let the angel envoy rush out first. It's a temple flood, truly a misunderstanding." He pointed behind him at the security team members and said, "I am Cheng Zanyang, the captain of the property security team. We don't see each other often, but my 2 brothers often rotate through the entrance and exit, you should recognize them." Suhan looked at the 2 men, although he did not know their names, they were indeed familiar faces, being among the community's security guards. Despite recognizing them, in this apocalyptic world, it isn't easy to let down one's guard. "Did you come from the 1st floor?" "Yes," Cheng Zanyang nodded and said, "Handsome, what is your esteemed surname, and do you also reside here?" "Suhan." "Brother Suhan." Seeing that Suhan was not completely unwilling to cooperate, Cheng Zanyang also felt relieved. "Do you mind if we release the angel envoy first, and then I can explain properly about the situation on the 1st floor? There aren't many of us there, we're all sticking together for warmth." Chapter 13. Heading to the 1st floor. Suhan's mind stirred, and the 4-armed corpse threw down the 2 corpses and stepped back to the front of the group, standing like a mountain, its head not too far from the ceiling. The released angel envoy corpses also returned to their own side under the control of their host, but behind the blonde man, someone's face was grim, looking none too pleased. "Brother Fang, we're at a big loss, my angel envoy might not recover." "Don't talk nonsense. It was all a misunderstanding. That handsome guy Suhan didn't do it on purpose." He Fang told his underling to shut up and then flashed a smile at Suhan. "My name is He Fang. We were rash just now, my apologies." Both offered their apologies one after another, but Suhan could sense something amiss between them. Suhan looked at Cheng Zanyang. "How many people are there in the gathering spot on the 1st floor? What's the situation like?" "There are currently 27 people, all owners or tenants, who hid from the fog together on the 1st floor that day. There should have been more, but then that big eyeball appeared, and suddenly some people turned into monsters, harming many. That day, it just so happened that the security team was patrolling the area, and Cheng Zanyang was there. Together, they killed the monster and by a fluke, formed a contract. Otherwise, there might not have been so many survivors on the 1st floor, and a complete slaughter was not out of the question." After learning the number of people, Suhan pondered to himself, there aren't many people, but if we're going in and out searching for supplies, we can't avoid them, and the 7th floor isn't convenient. Brother, why don't you guys come to the 1st floor, too? It would be good to have each other's back. With such a powerful angel envoy as yours, we'll be able to clear the entire building quickly, making it safer and easier to find supplies. Cheng Zanyang was indeed inviting Suhan to join his thinking, still influenced by his military mindset valuing unity and a strong vanguard to ensure the safety of the entire team. Seeing his sincere attitude, Suhan didn't immediately agree. Gan Xinglai, Yan Miao, and Zhu Zhuang were all waiting for Suhan to speak. Yifeng and his people heard Cheng Zanyang inviting Suhan to join and showed subtle changes in expression, but they didn't speak up. First, tell me about the situation on the 1st floor, how you scavenge for supplies, and how you handle new arrivals bringing in items. Do they share or not? You have to talk about it. Otherwise, if we join hastily and you're unhappy later, and so are we, right, Captain Cheng? The crafty Zhu Zhuang spoke with a chuckle, easing the tension considerably. Cheng Zanyang nodded and spoke amicably, you make a good point, sir. Everyone has come together temporarily on the 1st floor without many rules. The supplies are your own, and we join together to ensure everyone's safety and to scavenge, distributing based on contribution. He went on to explain the situation in more detail, and Suhan now understood the general circumstances, not many people, not many rules, and as long as you don't endanger everyone's safety, many things were negotiable. As for bargaining, Suhan understood that it boiled down to one's strength. If one was strong or reputable, they would have a say. Having understood this, Suhan spoke up, I want 3 rooms on the 1st floor. We can cooperate on operations, but we don't take orders from anyone, we negotiate. His tone was calm but left no room for doubt. Talking about joining was a pretense, without trust and leadership foundations, it was merely banding together, and to expect to command each other was wishful thinking. Cheng Zanyang clearly understood this as well and nodded, that's fine, I'll persuade the others to switch rooms. Suhan said, I've cleared out from the 5th to the 7th floors except for a few locked rooms, which they can use at will. Cheng Zanyang's pupils contracted slightly, looking at Suhan with newfound respect. Truly extraordinary, 4 people had cleared 3 floors of monsters. The higher floors were different from the lower ones. When the anomaly happened on the lower floors, there were quite a few people in the lobby on the 1st floor, so not as many monsters were scattered across the floors. But on the higher floors, unless people were out, most would be in their rooms, where the number was relatively higher. Let me take you down to see first. We won't mess with the rooms on your original floor, Cheng Zanyang said, having interrupted their own exploration upon the sudden encounter with Suhan's group. He led the 4 down the stairwell. Starting from the 3rd floor, the stairwell was much cleaner. Though there were still bloodstains, they were rare, and most importantly, there were no bodies. Even though the gathering spot was just a mutual protection setup, there was collaboration in division of labor. Those who hadn't gone out to explore were responsible for cleaning up the bodies. Fearful as they were, they steeled themselves to handle the bodies of monsters, which was not an impossible task. Upon reaching the 1st floor, there were even more bloodstains, all dried to a dark red. The mutations 3 days earlier had turned the entire 1st floor into a battleground. Aside from the few who had escaped into their rooms first, many people died near the elevator entrance and in the lobby. Captain. Seeing Cheng Zanyang leading people downstairs, the security guard stationed at the main entrance stood up to greet him. Even then, when he saw the 2.5-meter-tall 4-armed corpse, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Brother Zhang had the guys move to a different room upstairs, and those who were temporarily staying on the 1st floor also gave up 2 rooms. Among the 6 resident households on the 1st floor, only 1 was at home and had narrowly escaped with their lives. The remaining 5 households' rooms were naturally claimed first. The security team took 2 of them, while the remaining 3 were temporarily allocated to other survivors. All right, I'll handle it right away. While waiting for the middle-aged security guard, Brother Zhang, to deal with it, Suhan noticed the sealed state of the Unit 7 entrance. The metal gates were tightly closed, and several large sofas were used as barricades, making it more secure than the staircase emergency doors. Captain Cheng, you've been guarding here the whole time. What's the situation with the fog? How much do you know? There are monsters, Cheng Zanyang said with a serious look. 2 nights ago, a monster slammed into the door, its strength even greater than the corpse's. Although it was hard to see clearly, old Zhang said that the creature didn't look human. There's also another matter I'm not sure about, Cheng Zanyang hesitated. Upon hearing this, Suhan inquired, does it also have to do with the fog? Yes, Cheng Zanyang nodded. That day when the fog came, some people who couldn't run fast were surrounded by it, just not even 10 meters away from this building. They wandered in the fog, and within just a few minutes they started screaming in terror, their voices trembling. By the time they found the entrance, their faces were pale, presumably from fright. Su-han asked, "Didn't you ask them what happened?" "I did," Ching Zanyang said. "It wasn't a monster that frightened them, but something about the fog made them feel oppressed and panicked. Something wasn't right with them." They spoke incoherently, not making much sense. "Captain, the rooms are cleared out, 7,101, 7,102, 7,103, 3 rooms in total." Zhang Fu came over and greeted Cheng Zanyang. Cheng Zanyang nodded. "Settle down there first, we can talk about other matters later." Cheng Zanyang took his leave with his men, and Su-han said to the other 3, "Let's talk inside the apartment." The 3 of them arrived at 7,101, the door lock was broken, which was not surprising since Cheng Zanyang and his men weren't landlords and definitely didn't have the keys. Su-han entered, retracted the 4-armed corpse back into the Book of Blood Spirit, while Zhuang patted Gan Xingilai on the shoulder, calling him brother, and gave a meaningful look. They, without discussing it, placed the angel envoy's corpse at the door. Inside the room, it was somewhat messy, with clothes and various items strewn across the sofa and tables. Gan Xingilai pushed the items aside, then they all sat down on the sofa, prepared to discuss the current situation. "That blonde guy and the captain don't seem to be on the same page." Zhuang grumbled, his street smarts running deep, his discerning eye could tell that within this first-floor stronghold, the power seemed to be split between 2 groups of people. People who came together temporarily, it would be surprising if they were all united. However, Su-han shook his head slightly, then said to the 3, "To be safe, we'll go back to our original room later, bring the supplies down, and keep them here. It's inconvenient to come and go upstairs, and we can't keep watch over it, you come too." Zhuang was startled and then cracked a smile. "All right, our 3 rooms are connected, we can act as one unit, there's less need to worry." He was implying something, and Su-han understood. As a team of 4, even if the situation changed, with Su-han as the core and the others supporting, they were no weaker than Captain Cheng's security team or that blonde man's group. Chapter 14, Current Status of the Temporary Gathering Point. After deciding to settle down on the first floor, Su-han began preparing to move supplies to his own room. Water was inconvenient to carry, so it was left in the original room, but rice, flour, canned goods, and medicines, these important supplies, they couldn't possibly leave in the original room. Even though Cheng Zanyang had said he wouldn't touch their original room, such promises were worthless in the face of scarce resources. For now, having searched the building floors, they still had supplies and weren't that desperate. But no one could guarantee what the situation would be like later on. Therefore, the supplies had to be kept close at hand. The actions of the 4 of them naturally attracted the attention of the other survivors, but no one interfered. They just watched the 4 pack up and carry full backpacks from the upper floors down to the first-floor rooms. In their eyes was a mix of envy and even a hint of jealousy. But order still prevailed, and they dared not do anything out of line, especially since they had seen the angel envoy and knew these 4 were contracted individuals. All the survivors had the Book of Blood Spirit, and indeed, after making a contract, they would gradually gain strength. However, contracting required personally killing those monsters, and not everyone had the courage or opportunity to do so. 200 or 300 pounds of rice and flour, as well as some medicine, were all carried down in one go by the 4, with most of the items placed in Su-han's room. A smaller amount was placed in the rooms of Gan Xingilai and Zhuang, just in case. Meanwhile, as Cheng Zanyang was settling Su-han and the others, He Feng was also leading people to continue clearing flesh corpses upward and preparing to search for supplies. Only by continuing the search could they obtain more resources, and those who exerted effort would get a larger share. Damn, it's cleaned out, completely scavenged. Wu Wang, whose face was a sickly yellow, cursed behind He Feng. They had hoped to find something overlooked but realized there was truly nothing left after entering just 1 or 2 rooms. Everything had been scavenged clean. He Feng gave him a glance and said, "Don't waste your effort, let's head straight to the 8th floor. If they came down safe and sound, they surely had the means to clear out the supplies. We'd do the same in their shoes." Wu Wang choked at the retort, displaying an embarrassed expression, certainly bearing a grudge against Su-han and his group. The angel envoy flesh corpse had directly chopped off an arm, and even though the wound was slowly healing now, he had indeed lost his arm, which significantly reduced his combat ability as an angel envoy. "Brother Feng, how come that flesh corpse had 4 arms and was so formidable? Do you think he knows something we don't?" At these words, a flicker passed through He Feng's eyes. He had indeed considered whether there was some secret they were unaware of. But if he truly knew such a secret, he surely wouldn't easily reveal it, and he acknowledged that if he wanted to know the truth, he needed to be more clever. "Wu Guang, don't talk nonsense at the gathering point. Look for an opportunity to cozy up and then slowly ask, Feng advised softly. Hearing this, Wu Wang nodded vigorously. Got it, Brother Feng. Continuing the search this time, the security team members hadn't followed, so the 4 people were all Feng's men. They used to run a street barbecue stall, with Feng as the small boss. The others were either his younger brothers and helpers or friends with whom he shared rent. When the outbreak occurred, Feng was the most ruthless, smashing a newly transformed monster of a brother to death with a fire extinguisher and then becoming the first one to make a contract. Lending mutual support, all his followers gradually completed their contracts, becoming a significant force among the survivors. Click. Just as they were about to leave the 5th floor, a soft sound came from room 7502. It was the sound of a door closing. Feng instantly became alert, his gaze locked onto the door of 7502. The door lock had been broken, and through a large hole, a glimpse of white shirt fabric could be seen. His eyes narrowed, and he whispered, "Should be a living person, let's go over there." Their group approached slowly, with the flesh corpse leading the way, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the hallway. "Come out." At the door, Feng called out coldly, gripping the iron pipe in his hand tightly. Don't kill me, we don't have any supplies left, we've already been robbed of everything. Open the door." Feng showed a look of surprise, but still commanded sternly. Soon there was a click, and the door opened to reveal a frightened man with glasses, who was indeed the same person who had encountered Su-han the day before. Although Su-han's arrival had drawn some attention, not many people actually inquired about him. Everyone was still minding their own business, holding on to the thought that there would be rescue in a few days. Among the 6 units on the 1st floor, 3 were occupied by their group of 4, and the remaining 3 included their left-hand neighbors, the original tenants of the 1st floor, who were 2 young women in their 20s. Su-han had seen them once when coming and going and then had watched them hurriedly close their door, their sense of vigilance not exactly weak. Next to them lived the security team, which was also temporarily requisitioned. 2 or 3 people would be stationed there regularly, taking turns to guard the entrance to the 1st floor. The room at the end of the corridor had its door tightly shut, and there were distinctly piled up sofas at the door, clearly indicating it was unoccupied. Something is strange. Su-han pondered and decided to walk towards the hall that served as the entrance and exit of the 1st floor. The middle-aged security guard, Zhang Fu, was standing guard there with a younger security guard. Thanks to the relatively new housing complex, the security guards had not yet become elderly. "Little brother Su-han," Zhang Fu saw Su-han and greeted him first. "Brother Zhang," Su-han nodded, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the 2 men. "There's something I'd like to ask about." He had picked up the cigarettes while scavenging for supplies. He didn't smoke, but he knew they could serve as barter in certain situations, so he kept them. Zhang Fu and the young security guard named Zhao lit up at the sight of the cigarettes. They had been without smokes for a day, and this was timely. "You're too kind," Zhang Fu said with a smile, accepting the cigarettes. "What do you want to know?" "The blocked room on the 1st floor, what's the deal with that?" Upon hearing Su-han's question about the room, Zhang Fu sighed before explaining, "That's where the bodies are dealt with. The bodies of those creatures and the people they killed are all thrown out from there. Though we say they're thrown out of the room, being so close makes it unsuitable for living, so it's left vacant." So that's why he had only seen bloodstains but no bodies. They had all been disposed of uniformly. "If you're feeling uneasy, you could actually move upstairs. Anyway, we're all mixed together now, no telling how long this will last." Su-han did not voice the idea of changing rooms. On the contrary, a thought emerged in his mind. If the bodies were all stored there, didn't that mean he could have materials for fusion again? After chatting a bit more with Zhang Fu, he gained a general understanding of the operation of the entire survivor enclave. It was a group-up style enclave. Cheng Zanyang was one of the leaders, with the security team basically on his side, and 2 or 3 other people with contracts also followed him. Another significant grouping was Feng and his people, totaling around 6. Besides those with contracts, there were almost 20 people without them, for various reasons. The distribution of supplies, as well as the allocation to those participating in exploration or who had dealt with the bodies, varied. Currently, there's still a bit of food, but with more people and as time goes on, conflicts are bound to arise. Su-han estimated in his mind. No matter how labor was divided within a building, there was only so much work to be done. Those who couldn't contribute would inevitably end up without supplies. "Brother Zhang, is there a doctor here?" Zhang Fu was taken aback for a moment. Did someone get hurt or sick? "It's not like that." Su-han did not explain, and Zhang Fu did not press further. Instead he replied, "I don't think so. There were injured people that day too, but they all had to tough it out on their own." Su-han thought of the female survivor from the 6th floor. With no doctor around, it seemed she would have to depend on herself. Chapter 15, The Missing Corpse. Su-han returned to his room, ate something simple, and the time gradually approached evening. At night, the entire building quieted down, especially the hallway inside, which was pitch black and saw nothing. Suhan opened his door and quietly stepped into the corridor, holding a lamp that barely covered its light, and followed the wall to the room at the end. Outside the door, the corridor was blocked by two large sofas placed crisscross from each other, forming a cross that blocked the way. Suhan approached to inspect and found that the two sofas were not completely blocking the passage. A slight move could allow someone to pass through, and the lock on the room's door behind the sofas was also broken, merely kept ajar. He pondered in his mind, but it was not surprising since it was a place for handling corpses and no one would specifically come here to explore. He quietly manipulated the four-armed corpse to move the sofas aside, trying not to alert anyone else, and Suhan reached the door, quietly pushing it open. The room was pitch dark, and as he entered, he immediately smelled a blend of blood and rotten stench infiltrating his nose, which was extremely unpleasant. He frowned, then closed the door, and removed the cloth covering the lamp, illuminating the room with the lamp light. The room was messy, all useful items had already been moved, and large furniture was pushed to one side, emptying the living room, with traces of bloodstains remaining on the floor, dragging toward the direction of the balcony. The balcony was the place where the corpses were thrown out, and Suhan controlled the four-armed corpse to walk there, with thick fog outside the tightly closed balcony window. The anti-theft windows in the mist were faintly visible, mostly dismantled, and the remaining parts were also stained with blood. "Go out and look," he commanded. Suhan gave the order, then the four-armed corpse opened the sliding window to the floor, the fog swirling outside, showing no signs of entering, sending out a strange air. The four-armed corpse flipped out, landing with a thump, and suddenly Suhan's expression changed. Where was the body? There wasn't a single corpse where the four-armed corpse had landed, let alone the remains of a corpse. All it discovered in the mist was large patches of scattered flesh and remains of limbs. Suhan felt a chill at his back, his heart tightened. There is something in the fog consuming the bodies. Within the deep of the night, the fog in his eyes became particularly terrifying. "Come back," he immediately called the four-armed corpse back, directed it to return to the Book of Blood Spirit through the window, and he too hastily left the house to return to his own room. In his room, Suhan cast the lamp aside, and the light subtly brightened the room. The plan was disrupted, and realizing that even more terrifying monsters existed around Building 7, his mood was naturally not good. The community's issue is not just about the cap on resources anymore, there's definitely more than one monster in the mist. This iron gate might not hold well. Suhan's expression was serious as he contemplated the next plan, knowing the community was not a place to stay long-term. He had anticipated this from the beginning, accepting Gan Xinglai and his wife, helping Zhuang, the elder brother, were all in planning for a team foundation. If he planned to leave Building 7, then it was not possible to rely on just one person to forcefully exit. However, his plan was now interrupted. The mist was a barrier, and he dared not venture out easily for a while, let alone now with monsters outside. The risk of going out had greatly increased. Strength. Suhan tapped his fingers on his knee, leaning on the sofa. Building 7 has a total of 20 floors. Today Feng and his team cleared up from the 7th floor, and even at their fastest they wouldn't reach the 10th floor. There are still 10 floors certainly filled with corpses, probably enough to attempt a fusion of level 2 corpse flesh. Although it would expose some abilities, it's better than getting killed by monsters. The next morning, Zhuang came early to Suhan's room, with a serious expression. He said in a low voice, "Suhan, we need to be careful." Seeing Zhuang's expression, Suhan's gaze sharpened, and he asked solemnly, "What happened?" "It's hard to say," Zhuang shook his head slightly. "Last night, there were faint sounds at my door, very quiet, almost unnoticeable. It was someone deliberately treading lightly. Luckily, I used to worry about fuel theft at night and don't sleep deeply, so I was able to notice. I suspect it had something to do with yesterday's supplies being targeted." Suhan was tense for no reason, and while it turned out to be nothing serious, what Zhuang mentioned was worth considering. Precautions still needed to be taken. "We'll have to take turns keeping watch at night, and make sure the goods are safe for now." "I agree." Soon, Gan Xinglai and Yan Mi also came over to discuss, and all four agreed to take turns on night watch duty. The four of them took turns. Suhan was first, followed by Zhuang, then Gan Xinglai and Yan Mi. Although it was a night watch, it didn't mean staying up all night without sleep. They weren't in the wilderness, so they could use the Angel Envoy as a substitute, as long as they didn't sleep too soundly. After discussing, they had just finished eating. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the door was knocked, and a voice came from outside. "Is Brother Suhan there?" "As usual, everyone will meet at the first floor soon, come join us." The voice belonged to a member of the security team, and Suhan responded, "We'll be there soon." The four of them quickly got ready, secured the door, and then went down to the lobby on the first floor. This was the first time Suhan and his group got a good look at the other survivors in the building. In the not-so-spacious lobby, about 30 people of various ages stood in a circle, each with an uneasy and worried expression. 3 days had already made it clear to them the direness of their situation. Monsters and mist had abruptly disrupted their lives, signaling dangers lurking close by. Yesterday, we came across 7 survivors. You all can get to know each other a bit, see if you can help each other with anything, Captain Ching, upon seeing Suhan and his group arrive, announced to the crowd. We have now cleared up to the 10th floor of the 7 buildings, only 10 more floors to go. According to our rule, who's joining the cleaning today, and then forming a contract with the Angel Envoy? Captain Ching, I'll sign up. I still have 7 bags of instant noodles. A fair arm shot up, contrasting with the brooding, furrowed brow crowd next to her. The speaker was a young woman with short hair, a little over 20. As she raised her hand, her gaze met Captain Ching's, a mix of determination and unmistakable fear. Capitan Ching merely glanced at her and nodded. All right, you're in. Anyone else? Me, count me in. I have a few dried rations left. With one taking the lead, a few more people gradually stepped forward. One a dark-skinned, round-faced middle-aged man with an honest look, another, a tall, thin young man in his 20s with slightly sunken cheeks and a gloomy gaze, although agreeing to join the squad, was clearly disgruntled about the cost. The last 2 were a middle-aged couple in their early 40s, appearing somewhat calmer. The short-haired woman was named Xian Ying, the round-faced man was Go Gang, the young man was Wang Qian, and the couple were Yang Xin Zihua. 5 people were set to join the exploration team. After counting the numbers, Captain Cheng sent his subordinates to collect food from them. For those who had no food, they would register and receive an extra day's rations, of course, deducted from their gains through exploration or labor. Brother, what's going on here? Besides Suhan, Zhu Zhuang quietly handed a cigarette to security guard Zhang Fu, hugging his shoulder and whispering. Zhang Fu appeared surprised, smiled, and said, It's a rule set by Captain Cheng. It's also like everyone's watching out for each other. What do you mean? Zhang Fu tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Not a good time to smoke among many people, but he'd take a drag when things calmed down. That day the eyeball monster appeared. Actually not many people took action to kill the monsters. Captain Cheng, I, and Zhao Li, by chance, formed a contract with the Angel Envoy, as well as He Feng and a few others. Later, when we started clearing the floors, there were too many monsters and not enough people. Captain Cheng then let us, who had formed a contract, help those wanting to form one by subduing the 4-armed corpse. They would kill it themselves and then form a contract in exchange for giving 3 days' food to the helpers, Zhang Fu explained. Suhan and Zhu Zhuang understood immediately. It was just like when he had helped Zhu Zhuang kill the 4-armed corpse. As they talked, Captain Cheng approached Suhan. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Chapter 16, Cleaning the floor. Suhan asked, What's the matter? About cleaning the hallway, Cheng Zanyang said gravely, including you guys, we now have 15 contractors, and since your Angel Envoy is so powerful, I plan to clean up 10 floors today. Suhan glanced at him and before he could speak, Cheng Zanyang, with a worried look, said, The fog hasn't cleared for 3 days, and the food inside the building will only decrease. The sooner we clean up, the safer it will be to go out looking for food. Suhan nodded slightly, agreeing with Cheng Zanyang, that no matter whether there were survivors on the higher floors or not, the longer the delay, the less the supplies. If they were to be stuck in this building for a few days with scarce resources, who knows what kind of conflicts might arise. We will participate in the cleanup later, but Suhan's tone changed, presenting his own condition, which immediately made Cheng Zanyang's face grow solemn. Apart from the monsters bound by contracts, all other monster corpses belong to me. This. Cheng Zanyang fell silent for a while, as if he had made some decision, and asked in a deep voice, Is it for your Angel Envoy? Indeed, Suhan knew he couldn't hide the fusion process, so he half-truthfully said, My Angel Envoy's talent is special, it requires these things. Cheng Zanyang's eyes flickered slightly as he said sternly, I can arrange for everyone to cooperate with you, but some of these monsters are loved ones of people here, try to avoid those. Suhan showed a smile and nodded, I understand that, thank you. Cheng Zanyang sighed and spoke with a hint of bitterness, survival is of utmost importance. Your Angel Envoy's special talent is actually a good thing for everyone. He did not stay long with Suhan, as the 5 people who wanted to become contractors needed careful instruction. Becoming an Angel Envoy contractor wasn't as simple as inviting someone to a meal, it required personally killing a monster. Even though those already under contract would help control the flesh corpses as much as possible, there were still many things to take care of when killing them. Many people hadn't even killed a chicken, let alone a monster. One careless move could result in injury to oneself at the very least, And worst case, it could endanger others. That was the most troublesome part. Qing Zanyang could not rest easy and personally went to instruct them, while Suhan and his 3 companions temporarily returned to their own rooms. Suhan, what about us later? Upon entering the room, Zhu Zhuang immediately asked about their upcoming plans. Suhan said, "Me and I will go clear the floors. Her rot skin rat is quite agile and can react quickly to any situation. You two stay here to watch the stuff and keep an eye on everyone else's condition." Zhu Zhuang and Xinglai nodded and said, "We understand, take care." They understood the subtext in Suhan's words. They had all sensed the uneasy atmosphere when they met earlier. Although they were all gathered together for shelter, their minds were unsettled. Even with Captain Cheng holding things temporarily together, nobody knew what the outcome would be. Therefore, they still needed to be cautious about certain things. Coming out of the room, they saw Captain Qing Zanyang explaining precautions to the 5 followers. The people in charge of clearing the floors will help you control the flesh corpses as much as possible later, but you must take action yourselves. Those who dare not act or aren't careful in their work, if you encounter danger, don't blame them for leaving you behind. Understood, Captain Qing. They each held weapons in their hands, several batons and kitchen knives whose origins were unknown. Go Gang and the Yangzi couple were relatively calm. As middle-aged adults, they were tense, but they knew the gravity of the situation and held their weapons tightly. In contrast, the young Wang Qian grumbled something about being given food under his breath, but he didn't speak it out loud. Qing Zanyang glanced at him but said nothing more. Seeing Suhan approach, he walked over, ready to set off. The security team has 3 people, and so does He Feng's side. Just the 2 of us, Suhan replied, his gaze sweeping over the 5, not saying much else, just, let's start. Although there were 15 contractors, the hallway was only so large. Too many contractors and angel envoys would completely block the hallway. Now, 8 contractors and 5 would-be contractors was already quite a crowd. The group began to climb the stairs from the 1st floor, starting their cleanup operation from the 10th floor, a challenging task given the power outage. Creeping up the staircase, there was almost no conversation, only Suhan feeling increasingly oppressive as he ascended, recalling yesterday's encounter with the injured survivor. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Suhan suddenly said, "Wait a second." Everyone was taken aback, halting their steps, and Qing Zanyang asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" "I need to check on room 7603, there's another survivor there," Suhan said calmly, his gaze falling on the concealed door of room 7603, "The situation doesn't look good." Qing Zanyang froze, his expression darkening. He had realized what those words implied. If the situation were manageable, Suhan would not leave the person behind on this floor. "I'll come with you to take a look, everyone else can take a break here." With Qing Zanyang suggesting so, naturally no one objected, and they sat down to rest nearby in the corridor. Suhan and Qing Zanyang pushed open the door of room 7603, which Suhan had damaged before, so it was not locked. Following Suhan into the house, Qing Zanyang saw the untidy room and bloodstains everywhere, knowing that monsters must have entered here. "Is it a serious injury?" Qing Zanyang's voice was low. He had roughly guessed the situation. The survivor had survived an attack by a flesh corpse, but had sustained serious injuries. Suhan had only found the survivor as well but had no means to help. Leading the way, Suhan replied, "There's a big gash in her abdomen, it's a serious wound. I managed to tend to it briefly yesterday, but she's still unconscious. I don't know if she'll make it." As they spoke, they had arrived in the room and saw the woman covered with a blanket. The rise and fall of the blanket was nearly imperceptible. Suhan approached the bedside, saw the woman's pallor, and, placing his hand on the side of her neck, felt no pulse. "Is she dead?" "Dead." Their voices fell in the quiet room, followed by a prolonged silence. Qing Zanyang sighed. Suhan's eyes flickered slightly, then he calmly pulled the blanket over the woman's head, covering her pale face. He turned around and said, "Let's go." He didn't know the woman personally. At most, they had occasionally crossed paths in the elevator in the morning, standing in opposite corners without ever speaking. He had never really observed what she looked like. It just suddenly felt regrettable that she escaped the jaws of the monster, only to succumb to her wounds. As he walked towards the door with Qing Zanyang, he couldn't help but think that life was sometimes so fragile. To survive, one had to become stronger. "Captain, what happened?" Returning to the group, someone asked curiously, and Qing Zanyang shook his head. Everyone then understood what that meant. In an instant, a somber mood fell over the group as another death had occurred. They continued climbing stairs in silence, reaching the landing to the 10th floor. The safety door was closed and blocked with objects, leftovers from the cleanup He Feng and others had done the day before. Captain Qing, Brother Feng, 2 people were guarding the corridor side, vigilant for flesh corpses that might rush down from the floors above. Was there any commotion upstairs last night? A little, but they didn't hit the door. The sudden descent of the eyeballs meant there were not too many flesh corpses in the corridors, so it wasn't unusual for there to be no massive door bashing. More often, flesh corpses were confined within rooms, and for this reason, many people, although not mutated, were bitten or eaten alive by friends or relatives in no small numbers. Together, the group moved the objects aside, and then they opened the safety door. The corridor was pitch black, eerily quiet. They shone their flashlights down the corridor, carefully moving forward. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the staircase as they made their way to the 11th floor, rounding the landing, and soon reached the safety door to the 11th floor stairs. No sooner had they exited the safety door than a dark shadow rushed out from the corridor, pouncing right on the leading flesh corpse. The strong impact immediately knocked it down, pinning it to the ground while emitting a hissing roar, ceaselessly attacking. Damn, there's a monster. Chapter 17 Contract. The team was thrown into chaos, but thankfully Qing Zhanyang and Tifeng reacted swiftly, controlling their angel envoys to charge forward. The two corpses directly went forward and grabbed the skinny assailant, who was also a deformed corpse with a mouth full of sharp teeth split wide open, shrieking loudly. Hold it down, let's go together, Qing commanded. The corpses controlled by Qing Zhanyang and Tifeng were not small, and under their control, they pulled apart the assaulting corpse while other angel envoys, under the contractor's control, rushed up and held down the attacking corpse. To kill a corpse, you just had to kill it outright. But to control a corpse, it often required more than two angel envoys. Roar. However, just during the battle, at the end of the corridor, another dreadful shriek suddenly sounded, and a tall figure charged forward swiftly on all fours, like a speeding beast. Qing Zhanyang was taken aback as the angel envoys of several frontline contractors were already engaged in controlling the corpse on this side, and the suddenly approaching monster seemed too fast to intercept. Suhan, brother! Qing shouted. Qing's voice had barely risen when a thick figure had already blocked the hallway side, stopping the creature's path. The corpse leaped high, aiming for the four-armed corpse. However, the four-armed corpse directly threw a hook punch from the right side, hitting with a muffled thump and smashing the corpse against the wall. The four-armed corpse moved forward quickly, gripping its neck against the wall, not giving the corpse a chance to react. With its remaining three arms, it grabbed the corpse's two twisted, blood-red arms and twisted fiercely, breaking them with a crack. Roar low and painful shrieks continuously emanated from the corpse, sending chills through anyone who heard them, but there was no longer any chance of resistance. Who will take this corpse? Suhan asked calmly, pulling shocked onlookers back to reality, where most people had never thought Suhan's corpse would be so strong, let alone in such a formidable form. I will. The tall, thin young man, hearing Suhan's words, hurriedly squeezed out of the team, fearing someone else might snatch the opportunity. Suhan merely glanced at him and said, "Do it yourself, kill it. It shouldn't be able to resist now." Okay, I understand," Wang Qian bowed and nodded, unable to hide the joy on his face. If he could contract the corpse, he too could gradually become stronger. However, seeing Suhan's indifference, he couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy, despising those who might be powerful later on. "This one here, Xianying, you go first," Qing said, directly nominating the short-haired woman, sticking to the order fairly. The two prepared to act, and as the corpse's shrieks accompanied its struggling, the somewhat dim corridor became even more oppressive. It was as if hellish demons were roaring in fury. Indeed, they were like demons, with a mix of blood and decay faintly filling the air in the hallway as if countless rotten flesh were piled up. Xianying and Wang Qian, one holding a steel pipe and the other a kitchen knife, approached the struggling corpse. They clung tightly to their weapons, their knuckles turning white from the grip, and their bodies trembled slightly. "Hit hard, don't hesitate," the pair took a deep breath, nodded to each other, and then each targeted their foe. Bang! Xianying acted first, closing her eyes and fiercely smashing the corpse's head, causing blood to splatter and the corpse to struggle even more violently. Her body shivered, but as if stimulated, she grasped the steel pipe with both hands and began to smash violently over and over, her face turning red with the effort. "That's enough," Qing stopped her from continuing, and Xianying, relieved, gasped for breath heavily. Then the red glow from the Book of Blood Spirit enveloped the corpse, starting the contract. On the other side, Wang Qian, with his kitchen knife, also acted, chopping fiercely at the corpse's head, the sharp blade cutting deep and blood spurting over him like a fountain. Roar! The sudden low roar from the corpse scared him into stepping back, fear written all over his face. "Don't chop at the forehead, aim for the neck." Qing Zhanyang saw this and couldn't help but frown. Wang Qian panicked, wiped the blood off his body, and hastily nodded, Okay. A kitchen knife is different from a steel pipe. Trying to chop through a skull is more difficult than hitting it, and it might even get stuck. With Qing Zanyang's guidance, Wang Qian found renewed determination, then chopped heavily at the neck. With a forceful blow, he almost severed the spine, and blood gushed out. Soon, there was no more noise. Excited by the contract, Su-Han also controlled the four-armed corpse to release the corpse and walked back to him. Su-Han looked towards Qing Zanyang and suggested, 6 rooms, leave 2 people to guard the door, and 2 people search 1 room, completing it in 2 rounds. Although counting the newly contracted Xianing and Wang Qian, they had 10 contractors and could search all the rooms at once. That excluded the people staying behind to secure the stairway door. The remaining individuals would end up searching rooms alone, making it highly possible they couldn't respond adequately to emergencies. That works. Gogang and the other 2 should split up and follow. If they encounter any corpses, engage. Qing Zanyang quickly agreed with Su-Han's suggestion, so after leaving 2 people to guard the security door and the corridor, the remaining 8 were divided into 3 groups. Qing Zanyang and Zhang Fu took Yingzi, Yifeng, and a man named Chen Jun took Yingzi's wife, Zihua, Xianing and Wang Qian each followed them. Su-Han was paired with Yan Miu and brought Gogang alone. The formidable power of the four-armed corpse left regular corpses no chance. After the groups were formed, they immediately started the operation. They needed to clear the 10th floor today. If they did not speed up, they would not finish. Su-Han and Yan Mi chose a room near the middle of the right side corridor. Gogang followed behind them with a hammer, still cautious and vigilant. Thank you. However, just as they reached the door, a calm voice came through muffled. Su-Han and Yan Mi paused, turning to Gogang, and saw the dark-skinned man displaying an embarrassed smile. Seeing how terrifying those monsters are, just a few days' worth of food has led you to take risks. Sorry for the trouble. He seemed honest. Su-Han smiled and said, no trouble at all. If there's a corpse inside, just be careful. Gogang nodded vigorously. Su-Han turned to Yan Mi and said, I'll open the door, you send the rot-skin rat in. Yan Mi responded, I got it. The claws of Su-Han's four-armed corpse appeared as sharp as the day before, easily slicing through the steel of the security door, then reaching to crack open a gap. Yan Mi controlled the rot-skin rat to slip in through the gap, quickly scuttling around the room. It wasn't long before they heard a snarling sound, like a wild beast. There's a corpse. Yan Mi relayed the situation inside to Su-Han, who immediately said, let's go in. The four-armed corpse pushed open the door, and the 3 followed behind. Indeed, in the living room, the corpse was entangled with the rot-skin rat, attempting to devour the angel envoy. It continuously charged at the rot-skin rat, but the rat was faster. Instead, in its dodges, it managed to inflict even more wounds with its sharp claws and teeth on the corpse. The living room was in chaos, but the corpse noticed the four-armed corpse's presence and immediately shifted its target, rushing towards it. The four-armed corpse advanced swiftly, grabbed the charging corpse head-on, and then with all its might, slammed it onto the ground, sounding a deep, muffled thud that shook the floor. Bang! The four-armed corpse hammered a fist down onto the ground-bound corpse's shoulder, then pinned it firmly to the ground. Gogang, go! Su-Han called out, snapping Gogang out of his shock. He tightened his grip on the hammer. The corpse was still struggling, but this honest man erupted with a resolve stronger than before. He said, sorry about this. As his voice fell, the hammer was raised high, then heavily brought down on the corpse's head. With a crack, the head was caved in, instantly killing it. Upon seeing this, Su-Han had the four-armed corpse release the now contracted corpse's body, and soon Gogang completed the contract. Thank you, he said. Su-Han didn't offer much in return, only saying, search for supplies, look for food, medicine, and other useful items, quick. Chapter 18. Yifeng's ambition elsewhere. Neither Qing Zanyang nor Yifeng had the sharp metal claws of Su-Han's four-armed corpse, which made it a bit more difficult to break through the security door, so they had to use a crowbar to break the lock and then enter. Qing Zanyang first broke into the room on the right, and then the 2 of them entered. It wasn't long before the sounds of fighting and the corpse's hissing could be heard. The noise was considerable, but Qing Zanyang handled it calmly, controlling his own corpse envoy to fend off the monsters while instructing Zhang Fu and Xianing to use their envoys to restrain the corpse, creating opportunities for Yingzi to kill the corpse. The battle was resolved in a short time. The progress on Yifeng's side was similar, but due to a lack of synergy and the fact that Zihua was a woman, which made her hesitate slightly more when killing the corpse, their progress was a few minutes slower. About half an hour later, everyone had finished clearing the 11th floor and gathered in the hallway. The loot was not too abundant, roughly 70 to 80 pounds of rice, along with some noodles, bread, and a few medications. Let someone come up and move it down, we continue clearing. Okay. They had to clear 10 floors today. It wasn't possible to move everything back after each floor, at most it was just about division of labor. The group continued upward, and all 13 people had contracted with envoys. greatly increasing the safety of searching for supplies. They directly entered the hallway on the 12th and 13th floors, quickly clearing any corpses that might lunge out, and then paired up to break down doors in search of supplies. Like the 11th floor, the 12th floor had no survivors, but the 13th had 2 survivors who had been hiding in a room without having contracted with an envoy. As they cleared upward, survivors became increasingly rare, and the supplies found, such as food, diminished. When there were survivors, their food had usually run out after 3 days, and there wasn't much left in terms of supplies on those floors. However, rooms where people were not at home had slightly more supplies. Mostly, however, survivors would risk coming out, only to be killed by corpses in the hallways. On the 17th floor corridor, the number of corpses suddenly increased. Right as the group stepped out of the safety door, they saw 3 corpses charging at them at top speed. The 4-armed corpse led the charge without hesitation. Its sharp claws extended from its fingertips and, with a fierce swipe, twisted off the head of a corpse. Another corpse tried to attack its body, but the rot-skin rat dashed out, leaping onto the head and biting fiercely into the corpse's eye sockets, splattering flesh and blood, and soon killed it. Having cleared so many floors, Yan Miu, who controlled the rot-skin rat, had gained some insight and her strength had also improved significantly. The two acted decisively. Although they had seen similar situations in previous floors, it still seemed unbelievable to Cheng Zanyang and his team, as the difference between the corpses was starkly apparent. It's probably more than just a first-order inferior. Someone murmured softly. Su-han heard it, but did not respond at all. Gather the corpses together, there's just the 3rd floor to finish. Yifeng responded immediately, quickly, let's get this done for Brother Su. The team members all knew that a significant condition for Su-han to take action was needing these corpses' bodies. Keen to curry favor, Yifeng, with Chen Jun and Su Hao helping him, started piling the bodies to one side of the corridor. He said cheerfully, as if mentioning it casually, Brother Su, your envoy is truly formidable, no wonder you need so many corpses. Su-han's gaze landed on Yifeng's face, dead on and so calm that it made Yifeng feel uneasy, knowing that Su-han had seen through the purpose of his question. My envoy has a special talent that requires some meat, it's not a big deal, said Su-han. Can't say that, Yifeng squinted, appearing reluctant to give up. It's so dangerous now, the corpses inside the building are just the smaller ones, I fear there are even more formidable things in the fog outside. Brother, if you really have a way to make the corpses evolve, why not share it with everyone? If we can survive, everyone will be grateful, and I've also gathered some valuable things these past few days that I can offer you as compensation. Although it didn't come to a confrontation, Yifeng half brought the situation to light and involved everyone present, subtly changing the atmosphere. Are you pressing me? Su-han's gaze hardened, and the 4-armed corpse stepped forward behind him. Yifeng's face changed, a flash of panic crossing his features. Cheng Zanyang furrowed his brows, stepped in front of Yifeng, and scolded, What are you trying to do, Yifeng? Captain Cheng, you're a security guard who meddles too much. Cheng Zanyang's interruption had given Yifeng the leverage he needed, but he transformed his mingled annoyance and fear entirely into anger targeted at Cheng Zanyang, sarcastically saying, Who doesn't want to save their own life now? Don't you? I was just asking. Having said that, he quietly created distance from Su-han, snorted, and said, If you're unwilling, then forget it, just pretend I never asked. Yifeng led his people away to search the rooms on the 17th floor ahead of Su-han's group, avoiding them. But the moment he turned around, his face was completely darkened by the realization that Cheng Zanyang had supported Su-han instead of being secretly seduced. This was something he hadn't expected. Brother Su, the things we need to clear out now are important, don't bother with that guy. Cheng Zanyang was worried about a real internal conflict, which, at that time, wouldn't just be a fight but could be the last straw overwhelming the order. Currently, it was still possible to organize and secure safe floors, not because he was particularly capable or had strong organizational skills. Rather, it was because such a catastrophe had just occurred, and everyone was still willing to maintain the original order. But, this was only temporary. Su-han cracked a smile and said, Let's focus on the work first, 3 more floors to go. Cheng Zanyang breathed a sigh of relief, then gradually arranged for people to search the rooms, and soon everyone had dispersed again. Su-han, that Yifeng probably won't let things go easily. Within the room they were searching, Yan Mi seriously voiced her concern. She could see that Yifeng was merely wary of the 4-armed corpse. 4-armed corpses are strong, but being a powerful apostle doesn't necessarily mean the contractor is also that strong. Su-han slightly shook his head, his gaze firm, and spoke in a steady tone, He's not important, now the focus is on enhancing our own strength. As for him, let's sideline that concern now. Seeing Su-han's demeanor, Yan Mi knew he wasn't taking it lightly and nodded. I understand, but we still need to beware of their sabotage. Cleaning the floors, the slain corpses would turn into resources to enhance Suhan's apostle, while for the time being, He Feng was just like a temporary worker. Brother Feng, you actually plan to provoke that Suhan? After He Feng's group had killed a corpse in the room, Suha hesitantly spoke to He Feng. He Feng's face remained stern. Do you think I want to do this? That kid doesn't know how to act right, and Cheng Zanyang isn't getting with the program, damn fools. But we've offended him, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? With so many people around, does he dare to kill someone? He Feng had his own calculations, a fierce look flashed briefly in his eyes. His apostle is strong, it's not him who is strong. The opportunity is here. If you don't take a risk now, you'll always just be an unsuccessful kebab vendor. Are you content with that? Suhao's face slightly shifted. I don't want to be. He Feng's expression softened slightly. That's right, the apocalypse is our chance. As long as we become strong, we can all be above others. If he doesn't want to share, then we have to find a way. Ambition thrived in the apocalypse. From the day the large event started, when He Feng personally killed a corpse with a fire extinguisher, he realized his chance to turn things around had arrived. Off to the side, Chen Jun asked, Brother Feng, what do we do next then? Are we going after that Suhan? He Feng shook his head, his eyes subtly moving. No rush, let's get a clear picture first. And besides, I'm close to a breakthrough. Soon, I won't just be first-level intermediate. Without proper preparation, how could one dare to ascend Mount Liang? In his heart, He Feng had a scale, his ambition blooming as he felt he was close to reaching first-level intermediate. From the day he contracted with an apostle, he had been pushing his apostle, and later on, continued to clear the floors and control the fights. His advancement and reinforcing feedback naturally sped up compared to others. However, before meeting Suhan, he had never imagined encountering such a towering four-armed apostle. In that moment, he felt jealous. Chapter 19, Hidden Monster. The 17th floor was cleared, with 6 rooms totaling 7 or 8 corpses which were all piled together. Although there had been a dispute, the reappearance of He Feng seemed to gloss over the matter, only there was no eager conversation anymore. The group set off to continue clearing the upper floors, hoping that the last 3 floors could be completely cleared before evening, but a strange situation occurred. The 18th floor was empty, the floor was covered with bloodstains, and the doors of the 6 rooms were wide open, marked with blood and showing signs of concave impact, with no sign of any living thing. What's going on? The unusual situation made everyone feel a bit uneasy, and Chen Jun, who was next to He Feng, couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Cheng Zanyang said, maybe the creatures have concentrated on other floors, everyone be extra careful. No need for Cheng Zanyang to say it, everyone became cautious on their own. Although no creatures were in sight, the hidden dangers troubled them more than the monsters that had been attacking previously. Cheng Zanyang looked around at everyone and then said, let's split up and check the rooms, be careful. The group then split up to explore the 6 rooms on this floor, which all were similar, with doors wide open. Entering the rooms, they were all in disarray, with belongings scattered everywhere and bloodstains covering the entire living room and bedroom. Wang Qian and Chen Jun, who was an assistant to He Feng, were a team. The 2 of them entered a room and cautiously scanned the surroundings. Upon entering, they immediately saw a woman corpse lying face down on the disheveled living room floor. Seeing this scene, Wang Qian frowned and made a face of disgust. Covering his nose he said, it's a woman, not a monster. Chen Jun came to the same conclusion, nodding his head. Seeing no monsters, he somewhat relaxed. Let's find anything useful first, we don't need to bother with the body. Wang Qian nodded and said, I'll go check the bedroom. The 2 split up, one heading to the kitchen and the other to the bedroom to search for supplies. Wang Qian manipulated the corpse as he headed to the bedroom, seeking not just food and medical supplies that were useful post-apocalypse, but also something valuable. He had his own judgments about the apocalypse, reasoning that if he could kill creatures like corpses with a knife, then officials with firearms could kill even more, and they would have more contractors. As long as they were around, order would inevitably be restored someday, and by then, what mattered wouldn't be food. With everyone busy trying to survive, nobody had time to care for gold and jewels, which was perfect for him to help himself to a bit more, better than being needy later. Thinking this, he had been discreetly taking jewelry from homeowners during the search. Seeing that the homeowner was a woman, he once again saw an opportunity. Women always have some jewelry. Ah, a gold necklace? Wang Qian's eyes suddenly caught a flash of light from the neck of the woman lying face down on the ground, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed a gold necklace. The necklace, although stained with blood, didn't conceal its true nature. Sorry, pretty lady, this necklace is mine now. Wang Qian thought to himself with a smile. stealthily glancing at Chen Jun in the kitchen who hadn't noticed him, then boldly tiptoed over. He approached the woman's corpse, crouched down silently, and reached out his large hand toward her neck. He grabbed the necklace and yanked it hard, breaking it instantly and catching it in his hand. A smug smile appeared on his face as he weighed it, pleased. This has some weight to it, worth at least tens of thousands before the apocalypse. Roar. His pleasure didn't last long when a low growl suddenly came from in front of him and he quickly looked down to see the corpse move. Instantly his face turned ashen, dark tentacles spread out from beneath the corpse, and in an instant, they wrapped around his wrist holding the necklace. The tentacles were pitch black, covered in disgusting slime, and their rough skin tightly gripped his wrist, painfully tight, like a leech stretched dozens of times over. Although only as thick as a thumb, the tentacles made his wrist feel almost snapped, and fear surged in his heart. Wang Qian screamed, and Chen Jun immediately rushed out, witnessing the horrifying scene. The woman's corpse had slowly stood up, her body upright, her skin so pale it seemed like thin paper. On this bloodless skin, blue-black veins sprawled across her entire body like menacing centipedes, making it look exceedingly terrifying. What terrified Chen Jun even more was that the once delicate and beautiful face was now covered with thumb-sized blood holes, secreting bloody mucus and coating her whole face, making her look like a blood-soaked honeycomb. Blood holes continued to secrete thick blood plasma, and dark tentacles stretched out powerfully from them, writhing like cold snakes. Save me. Save me. Quick, kill it, kill this monster. Wang Qian was extremely scared, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face deathly pale. He ordered his own meat corpse to attack the tentacle-faced monster. At the same time, he desperately called for Chen Jun's help from the kitchen. Unfortunately, the distance between him and the kitchen was quite significant, and the proximity of the tentacle-faced monster was too close. It was so near that its tentacles could easily pull him closer. The foul smell of sticky mucus was within arm's reach, and the tendrils that stretched out from the blood hole curled up visibly. On this horrific face, the only remaining intact feature, a huge gaping mouth, had already opened wide in hunger, revealing a set of sharp teeth. The tentacle-faced monster aimed its gaping mouth at his neck and bit down hard. Blood spurted out, and the tentacles danced even more vigorously as if they were enjoying their meal. Wang Qian gradually lost his breath of life. As he approached, Angel Envoy Meat Corpse, following Wang Qian's death, ceased its movements and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Seeing that the situation was bad, Chen Jun immediately wanted to flee. He ordered his meat corpse to block the tentacle-faced monster. Obeying the command, the Angel Envoy Meat Corpse charged towards the tentacle-faced monster, pounced on the creature, and prepared to pound it with its strong, powerful claws while its tooth-filled mouth bit down. However, before the attack could fully take effect, only a few marks were left when those leech-like tentacles started to move again, crazily extending and coiling around the meat corpse's neck and tightly binding its arms as well. The meat corpse struggled mightily against the leech-like tentacles, stretching them taut, but it couldn't break free. At this moment, the tentacle-faced monster started counterattacking, biting at Chen Jun's Angel Envoy Meat Corpse with its sharp fingers and teeth. A loud bang sounded as the door was forcefully smashed open, and Su-Han rushed in with the four-armed corpse, immediately spotting the creature, unlike the meat corpse. Attack! Su-Han issued the command directly, and the four-armed corpse immediately launched an attack, charging into the living room. It grabbed at the tentacles connecting the meat corpse and the tentacle-faced monster, its sharp claws instantly severing the tough tentacles. Disgusting red mucus dripped down, and the pain caused the tentacles to convulse, instantly staining the entire living room red. Roar! A sharp roar echoed as the tentacle-faced monster went mad from having its tentacles severed. It faced the four-armed corpse head-on, pouncing like a wild beast, attempting to strike the four-armed corpse with its gaping mouth. However, the four-armed corpse didn't give it the opportunity, delivering a heavy punch like a huge sledgehammer that sent it flying. Crack! The tentacle-faced monster was directly fractured, its chest caved in, one arm already twisted. The four-armed corpse strode forward, then grabbed the tentacle-faced monster's neck, lifting it from the ground and suspending it in midair. Qing Zanyang and He Feng quickly arrived, standing in the corridor with a direct view of the four-armed corpse seizing the tentacle-faced monster. Shocked, they exclaimed, "What in the world is this creature?" Not expecting that there were creatures dissimilar to meat corpses, Qing Zanyang's eyes caught a glimpse of Wang Qian's corpse on the ground, his pupils sharply contracting. Someone had actually died. "Brother Su-Han, what is going on here?" Su-Han looked at Chen Jun, who was turning pale. "You should ask him about this matter." With the crisis resolved and his own Angel Envoy Meat Corpse released, Chen Jun finally started to recover a bit. "When we came in, we only saw a corpse and weren't concerned until we realized it was a special monster." Wang Qian went to the bedroom to look for supplies, probably not paying attention, and that's when the monster suddenly killed him. It's likely not sudden but rather greed. At this point, Yan Mi's voice chimed in. Everyone followed her gaze to see that Wang Qian was clenching tightly onto a necklace in his palm, which was also tightly gripped and blood-stained, evidently a woman's style. Seeing this scene, everyone also understood what had happened. Greed had gotten the better of him, landing him in this fatal situation. It was hard to say whether he was clever or just foolish. Wealth is important, but staying alive is even more crucial. Everyone be careful when searching, that's all I can say. Cheng Zanyang briefly reminded everyone before instructing someone to take care of Wang Qian's body, covering it with a sheet to deal with it later. With no family present, this treatment was the most compassionate he could offer. The atmosphere within the team inevitably became heavier with death, but the necessary clearing work continued. If the remaining 2 floors weren't cleared, more accidents might happen. Moreover, Wang Qian's death wasn't entirely without value. Whether it was Su Han, Yan Miu, or He Feng, they all noticed something. Wang Qian's angel envoy meat corpse died too peacefully, almost without any damage. In other words, when a contractor dies, the contracted angel envoy is very likely to die immediately. This realization sent a chill through everyone, making them even more cautious about their own safety to avoid sudden attacks from monsters or from some people. The group briefly cleaned up the 18th floor and then continued towards the 19th floor. However, even though they did not encounter any more tentacle-faced monsters or even meat corpses this time, the eerily quiet 19th floor exuded a suspicious and unsettling feeling, making everyone uneasy. Chapter 20 Spider Monster. However, having come this far, it was impossible to simply give up, they could only be more cautious and alert. The group continued their way to the top floor, passing through increasingly dim hallways, stepping out from the safety door when suddenly a patch of yellowed light shone on their faces, fully reflecting their astonished expressions. The blood-drenched corridor was covered with dried, darkened blood stains everywhere, some blotchy, some staining large areas. Many bodies were piled together, whether they were human corpses, corpses of 4-armed corpses, or bodies of tentacle-faced monsters, stacked layered upon layered in the center of the hallway. At a glance, only 7 or 8 blood-soaked heads could be discerned. All the bodies were a blurred mess of blood and flesh, the decaying flesh and plasma sticking together, forming a ghastly mash that emitted bursts of foul stench. The corpses were intertwined due to decay, their flesh gradually fusing together, making it impossible to clearly distinguish one from another, vaguely shaping a monstrous flesh mountain, utterly nauseating. Yet atop this horrific pyramid of cadavers, there stood a bizarre plant, completely black, its branches twisted upward, a leafless hole rooted among the corpses. This strange plant was not very tall, Su Han estimated it was only about 50 centimeters tall at most. Its roots were black as ink, and the angles at which its branches were twisted resembled broken bones rather than those of a normal plant. They were eerily similar to the twisted appearance of the corpses below it, and dark red veins faintly flowed over its pitch-black surface. What caught the attention most was the crystal-like fruit growing at the top of this pitch-black plant. The light that shone on Su Han and the others' faces emanated from this fruit, giving off an incredibly eerie glow. What in the world is going on here? Someone in the group asked, but no one answered. The scene before them was beyond their understanding. No one knew the answer, nor how to respond. The only guess they could make was that this plant had slowly grown by drawing nutrients from the flesh and blood of these corpses. Everyone, be careful. That thing looks dangerous. Captain Cheng had just voiced a warning when suddenly a cricking sound resonated, as if a hard object was hitting the ground. The group swiftly turned their heads toward the end of the hallway from where the sound originated, and 2 red pupils suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Watch out! A towering dark figure slowly emerged from the dim hallway, its presence colossal, heavy, and sinister amidst the intermittent shadows. The monster's body filled the corridor, roughly 2.5 meters tall. Its upper body was human, muscles and sinews twisted and exposed in raw, ruddy flesh, while its lower body resembled that of a spider, made up of bloody flesh and spider legs. Its gaping maw emitted a sharp scream as tendrils, slimy like octopus tentacles, extended from its mouth, wriggling like worms. The faces of Captain Cheng and others turned pale, terrified by the monstrous figure. Before they could react, the monster, having clearly seen their form, suddenly burst forth with vigorous roars. With its spider legs slightly curved, its body launched toward the group like a projectile. Stop that monster! Captain Cheng and He Feng, quickly regaining their composure, loudly commanded their 4-armed corpses to charge at the monster. Stopping it was their only chance of escaping, otherwise, in the even narrower space of the stairwell, escaping from the monster's pursuit would be impossible. Su Han's 4-armed corpse tightened its limbs, with sharp metallic claws springing from its hands. Its robust muscles tensed, and a coat of black stealthily covered its iron skin skill was quietly activated. Wait, it's slow. Suddenly, His eyes flickered, sharply noticing that the spider monster's charge stuttered as it approached the range of the yellow light, slowing down just a bit. But this action was incredibly subtle, and after a slight pause, it charged toward them again, its eyes turning even redder and more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, the monster collided with Captain Cheng and his team's four-armed corpses. The strength of the spider monster was surprisingly formidable. The moment the four-armed corpse charged at it, it was knocked away the next instant. First, it was Zhang Fu's four-armed corpse that got slammed against the wall of the corridor, a deep thud echoing as the corpse fell and didn't get up. Then it was Chen Jun's corpse that was impaled by a spider spear, a gaping blood hole suddenly appearing on its body, with blood ceaselessly flowing out. Captain Cheng and He Feng's four-armed corpses proved slightly stronger, leaping onto the body of the monster. Their elongated hands tightly clasped the spider monster's body, their big mouths revealing sharp teeth and beginning to tear at the monster's flesh. The remaining corpses took advantage of the spider monster being entangled, immediately beginning their attacks, punching intensely, the sounds muffled like dull drums. Although the attacks were damaging, leaving gashes on the spider monster, such attacks only made it more enraged. Roar! The spider monster roared, its tentacles in its mouth wildly thrashing about, then its huge hand directly reached for a corpse in front of it. Dodge quickly. Captain Cheng commanded to dodge, but it was already too late. A four-armed corpse was firmly seized by the monster's large hand, thrown aside like a sandbag, emitting a heavy thud. The spider monster similarly disposed of He Feng's corpse, quickly freeing its upper body from its attackers, raging uncontrollably, and continuously launching the remaining corpses away. The confined space of the corridor limited the corpses' ability to use numbers to their advantage, ultimately failing to stop the spider monster's advance. Now, Yan Mu seized the moment, controlling the rot-skin rat to swiftly maneuver. In the monster's blind rage, the rot-skin rat leaped up, its claws secreting rot poison, clawing at the monster's eyes in the dark night. Striking successfully, the rot-skin rat didn't dare linger and swiftly hid into the darkness upon landing. The spider monster's eyes were damaged, and it became even more crazed, continuously overturning 3 to 4 corpses. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps resounded as the four-armed corpse rushed over, fiercely slamming into the spider monster. The immense force lifted the upper body of the monster while the lower spider body staggered on its 6 legs. The four-armed corpse's huge fists went straight for the monster's head, and with a loud bang, the spider monster was struck, causing it to shrink in stature and retreat continuously. The monster immediately lunged at the four-armed corpse, its sharp spider spear stabbing towards the body of the four-armed corpse. With a clang, a heavy white mark appeared on the iron skin, barely breaking the surface, but this damage was negligible, akin to a mosquito bite. The four-armed corpse immediately counterattacked, its back-borne hands grabbing the spider legs to immobilize the spider monster, then the hands under its ribs embraced the vulnerable upper body of the spider monster. Crack! The spine twisted under tremendous force, emitting a sound, while the cries from the spider monster nearly pierced everyone's eardrums. The four-armed corpse roared, exerting force with all 4 arms, lifting the spider monster high, and smashed it down like a meteor to the ground, crashing it against the security door with a loud bang. The security door caved in, entrapping the monster, which struggled to rise for a moment. The four-armed corpse moved in closer, the clanging sound of metallic claws slicing decisively, and with a snap, it slit the spider monster's neck, a great amount of fresh blood spurting out, staining the entire corridor red. This monster is too terrifying, Cheng Zhenyang, still shaken, thought that if the four-armed corpse hadn't acted just then, the spider monster would have reached them. Impressive, but it's a pity it couldn't be contracted. He Feng, still fraught with shock, displayed a hint of greed. How formidable would it be if his angel envoy were the spider monster? Not just impressive. If it were contracted, it would be a strong combat asset for everyone. But if you ask me, Su Han's angel envoy is more impressive. I didn't expect it to resolve the monster that quickly. After encountering such a monster and with no casualties other than the angel envoy, it was natural for everyone to feel relieved, and some couldn't help but sing praises about Su Han. But Su Han remained calm, glanced at the quiet floor, and said, "Let's search this floor first, it's getting late." Cheng Zhenyang nodded, calling out to everyone, "Let's search for supplies first, be careful of any monsters." Su Han remained silent, his gaze falling on the odd plants and piles of corpses, thinking, this floor should only have this one monster. The corpses couldn't have appeared without reason, it must be the spider monster's doing. As for why such strange plans are here, perhaps the spider monster consciously cultivated them, or they might be unrelated and have just grown on their own. Su Han didn't mention this but watched as Cheng Zhenyang organized people to start searching the 6 rooms, his attention on the plants. Pull up that plant. With a thought, he had the four-armed corpse seize the plant, its slender roots pulled from the rotting flesh, dripping blood drop by drop, emitting a foul odor. The plant was held in the hands of the four-armed corpse, but its luminescence hardly dimmed. Something is not right, this plant is absorbing the power of the four-armed corpse. Suhan soon realized something was off, as the power of the four-armed corpse was being slowly drained. He frowned, but didn't immediately discard the plant. The power drain was gradual. Such a loss, recoverable with half a day of rest, was minor. More than that, he was concerned about why the spider monster acted strangely due to the yellow light earlier. Could this light have the effect of repelling the monster? No, that's not quite right, it seemed more like it made the monster uncomfortable. Recalling the spider monster's reaction, Suhan vaguely began to form an idea. If this was the function of the strange plant, then it could explain why the monsters on floors 18, 19, and 20 were relatively fewer, not just due to the spider monster. Can this thing be fused? Looking at the yellow crystals on the plant, an idea suddenly came to Suhan's mind. He had the four-armed corpse bring the plant in front of him, then reached out to touch it. Found fusion material, lamp tree crystals. Do you wish to fuse? So this is called a lamp tree? His eyes lit up, then he declined, do not fuse. He found a sheet, then wrapped up the lamp tree, temporarily letting four-armed corpse hold it. Anything that appeared after the apocalypse wouldn't just be ordinary. While Suhan collected the lamp tree, Cheng Zanyang and the others moved quickly, searching all 6 rooms in less than half an hour. The gathered supplies were moved out and simply piled together. Suhan, did you touch that strange plant? Cheng Zanyang looked surprised, his eyes filled with some confusion. No one knew what the strange plant was or its function, touching it recklessly could be dangerous. Suhan nodded, saying, I'll be more careful. We can't just leave this strange thing here, can we? What if it poses a risk? Cheng Zanyang thought about it and agreed. Keeping such a thing under watch was better than leaving it unattended on the 20th floor, otherwise, any changes would be unknown, and that would be the real danger. Still, destroying it was also a possibility, but clearly, Suhan didn't plan to do that. So he said, then I'll leave this thing to you. Suhan nodded. He looked at the tired group, it was now evening, and the corridor was gradually getting darker due to the lack of light. He said to Captain Ching, let's call it a day, we'll divide the supplies tomorrow. Chapter 21 Discussing strategies. Having cleared all the floors, it was already close to 6 or 7 in the evening. Coupled with the fog outside, the floors appeared very dim, and the hallways were dark due to the power outage. The entire building was indistinguishable from night, black as if an abyss. The gloomy environment and their exhausted bodies left no one in the mood to allocate the resources on the spot. After a simple check, Suhan took Yanmi back to the first floor. Suhan, do you really want to keep this plant with you? This thing grew from a pile of flesh and blood, I'm afraid it's not something simple. In the hallway of the first floor, after being left with just the two of them, Yanmi couldn't help but voice her concern to Suhan. Startled, Suhan replied, I'll be careful, but I always feel that this lamp tree is not as simple as we thought. You noticed it too, didn't you? That monster's movements slowed down a bit when it entered the range of the yellow light. I'm not sure if it's afraid, but at least the yellow light affects it. I want to figure out what use it might have. Risk accompanies reward, and in a world gradually turning into the unknown, being overly cautious could lead to missed opportunities. Reminded by Suhan, Yanmi also recalled the encounter on the 20th floor, and her expression became serious. If, as Suhan had said, that thing affected the monsters, even suppressed them, then that was good news for everyone. Understanding this, she knew why Suhan was taking this risk. Then you be careful. If it really comes to it, old Gan and I can help keep an eye on the plant's changes. Everyone could take turns, there's no need for you to take all the risk alone. She paused, her gaze falling on the lamp tree wrapped in cloth in the four-armed corpse's hand, and said earnestly, I always feel that after being plucked, the plant didn't dim, but its fruits became even brighter. Is that so? With Yanmi's reminder, Suhan took a look at the wrapped-up plant. Through the cover of the bedsheet, he could faintly see the light it emitted, which indeed did not appear dim. An idea struck him, is it because it's been slowly drawing power from the four-armed corpse? Suhan, Mio, you're finally here. How's the situation? Gan Xingilai heard the noise in the corridor and came out with Zhuang, just as Suhan and Yanmi had returned. Upon seeing them, Suhan nodded in greeting, then said, let's go inside and talk. Is there anything up with you all? The four entered a room, closing the door behind them. Suhan first instructed the four-armed corpse to place the plant in an empty room closest to a window. The room wasn't large and seemed to be the original owner's child's room, containing nothing more than a bed, a desk, and other miscellaneous items. The desk, placed by the window, was flanked by many cluttered books and a withered potted jade plant, which Suhan used to set down the lamp tree. This room was relatively far from Suhan's own master bedroom, separated by a living room, so any potential impact would be minimal. Thus, it was the most suitable place for handling the lamp tree. After setting down the lamp tree, Suhan returned to the living room where the four sat on the couch. Ganzingalai asked curiously, "What was that thing just now?" "Lamp tree, found on the 20th floor today." Suhan straightforwardly used the name of the lamp tree. Ganzingalai and the others were not surprised, taking it as a figurative nickname he had coined. Yan Mi recounted to Ganzingalai and Zhuzhuang the cleaning from the 10th floor up to the 20th floor and their encounter on the 20th floor. Upon hearing that He Feng had come into conflict with them during the exploration, Ganzingalai and Zhuzhuang frowned, with Ganzingalai commenting, "That group of people really can be quite bothersome." Yan Mi scoffed, "Bothersome is an understatement. That He Feng, you guys need to watch out for him. He's looking to probe into the four-armed corpse, and I doubt he will let it go easily." She was worried. Although Suhan's four-armed corpse was formidable, she had seen what happened to Wang Qi on that day. If Suhan were not careful and got ambushed, then no matter how strong the four-armed corpse was, it couldn't function alone. As soon as she finished speaking, to her surprise, Ganzingalai and Zhuzhuang exchanged glances, then pulled out 2 packs of Zhongwa cigarettes from the sofa. Zhuzhuang chuckled, "This is quite the coincidence." Seeing the 2 intact packs of cigarettes, Suhan didn't think that Zhuzhuang and Ganzingalai had simply found them while scavenging for supplies. Suhan inquired, "What's the story here?" Zhuzhuang placed the 2 packs of cigarettes in the middle of the group and slowly began to recount the day's events on the first floor. "After you guys went out to clear the floors today, it wasn't long before a couple of guys from He Feng's group came looking to cozy up with us." Suhan raised his eyebrows. The situation was getting interesting. This He Feng seemed to have some schemes, playing both sides. He asked, "What did they want from you two, to dig for information?" Zhuzhuang nodded and said, "That kid tried to cozy up to us, calling us big brother this and elder brother that. But those little tricks couldn't fool me." He chuckled and then continued, "They want to know what's the deal with your four-armed corpse." Ganzingalai chimed in from the side. "At first, old Zhu and I didn't pay much attention. Later, a young guy named Wu Wing, probably couldn't contain his impatience, directly said that if we were willing to leak some information, they could offer us 2 gold medals, about 200 grams in total, to split between the 2 of us. The market price for 100 grams of gold was over 40,000, so 200 grams before the apocalypse was a significant amount, at least 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. This was definitely not something they originally possessed, showing that He Feng's group wasn't too clean in their search through the floors. However, that was secondary. Their real cunning lay in their two-faced tactics. On one hand, He Feng personally took the initiative to contact Suhan, while on the other, they secretly tried to win over members of Suhan's team ambition laid bare. Despite the crudeness of their method, one had to consider the current state of affairs. Everyone on the floor had formed teams on the fly, banding together for survival. How solid could these relationships be? Most people couldn't resist such an enticement, not to mention the natural curiosity about the origins of the four-armed corpse. Seeing the demeanor of Zhuzhuang and Ganzingalai, it was obvious they hadn't agreed to anything, so he asked, "Don't beat around the bush, what did you guys respond with?" "Don't know." Zhuzhuang was straightforward. "I told him that I didn't know why the four-armed corpse was like that either. But if they really wanted me to help them lure out this secret, I'd have to think it over more." "Suhan? Yan Miu?" Zhuzhuang grinned, his face turning serious. "I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I fear their coveting. I think we should strike first. They're ambitious, but short-sighted, and not thorough in their actions. It's just probing for now, but give it some time and, should chaos ensue, who knows what could happen." Ganzingalai nodded in agreement. "I think so too. That Wu Wing, whose angel envoy was severed by you, clearly holds a grudge when your name comes up. For now, let's keep an eye on them. It's inappropriate to attack without reason, as it may lead to misunderstandings and trouble, especially since Qing Zanyang might not just stand by and watch." "I understand, we'll find a reason before taking action. Bro, we really aren't the bad guys." Suhan looked at Zhuzhuang's bear-like grin, feeling a bit weary, but the coarse words were not without reason. He turned to Yan Miu and said, "Let Rotskin Rat keep an eye on this, and try to gather some information." Yan Miu nodded, acquiescing, "I'll find a way. The conflict with them is just a minor scuffle, that's not the main thing," Suhan reminded the 3. "The most important thing is strength. With strength, you can live longer. I've discovered today if you control the angel envoy to perform a lot of activities, especially fighting, it powers up faster and the feedback of strength is more active. If possible, you should exercise more often." Ganzingalai's eyes widened, somewhat perplexed. "Is that really possible? I thought just enduring would slowly make us stronger." Yan Mi glared at him fiercely, and Zhuzhuang's expression wasn't any better. "So, your little brother just wanted to lie flat?" Ganzingalai, Noticing the collective irritation, chuckled sheepishly, "I'm just kidding. You all know that programmers are the best at grinding." The strength of the contracted angel envoys varied, as did the pace at which their contract holders grew stronger and the energy feedback they received. This was already known to them. But what Suhan mentioned was something they hadn't noticed until now. "It seems we can't afford to idle anymore." Zhu Zhuang looked serious. Driving an angel envoy was taxing, and depending on what they were controlled to do and how intense the activity was, the energy consumed differed. This was somewhat similar to exercise, but it wasn't just physical energy being consumed. Generally, to avoid overtaxing themselves to exhaustion, they'd simply keep their angel envoys on alert. But now, it seemed, a little tiredness was acceptable, as long as it didn't get to the point where they couldn't command the angel envoys to return to the Book of Blood Spirit. Suhan checked the time and then said to the three, "It's getting late today, everyone should head back to rest. Tomorrow, we'll distribute the supplies and then focus on improving our strength. Although we're sure to have received plenty of supplies, we need to plan for the long term." Chapter 22, Superior Material. Zhu Zhuang and his wife, Gan Xinglai, left one after another, leaving Suhan alone in the room. He didn't rest but instead summoned the four-armed corpse. Yan Miu and the others could go to rest, but he himself still could not because he had one more matter to deal with. The corpses of the flesh corpses from the 10th floor and above had already been piled up in the rooms of each floor. Per his agreement with Qing Zhenyang, he had to quietly dispose of these things tonight. On average, about 3 to 4 flesh corpses were killed on each floor today. Even excluding floors 19 and 20, that still leaves about 20 to 30 flesh corpses. It's uncertain whether this will be enough to complete a level 2 flesh corpse blood-flesh fusion. After mulling over it for a moment, he quietly opened the door and walked straight towards the stairway, silently heading up until he reached the 10th floor guard post. Strictly speaking, since the entire building had been cleared, there was no need for Qing Zhenyang to maintain the guard posts above. But considering that many flesh corpse bodies were stacked on the 10th floor and that Suhan needed to quietly deal with them to avoid misunderstandings, 2 members of the security team were still left on the 10th floor to prevent accidents, with Zhang Fu leading them. "Brother Zhang, you've worked hard." Upon seeing the 2 men, Suhan greeted them and handed over 2 packs of Zhongwa. Zhang Fu didn't stand on ceremony, happily taking the cigarettes with a smile that was half gratitude and half emotion. "No need for formalities. I should be thanking you. Without you, who knows how many people might have died today." Suhan just smiled and waved his hand, showing no intention of taking credit, and Zhang Fu didn't say much more, only reminding him, "The survivors upstairs have all moved down. There's no one above the 10th floor." As he spoke, he opened the safety door to let Suhan go up. Suhan understood Zhang Fu's meaning, which was simply that there were no living people upstairs, so there was no need to worry about disturbing anyone. He smiled and then, accompanied by the four-armed corpse, strode towards the upper floors. Although Zhang Fu said there were no living people upstairs, Suhan was still very careful. The four-armed corpse went in front, and he followed with a crowbar in his hand just in case of any unexpected changes. First, he went to the 11th floor, where the flesh corpse bodies were stacked in a room near the staircase on the right. The door had been broken, so he pushed it open and entered. The living room, filled with stacked bodies and bloodstains, came into view. There were only 2 flesh corpses here. The rest had already been contracted by Xianing and her group. Even these 2 bodies were killed by other contractors out of concern for being overwhelmed during the exploration. "Let's start, four-armed corpse, go and fuse." Upon receiving Suhan's order, the four-armed corpse took large strides towards the living room, its huge palms grabbing the 2 bodies from the floor. Although these flesh corpses were taller than average humans, they seemed small and fragile in the hands of the four-armed corpse, like little chicks. The four-armed corpse's arms and flesh began to wriggle as strands of flesh, like silk threads, reached out to the 2 flesh corpses' bodies, gradually weaving into their flesh and slowly fusing together. Suhan was patient, holding a table lamp while silently standing by to observe, keenly feeling the changes and feedback from the four-armed corpse. If on the first day this kind of scene still made him somewhat uncomfortable, he was now as casual about it as he was about eating and drinking water, feeling no discomfort at all. The compatibility between the flesh corpse's flesh and the four-armed corpse was high, so the fusion proceeded relatively fast. Suhan waited for about 10 minutes, and the 2 bodies gradually turned into pale skeletons. The twisted bones accompanied the completion of the fusion, slowly falling onto the living room floor. Following the fusion process, the level 1 flesh corpse blood-flesh fusion degree began to gradually advance towards level 2, increasing from the original 2% to 11%. Perhaps because the fusion was progressing to level 2, the increase in fusion degree from the same quantity of flesh corpse's flesh was relatively lower. On average, the flesh quality of a flesh corpse is around 4.5%. The proportion should gradually decrease later on, but it should still be enough. After making some rough estimates, Suhan found that although there was some discrepancy from his initial estimates, it was at least not as drastic as ordinary metals, which could jump up almost 10 times. First complete the fusion, then see what the effects are like. He left the 11th floor and continued upward, floor by floor, fusing the stacked flesh corpse bodies one by one, as time slowly slipped by. 2 on the 11th floor, 4 on the 12th, 5 on the 13th, 4 on the 14th, 3 on the 15th, 4 on the 16th, and 8 on the 17th. A total of 30 flesh corpses were fused by Suhan's 4-armed corpse. Angel Envoy, 4-armed corpse, rank, first level intermediate, skills, claw, iron skin, fusion, level 2 ordinary metal, level 1 corpse flesh 92%. Suhan looked at the 4-armed corpses panel and couldn't help feeling a bit troubled. The corpses in Building 7 had been nearly fully fused, but he hadn't expected the rate of fusion to drop so drastically afterwards. The flesh and tissues of 30 corpses had failed to push the fusion degree to level 2, still short by 8%. That was no small amount. Can only check the 20th floor then. Suhan headed towards the 20th floor with the 4-armed corpse, though he didn't harbor much hope. Inside the pile of corpses on the 20th floor, it was hard to discern how many were human corpses and how many were corpses. They had long since started to decay and were stuck to each other, melding together. It was a question whether they could even be fused. Inside the corridor of the 20th floor, a foul stench hit him, seemingly denser than it had been in the evening. Have the 4-armed corpse dry. He ordered the 4-armed corpse to grab a relatively intact piece of flesh from the pile of carcasses, but no prompt for fusion appeared. It won't work? His brow furrowed slightly. If this didn't work, he would have to consider the corpses hidden in the mist beyond Building 7. Finding them and killing them wasn't as easy as merely saying it. He had to weigh the feasibility and risks, thinking to himself, or should I try fusing new materials, or organize an outing? His eyes moved toward the room at the end of the corridor. The body of the spider monster was there, half embedded in the door, with half its head slumped over its chest. It had been shorn by the 4-armed corpse's metallic claw, not completely severed. The combination of the head and the red tendrils in the fissure was extremely terrifying. Yifeng had thought about taking the spider monster's body back, unsure of its exact use, but he had a vague answer in mind that Suhan was feeding the corpses to his angel envoy using the bodies of monsters. Although the angel envoy could maintain its state simply through the connection provided by the Book of Blood Spirit and the contract, it did not mean they couldn't consume things. The only possibility Yifeng could come up with was based on the day he met Suhan, when Suhan had searched the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors and found skeletons there. Therefore, he too wanted to try it, but Cheng Zanyang hadn't agreed, and he didn't dare to say it openly, which left the thing there. The reason Cheng Zanyang did not agree was simple: he was worried that Suhan also needed it and did not want to stir up trouble unnecessarily. This series of actions had, indeed, made things convenient for the current Suhan. He made up his mind to first take a look and see. The spider monster wasn't much weaker than the 4-armed corpse, the difference lay in the skills rather than overall quality. 4-armed corpse, bring its body over. The 4-armed corpse strode towards the spider monster's body and reached out to drag it towards Suhan. However, as soon as it touched the body, Suhan, focusing his mind intentionally, suddenly saw a prompt jump out. Discovery: spider monster flesh, a higher level material compared to the current corpse flesh. Would you like to proceed with the fusion transformation? Chapter 23 Level 2 Flesh Zombie Meet. A starkly different notification gave Suhan a big surprise. He had thought at most, it would simply replace the current fusion progress bar, and if successful and highly compatible, it would change to fusing with the spider monster's material. Even though it would make the 92% progress of the level 1 corpse flesh vanish, if it changed to spider monster, it would be a fusion from level 0 to level 1, which might not need too much material. But now, according to the notification message, the spider monster's material actually belonged to a higher tier material than the corpse flesh, and could even replace the corpse flesh for fusion upgrades. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise. There was no time to lose. With the fusion progress of the corpse flesh nearly complete, Suhan naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, so he made his choice immediately. Initiate fusion transformation. Following the command, the 4-armed corpse's body began to change. Its flesh slowly writhed, turning into strands of rich, crimson thread, pulsating vividly with a hint of eeriness, and gradually creeping towards the spider monster's body. The fusion gradually began. Under Suhan's gaze, the flesh of the spider monster's body started disappearing bit by bit, revealing the contorted, stark white bones beneath the flesh, especially on the spider monster's lower half. This was a section of extremely twisted and deformed bone, a spider-shaped frame made up of many fine or elongated bones interconnecting. The large abdomen was composed entirely of flesh, And throughout the fusion process with the four-armed corpse, one could still see tiny human limbs falling, while apart from the spider-shaped abdomen, the sharp spider legs and the framework that supported the entire body were made of bone. Like a sturdy chassis, each segment of bone was exceptionally thick and hard, and it was this body structure that gave the spider monster its unimaginable size and strength. As the four-armed corpse continued to fuse, more and more white bones were exposed on the powerful monster's fleshly body, as the flesh gradually became less and less. What excited Suhan the most was that the fusion progress on the four-armed corpse's attribute panel was continuously rising, ascending faster than when he fused corpse bodies on other floors. Within just under 10 minutes, the fusion degree had already increased from 92% to 98%. The spider monster's flesh, as a higher-tier material, was clearly much more potent in fusion than the corpse flesh, with a high conversion ratio. Just a little bit more. As Suhan watched the fusion degree steadily rise, now only 2 points away from reaching 100%, and only half a human torso of the spider monster was left, he knew this was a sure thing, the advantage was his. As time ticked away, when the spider monster's body was left with only bones, the corpse flesh fusion progress also reached 100%. Level 2 corpse flesh fusion complete, obtained skills self-healing, primary. With the completion of the fusion, the four-armed corpse's body began to undergo even more pronounced changes. As the contractor, Suhan could distinctly feel a vigorous vitality emanating from inside out, and under this push of life force, the four-armed corpse's strength was rapidly increasing. A powerful surge flowed from the book of blood spirit back into him, a potent force rushing through his entire body. He shuddered as his physical condition improved and strength burgeoned like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, followed by an indescribable sensation of comfort. It took several minutes for this surge of power to gradually fade, from a roaring river to a normal trickle, slowly enhancing Suhan's body. Angel Envoy, four-armed corpse, level, first order upper grade, skills, claw, iron skin, self-healing, primary, fusion, level 2 ordinary metal, level 2 corpse flesh, first order upper grade. It seems that the enhancement from primary self-healing is not insignificant. Transitioning from medium to high grade, the four-armed corpse's strength has significantly increased, and its aura has become much more powerful. However, Suhan was more curious about the strength of the primary self-healing. He found the nearest room and went in, then took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The best way to test the regenerative ability is to take a slice. After all, it's the four-armed corpse that would feel the pain, not him. Holding the kitchen knife in his hand, he gestured over the arm of the four-armed corpse and then gently cut across it. The tense muscles gave the knife a slight sense of resistance. However, without activating iron skin, the knife still smoothly slit the skin of the four-armed corpse, creating a 10-centimeter-long cut on its arm, from which blood quickly gushed and dripped onto the floor. Suhan placed the kitchen knife aside and then carefully observed the wound on the four-armed corpse. After an initial rapid flow, the bleeding at the site of the injury significantly slowed down. Moreover, at the edges of the wound, one could visibly see the granulation tissue squirming rapidly, and fine lines of flesh, like nematodes, were continuously connecting at the edges. The entire wound was healing at a visibly fast rate. Suhan roughly estimated the time. Within about 10 minutes, the original wound had diminished to less than a centimeter. In a little while, the entire wound healed as if it had never been there. Although it can't compare to Wolverine, 10 minutes is already quite fast. Suhan was not the least bit dissatisfied. For the four-armed corpse to possess such a self-recovery ability was a pleasant surprise for him. Considering the combat strength of the four-armed corpse, after acquiring the regenerative ability and coupled with its original defensive skill Iron Skin as well as the offensive skill Claw, all aspects of the four-armed corpse's capabilities were being gradually complemented, resulting in a synergistic triad of abilities that significantly enhanced its combat effectiveness and endurance, achieving the effect of 1+1+1 greater than 3. If it were to face a creature like the spider monster again, the four-armed corpse should be able to handle several at a time. Besides, Suhan himself is very likely to be a direct beneficiary of the regenerative ability. One should know that contractors can perceive certain skills of the Angel Envoy and thereby achieve synchronization. The previous Iron Skin is such an example. The acquisition of Iron Skin gave Suhan strong defensive capabilities. In some situations, Iron Skin is a life-saving skill. Compared to the four-armed corpse, Iron Skin is Suhan's real shield, and one of the key skills for survival in the apocalypse. And now, he had gained an additional healing skill. Although it was currently only in the four-armed corpse, Suhan felt that he could put in more effort. If he could synchronize this skill from the four-armed corpse, Iron Skin plus self-healing, his life would be much tougher. Common external injuries, even if one couldn't find a doctor or handle them properly, wouldn't result in a fate like that of the survivor on the 6th floor, who although had escaped the monster's pursuit, died in the room because the wounds were untreated. Try to understand how to synchronize after some time. Having made up his mind, Suhan was ready to leave. He did not linger, and after dealing with some traces, he returned to his room. Taking advantage of the darkness before dawn, he went back to the master bedroom for some more sleep. The next morning, a pounding sound came from the door. Suhan awoke from his sleep. His first reaction was to look towards the four-armed corpse guarding the bedroom door. The noise was coming from the outside. He got up, opened the master bedroom's door, walked into the living room, and as the main door kept knocking, he asked, "Who is it outside?" Zhu Zhuang's voice came from outside, pressing down his tone. "Suhan, it's best you wash up and come out to have a look, there might be trouble." Suhan furrowed his brows and immediately said, "I'm coming out now." Chapter 24 Resource Distribution. Although Zhu Zhuang had told him that he could freshen up before coming out, hearing Zhu Zhuang calling at the door meant that there was no time to dawdle. He opened the door and saw Zhu Zhuang, then asked, "Old Zhu, what's happened? You seem in such a hurry." "Captain Cheng's team is preparing to distribute supplies, but now they're surrounded by people. I saw something was wrong and came to get you to take a look. Old Gan and his wife are already keeping an eye on things." Hearing this, Suhan furrowed his brows slightly. Had the issue of scarce supplies finally come to a head? He immediately said, "Let's go and have a look." As the two of them walked from the room's corridor to the direction of the hall, they hadn't yet arrived when they heard a shrill voice, "Captain Cheng, you have to share some of the supplies with us, or how will we survive?" "Exactly, Captain Cheng." Someone immediately followed up, their voice tinged with a tone of complaint, "You've cleaned out the entire building. Our rooms were included in that, you can't just take everything we have, can you? It's undeniable that you cleared those monsters, and nobody can negate that. But you should at least return what's ours, right? I'm from Unit 1201 on the 12th floor. I remember I had 20 pounds of rice and a box of milk that I just bought not long ago. Just give me that bag of rice, I won't quibble over the rest." In the hall, the security team led by Cheng Xinyang, along with several contractors, were already surrounded by other survivors. There was a back-and-forth exchange among the crowd, a hint of condemnation in their voices, implying they deserved a share of the spoils. The speaker was an old hag with graying hair and gaunt cheeks like a fox. Her dry voice was unnaturally shrill for her age and grating to the ears as her eyes roved greedily over the supplies, especially the bag of fresh rice. "You're right, they should at least return what belongs to us." Many who chimed in were residents from the upper floors who had been trapped in the hall the other day, around 7 or 8 people. Previously, monsters infested the floors, rendering household supplies useless because they couldn't get back to their homes. But now, with the supplies cleared out, the situation was different. They did not need to face the monsters and could simply haggle with Cheng Zanyang and his team. How simple. Among the group, there were all sorts of people. Some wanted to reclaim what was theirs, others saw an opportunity to take whatever they could get their hands on, while those who felt guilty stood in the crowd like fence posts, not daring to speak out loud. "That won't do," but this proposal was immediately overturned by a woman's voice. It was someone Suhan and the rest had seen before, the woman who lived on the 5th floor. Bei Yanner spoke up with an air of self-righteousness, "Supplies should be shared equally. We're all survivors, why should you get to keep other people's things?" Her logic was loud and clear. If they followed Grandma Zhao's method of distribution, these supplies would have nothing to do with her, and that was unacceptable. Impossible. Cheng Zanyang rejected it outright. These were the supplies they had risked their lives to obtain, and even if he was a nice guy, he was not about to let them go. He said, "Before the cleanup, we had already made the rules clear. These were obtained at the risk of our lives. Those who participated in dealing with the corpses, transporting supplies, and clearing monsters can share according to their contributions. I can only apologize to the rest." With this statement, the noise from the crowd grew louder, like a tumultuous tide, especially the few who were leading the charge. Lin Hong, Bei's man, yelled, "Don't listen to him, even if they are powerful, they're just stinking security guards, acting all high and mighty. What rules are they talking about? My things were stolen, too. Did I see you stepping up then?" He glared at Cheng Zanyang and incited the crowd, "Let's all go confront them and take the supplies. I don't believe they dare to kill. Charge. Everyone, charge." Lin Hong harbored resentment. He still remembered the young man who, along with 2 others, had burst into their room on the 5th floor, taking half of their supplies and even had the audacity to call it a cleanup fee. Pa. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't be in such dire straits that he had to instigate the crowd to claim supplies. He was inciting the others to take action while he himself was quietly retreating, ready to take advantage of the chaos. The crowd's emotions were already stirred, and several people showed a readiness to act. Cheng Zanyang and his team weren't monsters, they might truly be hesitant to kill. Cheng Zanyang's expression was ominously somber, But indeed, he found himself in a difficult position, without the resolve to kill or severely injure someone. Lin Hong had a fair grasp on Qing Zhenyang's psychology. After all, he was previously a corporate executive, skilled in manipulation, testing limits, and moral coercion. Qing Zhenyang was an upright and open person. But it was exactly because he was a gentleman that he could be fooled with straightforwardness, and now that Lin Hong had provoked the crowd against him, he was in a difficult position. The crowd hadn't resorted to violence or harmed anyone yet, they were merely scrambling for supplies. The idea of hurting someone or worse, making an example out of someone was something that troubled him deeply. But if he didn't suppress the chaos now, should a riot break out, most of the supplies would surely be stolen, and there would be no way to retrieve them later without completely burning bridges and forcibly taking them back, house by house. If he were truly capable of such actions, this settlement wouldn't be in its current state. Lin Hong had hit the nail on the head, but his methods were despicable. Just yesterday before they set out, Qing Zhenyang had already asked who else wanted to become a contractor. Killing monsters to become a contractor wasn't a terrible task. At most, it was a bit risky, but ultimately, the contractors reaped the benefits. Not only would they get a share of the supplies from participating in the search, but more importantly, after contracting with an angel envoy, they would possess much greater power. Lin Hong was among the crowd yesterday, and many other young and strong men were all listening to Qing Zhenyang's rallying call, yet they were hesitant or, perhaps, harboring the mindset of reaping without sowing, not wanting to take risks themselves. The ones causing the biggest commotion now were actually these people. Captain Qing, just say the word. We won't take all the supplies, but you have to give us a share, at least to help us get by. Wishful thinking, but let's see who dares to make a move. Just then, Su Han's voice rang out, and his indifferent tone somehow overpowered the crowd's noise. He stepped forward, with the massive four-armed corpse closely following behind him like a small mountain. At 2.5 meters tall, its strong muscles seemed forged from iron, and its four menacing arms made everyone swallow back their words. Upon seeing Su Han, Lin Hong's eyes widened in shock. Not this guy again. A flash of resentment in his eyes quickly turned to anger, as if fate had conspired to bring them together. He had been about to successfully stir the pot when Su Han unexpectedly showed up again. Driven by some impulsive fear or folly, he suddenly shrieked, "Don't be afraid of him, he wouldn't dare to kill anyone. Let's just take the supplies. Humphrey, we're entitled to our share of these goods anyway. What's there to be afraid of?" He was the very first to grab the supplies. Su Han let out a cold laugh. Truly ignorant. Four-armed corpse, grab him for me, and that woman too. Being singled out by Su Han, Lin Hong's face instantly went pale, and he panicked, wishing he could slap himself. What was he thinking just now? Everyone's watching, what are you planning to do? The four-armed corpse cared little for Lin Hong's words. It marched forward, and the crowd instantly dispersed, none willing to stand in the way of this fearsome and gigantic creature. Unlike Qing Zhenyang, they could tell that Su Han was not someone to be trifled with, his stern face a clear indicator that he was no pushover. In an instant, everyone fell silent, as Lin Hong and Bai Yanner tried to leave but were easily snatched up by the four-armed corpse as if they were mere chicks. The two of them trembled violently, as if struck by fits, their faces filled with fear as they looked at the four-armed corpse. "You want to steal my supplies?" Chapter 25, Demonstration. We didn't, we just wanted some food, we didn't mean to rob you, Lin Hong denied vehemently, his head shaking like a rattle drum. He certainly did not want to be crushed to death by this monster. Heaven knows why the angel envoy he had seen the day before yesterday, with just two arms, had now transformed into this terrifying form. Lin Hong, at least, could still stammer out words, but Bai Yanner beside him was nearly scared to pee, trembling, her mouth moving but unable to utter a complete sentence, just like a mute. The four-armed corpse threw the two of them to the ground. Although the creature was not severe, it threw them hard enough to hurt, making them cry out in pain. Their screams sounded somewhat abrupt and even a bit ridiculous among the crowd. Su Han's gaze swept over the crowd. There weren't too many people, about 17 or 18, excluding the contractors. They only made up half of those at the gathering point. He sneered coldly, "Yesterday, there was a chance to help and get supplies. It doesn't matter if you didn't appreciate it. Now you think about reaping the benefits without working? How could there be such a good thing?" Four-armed corpse. The four-armed corpse stirred, took large strides to a wall in the hall, its arms turning black and muscles tensing. Its whole arm bulged like a cannon poised to fire. It then powerfully punched the wall. With a thud, the punch seemingly exploded on impact, creating a huge hole and dislodging bricks from the wall, scattering them inside the hall. Dust danced in all directions momentarily. Everyone stared in horror at the scene before them as fear involuntarily surged in their hearts. The wall was not a sturdy load-bearing wall, But even a mere brick wall shouldn't have been penetratable by a single punch. Even a physically strong construction worker wielding a heavy sledgehammer couldn't have demolished the wall like this in less than 10 minutes. But now, a mere punch from the flesh and blood of the four-armed corpse had caused such destruction. They shivered involuntarily, suddenly imagining if that punch had landed on a person. What kind of horrific scene would that be? Would it be a blur of flesh and blood? Or would it split someone into two? I think none of your skulls are harder than this wall, right? Suhan's voice came again, but the crowd was silent, no one daring to respond. Everyone was silent as if chilled, and Suhan merely glanced at them before turning to Captain Cheng beside him. Captain Cheng, distribute the supplies. Have my portion delivered to my room. Cheng Zanyang snapped back to reality and said composedly, Zhang Fu, start distributing the supplies. The rest of you can go back first. These next few days, I'll assess the fog situation and then organize manpower to explore outside. If anyone wants to secure more supplies, they can sign up then. Captain Cheng, it's been agreed then, just these few days. If it takes any longer, we really won't be able to hold on. Someone immediately took advantage of the situation and quickly left the living room after muttering the words. Seeing this, others also hurried away, neither daring to lift their heads nor say any more. With no one else around to disrupt, the distribution of supplies sped up significantly. Suhan and Yan Mi represented their team in cleaning up the floors above the tent, having contributed the most effort, and thus, received the majority of the supplies. They were allotted over 300 pounds of staple food like rice and flour, then dried meat, canned goods, various snacks, and even some medicines, a collection that nearly amounted to a third of this batch of supplies. Although it was only a third and only 2 of them had participated in the cleaning, the remaining 2/3 had to be distributed to the security team, Yifeng, Xinglai, and Xianning based on the effort they put in, so the shares they got were significantly less. The security team, along with Xinglai, Yan Miu, and Zhu Zhuang, helped move the items to Suhan's room, followed by Captain Cheng organizing the manpower to distribute the remaining supplies to others who were entitled. By the afternoon, the noisy and chaotic division of supplies finally came to an end. The temporary gathering point then fell into a subdued and oppressive silence, much like stagnant water. Most people shut their doors tightly, remaining silent, some worried about how they would survive the future, others anxious and fearful of being held accountable or that contractors like Captain Cheng might turn into a tyrannical ruling class. There were also those who slapped themselves, regretting not becoming contractors, making them feel so passive now. Everyone was plotting quietly, no longer daring to stick their necks out, their unease spreading through the crowd like an invisible force. Everyone was vaguely aware of one thing: the lingering semblance of order was slowly erasing its boundaries. Night gradually enveloped all 7 buildings, all the rooms were deathly quiet, occasionally some abrupt noises appeared, only to quickly vanish again, making the dark corridors seem somewhat frightening. Thump, thump, thump. A soft knock resounded on the 3rd floor, subdued enough that only those in and near this particular room could hear it. Inside, Lin Hong was startled and asked the door warily, "Who is it?" Lin Hong's tone was quite unfriendly, his eyes full of anger, his plans from the morning not only disrupted by Suhan but also marred by humiliation. His mood was at an all-time low. He even thought more than once that if he had the chance, he would eventually reclaim this situation. Wasn't it just that someone had become a bit more formidable? "Open up, I need to talk to you." Instead of answering Lin Hong's question, the person outside continued in a low, undeniable tone. Lin Hong showed a hesitant and frightened expression. Bei Yanner grabbed his hand, shook it, and her face also bore a frightened look, signaling him not to open the door. Could this be that kid sending someone after him? Lin Hong worried internally, "If you don't say who you are, I won't open the door. Get lost." The person outside cursed softly, then threatened in a lowered voice, "Our boss, Brother Feng, is looking for you. If you don't open up, you're in for it." Lin Hong's eyes widened. He of course knew who Brother Feng was, having encountered him when cleaning the floors. He was astonished internally. What does Brother Feng want with me? Bang bang bang. The knocking came again, and Lin Hong, jolted by the noise, knew he had to open the door. Offending Suhan, he was already worried about how to get along in this gathering spot, but offending another, Brother Feng, would really be the end of him. Lin Hong quickly opened the door, bowing slightly and nodding, "Misunderstanding, just now I didn't know it was you." He stealthily sized up the man, a slick-looking fellow, indeed the one who had cleaned the floors with Brother Feng, seemingly named Wu Guang. Wu Guang merely glanced at Lin Hong, his gaze then skipping over him to full on Bei Yanner, contemplating. Bei Yanner's cheeks were slightly gaunt, giving her a somewhat severe look, but her figure was undeniable, curvy and well-shaped. Such a waste on this loser. A flash of greed passed through Wu Guang's eyes, but fortunately, he didn't forget what he was there for. "Come with me, our boss wants to see you." Lin Hong blinked, quickly nodding, "I'll come right now." Wu Wang was pleased with Lin Hong's attitude, nodded, then turned and led the two quietly to where Brother Feng's room was located. He pushed the door open, saying as he entered, "Brother Feng, I've brought him." Brother Feng was sitting on a sofa in the living room, saying to Wu Wang, "Close the door." Wu Wang closed the door firmly behind him, which made Lin Hong and Bei Yanner shudder inwardly. Fortunately, Wu Wang just closed the door and did not do anything else. The three of them walked into the living room, and only then did Lin Hong see clearly that there was more than one person in the room. Those who usually hung out with him were all there, 6 people including Wu Guang, all gathering in the living room. Feeling their gazes, Lin Hong panicked internally, squeezed out a smile, and bowed, apologizing, "Brother Feng, did you have some instructions for me?" Brother Feng was different from Captain Cheng and his team, which he knew from the day they encountered each other on the 5th floor. Though it was Brother Feng who had informed them about the gathering spot downstairs, letting them go down, his attitude was even worse than Su-han's. Moreover, he had later sneaked back to the 5th floor room to check, and most of the jewelry he had bought for his precious Bei Yanner was gone. Time and again, he had seen clearly that Brother Feng and his group were nothing but greedy wolves, so he had always tried to avoid contact with them. Brother Feng looked at him, asking him directly, "I remember that day, you mentioned that Su-han had taken your stuff, right?" Chapter 26, probing the details. Upon hearing the name Su-han, Lin Hong felt as if his heart was aching. Why was it always about this guy? He cursed under his breath, but his face showed even more flattery. "Yes, I did mention it, but that was all a misunderstanding, Brother Feng." He Feng smirked, seeing right through Lin Hong, who was clearly displeased with Su-han. "I didn't seek revenge on him, rest assured, I was just inquiring about some matters concerning him." "Not revenge?" Lin Hong's eyes brightened, swiftly grasping the implication. If it's not about revenge yet the inquiry was discreet, that meant there was indeed enmity. With that thought, his smile gained a few more degrees of sincerity. "Brother Feng, whatever you want to know, I'll tell all." He Feng nodded in approval, then asked, "I recall you mentioned something about Su-han's angel envoy looking different 2 days ago?" Lin Hong nodded vigorously, promptly responding, "Of course, it didn't look like this at all. That day he stole my things, I remember vividly. His monster, although taller than others and capable of projecting metallic claws, was definitely in human form, not at all with 4 arms." He Feng's eyes sparkled. This information from Lin Hong corroborated his suspicions and solidified his belief that Su-han must have discovered some method of evolving his monster. He couldn't help but get a bit excited as he asked with more detail, "Did you see anything unusual that night, or hear anything peculiar?" "That?" Lin Hong felt a bit uneasy, though robbed that day, he had slept like a log at night, hearing nothing. I did hear some noises." Just then, a timid voice spoke up. It was Lin Hong's lover, Bei Yanner. He Feng's gaze instantly shifted to her. "What did you find out?" Bei Yanner was startled by his forceful gaze and hastily replied, I tend to wake up at night, and that night I thought I heard something moving in the hallway. I didn't dare to look, though." He Feng frowned slightly, not fully satisfied with this piece of information, as he couldn't be sure whether it was Su-han. If it was Su-han, then he was very likely devouring the corpses of those corpses in some special way. After all, he had found some fleshless skeletal remains in the hallway on the 5th floor that day, all belonging to corpses. Moreover, Su-han had specifically requested the clearing of the corpses killed earlier, which more or less corroborated with each other. The only thing missing was concrete evidence. Seeing He Feng deep in thought and ignoring them, Lin Hong couldn't help but feel anxious. It was an opportunity to curry favor with He Feng, one he couldn't miss. Thus, he tentatively asked, "Brother Feng?" He Feng frowned slightly and stared at him. "What is it?" Lin Hong grew even more nervous, hurriedly speaking, "I also want to contract an angel envoy. Could I work under you?" He assured confidently, "As long as I work under you, I'll do whatever you command. I will absolutely obey." Lin Hong had realized by now that he might have been an executive before to command respect, but not anymore. Being an executive was useless, he needed to become stronger, which is why he wanted to contract an angel envoy. "You two go back for now, we'll talk about contracting angel envoys later. It's not so easy to kill those monsters now," He Feng said. Though he didn't outright agree, he didn't reject the idea either, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "Tonight's matter, neither of you must speak a word outside. When I have the time, I'll help you create opportunities to kill monsters, understood?" Lin Hong nodded eagerly, "Understood, we won't let that bastard Su-han know, thank you, Brother Feng." He Feng was pleased with Lin Hong's attitude and said to Wu Wang standing next to him, "Let them go back." Wu Wang stood up and said to the two, "Follow me, you two." Lin Hong bobbed his head like a barking dog, all the while maintaining a smile. This act was familiar to him. After all, it was much the same as how he used to deal with superiors in the company. He held Bei Yanner's hand, heading towards the door, with Wu Guang following behind, ready to close the door after they stepped out. But as soon as he turned around to follow, Wu Guang felt as though he could no longer walk. In front of his eyes, Bei Yanner's plump figure was as though it was right in front of him. A skirt tied around the bottom showcased a graceful and supple body. The slightly swaying slim waist and those generous hips trembled with each step, constantly enticing Wu Guang's heart. The living room was only 4 or 5 meters away from the corridor, yet it was just this short distance. Wu Guang felt an unusual heat rising in his chest and without realizing it, reached out and slapped those plump hips. With that slap, the trembling escalated. The sound of the slap wasn't loud, but in the quiet room, it resonated clearly. The woman's body stiffened. Lin Hong was also stunned, but quickly, Lin Hong composed himself and continued walking while the woman, without a word, just lowered her head and quickened her pace. A smile immediately appeared on Wu Guang's face, as he couldn't help thinking to himself, seems like the apocalypse is indeed not bad. Lin Hong and the woman left the room quickly. Wu Guang didn't follow them, but instead reluctantly glanced once more at that graceful body before banging the door shut with a thud. Back in the living room, he faced his companion's teasing looks. Yifeng laughed and scolded, "You've watched too many dirty movies, haven't you?" Wu Guang was somewhat embarrassed, yet felt no guilt, chuckling, "That foxy woman's ass is really something." His eyes twinkled like flames as he lowered his voice and tentatively asked, "Brother Feng, I see those apocalyptic novels and American series. It's all like that. Do you think we have a chance with this woman?" The tentative question seemed to ignite a fire in the hearts of the men in the living room, their eyes twinkling slightly. If it had been before the apocalypse, such a woman would have been out of their reach. It's not that she was particularly extraordinary, but they were already doing all they could just to make a living, let alone chase after such frills. Yifeng's heart also heated up. His pal was right, the woman's figure was indeed enticing, but he knew it wasn't the time yet. Don't think about any of that damn nonsense. Without stronger corpses, what can you do? You can't even get past Qing Zhenyang, understand? Yifeng's words pulled everyone back from their fantasies. He was right, even if they wanted to do something, Qing Zhenyang wouldn't just stand by and watch. That guy was tough as nails. Chen Jun spoke from the side, "But Brother Feng, we've secretly fed them the meat of the spider monster and the flesh of the tentacle-faced monster. Haven't you said there's been no change?" Although Yifeng couldn't take away the corpses of those mutated monsters under the watchful eyes of Qing Zhenyang and Su Han, he'd sneakily taken some flesh and blood. As long as it wasn't too much, it was doable. He had tried early on to nourish his own angel's envoy with the flesh and blood of these monsters in his room. But after consuming it, other than a brief speed-up in the healing of injuries, there were no effects of evolution. His face darkened, "So we need to dig out the secrets from Su Han's mouth." "You've heard it. His corpses were hardly any different from ours 2 or 3 days ago. Do you really believe it's because of some special talent?" Yifeng didn't believe Su Han's excuses, and neither did anyone present. "But how do we deal with him? His angel envoy's strength is too great. One punch can shatter a wall like that. We're no match for him even together," asked Su Hao meekly from the corner of the sofa. He had been there during today's distribution of resources and had witnessed the power of four-armed corpse himself. The fear had already taken root in his heart. A sharp look flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Four-armed corpse is formidable, not Su Han himself. "You all remember what happened to Wang Qian, right? Wu Wang, you've struck up a conversation with that fat guy in their team, right?" Wu Wang hesitated slightly before answering. "That fat guy doesn't know Su Han's secret either. But I guess he wants to know too." "Hey, wanting to know is good enough." Yifeng laughed, then said, "Keep talking to him these next few days, promise him more stuff. As long as he spills the information, we'll give him whatever he wants, got it?" Chapter 27, You Need to Pay More. 2 more days had passed since the resource distribution, and the atmosphere in all 7 temporary assembly points was very bleak and oppressive. Most people chose to stay in their rooms, and even if they had to go out for something, the occasional encounter did not involve greetings. The disorder during the resource distribution had already shattered the thin facade of order. Everyone knew that the current situation was merely maintained with difficulty, and to have a say, one needed significant power. Unfortunately, most people were not contractors, nor did they have strengths like Su Han. Thus, they could only avoid causing additional trouble as much as possible to protect themselves, hoping for timely official rescue. As time passed, the disadvantages of the high-rise residential buildings gradually became apparent. First, the gas supply was suddenly cut off, there was no gas in the pipes, and creating fire depended on finding burnable waste or things like books and wooden furniture on various floors. Due to the limited amount of combustible materials, to extend their usage time and also for fear of carbon monoxide poisoning from indoor fires, most survivors began to selectively eat instant foods or temporarily set up a communal fire under Cheng Zhanyang's unified command in the lobby. The issue of cooking with fire was barely resolved, but on the second day, an even tougher situation arose. The entire building began to experience water outages. There was still some water in the rooftop tanks, but the water meter in the supply pipes had stopped moving, no longer supplying the building with water. This meant if the water in the tanks ran out, and their previously stored water was also exhausted, there would be absolutely no water source in all 7 buildings. The situation worsened, but the thick fog outside showed no signs of dissipating. In such circumstances, the atmosphere in the entire building grew even more oppressive, and many people fell into a negative state of mind, with despair gradually spreading among them. More than once, muffled sounds of crying or breakdowns came from various rooms. Su-han and his 3 companions had relatively sufficient resources. Even if the 4 of them consumed together, they could last at least a month or 2. Compared to everyone else's despair, they instead focused on training their angel envoys. Su-han was right. In such an apocalypse, only strength was the absolute truth and could better ensure their survival. Therefore, aside from Yan Miu, everyone was training their angel envoys in their rooms, even engaging in some combat exercises. Although only 2 days had passed, Gan Xinglai and Zhu Zhuang could clearly feel that the strength feedback from their angel envoys had indeed increased a bit. Su-han did not merely train his 4-armed corpse, but focused his mind, immersing his consciousness into the consciousness space, facing the Book of Blood Spirit and the image of the 4-armed corpse on that page alone. He wanted to enhance the connection through such comprehension and synchronize with the newly acquired skill of the 4-armed corpse, primary self-healing. However, 2 days had passed, and though he had become more sensitive in controlling the 4-armed corpse and perceiving the Book of Blood Spirit, he made no progress in synchronizing the self-healing skill, clearly not finding the right method. Differently from the other 3, Yan Mi's training was not confined to her room. She secretly sent out the rot-skin rat, following Su-han's instructions to monitor He Feng and his group's movements. Everyone thought this would be a lengthy process, but to their surprise, only 2 days later, Yan Mi placed a recording before them. With a serious expression and anger in her eyes, she said, "He Feng has approached Lin Hong planning to take action against you." This statement made the 3 men present shift their gaze, their eyes filled with dangerous light. They had considered He Feng ambitious, but they hadn't expected him to act so swiftly. He's really courting death. Several people sat around the living room table as Su-han's gaze remained calm. He spoke, "Let's hear it. Everything is on this recorder. You'll know once you listen." Yan Mi activated the recorder and began to fast forward, pulling the recording to the point where He Feng and his group were discussing how to deal with Su-han. The recorder was secretly carried in by Yan Mi's rot-skin rat, entering through the public smoke exhaust duct and then the range hood exhaust of He Feng's room, subsequently hiding in the closet next to it. With its body just half a meter long excluding the tail, the rot-skin rat had no trouble hiding in these compartment cabinets, not to mention it only had to place the recorder before retreating. As Yan Mi operated the device, voices from He Feng and his group quickly emanated from the recorder. The voices were not very clear, after all, the living room was a bit distant. However, their specific discussion was recorded, particularly He Feng's ambitious voice, which shockingly revealed plans to subdue Su-han by decapitation. By the time they heard this, everyone's expressions had turned cold. Zhu Zhuang sneered repeatedly, cursing, "Damn little sneaks, playing dirty, huh?" Su-han tapped the table lightly and suddenly said, "Old Zhu, go see them in a bit." Zhu Zhuang was stunned, showing a puzzled expression and exclaimed, "Why should I go see them? What the hell for?" Su-han calmly replied, "They want to know this secret, right? You go tell them. It will also give me a chance to take them somewhere secluded." In the lobby of Building 7 on the first floor, Wu Wang had been guarding this entrance for 2 days, smoking one cigarette after another, feeling extremely irritated. Damn it, those 4 might just stay in their rooms for 4 or 5 days straight? Not a single person in sight, and no news at all. Normally, the duty at the main entrance is rotated to guard against any monsters rushing in. This was predominantly the responsibility of the security team, but for the past 2 days, Wu Wang had volunteered to stand guard. Of course, standing guard was not the goal. The goal was to create an opportunity to meet Zhu Zhuang, but he hadn't seen anyone for 2 days. Wu Wang dared not openly show his agitation, so he turned to a young security officer named Zhao and said, "You keep watch, I'm going to smoke a cigarette in the toilet. Sitting here so long, I'm almost getting hemorrhoids." Without waiting for Zhao's response, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, ready to light up, and headed towards the toilet on the first floor. However, just as he was about to reach the toilet, someone suddenly grabbed him. Instinctively, He was about to summon his angel envoy, but then he heard a familiar voice next to his ear. "Keep it down. Do you want Su-Han to know?" Wu Wang focused his eyes and was startled. "Zhu Zhuang?" His surprise evident. With a flash of realization, he smiled and said, "Big bro, have you figured it out? Did you find anything out?" Zhu Zhuang wore a cautious face but spoke in a crafty tone, "Don't get too familiar just yet. 2 taels of gold isn't enough for this information, you'll need to pay more." Chapter 28, he picked up a ring. Damn. Wu Wang cursed inwardly. It was already 2 taels of gold, but they were still not satisfied. That was 80 or 90,000 yuan, an amount they might not earn in a year of running their barbecue stall. Although blaming Zhu Zhuang's greed, the news he brought undoubtedly shocked him, and he couldn't let it pass. Knowing the urgency of the matter, he then said to steady Zhu Zhuang, "I'll take you to meet our boss, he'll give you whatever you want." Zhu Zhuang chuckled, "That's good, let's go. Fortunately, Su-Han isn't free to watch us today." Wu Wang's expression changed as he thought to himself, "So that's why I haven't seen them these past few days, Su-Han has been watching them closely." He immediately led Zhu Zhuang towards the 3rd floor, close to the end of the hallway, where He Feng and others lived. Upon reaching the door, Wu Wang pushed it open and as soon as he entered, he excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Feng, we've got news." He Feng was training his angel envoy in the living room. Upon hearing the news, he sharply turned his gaze towards the entrance. Seeing Zhu Zhuang, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Sit down and let's talk." He Feng asked the two to sit down and talk, but his gaze was fixed on Zhu Zhuang. To him, Zhu Zhuang being brought by Wu Wang was unexpected. However, now that he was here, the information he could provide would definitely be more valuable. Besides, with Zhu Zhuang taking sides here, stabbing Su-Han in the back wouldn't be an issue. Thinking this, He Feng became excited. Wu Wang settled down and leaned close to He Feng's ear, whispering, "Boss, it's like this, he's found the secret, but he wants more money." He Feng's eyes flickered slightly, his face remained inscrutable as he thought to himself, "No wonder he would betray, this guy really is greedy." With a smile, He Feng reassured Zhu Zhuang, "The price isn't a problem, but how much more Brother Zhu can add depends on how much your information is worth, you know this." Zhu Zhuang sat confidently, his tone very certain, "My information is certainly valuable, but I want more than just money, I want to use that thing first." He Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a sly glint in his gaze as he caught a keyword, "that thing." He immediately continued, "That thing? You mean Su-Han's secret is tied to some object?" Zhu Zhuang's expression shifted slightly, appearing a bit unnatural as he vaguely replied, "Don't worry about that. You have to agree to my terms first, or I won't say anything." He Feng's demeanor suddenly shifted, adopting an air of having the upper hand. "Brother Zhu, you might as well speak up. I won't shortchange you, and you'll get your share first. Besides, you're already here, you don't think that Su-Han would let you off if he knew, do you? Damn, are you threatening me?" Zhu Zhuang burst out cursing, pointing directly at He Feng's nose, his spit spraying He Feng's face, his expression menacingly dark. "Damn, spit? Bad luck." He Feng was annoyed internally, but he didn't show it, instead adopting a cunning smile, staring into Zhu Zhuang's eyes. The more agitated Zhu Zhuang became, the more confident He Feng felt. "Let's talk about the matter first, you can't beat me, right?" Pushed into a corner, Zhu Zhuang took a deep breath, his tone unhappy as he said, "He has a red ring hanging around his neck that he never showed. I only saw it by chance a few days ago." "A ring?" He Feng was taken aback, showing a skeptical look, "Are you sure?" He knew Su-Han had secrets, but suddenly saying it was some magical ring made him skeptical, it sounded like something straight out of a novel. With air of annoyance, Zhu Zhuang replied, "Believe it or not, as soon as I saw it, he immediately hid it, never intending to show it to me. Though he didn't say anything, he quickly sent me away." As Zhu Zhuang described this, He Feng somewhat believed him. Su-Han's behavior indicated that it was no ordinary ring. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought, realizing what that thing was, the job would become much easier, kill Su-Han, snatch the ring. However, before that, there were still some issues to be resolved, such as how to use the ring. He looked toward Zhu Zhuang and asked out loud, "Do you know how to use this ring?" Zhu Zhuang replied irritably, "If I knew how to use it, would I still come looking for you? Just one sentence, the thing is right there, do you want to cooperate or not?" A flash of dissatisfaction passed through He Feng's eyes, "Damn fatso." Zhu Zhuang pressed on step by step, his demeanor one of not knowing who needed whom, which annoyed He Feng. But he couldn't turn on him now because Zhu Zhuang still had bigger uses. He offered a cunning smile and said confidently, "Of course we need to cooperate, and Brother Zhu, this thing wouldn't get done without you." Zhu Zhuang frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What are you thinking of doing?" "I'm not up for anything too dangerous." He Feng laughed and said, This job isn't dangerous for you at all. Zhu Zhuang's complexion worsened. What on earth are you planning? I need you to tell Suhan tonight that monsters have broken into the 7th floor, Qing Zanyang and the others are unable to hold them off, and they need support immediately. Zhu Zhuang's frown deepened, his expression growing increasingly ugly, almost steel blue. You plan to ambush Suhan on the 7th floor? Not just Suhan, but also his 2 sidekicks, Gan Xinglai and Yan Miu, right? Zhu Zhuang said in a serious tone. There are 3 of them, 3 angel envoys. If you guys want to ambush him, you'd better have a solid plan. Don't tell me you can beat a 4-armed corpse. Yifeng's expression darkened, his least favorite thing was others saying he couldn't beat a 4-armed corpse. Although it was true, he didn't like it, not one bit. He said coldly, I can't beat it, but if you just sneak up and stab him, if Suhan goes down, what good is that angel envoy? Then I'd just torch it with gasoline, no matter how many arms it has, in the end, it'll just be a pile of charred wood. What do you think? Zhu Zhuang's pupils shrank sharply, his cheek muscles twitching, and he cursed in his mind, what a treacherous bastard. He pondered for a long time until Yifeng, growing impatient, tapped on the table and kept his gaze fixed on him. Only then did he slowly raise his head. What time tonight? Seeing Zhu Zhuang ask this brought a smile to Yifeng's face. After midnight. We'll get there first, just bring the people up and we'll get started. I guarantee the gold will be yours, and once I figure out how to use that ring, I'll definitely share the benefits with you. It's a deal. You better call upon all your men. That 4-armed corpse is far more formidable than you think, you must have seen its punch in the lobby. We can't afford a mistake, or none of us will come out alive. Zhu Zhuang's caution made Yifeng's smile even brighter. The more meticulous the caution, the more it proved Zhu Zhuang was on their side, beyond the point of no return. He responded, don't worry, I won't hold back on this. Plus, my corpse is 1st level intermediate, not below his angel envoy. Zhu Zhuang looked at Yifeng in surprise, the news indeed unexpected. Yifeng was quite pleased with Zhu Zhuang's expression, thinking, shocked, aren't you? Suhan isn't the only capable one. If not for that ring, who would have the upper hand is still undecided. But soon, that chance will belong to him. Wu Guang, see Brother Zhu off, and be careful not to let Suhan notice. Understood, Brother Feng. Chapter 29 He let me stab you. Wu Guang and Zhu Zhuang stood up together, just as they were about to see him out of the room, they only made it to the entrance hall. Zhu Zhuang stopped him, we should go separately. If someone sees us accidentally, I'm afraid they might misunderstand. Wu Guang was startled, then laughed and said, old Zhu considers everything. You go first then. What Wu Guang didn't expect was that as soon as Zhu Zhuang left the room, he went straight from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor and directly to Suhan's house. He knocked on the door, and soon Mia opened it. She and Gan Xinglai had been waiting there already. Come in first, Suhan is in the living room. Zhu Zhuang nodded, and after entering, he shut the door tight before heading to the living room. He plopped down on the sofa, and sitting opposite him was Suhan, with Gan Xinglai and Yan Miu sitting on the sofa to the left. Suhan asked, how are things, old Zhu? They want me to stab you with a knife. Suhan? He was completely baffled when Zhu Zhuang slowly explained, that bastard, as soon as he heard I'd gotten the secret from me, he planned to make a move on you. It's scheduled for tonight. Lower you up to the 7th floor first, then I'm supposed to secretly stab you, preventing you from commanding the 4-armed corpse and limiting its effectiveness. Then they'll use gasoline against your 4-armed corpse and burn it to ash. This bastard is much more sinister than we thought. Suhan snorted, laughing coldly, it's good that he's sneaky. Without it, I wouldn't know how to hit him hard. Gan Xinglai asked, so what's our plan for tonight? Counter their scheme. Tonight, we go to the 7th floor first, and then we wait for them. Time ticked away, and the sky outside the window grew gradually darker. The atmosphere in Building 7's gathering point was still somber. By evening, a few people huddled together in the lobby on the 1st floor to light a fire and quickly made dinner before hastening back to their rooms. The gradual scarcity of supplies made even food a sore point, and though it had not yet caused a scramble, the burning gazes made people instinctively afraid, avoiding them subconsciously. Moreover, with the fog spreading, the weather also transformed slightly, as if moving from the height of summer to deep autumn, and the night air carried a bit of chill, quite uncomfortable. Thus no one stayed outside their rooms, and this silence became exceptionally profound in Building 7 after nightfall. As time passed, the entire district grew darker, and soon it was midnight. A soft click echoed down the hallway on the 3rd floor as a door slowly opened. Then, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness, as Yifeng and his group with weapons in hand quietly made their way toward the 7th floor. The leader, Yifeng, held a sharp, pointed steel pipe a meter long in his hand, not only good for swinging at people, but its sharp end could stab through a person and leave a hole as if it were a spearhead. The others carried similar weapons, either shiny bone-chopping knives or equally sturdy steel pipes. Contrary to everyone else, the one lagging behind, Wu Wang, was different. In his hands, he carried a metal gasoline can, its dark green surface painted black in the dim yellow desk lamplight, marked with 20 liters, and indeed filled with gasoline. He carried a jet-black backpack on his shoulders, which made a clanging sound of glass bottles colliding as he moved. It was packed with makeshift Molotov cocktails they had fashioned. The craft of creating them wasn't anything special, but they could burn a person to death. The group reached the 7th floor and stood in the corridor. Yifeng instructed, "In a moment, Su Hao and Chen Jun, hide in the room that used to be Ganzingli's. Wu Wang and I will hide in Su Han's room, and Li Zijun, you two find a room near the stairs to hide in. Once Su Han arrives, we'll surround him." "Got it? Got it, Brother Feng. Don't worry." Yifeng kept going over his plan. The reason for choosing the 7th floor was because it was originally where Su Han and the others lived. In this familiar place, should a monster invasion happen, Su Han would surely pay more attention, and he definitely wouldn't expect an ambush there, especially one coming from his own room. "That ring will soon be mine." Yifeng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. All of his scheming was about to pay off. They all summoned their angel envoys by their side, not daring to take their ambush against Su Han and his group lightly. "Wu Guang, take out your Molotov cocktails and divide them, everyone gets some. Be careful not to burn yourselves," Yifeng said. In the corridor, Wu Guang opened the backpack slung on his back, revealing the Molotov cocktails inside. Big bottles, small bottles, all kinds of glass jars were filled, mostly with beer bottles. The Molotov cocktail was filled halfway with gasoline, and a strip of cloth was stuffed into the bottleneck, leaving about half of it exposed for lighting. The pungent smell of gasoline made Yifeng frown with concern, worried that Su Han, who was rushing over, would notice something amiss. But it was too late to worry now. The Molotov cocktail was the best weapon against the four-armed corpse, and he couldn't afford to abandon it, so he could only urge the others to hurry up. After distributing the Molotov cocktails, everyone quickly headed to the rooms they were hiding in, as previously instructed. Each person was gripping a weapon tightly, and the angel envoy corpse following them felt uneasy as well. All the rooms on the 7th floor, except for Su Han's, were practically doorless, as Su Han had stripped them for metal when he needed it, which made things easier for Yifeng and the others. Chen Jun reached Ganzingli's former room. He had just entered and hadn't moved from the vestibule to the living room to hide when his peripheral vision suddenly caught a shadow in the darkness. What in the world? Startled, he instinctively aimed the table lamp at that spot, but the shadow abruptly moved, pouncing at him and knocking him heavily to the ground. "A monster, help." He couldn't finish crying for help when a fist landed heavily on his face, dazing him and muffling his speech. "Chen Jun." Su Hao panicked and immediately tried to command his angel envoy corpse to go rescue him. However, in the darkness, it wasn't just his angel envoy corpse present. A large, dark rat shadow burst out from above the hallway cabinet, landing directly on him, its sharp claws piercing his neck and gripping tightly onto his flesh. "Don't move, or both of you will die." In the gloomy vestibule, Yan Miu and Gan Xingli's figures suddenly appeared. They were holding weapons, with the sharp edges already aimed at their throats. Chen Jun went pale, immediately realizing what had happened. They had been ambushed in return. Li Zijun and his companion met a similar fate on the other side. As they just stepped into the vestibule, Li Zijun's head was struck hard. With a clang, seeing stars, a steel pipe cracked his head open, and blood flowed out, causing him to collapse on the spot, unable to rise. The man following him was too stunned to react before another shadow tackled him, choking his neck tightly and leaving him almost breathless, his face turning a ghastly purple as he was thoroughly subdued. Although their angel envoy corpse was not far behind him and was just about to command a rescue, the shadowy figure in the darkness said coldly, "Tell them not to move, or you'll die." The blade's edge broke Li Zijun's skin, and the pain, along with the blood flowing, incited extreme fear in him. "No, we won't move, don't be hasty, brother." Li Zijun recognized the attacker. It was Zhu Zhuang, who had come looking for Yifeng just the other day. Elsewhere in the corridor, Yifeng, who hadn't yet broken into the room, suddenly changed color. He heard the commotion and shouted, "What's happened?" But neither Chen Jun nor Li Zijun nor any of their four companions answered, and fear instantly surged through Yifeng's heart. Panicked, he headed to check on Chen Jun's room to find out what had happened. But behind him, Su Han's room door clicked open. Frightened, he spun around to see a towering figure emerge slowly from inside, each step heavy and resonating. Dim, flickering light revealed the figure, and his face drained of color. Because he saw four massive, ferocious arms, the monster was indeed the four-armed corpse. Yifeng cried out in disbelief, "You, how are you here?" Wasn't it you who called me here? Then you want to burn me to a crisp here, right? Yifeng shuddered, terror spreading within him as he guessed the answer. His eyes bulged, veins popped, and his voice turned hoarse and low. Zhuozhuang was sent by you. You despicable man, you want to kill us all to become the boss here. As he spoke, Chen Jun and Li Zijun were led out by Yan Miu, Gan Xinglai, and Zhuozhuang from their respective rooms. The angel envoy corpses followed closely beside them but dared not make any move. Seeing this scene, Yifeng felt his heart sink to the pits. He knew he was finished. He was completely outplayed by the despicable Su Han. Chapter 30, Putting Useful Value to Work. Draw line, let us leave. As long as we leave, we will never come back to this gathering point. Whatever you want to do, we won't stop you. When Su Han heard Yifeng's naive idea, he only found it amusing. He chuckled lightly, and said indifferently, Yifeng, do you think this is a game of house? To say let go and let go? Yifeng, with a stern face, knew that Su Han probably wouldn't let him go easily, but he still didn't want to miss the chance to escape. He said coldly, do you think your four-armed corpse is the only first-level intermediate? Wu Guang, act. He shouted loudly, and then his own large corpse charged forward, aiming directly at Su Han himself. Wu Guang was initially startled when he heard Yifeng's order, but quickly, his angel envoy corpse followed closely behind and rushed towards Su Han. They both understood one thing, only by killing Su Han or controlling him could they possibly escape. Yifeng's angel envoy corpse, after advancing to first-level intermediate, indeed differed greatly from 2 days ago. While its body structure remained the same, still a tall humanoid twisted monster, its height had increased from the original 1.7 meters to 1.9 meters. The muscles on its body appeared more bulging and tight, containing more explosive power, especially those elongated hands with about 2 centimeters of hard bone fingernails growing on the fingertips. The angel envoy corpse opened its blood-filled mouth, revealing its sharp teeth coated in mucus, and it pounced towards Su Han with incredible speed. However, the speed of the four-armed corpse was even faster, and its form moved to block it in a flash. Yifeng's angel envoy corpse could not get around it and had to face Su Han's four-armed corpse directly. Its sharp claws aimed at the cheeks of the four-armed corpse, trying to gouge out its eyes in one strike. Claw strike. Just then, Yifeng suddenly shouted, and the speed of the sharp claws seemed to increase further, faintly creating a sound as they cut through the air. In the blink of an eye, they had almost reached the head of the four-armed corpse. Does Yifeng also have skills? Su Han instantly recognized that this was not a normal attack, it must also be a skill. The sudden increase in speed was enough to catch an ordinary person off guard. Four-armed corpse, stop him. Su Han issued the order to obstruct, and Yifeng sneered inwardly, thinking it was too late to stop it now. Yifeng felt he might have a chance to win again, but he hadn't even begun to rejoice. Suddenly he widened his eyes in disbelief, watching the scene in front of him as the speed of the four-armed corpse seemed much faster than before. The additional arms that had sprouted from its back clamped together tightly, forming a fist like a giant hammer, and with a bang sound, it fell heavily from above. Yifeng's own corpse's attack had just barely touched the cheek of the four-armed corpse. The next moment, only a metallic clang was heard. Not only did it not break through the defense of the four-armed corpse, but then a dull thud followed as it was smashed down onto the floor. Yifeng's eyes burst with fury. This is impossible. But the foot of the four-armed corpse had already stepped up, landing heavily, and with a crisp crack, it broke the spine of his corpse. Shaken to his core, Su Han's voice then faintly carried over, first-level intermediate, I was that no longer. Yifeng stood there stupefied, while at this time Wu Guang's corpse had rushed in front of him. The situation had turned dramatically, and Wu Guang felt almost hopeless. He didn't believe his corpse could defeat the four-armed corpse, but he had no other choice but to see it through to the end. Kill that monster. Wu Guang ordered his corpse to continue the attack, its diving shape reminiscent of a wild beast. However, to his surprise, Su Han actually bypassed the four-armed corpse, positioned himself in front of it, holding only a crowbar in his hand. He swung the crowbar with cutting speed, and with a bang sound, he directly smashed the rapidly approaching corpse to the ground, breaking countless bones. Su Han's strength was almost as formidable as that of the Angel Envoy. And as the Angel Envoy corpse was flipped over on the ground struggling to get up, Su Han had already stepped forward, directing the crowbar straight at the spine beneath its neck, and with a squelching sound, the crowbar pierced through, breaking the spine. Wu Guang's corpse was completely disabled, unable to move from the neck down, only continuing to twitch. How could your strength be? Yifeng was utterly astounded, staring disbelievingly at Su Han. The advancement of the four-armed corpse indeed reciprocated strength, which Yifeng could feel himself. After his own corpse advanced, he felt slightly stronger than two grown men put together, but that was just a slight increase. Yet, Su Han had effortlessly killed the corpse, as casually as if tipping over a bereft dog, His strength no longer seemed human. Thud, a light sound echoed, and Wu Wang had already knelt on the ground, completely terrified, crying, "Spare me, it was all Yifeng's doing, this has nothing to do with me, please spare me, I will never oppose you again." Wu Wang's cries for mercy while kneeling on the ground appeared extremely ironic to Yifeng. His face turned utterly grim, an intense blue steel, as he stared fiercely at Wu Guang. Su-han merely glanced at them and said calmly, "Everyone stay quiet. Old Zhu, tie them up, and make sure to break the limbs of the corpses." The controlled few, including Chen Jun, paled, their calves trembling. Realizing their imminent fate, Yifeng's expression darkened before he loudly yelled, "Make your corpses move, otherwise we'll all be dead once they finish." With a smack, before Yifeng could finish, the four-armed corpse slammed him to the ground, then single-handedly picked him up and pressed him against the wall, deforming his face into a red mess. Su-han said indifferently, "Talk again, and you die first." Su-han's actions had terrified Chen Jun and the others. Even though they could still control their own corpses, they dared not entertain any further thoughts. Zhu Zhuang tied up their hands and feet and aligned them on their knees, while their corpses' limbs were forcibly broken by the four-armed corpse. After tying up the men, Zhu Zhuang, as if prepared, took all the cloth strips found in the room, stuffed them into their mouths, then tightened and securely tied them. Chen Jun and the others wanted to beg for mercy, but could only make muffled sounds, failing to utter a complete sentence, and could only continuously shake their bodies. Zhu Zhuang approached Su-han and asked, "What do we do next?" Gan Xinglai and Yan Mi also looked towards Su-han, waiting for his instructions. "No rush, let's pick an angel envoy and do some experiments first." Su-han was far from compassionate, only interested in learning more about the angel envoys and the Book of Blood Spirit. Previously, his understanding of the angel envoys and the Book of Blood Spirit was largely experimental, but some details were impractical to handle on his own. Now, with Yifeng and the other contractors present, these experiments, inconvenient for him to conduct personally, could conveniently be performed on them. Zhu Zhuang glanced over Yifeng and the others, his gaze settling on Wu Wang, then he revealed a benevolent smile. He said in a negotiable tone, "It's you, contribute to the experiment." Wu Wang couldn't speak through his gag, desperately shaking his body, pleading with the four of them. However, his pleas were of no use. His limb-broken corpse had already been dragged in front of the four-armed corpse by Zhu Zhuang. Su-han nodded, and the four-armed corpse grabbed the corpse's head, squeezing it with a force that caused a cracking noise, similar to a burst melon, as blood and white, viscous substance gushed out. Following the death of the angel envoy, Wu Wang emitted a low, agonized groan from deep within his throat, his complexion instantly turning deathly pale, and he collapsed on the ground. Zhu Zhuang quickly stepped forward, placing a hand beside his neck, checking his pulse. The pulse was intense, irregular, the swelling veins horrifying, indicating that Wu Wang was not yet dead. "He's still alive, but he has passed out." Zhu Zhuang casually flipped open Wu Wang's eyelids, his eyes dull and rolled back. Does the death of an angel envoy really have such a severe impact on the contractor's psyche? Su-han pondered the connection, then said calmly, "Try another one." At his command, the four-armed corpse stepped forward to select another corpse, its sharp metal claws slicing through the corpse's neck, decapitating it. This time, the casualty was Chen Jun, his whole body contorting, his face ghastly pale, blood dripping from his mouth and nose, looking even more miserable than Wu Guang. Gan Xinglai also stepped forward to check, then stood up and said, "Same as Wu Wang, he has passed out." He even slapped Chen Jun's cheeks forcefully, turning them red, but Chen Jun still didn't awaken, clearly more than just a simple faint. Meanwhile, Su-han, unperturbed, had other angel envoys act, but this time they didn't kill, instead inflicting severe injuries of the sort where nearly no bones were left intact. With such injuries, the envoy might soon die on its own if left unattended for too long. The gruesome torture frightened Li Zijun and his companion. They wanted to summon the angel envoy back into the Book of Blood Spirit but had absolutely no chance to do so. Let alone that summoning took time. The moment they saw their Book of Blood Spirit light up, Zhu Zhuang had already positioned his blade in front of them. Choosing to preserve rather than abandon, they had no real choice. Chapter 31, Murder. Su-han no longer continued to experiment, and this action instead heightened the fear in Yifeng and the others. Yifeng had long lost his initial air of arrogance, as he realized that compared to Su-han, he was far too weak. Not only in terms of strength but in their approach to the apocalypse. Although everyone was just an ordinary person before the apocalypse, Su-han was able to kill the mutants one by one with such composure, using them as test subjects. 6 people knelt in front of Su-han. Wu Wang and Chen Jun had already came to their senses, but their faces were pale, and their mental states had declined to an extreme, even somewhat dazed, as if they had been on a wild trip with ice. The price of the angel envoy's death was a mental shock, and recovery clearly wasn't something that could be achieved in a day or two. Suhan, they now. Yan Mi glanced at Yifeng and the others. The experiment was already over. 2 of the 6 angel envoys had died, and the rest were almost completely ruined. Take them downstairs. Before he could finish speaking, sudden urgent footsteps came from the staircase, and Suhan and the others immediately turned to look. The angel envoys by their side were already prepared. With a loud bang, the safety door to the staircase was directly knocked open. Yifeng, what the hell are you guys doing? The person who rushed in started questioning loudly, but he stopped abruptly when he saw the scene before him. Yifeng and his group were kneeling pitifully in front of Suhan and the others, looking more than just miserable. Seeing Cheng Zanyang's security team, Yifeng and the others became agitated, struggling and sobbing. With Cheng Zanyang here, they had hope of being saved. Suhan looked at the newcomers and suddenly laughed. The entire security team, led by Cheng Zanyang with Zhang Fu and 4 other guards, had arrived, but one person was unexpectedly there, Go Gang. Suhan, Go Gang said he saw Yifeng take weapons and quietly follow you upstairs, and told me to come to your rescue, but this. What happened here? Cheng Zanyang's mind was confused, unable to figure out what had happened, and his expression was also quite serious. Although he didn't know what had happened, the current situation was clearly a fierce conflict between the 2 groups. Suhan looked at Go Gang, a bit surprised, and he sorted out the cause and effect of the events. Go Gang had noticed their initial ambush, and then detected Yifeng and his group's arrival, suspecting something was wrong, and thus the current scene of calling for reinforcements ensued. Go Gang, thank you for this. Suhan sincerely expressed his thanks, making Go Gang show an embarrassed smile. It's good as long as you are okay. Go Gang was a man who repaid kindness, as Suhan had helped him with the contract, and naturally, he didn't want him to be in danger. But Cheng Zanyang was somewhat eager to know what had happened, asking, did you guys have a conflict? It's not a conflict, Suhan shook his head and smiled calmly. They were looking for death, and I took care of it, don't worry. Cheng Zanyang's expression changed. Suhan's indifferent tone made him sense trouble, as he had already seen the angel envoys lying on the ground, twisted like mounds of flesh with probably broken bones. Suhan must have been the one to act, and now it seemed he wasn't done handling it, which meant that next he might deal with. Don't be impulsive, Cheng Zanyang said gravely. Even if the conflict is significant, we can't take it out on people. We all can kill mutants. The officials in South City certainly can, and if order is restored and they start settling scores later. Captain Cheng, I've said I'll take care of it. Cheng Zanyang's concerns were not only because of his integrity, but he had also encountered the fact that mere mutants like the rot-skin rat weren't enough to completely destroy human order. If there was a day of recovery, taking lives might turn into a target. However, Suhan just laughed. He saw things more clearly. The mutants couldn't destroy all order, but the fluctuation could, and if there were more creatures like that, there would be no order to speak of. Everything relied on strength alone. Suhan simply said, give him the recording. This isn't just a conflict, it's murder, Captain Cheng. Cheng Zanyang's expression changed at the mention of the word murder, and Yan Mi had already thrown the recording pen to him. The recording pen stopped at the last segment where everyone had listened to Yifeng's schemes, and as soon as it was played, Yifeng's voice came through. From gathering information to planning the move, the most crucial moment was when speaking with Zhu Zhuang, that insidious, cruel sentence, burn him to death with gasoline. Once these words were spoken, Cheng Zanyang and his group's complexions had turned completely ashen, their anger no longer containable. Tui, I was just talking to you, damn blinded me. A gob of spit landed on Yifeng's face, initially thinking it was just a palace coup sort of conflict, where if they could avoid killing, they would. Everyone should preserve their fighting strength first, survival was the most important. But never had he imagined that Yifeng would be such a creature, murdering and plundering, burning people with gasoline. Could a normal person in modern society think of this, let alone do it? For the first time, Cheng Zanyang felt a fear stemming from his heart. The change in people's hearts during the apocalypse was so terrifying. For people to turn into demons, it was so simple, they didn't even need the slightest provocation. Brother, I'm sorry. These words were for Suhan, filled with guilt. Don't worry about it, Suhan replied, then looked at his four-armed corpse, saying, send them downstairs, the fastest way. The four-armed corpse was his angel envoy, immediately comprehending the order, taking large strides towards Yifeng and his people who were already slumped on the ground. Death was closing in on them, they didn't even have the energy to struggle. Sharp metal claws sliced across their necks, deep gashes began to appear one by one on their throats, blood spurting out like fountains. Yifeng and the others' eyes bulged, their bodies trembling, like fish gasping for air, gradually losing any sign of life. The four-armed corpse grabbed their still warm bodies, then marched into a room, approaching the edge of the balcony. In full view of everyone, the four-armed corpse tossed Feng and the others one by one down from the building, falling 7 floors to the ground. Even if they were dead before, they would certainly become a pile of flesh. Su-han calmly watched this scene unfold. This was the first time he had killed someone. Surprisingly, he didn't feel fear or unease. So adapting to the apocalypse is this simple. He mocked himself internally, then looked to Qing Zhenyang, saying, "Captain Qing, the problem is solved, we'll be heading back now." Qing Zhenyang had a complex expression. It took him a while to say. Feng took a bunch of people and ran off on his own. Su-han nodded. Whatever the aftermath of this incident would be, it was fine for Qing Zhenyang to handle it in such a way. After all, it was just to pacify everyone. But he didn't think anyone would care much about it now. Su-han led the 3 people into the stairwell, vanishing from Qing Zhenyang and the other sight. "Captain Qing," Zhang Fu's voice rose, sighing, "let's seal the security door on the 7th floor, that's the only thing we can do about this matter." Once the 7th floor's security door was sealed, one could only go to the 8th floor through the 6th, and even if someone became curious, they wouldn't discover anything there. This was already the best solution. Are we really going to say Feng ran away on his own? What if people don't believe it? A young lad from the security team asked hesitantly. The excuse that someone quietly ran away on their own truly sounded a bit clumsy. No one would really believe it, at least he wouldn't. Zhao, in times like these, who still cares about life or death? Zhang Fu glanced at the security door, his voice somewhat low. Sooner or later we will have to adapt to these things. Su-han and the others have adapted earlier. The older you get, the more things you see, and in past chaos, it was pretty much the same. Zhang Fu, stop talking. Qing Zhenyang shook his head, then said, "Let's seal the door first." The security team got busy dealing with the aftermath on the 7th floor, while Su-han and his companions walked down the stairwell to the 3rd floor. Su-han paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Do Lin Hong and the others live on the 3rd floor?" Yan Miu and the others were taken aback, their eyes shifted slightly as if they had thought of something. "Yes." "Miu, let your rot-skin rat take action." Su-han's voice was without fluctuation, as if he was discussing something mundane. "They were also a part of this." Yan Miu silently nodded and answered, "I know, in a moment I'll." "No need to do it in their room, leave it where Feng was. If they come, then send them off to join the rest together." Chapter 32 The function of the lamp. Lin Hong's matter was an interlude, and after it was handed over to Yan Miu, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, early in the morning when the sky was still dim, Yan Miu came to find him and told him the results. Lin Hong and that woman went to look for Feng before dawn. They were in cahoots. Su-han sneered inwardly upon hearing this. Going to look for Feng before dawn was obviously a rush to know whether the action had been successful or not. Unfortunately, Feng had already become minced meat, first having his neck wiped, with almost half of his neck broken, and then being thrown downstairs, long gone. Let's put Feng's matter aside for now. You 3 had better train more in the next 2 days. Once you all become first-level intermediate, we'll prepare to head out and explore since we're running out of water. Yan Miu nodded and said, "I understand, I should be able to advance tomorrow, but Hold Gan might be a day or 2 late." The sudden disappearance of Feng and his group went unnoticed on the first day, but the deaths of Lin Hong and the other person caused a panic for a while. On the second day after their deaths, they were found in Feng's room, their necks mauled by a wild beast, dying in horror. Most people were concerned about monsters still lurking in the corridors, yet some linked the 2 incidents together. Among the contractors who weren't flesh bodies, there was actually one, but they dared not speak of it. The more they knew, the less they dared to speak out, fearing they would meet the same fate. Panic was deeply buried in everyone's heart. The atmosphere of the entire Block 7 gathering point became even tenser. In contrast to the general anxiety, Su-han's group of 4, after the incident with Feng, not only became more united but also calmed down, training their angel envoys every day. Yan Mi's angel envoy, the rot-skin rat, was the first to break through to first-level intermediate. The rot-skin rat's form didn't change much, but its size certainly did, growing significantly from its original length of around 1 meter, including its tail. After advancing, its body grew to about half a meter tall and around 1.1 meters long, with its tail also reaching about a meter, covered with fine scales akin to a chain. Its pitch-black fur was hard as steel needles, and the area of its rotting skin slightly reduced, turning into coarse, blood-red skin. Combined with its crimson eyes, it exuded a dangerous aura. The advancement of the rot-skin rat made its figure more robust, greatly enhancing its attack power as well. It was now equally matched with Gan Xingilai's flesh corpse in aspects such as ramming and pouncing. Bang bang bang, the door of Su-han's master bedroom was knocked on, and he immediately opened it to find Yan Miu standing outside. "What's wrong?" Aren't you training with old Gan? Ever since intensifying their training, Yan Mi had been controlling her angel envoy to practice with Gan Xinglai and Zhuzhuang in turns, all striving to improve their strength as fast as possible. As for the training location, it was in the living room of Su-han's room, where nearly all furniture had been cleared to create an arena-like setting. Yan Mi looked particularly serious as she spoke. The lamp tree has grown a second fruit, and we've discovered its use. Su-han's expression turned to surprise as he quickly responded, let's go and have a look. When he and Yan Mi arrived at the room where the lamp tree was stored, Gan Xinglai and Zhuzhuang had already gotten there before them. The light from the lamp tree shone like a large bulb, illuminating the entire room with a yellow glow that wasn't dim but very bright. The two stood in front of the desk, casting long shadows as they pondered over the lamp tree. How's it looking? Su-han walked in, and upon hearing his approach, the two turned around. Gan Xinglai reported, it grew a small one, but it's only the size of a thumb. Zhuzhuang stepped aside, revealing the lamp tree on the desk. By this point, the lamp tree had been planted in the soil, a task handled by Zhuzhuang and Gan Xinglai. After uprooting the withered jade tree from another floor, they brought over a pot nearly 50 centimeters tall and placed the lamp tree inside it. After several days of observation and taking turns supplying energy to the lamp tree with their angel envoys, they gradually discovered that the light from the lamp tree didn't have any substantial effect on people, which is why it was planted in such a way. In fact, both Su-han and Zhuzhuang understood that the lamp tree could survive without rooting, so long as it had a sufficient supply of energy. Su-han saw that the twisted branches of the lamp tree had grown a bit thicker compared to the previous days. On these leafless branches, two crystal yellow fruits of different sizes hung, emitting light. You're saying you've discovered its use? Indeed, Gan Xinglai nodded, with some annoyance. Actually, we should have noticed it earlier. Look at the jade tree next to it. Su-han was startled and followed where Gan Xinglai was pointing. Looking past the haphazardly placed books that almost concealed it, he saw the pot containing the jade tree. Damn, how did it get so big? The jade tree was already over 30 centimeters tall, its leaves were thick and full, exuding a verdant green color that was very lively. Wait, lively. Su-han immediately realized that when he had brought the lamp tree into the room that day, the jade tree had been withered and listless, nowhere near this vibrant. Did you water the jade tree? Yan Mi shook her head, it's not about watering. The entire building lacks sufficient sunlight, and it must be the latent influence of the big fog. All plants are looking withered and listless, some have even died outright. This jade tree is an exception. Although the big fog hadn't penetrated the interior of the building, its latent influence was always present, and Yan Mi had observed that plants were the most affected. Even in low light conditions, they shouldn't have become so withered and listless within a few days, but that was precisely the case throughout the building, which was downright odd. Su-han fell into deep thought. So you're suggesting that this light can negate the effects of the fog, and might even improve the growth of the plants? That seems to be the case. We could try it with a few more potted plants to know for sure. But what's more important is this. Yan Mi abruptly pulled back the curtains, revealing the large pane of glass behind them. Behind the glass was the thick fog, a blanket of white, almost pressing against the window. However, when the light shone through the glass onto the outside, the situation suddenly changed. In Su-han's astonished gaze, the big fog at the window began to recede bit by bit, as if the tide was going out. In less than half a minute's time, the fog had retreated around 4 to 5 meters at the place where the light from the window reached, and a few meters beyond that, the fog was considerably thinner and visibility had improved. Su-han took a deep breath and calmed down. Can the yellow light disperse the big fog? Yes, old Gan was antsy and drew the curtains to check the fog, and unexpectedly discovered this. Since the arrival of the big fog, everything beyond the 7th building had been shrouded in oppressive fog that was frightening, as if monsters could jump out from the mist at any moment. Out of fear, almost all of the windows were kept covered with curtains all the time, and people seldom drew them aside except when necessary to check outside. Thanks for old Gan's restless hands. Internally thanking Gan Xinglai with a nod, Su-han then said, if this is an ability of the lamp tree, then this thing could be a big help to us. Old Gan, grab the map, it's time to discuss where we should head next. Strength and the big fog were two major obstacles preventing them from leaving the 7th building. The fog blocked visibility, and a normal person would likely not see further than 6 to 7 meters in such fog. With this visibility, any accident, such as a sudden monster attack, could not be properly responded to in time. Even with an angel envoy at your side, the outcome would be the same, unless you had the envoy carry you. But that idea was also impractical. Moreover, there's another downside: the fog affects one's mind, constantly creating a sense of oppression, as if one is locked in a dark room. Ordinary people under this fog would gradually lose their sanity due to the feeling of oppression, and might even become frantic or fearful. And as for contractors, he reckoned they were only slightly better off, at least for now. He didn't feel much stronger mentally than an ordinary person. But now, having the lamp tree meant having a light to lead them out, an undoubtedly crucial development. Ganzingalai quickly brought over the map and spread it in front of them. It was a map of South City, a standard civilian version, which gave a rough idea of some important locations and the aquatic and soil conditions around. Our water supply in the 7th building might not last much longer, and both Old Gan and Old Shu are about to break through. Plus, we now have the lamp tree, so let's plan where to go while we can. Chapter 33 The fog has cleared. Our community is located on the northern outskirts of the city, near the outer ring road. We can only consider nearby places because the fog is too thick to travel far. A map was spread out, and Suhan roughly pointed to the location of the happiness community. The community was not near the core, but rather near the main road leading in and out of the city to the north. Zhu Zhuang pondered and then said, the main concerns are water, supplies, and safety. These three things are critical. In the northern part of the city, other than the two rivers, the only other option for finding water is to dig wells. Otherwise, it's going to be a hassle. He pointed on the map to a small river in the north of the city that flowed from the northeast into South City, passing under the main entrance road, then heading southwest and finally merging into the Zui River. Though South City was situated in the south, with abundant rainfall year-round, it only had 3 rivers due to being built against a mountain, 2 small ones in the north and south, with a larger one in between. The northern Little River was one of the 2 rivers in the north of the city, and the Naxiao River was located near the factory area in the south, also known as the Shanyan River. The largest river in the middle was formed by the confluence of Dongui River and Zui River, collectively referred to as the South River. In the city, the easiest sources of water to access were a few rivers or perhaps some wells left from before, but Zhu Zhuang did not know about the wells. Zhu Zhuang pointed to a school situated downstream of the 2 rivers and said, South City No. 1 Middle School, close to the 2 rivers and surrounded by its original walls. I think we could go there. Brother Zhu, I don't think that's a good idea. Gan Zingalai spoke out against the idea. The place is secure, but how many people do we have? We just can't cover it all, and moreover. After a slight hesitation, he added, there are students inside. Zhu Zhuang was taken aback. Survivor students? What's the big deal about that? Gan Zingalai clenched his teeth and said, the more people there are, the more monsters there will be. Even if the fog came early that morning, not all the students might be there, but the number is definitely not small. And even if they're survivors, middle schoolers are just kids. What can you expect them to do? Fight monsters or work? Zhu Zhuang's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. A burden that was the most troublesome part. Could they really encounter these kids and then drive them away or enslave them? Actually, we don't necessarily have to be at a school. Yan Mi spoke up, pointing out 2 places, one to the east of the happiness community and another to the west. About 10 kilometers to the east is the Sunshine Community, originally a mid-to-high and residential area with a selling point of being surrounded by the 2 rivers, allowing access to water sources. Even if we don't draw water from the 2 rivers, digging a well there should yield water. I remember when they were building the complex, there was serious water seepage, and after exploration, it should be close to an underground river. Suhan, Zhu Zhuang, Gan Zingalai. What's this about a mid-to-high and residential area in such an environment? Surely insider information. She knew quite a lot. Suhan then asked, what about the other place? The other location was merely a blank space on the map, indistinguishable as anything particular, a drawback of paper maps compared to electronic ones due to outdated versions. Shanu Villa District, a mid-range villa complex built just 2 years ago, relies on Yunling Mountain and Yunling Lake. Though the lake is artificial and made by the developer, it's large enough and connected to both the groundwater and the mountain's water bodies, ensuring stable water supply. We don't have many people, so a single villa would be just right. Yan Mi suddenly gave 2 options, both more detailed than the information provided by Zhu Zhuang. Suhan thought for a moment. The school was not a good choice for the time being. People were one aspect, and on the other hand, South City No. 1 Middle School was farther in, leaning towards the central part of South City, with dense buildings and a similarly large population, which likely meant just as many monsters. Going there with their current strength could prove to be too much. They might not even be able to clear a single school. Although the Sunshine Community did not have a huge surrounding population, as a residential area, it already had a large number of original residents, and no one knew what chaos it might be in. At this point, it seemed that only Shanu Villa District was suitable. If they set aside the northern part of the city, actually the southern industrial area would be more appropriate. That place had vast land and numerous factories with the fewest people. However, with the fog this thick, traveling from one end of the city to the other was impossible. Let's head to Shanu Villa, Suhan made a decision and circled the location on the map, then said, "But we can't go directly. We need vehicles, supplies, and people." People? The three of them looked puzzled and turned to Suhan to ask, "Do you want to take others with us? If there are people willing to go and are ready to work, then we'll take them." Suhan nodded. He had his own considerations and said, "The lamp tree needs energy, and just the four of us providing it without damaging the foundation is too little. Besides, there's too much work to do, and the four of us alone can't handle it all. If it were just about scavenging for supplies, the four of them might barely manage. However, as time goes on, things will only get more difficult. Some need to stay behind, handle logistics, and others must go out to explore. 4 people simply can't do all these things. Not to mention, in this apocalyptic world, strength is key. If everyone is busy with other things, when will they have time to train the Angel Envoy and increase their strength? Does Suhan have time to perform more fusion? You should know, he hasn't even started his next fusion. Suhan makes sense. With just the 4 of us, indeed we can't do it all. Zhu Zhuang thought about it and added, "Just the supplies we have now won't fit in a single SUV. We'll need people to drive, inside and out. It's better to get hold of more vehicles." Currently, there were still many cars in the open-air parking lot on the first floor of the community. After scouring the buildings, they also found some car keys. It was fairly easy to locate the vehicles and drive them away using the keys they had. But going to a new place, if you want to get a vehicle without keys, it requires a certain criminal skill. Old Zhu couldn't handle that, and he believed neither Suhan nor Gan Xinglai would be able to either. After some thought, Suhan said, "The car is also a problem. Old Zhu, discreetly spread the word these next few days. Whoever has car keys and can point out where the cars are parked can exchange them for supplies with us." "No problem, leave that to me," Old Zhu responded. After the group briefly finalized their plans, Gan Xinglai continued to be in charge of observing any changes to the lamp tree while Yan Miu took turns with him. Brother Zhu was leveraging his nature as a social terror, starting by handing out cigarettes to the security team. The security team knew a lot of information. Starting with them, it wasn't long before they could find the cars they needed, making the process of collecting the cars easier. A day or two passed, and both Gan Xinglai and Zhu Zhuang brought good news. After a lot of training, their angel envoys had both completed their advancement, becoming first-level intermediates. As they advanced, the strength feedback greatly improved their physical condition, roughly doubling the average person's build. The overweight Gan Xinglai and pot-bellied Zhu Zhuang had both lost a layer of fat, their muscles became firmer, and their overall spirit improved significantly. Bang bang bang, they had just made their breakthrough in strength, but early that day, someone suddenly knocked on Suhan's door. Zhang Fu's voice came from outside, "Brother Suhan, get up quick, the fog is thinning." In the room, as soon as Suhan heard this news, he immediately opened the door, and upon seeing Zhang Fu's somewhat excited expression, he quickly asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know the reason, but when I woke up this morning, the fog had thinned a lot. You should head to the hall first. Captain Cheng is already there, and we think we might be able to explore the supermarket now." Click. The rest of the doors opened, and just as Gan Xinglai and the others heard the commotion, they came out of their rooms. "You're just in time. Come with me to the hall." Chapter 34 Parking lot. 4 people followed Zhang Fu into the hall, where survivors now filled the space, each of them looking agitated. Make way, make way." As Zhang Fu made his way through the crowd, shouting loudly, he managed to lead Suhan to the front of the hall, where Cheng Zanyang was peering out the window. "Suhan, you're here, take a look at this fog." Looking through the window, Suhan saw that the dense white fog had lightened considerably. Although it still enveloped the surroundings, it felt as if the thickness had shifted from a heavy quilt to a thin veil. The visibility had greatly improved. From just one glance, he could vaguely make out the greenery of bushes in a residential area 7 buildings away, faintly visible through the fog's veil. The limit of visibility was around 100 meters, where objects could be vaguely seen as shadows, becoming clearer as one drew closer. With this level of visibility, if we add the lamp tree, then the difficulty of moving will be much less, and it will also make my next fusion easier. Fusion required materials, and only with the fog dissipating could he gather more materials conveniently. "Suhan, I'm planning to search for supplies at Lihua supermarket, what do you think?" Cheng Zanyang looked serious, his voice tinged with weariness, a sign of his well-considered decision. As time went on, the food some survivors had was gradually running out, so finding a solution was necessary. Suhan pondered as well. Although he was preparing to move, it seemed like a good choice to stock up on supplies before moving. It's possible, but let's get this straight, outside is uncertain, and if it's dangerous, self-preservation is the top priority. Suhan's words caused the expressions of many to shift subtly, But Cheng Zanyong understood his meaning and nodded in agreement. Of course, I'll make it clear to everyone. Then let's get ready and set off. He went back to his room with Zhu Zhuang and the others, leaving Cheng Zanyong to organize whom would participate in the departure. Old Zhu, where are your 2 trucks parked? Right near Lihua Supermarket, at Brother Niu's auto repair shop. I left them there for welding railings. Both are there, so it's convenient to get to. Zhu Zhuang added, actually, it's not a loss for us to go there. I've dealt with the owner of Lihua before. Their supermarket should have a high-powered generator capable of powering a supermarket, but it's a bit of a gas guzzler. Plus, Old Niu's place has a lot of steel, iron plates, and welding guns that can be used to modify trucks or villas. He was well aware of what his friend had in stock. In normal times, those items were not considered precious, but at this juncture, they had become considerably more valuable. Modifying trucks or villas was just one use. Just by polishing and welding the metal properly, one could create real melee weapons. Generators and materials, these are pretty useful. Su-han felt a slight surprise and said, let's pick up your trucks first, then take everything we can. If your friend is also there, bring him along. Zhu Zhuang smiled bitterly, his voice dropping a few notches. His shop is right by the road, chances are slim. A roadside shop, combined with the heavy fog, would likely have little food inside, suggesting a grim situation. Old Zhu's parents had passed away long ago, and although he had many friends, the current circumstances made it uncertain how many had survived, causing him an inner sense of distress. Su-han patted his shoulder, saying, first let's take care of our own, surviving is what matters most. Zhu Zhuang nodded gravely, while Gan Xinglai and Yan Mi stayed silent, their thoughts turning to their families, casting a somber mood. The two had been working hard in South City, with their parents living even further away in Huiyun City, making the journey back more of a wishful thinking than a possibility, so they said nothing. The 4 of them didn't have much to prepare for. One was Gan Xinglai's own car, which they could retrieve with the car keys at hand, and the other was the trucks that Zhu Zhuang had collected over the past 2 days. This would require someone to point out where they were parked, otherwise they could only try to locate them with the keys, but the signal might not be that reliable. An hour later, the people in the hall who wanted to go out exploring had registered. When Su-han and his group stepped out, they found quite a number of people willing to join, mostly young, with a few in their 50s, a total of 10 people without contracts. Su-han, Cheng Zanyong exchanged a greeting with Su-han, who went straight to the point. We have 4 people on our end, what about you? 10 ordinary people joined the operation together, and Su-han had no objection, but with so few people, there was no guarantee of safety. 4 from the security team, plus Xianing and Go Gang. 10 versus 10, making a total of 20 people. Su-han nodded and looked over the crowd, saying, those who can drive, who have a car, raise your hand. With that, a man with a square face raised his hand. I can, my sedan is parked in the open-air parking lot in front of the building. Me too, but mine is an SUV. Immediately, 3 people raised their hands, 2 men and 1 woman. Su-han pointed them out directly. Later, you will drive your own cars and take everyone, it'll count as a contribution. The 3 were pleased with the arrangement and nodded right away. We understand, let's set off, head to the parking lot first. The sound of clicking arose as Zhang Fu slowly opened the steel front door, outside of which lay the white fog. Though it had dispersed a bit, the hazy appearance still sent chills down one's spine, almost as if it was the gaping maw of some nameless monster. Su-han was equally serious in his expression. He knew the fog might conceal more than just corpses like the monsters they had already encountered. He vividly remembered the traces of the monster that had been devouring corpses. However, there was no avoiding the issue. Whether it was to search for supplies or to relocate, they had to go through the door. He held a crowbar in hand and then took out a fist-sized yellow crystal from his pocket, its light immediately causing the fog to recede slightly. What is this? Cheng Zanyong's eyes shone with shock, recognizing the crystal in Su-han's hand as the fruit from the plant. I didn't expect him to truly find the use for that plant. He halted his impulse to ask questions, took a deep breath, and asked, Su-han, do you want your 4-armed corpse and my angel envoy to walk in the front? Cheng Zanyong's angel envoy had also advanced to first-level intermediate rank, its strength had improved, and he felt it was his responsibility to scout ahead. Yes, let's head to the parking lot first. The 4-armed corpse and Cheng Zanyong's angel envoy took the lead, with Su-han and Cheng Zanyong following behind, weapons in hand. Only after they stepped outside did the light from the lamp tree crystals begin to serve its true purpose. The light spread out to all sides, and with it, the glow from the fist-sized lamp tree crystals illuminated an area of about 20 meters or so, clear of fog. Beyond that range, the light gradually faded and the fog persisted, but visibility was noticeably better, increasing from about 100 meters to about 150 meters. With the mist no longer around, the oppressive feeling in everyone's hearts lessened, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, especially the ordinary people. Captain Cheng and I will lead the way, old Zhu, you guys bring up the rear with the corpses flanking to the left and right. Don't fall behind, and make sure not to leave anyone behind, instructed Su-han. Understood. The 10 angel envoys took positions in front, back, left, and right, forming a protective circle around the group, much like security guards would. The group walked through the silent fog, searching for the direction of the parking lot with their steps echoing clearly and producing a rustling rhythm, inadvertently causing a sense of nervousness. The parking lot was not far from building number 7. Due to design reasons, the entire happiness community lacked underground parking, with all parking spaces being outdoors. They were distributed around the community next to this set of buildings or that group. Building number 7 was relatively close to the parking lot, and after walking through the fog for over 200 meters and taking a couple of large detours, they began to see the shadows of vehicles emerging through the mist. My car is on the outermost side, I'll go, roar. The square-faced man was about to go to his car when suddenly a low roar erupted from within the fog, as if bellowing right into his ear. He stiffened abruptly and looked in the direction of the sound. In the haze of white fog, there were numerous distorted figures swaying slightly in the parking lot, uttering low groans. All at once, he felt a blood-curdling excitement in the roars. Chapter 35 Auto Repair Shop. Be careful, it's a four-armed corpse. Although it was just a silhouette, Su-han had already recognized their identity by their posture. The four-armed corpse in the mist heard the noise and was already charging forward in large strides, agilely leaping over car gaps and car tops. In an instant, 7 or 8 dark shadows had already reached a distance of less than 30 meters. The figures of the four-armed corpses had become clearly visible, their taut and twisted red muscles and fierce claws chilling to the bone. Facing such monstrous creatures made the legs of the 10 ordinary people who had recently joined tremble uncontrollably. Su-han's own four-armed corpse charged forward in big steps, quickly reaching the front of those corpses. It struck like thunder, delivering a heavy hook punch directly to the head of the first corpse it encountered. Then it barged into the group of corpses, grabbing and slamming, and within a few moves, it had smashed 3 or 4 corpses to the ground, the sounds of snapping bones merging into one. 3 corpses slipped past Su-han's four-armed corpse and charged towards the group of people, but Cheng Zanyang's angel envoy four-armed corpse had already caught up. Cheng Zanyang's angel envoy four-armed corpse was already first-level intermediate, large and sturdy. One grab from its large hand was enough to flip a corpse onto the ground, continuously pounding its head. A dark shadow on the left charged out, directly pouncing on a corpse. Its sharp teeth immediately pierced the brain of the corpse, splashing blood everywhere. It was the rot-skin rat launching an attack. Zhu Zhuang controlled his angel envoy four-armed corpse to follow along, wielding a bone-chopping knife in its hand, directly plunging it into a corpse with a PFFFT. But in just a few minutes, the battle had already ended. Check the ones that aren't dead, Jia Yiman, Ren Qingqing, Liu Li, you 3 contract first, the rest take turns, make it quick. Su-han issued commands calmly, then said to Gan Xinglai, you and old Zhu go get the cars. Okay, my car is in the second row. Everyone immediately split up to act. Cheng Zanyang and his team were in charge of keeping watch, while those whose names were called by Su-han prepared to start hammering. A hammer was much easier than a bone-chopping knife for ending the lives of these corpses. Upon checking, only 3 corpses remained alive after Su-han's four-armed corpse took action, and the one Cheng Zanyang dealt with was also alive. A total of 4 corpses, the 3 called upon as well as the remaining one, came in front of them, took a deep breath, readying to begin. Su-han stood beside his four-armed corpse, unconcerned with their actions, but rather, observing the entire parking lot. 20 to 30 cars, it seems that some have been driven out this morning. The outdoor parking lot next to Building 7, though not the only parking space in Happiness Community, still accommodated around 50 cars. It was usually packed to the brim, with some residents' cars even parked outside the community. Now only half were left, likely coinciding with work hours. Su-han quickly calculated, a family car is about 3,000 pounds. Even after excluding other parts, the metal alone should weigh at least 1,000 pounds. The amount should be sufficient. Tonight I should perform metal fusion, to strengthen our forces. Right now, they needed to search the supermarket. There was no time to devour here, but tonight he could totally devour the unused cars, completing a level 3 or even level 4 metal fusion. Soon, after nearly 10 days facing reality, even ordinary people had resolved to kill monsters. Jia Yiman and the other 3 completed their kills and successfully contracted the monsters. By then, Zhu Zhuang and Gan Xinglai had also driven up in their cars, turning on all the headlights, which, however, could not disperse the fog like the lamp tree crystals. You 3 get your cars out too, then we'll leave immediately. Upon hearing Suhan's commands, Zhao Yiman and the others did not dare delay and quickly found their cars in the parking lot, then swiftly drove them out. Lihua Supermarket was located on the street right turn from the exit of Happiness Community, just a kilometer away. If they walked, it might even be faster than driving through the fog. However, considering the transportation of supplies, vehicles were necessary, so they all needed to drive. 20 people were divided among 5 vehicles, with Suhan seated in the co-driver's seat of the first vehicle, holding a lamp tree crystal to help disperse the fog. The speed of the car was not fast, slowly moving along the road. Zhu Zhuang drove very cautiously, and the surrounding fog seemed alive, matching their pace, constantly lingering around the group. The silence made the fog especially terrifying. The streetlights on both sides, buildings, and dilapidated cars appeared and disappeared in the mist like tall or short shadows of various shapes, silently staring at the convoy of 5 vehicles, appearing extremely eerie. A low roar resonated from the deeper parts of the fog, growing fainter, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine. Although it was not directed at the convoy, everyone knew that other monsters must be within the fog. Watch out for monsters. The monsters on the road were not as dense as in the residential areas, but as the vehicles progressed, monsters occasionally rushed out from the fog, baring their ferocious mouths, wishing to kill the prey in the vehicles. The 4-armed corpse did not put into the Book of Blood Spirit, rather it quickly followed beside the convoy, stepping forward whenever a corpse rushed towards them, its metal claws decisively and fiercely disemboweling it, showing no mercy. Qing Zhenyang, Yan Miu, and their angel envoys were all first-level intermediate, thus, they too escorted the convoy alongside the 4-armed corpse, matching its pace. After about 10 minutes, the slow-moving convoy turned a corner on the street and approached the road near Lihua Supermarket. Let's go to the auto repair shop first. Zhu Zhuang led the way, not heading straight to Lihua Supermarket but instead to Brother Naiu's auto repair shop, where the quiet street was stained with several patches of blackened blood, emitting a strong smell of decay. The vehicle stopped, and Zhu Zhuang immediately got out, his angel envoy closely following him, while Suhan also got out of the co-driver's seat, with the 4-armed corpse right behind. Realizing the convoy had stopped, Qing Zhenyang quickly got out of the second vehicle and, seeing the surroundings, frowned and stepped forward asking, Suhan, what is old Shu doing? I am here to get my truck and move some supplies. Hearing this, Qing Zhenyang sighed with relief. You have a truck? Then we can move even more supplies. Captain Qing, you stay and guard the vehicles, and I'll take a few people over. Alright, be careful. The vehicles had already stopped by the roadside. A bit further ahead was the auto repair shop. Suhan picked a few individuals, including Zhu Zhuang, to explore towards the shop along the street edge. They had only walked about 10 meters when the light from the lamp tree crystals shone on a red truck, with a metal body and a massive front, the whole vehicle about 8 meters long, a medium-sized truck. This is my truck. Seeing the vehicle meant they were in the right place. Suhan immediately said, let's go to the auto repair shop first. Where is your other vehicle? The 2 vehicles were parked together, one a cabinet-style truck, the other a rail-style truck, similar in size but the body of the latter comprised metal frames and a canvas top. Upon seeing the trucks, Zhu Zhuang, anxious, walked towards the shop, with Suhan following by his side. The shop's roller shutter door was wide open, fog had already poured inside, and it was terrifyingly silent. Old Naiu. Zhu Zhuang called out his friend's name, and immediately a clattering noise resounded within the shop, loud as if something like a steel pipe had been struck. Roar. His expression changed upon hearing the roar. Suddenly, 2 dark figures sprang from inside the auto repair shop, lunging towards him and Suhan. Chapter 36, Exploring the Supermarket. When the monster charged into the range of the lamp tree crystal's light, its movements became even more violent, but this also allowed Zhu Zhuang to make out its appearance clearly. It was a robust tentacle-faced monster with blood holes all over its face, and long tentacles stretching out about 1 or 2 meters, writhing like pitch-black snakes, making the roaring sound even more terrifying. Zhu Zhuang's heart sank, his hands trembling slightly. Although it was unrecognizable, he knew this person. It was his old friend, Naiuego. Roar. The roar awoke Zhu Zhuang, and the tentacle-faced monster that had transformed from Naiuego was already less than 5 meters away from him, and another corpse monster was also charging quickly, almost ready to pounce. Suhan saw his expression and signaled the 4-armed corpse to step forward and intercept the monster. I'll do it myself. Suhan was startled, then watched as Zhu Zhuang, gripping a steel pipe, and his contractor, rushed forth. The contractor corpse pounced on the other rushing corpse, pinning it to the ground, and the cleaver in its hand hacked down continuously, blood and flesh splattering. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuang, going solo, faced the tentacle-faced monster head-on. Swoosh. The tentacles of the tentacle-faced monster, like water snakes that had caught the scent of blood, shot straight toward Zhu Zhuang. Get the hell away from me! Zhuang gathered all his strength into his body and struck hard with the rod. Swinging with great force, it was as though he wielded a sword, severing several tentacles. The tentacles fell to the ground, writhing and oozing slime. Zhuang stepped forward, almost crushing them underfoot, swinging the steel pipe ferociously down onto the body of the tentacle-faced monster, a crack resounding as bones broke and the creature was beaten to the ground. Always bragging, never saw you tough it out once, how did you even turn into a monster? As he rambled, it was as if old friends were catching up, but his blows were heavy, each one heavier than the last, all directed at the head of the tentacle-faced monster. No need to boast now. I'll send you off first, brother. The rest of us won't have to wait to see who goes next. Zhuang struck hard with the steel pipe on its forehead, a dull sound ringing out, and the tentacle-faced monster made no further sound. With the monster killed, Zhuang stopped moving as if acupoints had been struck, staring at the blood flowing onto the ground. You guys move the stuff, I need a smoke first. Zhuang was silent for a while, his voice very low, his hands trembling slightly, whether from exhaustion or sorrow, as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his bosom. Su-han nodded, then said to the others behind him, move the supplies and load the important stuff onto the truck. Understood, I'm on it. Yan Miu immediately organized the team, and several people started to scavenge for materials inside the automotive repair shop. Food, naturally, there wouldn't be much. What mattered were tools that could be used for processing. Welders, cutters, as well as various materials like steel pipes were quickly loaded onto the truck. These could be used to modify vehicles. Zhuang lit several cigarettes, one for himself and another placed in front of Niuego. Brother, you're gone. It only took a bit more than 10 minutes, not a long time. Although the large machines were heavy, the strength of the four-armed corpse was immense, and it could easily move them, so loading was swift. Su-han, 2 trucks, and I can't drive both. But now there was a problem. Who could drive 2 vehicles? Zhuang didn't want to give up either truck, not because he was greedy, but because the truck's height, weight, and cargo capacity were far superior to those of a private car, and they were much more useful in this post-apocalyptic world. Let's try first, and if that doesn't work. Actually, I can drive a truck. It was then, unexpectedly, that the stocky Gogang spoke up. He was somewhat shy, smiling with an honest expression. I used to work in car repair, it's pretty much my old profession. Su-han hadn't expected Gogang to have this skill, so he said, you drive the other one. Zhuang tossed the truck keys to Gogang, and then the group split into 2, all hopping onto the trucks, turning back to rendezvous with Cheng Zanyang and the others. Seeing Su-han's return, Cheng Zanyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, organizing everyone back into the vehicles, and then they headed towards Lihua Supermarket. Lihua Supermarket was not far, just about 300 meters away. As the convoy approached, barely discerning the shop front of Lihua Supermarket through the mist, suddenly a scream rang out, and Su-han's expression instantly turned grim. It's a human scream, coming from the supermarket. Zhuang's expression was solemn, and he slammed on the brakes. Get out of the truck, and check the situation. Both of them immediately got out of the car, and the entire convoy behind them promptly disembarked, weapons gripped tightly in their hands. Let's check the supermarket, there might be something going on. Cheng Zanyang nodded, then quickly called his team to order. The formation was almost the same as when they left, but there were more contractors now. As they approached the supermarket, the light from the lamp tree crystals dispersed the fog, allowing them to see the facade of the supermarket clearly. The shattered glass doors and collapsed shelves showed the unrest that had occurred here. Fortunately, there were still supplies left. Be careful, everyone. After this warning, Su-han led the group inside, his voice blending with the rustle of merchandise they stepped on. There was no light in the supermarket, only darkness, and the only source illuminating the area was the lamp tree crystal in Su-han's hand. There were disordered shelves everywhere, with goods scattered on the floor. Run. Run fast. All of a sudden, a roaring voice arose, and this time Su-han heard it clearly, on the second floor. He commanded the four-armed corpse to rush forward with big strides, and the others, not daring to fall behind, quickly followed him toward the staircase. The closer they got to the staircase, the more clear the urgent footsteps, screams, and sounds of panic became. As Su-han reached the second floor, he saw an extremely chaotic scene. Under the dim yellow glow, a large amount of merchandise was overturned on the floor, scattered around in the mess. Amidst this chaos, a spider monster about 3 meters tall was attacking a group of corpses, and behind it were more than 20 pitch-black spiders about half a meter tall, their split mouths clicking noisily as tentacles resembling those of an octopus emerged. They were besieging a group of people, about 20 or so, including both the young and the elderly. Each of them wielded a weapon, fighting off the tentacle-mouthed spiders and desperately trying to prevent being surrounded. Run. The man leading them shouted repeatedly to run, but the tentacle-mouthed spiders were already close to encircling them. A middle-aged man with graying hair was caught off guard, and his stick flew out of his hand as he fought one of the spiders. Two tentacle-mouthed spiders immediately seized the opportunity and pounced on him. Their sticky tentacles wrapped around his arms, and under those tentacles, beak-like jaws sliced through the man's flesh, causing blood to spurt out. Another tentacle-mouthed spider aimed straight for his throat, and with one bite, a gash appeared on his neck, blood spraying out and staining the ferocious spider red. With an opening created, the tentacle-mouthed spiders continued to press the attack, and the group of people suddenly found themselves in crisis. They had contractors among them, but the contractors' angel envoys were almost all occupied with blocking the spider monster. Now, the only ones who could fight these spiders were the people themselves. Screams resonated, chaos ensued, it was a complete disarray. Is that a lamp tree crystal? Suhan's pupils contracted, his gaze fixed on the leading man, who was clutching a slightly smaller lamp tree crystal in his hand, the faint yellow light emanating from it. Take action without hesitation. Seeing the tentacle-mouthed spiders beginning their slaughter, he ordered the four-armed corpse to move, charging straight at the even larger spider monster. Qing Zanyang and the others were also startled by the scene before them, but upon hearing Suhan's order, they immediately made a decisive move. More than a dozen contractors directed their corpse envoys to charge at the swarm of tentacle-mouthed spiders. More than a dozen corpse envoys rushed forward, their large hands grabbing the tentacle-mouthed spiders and then forcefully throwing them, leaving the spider swarm dazed and disoriented. Encouraged by the turn of events, the leading man shouted, "Quick, kill them!" With weapons in hand, they immediately attacked the tentacle-mouthed spiders with all their might. With their combined efforts, they managed to kill several of them. Qing Zhenyang, Zhu Zhuang, and others joined forces, wielding their weapons to collaborate with the corpses in attack. Together, nearly 45 corpses and people now held the advantage, killing most of the tentacle-mouthed spiders. Boom! As the tentacle-mouthed spiders were forced back, Suhan's four-armed corpse was already wrestling with the spider monster. This spider monster was slightly larger than the one on the 20th floor and even stronger, quite formidable among the first-level intermediate. More importantly, it could control creatures like the tentacle-mouthed spiders to fight in coordination. The monster's sharp spider legs came at the four-armed corpse like piercing spears with swift speed, casting two dark shadows. The corpse's dorsal arms opened up and grasped the spider's spear-like legs tightly, like iron hoops. Both exerted their strength at the same time, each trying to overpower the other. If it was just a matter of leg strength, the six-legged spider monster would naturally have the advantage, with a stable and solid stance. However, that was just the addition of four legs, and the four-armed corpse was even stronger. Clang! Sharp claws clanged as the corpse's lower arms shot out metallic claws and then swung them forcefully, aiming to slash at the spider monster's second pair of legs. The spider monster attempted to dodge, but its first pair of legs were already held tight by the four-armed corpse. There was no escape. Its legs were severed in an instant, a painful scream erupting from the monster as it stumbled, blood dripping onto the floor. The remaining dozen or so tentacle-mouthed spiders, hearing the spider monster's agonized howls, immediately broke away from the struggle with the corpse envoys and charged at the four-armed corpse. Chapter 37. People from Building 4. More than 10 tentacle-mouthed spiders charged fiercely, causing the leading man's complexion to change as he urgently shouted, "Quick, help! If that monster wins, we're all done for." Seeing the tentacle-mouthed spiders attacking the four-armed corpse, the leader became anxious. He knew how formidable the spider monster was, several of their corpses couldn't restrain it. Even though his angel envoy corpses were first-level intermediate, the difference in size and strength was too great, and they were easily injured. If that four-armed angel envoy was defeated, they would once again face the onslaught of the spider monster and the encirclement of tentacle-mouthed spiders under its leadership. He immediately ordered his angel envoy corpses to prepare to go forward to help, but just as they charged out, suddenly there was a thunderous noise, and a huge shadow swept across the sky and heavily smashed onto the floor. Snap! On that floor, 3 or 4 tentacle-mouthed spiders failed to dodge in time and were crushingly pinned by the huge body of the spider monster, turning into a mash of flesh, and viscous yellow-green blood splashed all over the floor like glue. He was dumbfounded as the spider monster was so easily flipped over, appearing utterly powerless to fight back. After flipping over the spider monster, the four-armed corpse advanced in large strides, its sharp metal claws slashing left and right. All the nearby tentacle-mouthed spiders were instantly cut in two, and foul, fishy blood covered the entire floor. The four-armed corpse dealt with the tentacle-mouthed spiders as if slicing vegetables, and the spider monster struggled to get up, ferociously pouncing at the four-armed corpse. The four-armed corpse wouldn't let it succeed. Its left arm behind its back clenched into a fist, hammer-like, and with a hook punch, made the spider monster stagger. It closed the distance, coming face to face with the spider monster and grabbing its throat with a large hand, lifting the spider monster nearly off the ground with its formidable strength. Although the spider monster was much taller than the four-armed corpse, it was now hoisted up, its spider legs and body controlled by the remaining 3 arms, unable to move at all for the moment. By then, only a few tentacle-mouthed spiders remained. After a fierce kill by the four-armed corpse, many were dead or injured. Zhu Zhuang and others were also cutting them down, having already surrounded them, completely eliminating their chance to attack. Su Han was pondering whether to kill the spider monster or give it to someone as a contract. Killing it was simple, but dealing with people required careful consideration. The spider monster was not weak. Offering it to someone was no small favor. If not given to someone, it could well serve as fusion material. Wait, fusion material? If dead, it could be used as fusion material, but what about a living monster? An idea suddenly flashed through Su Han's mind, questioning something he might have overlooked. If metal, water, and rocks could be fused, and dead monsters could become materials, could living monsters be fused? He immediately concentrated, focusing on the spider monster's body, just as he had previously fused the flesh of corpses. Discovery of a controlled, fusible live monster spider monster. Initiate fusion? Upon concentrating, the familiar fusion prompt appeared, making Su Han's heart leap, filled with exhilaration. Monsters could also be fused, meaning there were even more possibilities to become stronger, and compared to mere materials, it surely couldn't be worse, right? Do not fuse for now. Su Han chose not to fuse yet. Under the watchful eyes of many, it wasn't a good time for fusion, and most importantly, he had to consider one thing: fusion degree. The fusion degree of a single spider monster might not reach 100%. If so, he would need to find more spider monsters or convert materials to fill the fusion progress. This process would take more time, and Su Han already had an available material for fusion: the metal of the cars under the 7 buildings. So, first fuse the metal, then the spider monster, to increase efficiency. He had the four-armed corpse pin the spider monster to the ground and then said, "Old Gan, old Zhu, go get some chains to tie it up." Everyone was stunned. Not killing the monster, what did he plan to do? Especially those 6 people who had not yet made a contract with a monster, their eyes nearly popped out. The spider monster wasn't being killed? If the monster isn't killed, then they would have no part in this big fellow, inevitably expressing a look of regret. Gan Xinglai and Zhu Zhuang were also confused, but since Su Han had instructed so, they just followed his orders, nodding and saying, "We'll go right now. Stay vigilant here." With almost all the tentacle-mouthed spiders already dispatched, the area was not particularly dangerous, so they both went together to find chains and ropes along with Go Gang and others. Su Han glanced at those 6 people who hadn't made a contract yet and said, "Find any spiders that aren't completely dead and finish them off. I don't have time to create other opportunities for you." Okay, we're on it." There were quite a few in the team without contracts, and now, reminded by Su Han, they immediately got ready to search for the killing blow. In the course of the fight, some had already contracted with a tentacle-mouthed spider by killing it first and were now busy treating their teammates' injuries. Thank you so much." The leading man came over. He expressed his gratitude to Su Han and the others, still in a state of excitement from their narrow escape. If it weren't for Su Han and his team, at least half of their group would have died. The man had short hair, a square face with slightly prominent cheekbones, and thick eyebrows. He was a tall man who stood in front of the crowd like a wall. "You must be residents of Happiness Community as well. We're from Building 4, my name is Zhang Da." Zhang Da wanted to bridge the gap between the two groups. He recognized Cheng Zanyang in Su Han's team and roughly guessed everyone's identity. "We're from Building 7, just call me Su Han." Su Han's gaze landed on the lamp tree crystals in his hand and asked, "Does your building also have lamp trees growing?" Zhang Da was momentarily stunned before he showed a hint of realization. "You mean that strange plant without leaves, right? Calling it a lamp tree is apartment my daughter found it in her room. We were very worried at first, but later discovered it's quite useful." He spoke with a hoarse voice, clearly not a man of few words. "Building 4 has it, and so does Building 7. The origin of these lamp trees is indeed a bit difficult to figure out. Is it collections of corpses or because of biological gatherings? Su Han, we don't have many chains, but we found some climbing ropes." Zhu Zhuang's voice interrupted Su Han's thoughts. He saw Zhu Zhuang with 3 or 4 people holding several bundles of climbing ropes. Gan Xinglai had 3 or 4 collar chains about the size of a thumb, likely from pet dogs. The spider monster roared and struggled, the four-armed corpse commanded with increasing effort, and Cheng Zanyang's corpse also helped, grabbing its 2 spider legs. "Tie it up tightly, both the spider legs and the humanoid arms. I have a use for it." Suhan ordered everyone to start working while watching the fierce-looking spider monster. The group felt a bit queasy. After all, it was a monster, especially with those dancing tentacles inside its huge gash. Old Go, get a blanket to cover its head and then tie up its spider legs. Don't worry about it, Suhan is here, what's there to fear? Alright. Zhuzhuang asked everyone to get started. Once its head was covered, the spider monster didn't look so terrifying anymore. Quickly, Zhuzhuang and the others had it tightly bound. 3 of its spider legs were tied up completely, and its body was wrapped with climbing ropes, tightly knotted. The climbing ropes had a starting load capacity of 1,000 kilograms. With so many loops, to break free, it would probably need a force of several thousands to tens of thousands of kilograms. Even the 4-armed corpse couldn't escape without using its claws, let alone the spider monster. With the spider monster securely tied, there was no need for the 4-armed corpse to hold it down anymore. Hey, this thing doesn't seem so terrifying now. Someone mumbled, a hint of pride in their voice since they had helped tie up the spider monster. Zhang Die and his group watched Suhan and the others with slightly twitching faces. What kind of people were these, playing with catching monsters? Brother, what's this about? Suhan didn't respond and glanced at Zhang Die. His calm gaze made Zhang Die gulp and speak rashly. No offense, I was just wondering if you'd like to team up to move supplies back. It's dangerous here, and more people means more safety. Zhang Die, the leader of Building 4, thought with over a dozen men out to collect supplies, they would manage fine, as they had around 20 to 30 people including the angel envoys. But he had not expected that 3 men had already died, and thinking back, it still sent chills down his spine. Seeing how formidable the people from Building 7 were, he started thinking about hugging there. He seemed afraid of Suhan's refusal and added, we drove out in 7 vehicles, including 2 7-seater vans, which can carry a lot. 10 people, 7 vehicles. Building 4's organizational ability was indeed not weak, implying good fortune that many people were alive. We also have 7 vehicles, 2 of which are trucks. What? Trucks? Zhang Die's face stiffened, completely bewildered, never having imagined that Suhan and his people had such wild resources. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 from Building 7 had completed their contracts. Suhan said, look after your own, find your stuff and transport it. For now, there are still enough supplies. Zhang Die's expression changed slightly, then he nodded and quickly returned to his own team. Suhan then said, transport supplies, prioritizing canned goods with a long shelf life, food, medicine, and useful tools. Old Zhu, Captain Ching, form groups of 5 to prevent encounters with other monsters. Got it. Chapter 38, The Nest in the Storage Room. Suhan gave the order, and Qing Zhenyang, Gan Xinglai, Zhu Zhuang, and Yan Miu immediately began arranging people. Each of them led a small team as the head, and with first-level intermediate strength, they could handle many things. Then, they allocated some of the meat corpses and tentacle-mouthed spiders to each team, ensuring the balanced distribution of power. The tentacle-mouthed spiders might be weaker than the meat corpses, but they were more agile and could serve as scouts. They divided into 4 teams, each with 5 people, and began to search the supermarket. Using the supermarket's trolleys, they transported goods at the fastest speed. The supermarket was eerily quiet, although the fog hadn't seeped in, it was still very dim. It seemed as though after they had killed those monsters, the entire supermarket had been pillaged. But Suhan didn't dare to let his guard down, since such a large supermarket couldn't possibly have no staff in the morning. So, where had they all gone now? While dragging the spider monster from the 2nd floor to the 1st, and then out the main entrance, Suhan stuffed it into Zhu Zhuang's truck. He chose a van, jammed the spider monster inside, and then used climbing ropes to secure it firmly in the corner. Even if the truck were to overturn, the spider monster had to stay closely together with the truck cabin, eliminating any chance of escape. After all this was done, Suhan's people were already quickly loading the truck, as goods one after another were moved out and loaded onto the vehicles. Zhang Die's group was doing the same, desperately moving goods. However, unlike Suhan's people, they didn't dare choose goods in a way that would provoke conflict, fearing a confrontation. As they transported the goods, growls came from the fog on the streets, and they saw figures of the 4-armed corpses running quickly towards them, attracted by the noise. However, just a few 4-armed corpses posed no real threat. Before Suhan could act, Gan Xinglai and Zhu Zhuang had already taken the initiative, using their superior strength to kill them directly. Suhan, our noise is not small. We need to have someone on guard here, otherwise, more monsters will come, said Gan Xinglai after killing the 4-armed corpse, approaching Suhan. At the moment, the truck was only loaded with a small portion of the goods. To fully load it, they needed at least an hour. This time was enough for more 4-armed corpses to notice the activity here and pose a threat to those loading the vehicle. Your group stays here to defend and load the truck, and everyone else continues moving things. Hearing Suhan's command, Gan Zingalia replied, okay, but we might not be able to load much on the side with the spider monster, it's not convenient. With the van occupied by the spider monster, even though it was bound, the situation remained inconvenient, and he was worried about potential accidents. We can load a little less there, focusing on tools primarily. Speaking of tools, Suhan asked, Old Zhu, where is the generator you mentioned? Zhu Zhuang came over when Suhan called him and guessed, that thing is not small, a few 100 pounds. It's likely in the storeroom, and it'll take your angel envoy to move it. Where is the storeroom? Zhu Zhuang shook his head, I reckon it's on the first floor, we'll have to look for it. While he knew the owner of the Lihua supermarket, he wasn't an employee. Upon hearing this, Suhan said, come with me, let's find it. We need to load up quickly, this place is not safe. Even though there was no noise at the moment, the fog had never really dispersed. Who knew what could suddenly emerge? It was always right to hurry. Suhan took Zhu Zhuang to start searching on the first floor. Many shelves had collapsed onto the ground, and the place was in disarray. The two searched for the storeroom location while faintly smelling the odor of rot. In a community supermarket like this, most of the first floor was usually filled with fresh food, fruits, and vegetables. As many days had passed, the products had already rotted and spoiled, emitting a strong stench. Zhu Zhuang, covering his nose and mouth, fiddled with a shelf for a while and pulled out a bag of masks, causing other items to move and make a clattering noise. Put one on, this smell is too disgusting. Zhu Zhuang handed a mask to Suhan. They both put on the masks, and their voices became a bit muffled. Zhu Zhuang said, it should be up ahead, near the staff area. Suhan nodded, and the two continued to navigate around the cluttered counters, moving forward with an angel envoy leading and one following, protecting them both. The supermarket was quite large. The further they went inside the first floor, the quieter it became, exuding a chilling silence. The dim, yellowish light from the lamp tree crystals and the sound of footsteps contrasted with each other, creating an especially eerie atmosphere. Old Zhu, what time do the supermarket staff start their shift? Shifts rotate, they start at 7 in the morning, but there will definitely be someone on the night shift. Zhu Zhuang's words stopped abruptly, his face subtly changed, and he became serious. We haven't seen any living people or corpses in the supermarket. Whether they turned into survivors or corpses, if there were people in the supermarket, there should be traces of them, but now, apart from the spider monsters and those tentacle-mouthed spiders, they hadn't seen anything else. Shasha suddenly, at this moment, a fine scraping sound arose, as if some multi-legged creature was crawling by. Both of their expressions tensed, and they got serious immediately. Those spiders. Zhu Zhuang lowered his voice, indicating the source of the noise. Suhan saw his expression and nodded, making a forward gesture and whispering, let's go have a look. The two tread lightly, gripping their crowbars firmly, then rounded a wall and arrived inside an area of the supermarket, where a large rolling door loomed before them, emblazoned with the words warehouse above it. The noise was coming from inside, not faintly, as many tentacle-mouthed spiders were in there. Four-armed corpse, Suhan thought quickly, and the four-armed corpse stepped forward, grabbing the slightly ajar rolling door and pulling it upwards, producing a loud rattling sound that almost startled the entire area. The noisy echoes were somewhat piercing. The chaotic warehouse was immediately exposed to the two of them, with goods scattered on the floor and large paper-packaged products completely torn apart. In the corner, half-meter-high growths like mushrooms clung to the walls, some of which had burst, their viscous tissue scattered on the floor, and others were still slowly swelling, undulating as if breathing. Click-clack, 7 or 8 shadows moved swiftly, the tentacle-mouthed spiders discovering the door wide open and charging toward them with incredible speed. They moved quickly, the four-armed corpse at the doorway stopping only 3 of them, while the other 4 dashed towards Zhu Zhuang and Suhan. The 2 of them were unfazed, with Angel Envoy tackling one, then, wielding crowbars, they charged forward, swinging forcefully, and with a dull thud, they smashed the bodies of the tentacle-mouthed spiders. Yellow-green viscous blood spattered out, and Suhan, with sharp movements, killed one without a pause, immediately using the curved tip of the crowbar to crush, with a squish, and impale the second tentacle-mouthed spider. Roar from inside the warehouse, amidst the stacks of cardboard boxes, a low growl suddenly arose, and the boxes tumbled. Suhan's expression became stern as he immediately commanded, "Four-armed corpse, go see." The four-armed corpse crushed the remaining tentacle-mouthed spiders and marched toward the noise emanating from the heap of cardboard boxes, suddenly making a loud rustling sound, and a monster's visage was revealed. Atop a spider's body was a segment of flesh as soft as meat paste, wearing the employee uniform of Lehua supermarket on the human torso. It let out a low growl, exuding a dangerous aura, but upon closer inspection, this monster's spider legs were limp as rotten meat, unable to move, analogous to a shrimp or crab that has just shed its shell. Upon seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuang's pupils shrank sharply, and he inhaled sharply. Is this how spider monsters come into being? Below the monstrosity, obvious signs of tissue connection could be seen where the spider body met the flaccid human form on its neck. The human torso had not yet taken control, the tentacle-mouthed spider below was still in charge, but the bizarre appearance made it hard for Su-Han to discern whether it was an evolution or a parasitic fusion. Thud thud thud, and just then, the other growths in the warehouse also began to pulsate, cracks appearing, revealing tentacle-mouthed spiders inside. Old Zhu, take action. We can't take these things with us. Su-Han made a quick decision. One or two could be controlled, but hatching so many at once, it was impossible to capture them all. Chapter 39, The Ecology of Monsters. Before the monsters could break free from their cocoons, the two of them, along with 2 angel envoys, attacked and wiped out all the monsters in the warehouse within 10 minutes. Not until they started cleaning up did they realize that there were 2 spider monsters that hadn't completed their metamorphosis, and there were 20 egg-like flesh lumps. If all of them had completed the metamorphosis, it would have been a terrifying force. During the cleanup, Su-Han and his group finally discovered where all the supermarket staff had gone. More than a dozen supermarket employees and security guards were piled up in the corner. Most of their flesh had been hollowed out, stacking up like small hills, with the bones showing clear signs of gnawing. They had become food for the spider monsters. Seeing this pile of skeletons, Su-Han suddenly recalled the bodies they found when cleaning the 7th building, particularly on the 20th floor. If the spider monsters hadn't been killed in time, would the entire 7th building also be overrun with these tentacle-mouthed spiders? He felt a chill down his spine. The first spider monster certainly didn't originate this way, it must have been a human who mutated. But how much time had passed since then? Already, they seemed to have instinctively begun breeding in a perverted, thoroughly unscientific manner. The implications of such an evolution were horrifying. He realized a problem. These monsters were not merely mutating, they were gradually forming their own ecosystem, then thriving on this land. Su-Han, I found the generator here, and there are 300 liters of gasoline. Zhu Zhuang found the generator in a corner of the warehouse, covered in red flesh and dripping with sticky mucus, emitting a foul smell. Disgusted, Zhu Zhuang scraped off some of the mucus using a cardboard box, then checked the generator. Can it still be used? Su-Han approached, and Zhu Zhuang knocked on the casing, saying, no problem, it's just dirty. It'll be fine after a cleanup. This thing had cost about 10 to 20,000 originally, the quality was still passable. I'll have the 4-armed corpse carry it. You take the gasoline, and the corpses of the tentacle-mouthed spiders. I'll have old Gan come over later to move them, they're useful to me. Zhu Zhuang was no longer surprised that Su-Han needed these monster corpses, saying, alright, I'll come over with him later. We can load up that box truck. The 4-armed corpse approached the generator, which took the shape of a rectangular box, about 1 meter in length and 1 meter in both width and height, weighing around 400 to 500 kilograms, not exactly a small unit. Following his advancement, Zhu Zhuang should be able to handle it, but it was inconvenient for him to move around. However, for the 4-armed corpse, this was a piece of cake. It hoisted the generator onto its shoulder and strode out. Zhu Zhuang and Su-Han followed closely, each carrying a barrel of gasoline, making their way to the box truck outside. Old Gan, take some people with me to move some things. Zhu Zhuang called Gan Xingilai to help move the items. He hesitated, saying, but who will watch over here? Su-Han had previously assigned him to stay here to assist with moving items, but if he left now, there would be no one else here. I'll watch here, just go with old Zhu. The flatbed truck had already been loaded half full, with a large amount of canned food, dried provisions, water, and other resources inside. The trunks of several private cars were also half full, and it wouldn't take long to finish loading them. Alright, I will go right away. Gan Xingilai took people to handle the tentacle-mouthed spiders' corpses, while the people from the 4th building had almost finished loading their vehicles. Zhang Di approached and said, brother, should we wait for you guys and go back together? Zhang Di was eager to join forces, as Su-Han's formidable strength impressed him. With Su-Han's help, their chances of survival in this post-apocalyptic world would be greater. The noise from more than 10 cars is too much, it's likely to attract even more monsters. As they spoke, low growls echoed from the mist. During their loading process, creatures like the rot-skin rats and other monstrous rats had launched several attacks, all of which were successfully repelled by the group without any casualties. However, a stationary vehicle and a moving one create entirely different sounds. Zhang Di's expression shifted slightly as he understood this principle. He said, then brother, we'll go first. We'll get in touch once we get back to the complex. Looking for supplies isn't a long-term plan. I'm planning to go check out the police station in a couple of days, which should be much safer. You should think about it, brother. The police station? Zhang Die's thought process was clear. If ordinary people could have a certain proportion of survivors, then a place like the police station would indeed be much safer since they are armed. But Su-han wouldn't go there. To him, the safety of a police station was a shackle. Until he became stronger, he did not plan to expose his abilities under these powers, regardless of their nature, good or bad. I have another destination. Zhang Die looked surprised. He wanted to persuade further, but Su-han wasn't taking the bait, and from the car behind, his companions were calling him. Old Zhang, hurry up, there are more monsters coming. Out of the fog, stirred up by the sound of the car engine, 3 more 4-armed corpses scrambled over, hands and feet pounding the ground. Zhang Die's expression changed slightly. His angel envoy leaped to action, its gaping maw snapping at the neck of one of the monster corpses. Su-han's 4-armed corpse moved as well, confronting the 2 monster corpses before seizing them and twisting their necks with a powerful grasp. With another sudden monster attack, Zhang Die knew they couldn't linger any longer. The noise was too great. Su-han would definitely be alright, but they were not so sure. Thanks, brother, but it looks like we have to leave now. Zhang Die's caravan vanished slowly into the fog, and the low growling of the mist grew distant as their noise drew some of the monsters away. Half an hour later, after Su-han and the 4-armed corpse had killed 4 or 5 more corpses, they finally had the truck mostly loaded. That's enough, time to go back. The monsters are coming more frequently. Su-han called Gan Xinglai and the others to stop. Compared to when they had first arrived, monsters were approaching more often, and continuing to transfer supplies could attract something unexpected. Gan Xinglai and his group were taken aback but quickly entered the supermarket to call everyone out. Everyone, get on the truck in your original places. First-level intermediate angel envoys do not board, stay on guard at the sides. Old Shu and I will lead the way, Captain Ching and Old Go will drive the truck and cover the rear, Ms. Rotskin Rat will be on alert. Received. Following Su-han's arrangement, once everyone was aboard, all the vehicle lights were turned on, and they started heading back under the lead of the box truck. Because they were now traveling by truck, the noise was evidently louder, but unlike the cautious approach earlier, the truck's tonnage was evident, and it was also loaded with a lot of stuff. Ordinary corpses simply couldn't stop this road bully, and Zhuang floored the accelerator, crushing them and rolling the bodies under the truck. Even if they didn't die immediately, the angel envoys on either side of the truck would immediately move in to finish them off. The return trip was much faster than the trip out. They drove straight to the base of Building 7, and after everyone got off, they breathed a sigh of relief. Ching Zanyang was getting ready to call people to unload the supplies when Su-han suddenly said, "Let's leave our share on the truck, there's no need to unload it." Everyone was startled. Ching Zanyang's face shifted subtly, then he said to Zhang Fu and the others, "Do as Su-han said. You guys start unloading. Everybody be careful when unloading. You can ask your family members to help. Those with angel envoy corpses can use them. We'll distribute based on today's contributions." Zhang Fu began organizing everyone to divide the supplies. Although he didn't say it outright, the share for Su-han and his 3 companions was definitely the largest because it was Su-han who had defeated the spider monster and the truck was theirs as well. So Zhang Fu first organized the distribution of supplies from the other 5 vehicles before dealing with their truck, which only needed a slight reallocation of some items. Meanwhile, Ching Zanyang found Su-han, looked around to make sure no one was within earshot, and asked in a low voice, "Su-han, are you planning to move out?" Chapter 40. Taking sides. Leaving goods on the truck, even when it's parked right under Building 7, is hardly a safe thing to do. If Su-han and his group weren't moving them, it meant they had other plans, which wasn't hard to guess. Su-han nodded and didn't hide his intentions. It's very inconvenient and unsafe inside the residential buildings once the water and gas are cut off. Remember the spider monsters? You're worried those spider monsters will come again? Su-han shook his head and said, "They've learned to reproduce. I've seen their nests and eggs in the supermarket." Tentacle-mouthed spiders? Ching Zanyang's body shook and he looked shocked. They mutated from humans, right? How could they? It was unimaginable that mutated monsters could reproduce so quickly. He immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. If even spider monsters could breed, then was it possible for the numerous 4-armed corpses to also reproduce? Or were other, even more terrifying monsters that they'd never seen before silently multiplying in the depths of the mist, quietly taking over the human world? He felt a chill rise up his spine, rushing to his head. If the number of mutated monsters could increase, it would be a terrifying prospect for any survivor. Who knows what's going on? This apocalypse is probably just beginning. Su-han was somewhat more composed than Ching Zanyang and thought of the enormous red eyeball that almost covered the entire sky. If that were a creature, and everything stemmed from it, then the end was far from over. I'm going to take some people who want to leave and find a safe place. Do you and your brothers want to join us? Although Qing Zhenyang was a bit too idealistic, he was capable. Whether it was the speed of an angel envoy's advancement, or his personal organizational and combat abilities, he had not tarnished his reputation as a retired soldier. What Su-han could not understand was why such a capable, retired soldier from the armed forces wouldn't have stayed on to become a non-commissioned officer. Qing Zhenyang was silent for a long while. You're not planning on going to the police station, are you? This was his intuition, and his perspective on the post-apocalyptic world was gradually forming. If the current chaos was just the beginning, then the old order was certain to collapse. And there would be those who were destined to rise amidst the chaos. He had a strong intuition that Su-han was precisely one of those people, without a doubt. Su-han nodded and replied, I'm even more eager to become stronger. Actually, you can too. Advancing to first level intermediate so quickly, your talent must be pretty good. The improvement of strength was related to the contract with the Angel Envoy, the strength of the creatures they commanded, and their own talents. This was something they had all figured out. After all, they were all from the same security team and had contracted around the same time, but Zhang Fu needed a bit more time to become first-level intermediate. But many people will die, those monsters are too dangerous, Qing Zhenyang gave a bitter smile. This apocalypse was just like the armed forces, where to achieve anything, one had to fight with sweat and risk their lives. I'm sorry, Su-han, I will take people to the police station. I have comrades there. Qing Zhenyang didn't want his few security guards to be in too much danger. The police station had firearms, which would significantly increase their safety. Su-han didn't insist, we'll leave in the next couple of days. If you want to go to the police station, it's best to get ready, there are a lot of monsters outside. Qing Zhenyang nodded heavily and agreed. He was well aware of this. The distribution of supplies was a thrilling event for all the survivors in Building 7 because almost 10 days after the apocalypse began, their supplies had been exhausted. If it weren't for Qing Zhenyang's prior clearing of the floors and dealing with some supplies, some people would have likely starved to death by now. In this cleanup, the 10 volunteers almost all represented a friend or relative, which also meant that those who hadn't gone out got a share too. As for those who hadn't gone out, some found ways to exchange for food, such as their bodies. Su-han hadn't encountered such situations, or maybe those people didn't dare to provoke him. But such arrangements had indeed emerged tacitly, like security guard Zhao who quietly acquired a voluptuous girlfriend. Everyone gathered together and Zhang Fu took charge of distributing the supplies. Those who participated in the operation all received a share, including dry food, canned goods, and some medicines and daily necessities. The goods from the private cars had largely been allocated. As for those on the truck, Zhang Fu left them almost untouched, by default accepting that those were Su-han and his group's share. Although it was obvious that this share accounted for more than 60% of all the resources, not a single participant objected. They all understood one principle: following the rules means you get something, not following them means you get nothing. Everyone, quiet down, I have something to say. Qing Zhenyang, seeing that the distribution of supplies was almost finished, stood in the center of the hall and said loudly. At the sound of his voice, people looked puzzled, and someone asked, Captain Qing, what's the matter? Su-han and I have discussed this. The apartment building has no water source and no gas, it's not a safe place, and we'll be moving in a couple of days. As soon as these words came out, some people's expressions changed slightly, and they began to discuss animatedly the fog outside might have thinned, but monsters were still present and very dangerous. Captain Qing, can't we just stay here and wait for official rescue? The fog has thinned, it should be coming soon, an older woman asked in a low voice. She was of age, and relocating was not an easy task for her. Yes, Captain Qing, with you here, those monsters won't be able to get in. I think we should wait. There will always be people who don't want to take risks, preferring to be the frog in slowly warming water, but Su-han didn't have the time to play a drawn-out game with them. Are we obligated to protect everyone? His voice rose, still as calm as it had been that day, causing a jolt in the survivors' hearts as their gazes fell on Su-han. Especially those who didn't dare to take risks, yet expected others to protect them. I will find a new safe zone to settle down. Those with special skills who want to follow me go to Yanmi to register. You can consider it. I will leave in 2 days. Su-han spoke succinctly, not revealing what place he had chosen as the safe point. He needed people at his camp, but he was decidedly not begging for others to join him. That would only tire him with management and hold him back. What do we have to give in return? Looking toward the direction of the voice, Su-han saw that the first to speak up was not an ordinary person but Jia Yiman, who had previously joined him on the supermarket exploration. Fighting, defense, labor. If you're an ordinary person, I will try my best to help you form a contract. If you can't fight or it's inconvenient for you to work, Let your angel envoy do it. My team won't feed freeloaders, the apocalypse has no use for trash. What I can offer is the supplies acquired by the team and safety, Suhan said seriously. Within the scope of my ability, I will help you deal with those monsters. The implication of his words was clear to everyone. If even he couldn't resist the monsters, then it was an unlucky situation indeed. Zhao Yiman seemed quite satisfied with the answer. He raised his hand and said, "Count me in." Having witnessed the formidable strength of Suhan's four-armed corpse at the supermarket, he felt that following Suhan would provide more assurance of safety. "Report to Yan Miu," Suhan replied, then added, "Everyone can think it over. If you want to join me, register later." After finishing his words, he left the hall, while Yan Miu and Gan Xinglai did not. They stayed to handle the registration. As soon as Suhan left, the crowd's discussion became even more chaotic. Both Suhan and Qing Zanyang were planning to move. Once they left, there wouldn't be many capable people left in Building 7. Even if the floors had been cleared, without someone to lead a search for supplies, venturing out was like delivering food to monsters. Thus, many had already made up their minds it was time to pick a side. "Captain Qing, from what you just said, you're not moving together. So, where will your group be heading?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Qing Zanyang paused before replying, "I'm going to the Armed Forces headquarters, it should be safe there." Some people's eyes lit up. That's right, how could they forget about the Armed Forces headquarters? Could those monsters be more powerful than guns? "Captain Qing, I'll go with you." Right, I'll go with you guys." In a moment, many people gathered around Cheng Xingyang. Gan Xinglai glanced at his wife and whispered, "Everyone's going to Captain Cheng's side, what now?" Chapter 41, Reinitiating Fusion. "It doesn't matter," Yan Miu said with her arms crossed in front of her chest, speaking calmly. "What Suhan needs are helpers, not burdens, and certainly not those who are sly and crafty." Gan Xinglai was a bit confused and asked, "How do you know who is being sly and who isn't?" "I don't know, but I know some people shouldn't be taken." She pointed to the elderly woman tugging at Qing Zanyang's side and said, "Grandma Zhao, who was the most disruptive when distributing supplies in the building. It's understandable that she didn't volunteer for the exploration today, but she didn't contribute when helping distribute supplies either, yet still wanted her share. Can we really take someone like that?" As Yan Miu spoke, she pointed out a few more people, some of whom were young, all of whom wanted to reap the benefits without working and treated others as fools. Gan Xinglai stared at his girlfriend, amazed, and said incredulously, How do you remember all that?" "Reading people and situations was the basic skill of my previous sales job." Yan Mi revealed a smile and said, "I just never mentioned it before, like how you hid the money for the new game console under the console." Cough cough, Gan Xinglai panicked, "Wife, listen to my explanation, that money." Before he could finish explaining, suddenly a figure appeared at his side. Sorry, am I interrupting?" "Go Gang?" The two of them looked in the direction of the voice and discovered it was indeed Go Gang, the honest man, accompanied by Zhao Yiman. Yan Mi reacted quickly and asked, "Old Go, are you coming with us?" "Yes," without any hesitation, Go Gang said. "Suhan contracted an angel envoy for me, I owe him my gratitude. Besides, I feel safer following him. The current situation is such that even going to the police station might not really be effective. It's better to be useful by his side. I've worked as a mechanic, can repair cars, and do welding, I can definitely be of use." He was a straightforward person, not one of great talents, but always abided by the principle of repaying favors, and his instincts were sharp. Following Suhan would definitely be safer. Having witnessed Suhan take action 3 times, once cleaning a floor, where the angel envoy was powerful and decisive, surpassing other contractors, the second time tricking Hefeng and others and decisively executing them, and the last was skillfully capturing the spider monster during the supermarket exploration. Each of the 3 actions deepened his impression: strong individual capabilities, quick adaptation to the apocalypse, decisive and fair. Such a person was more dependable than Captain Qing. Seeing his decisiveness, Yan Mi's smile grew even brighter, and her voice softened. "We are leaving in 2 days, you better pack some things with your wife, gather all that needs to be taken, there's still some room on the truck for stuff." "I know, I'll go back and have Zhao Hui help with packing up, won't hold everyone back," he assured. Go Gang was fortunate, none of his family had turned into monsters. His wife, Zhao Hui, and daughter Go Hui were safe. After he became a contractor, he also had access to supplies and they were living fairly well. "Don't worry, Suhan should help your wife contract an angel envoy, she won't be a drag." Upon hearing this, Go Gang grinned, showing a simple and honest expression. "Sister Yan, I'm also going with you all. Boss Suhan is strong, I feel safer with him." Zhao Yiman changed his form of address, but his expression wasn't sycophantic,
just looking to foster a closer relationship, being only a year or two younger than Gan Xinglai and Yan Miu. Okay, just like Gang, remember to pack your belongings. You have a car yourself, it will be useful when the time comes. The sudden division of teams caught many off guard, but those present who chose to transfer and follow were very few. Only those who had initially decided who they would follow or those who liked to take chances were eager to declare their stance. Many others were considering their next steps, weighing the pros and cons, determining how to fully protect themselves before making a choice. And some, especially those who had become contractors, needed to find their family members now that they had some power to do so. However, the decision by Qing Zanyang and Su Han stirred up new waves at the gathering point of Building 7, and this time, it wasn't going to settle easily. After delegating the recruitment to Yan Miu, Su Han stopped meddling, while Zhu Shuang was responsible for inventory and packing up. It wasn't until night fell and the entire Building 7 once again sank into silence that Su Han finally left his apartment. He arrived at the door on the first floor where Zhang Fu was still on guard duty, but his partner was not the young Zhao anymore, it was someone else. "Brother Zhang, you're still guarding the main door. Where's Zhao?" After greeting him, Zhang Fu shook his head slightly. "That kid, he found a... Never mind, let's not talk about it." He hesitated, seemingly wanting to mention a girlfriend but thought better of it. Was he foolish enough to think exchanging supplies for a girlfriend was believable? Whether or not his actions were justified wasn't for him to say, so he deliberately changed the subject. "Su Han, couldn't you sleep?" Su Han shook his head and said, "Open the gate for me, please. I need to go out for a bit, I have something to do." Zhang Fu's expression froze. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have allowed them to go out, no matter what the issue. Going out at night risked attracting monsters. Though they had cleared some corpses during the day, those were only near the parking area. No one really knew how many monsters there were in the entire compound. But since it was Su Han who was asking, it was a different matter. Coming back to reality, he said, "Okay, but if you need help, just say so. Don't be shy." Su Han was strong and judicious, better at keeping his composure than most young people Zhang had seen, so naturally, he didn't inquire further about his business. While talking, he opened the big iron gate. Su Han thanked him, took out a lamp tree crystal, and then briskly walked out of Building 7. The gate behind him clacked shut firmly and automatically locked. The light from the lamp tree illuminated the surrounding area. The dim yellow light made everything around seem distorted, lacking the clarity of an incandescent light but giving off a deep, eerie feel that was quite frightening. Carrying a crowbar, Su Han led the four-armed corpse, following this morning's memory directly to the parking area. The fog surrounded them from afar, making their footsteps distinct in the night. Perhaps because they had cleared the area during the day, they encountered no monster attacks along the way, and soon he and the four-armed corpse reached the parking lot. Car after car was obscured in the fog, barely visible as dark shadows. Su Han glanced around and noted fewer cars than during the day. Obviously some survivors had driven away. 1, 2, 3. 20 cars, should be enough. Su Han counted the cars. Although a few were missing, he thought it shouldn't significantly impact their situation, and commanded, "Four-armed corpse, begin fusion." The four-armed corpse, following the order, walked towards the nearest car, placed its hands on the vehicle, and its flesh transformed into tendrils that continuously adhered to and fused with the car's metal frame. Level 2 generic metal 0.1%, 0.5%, 1%. The progression of the fusion gradually began to rise. Su Han quietly watched on the side as the four-armed corpse speedily devoured the car's metal structure. Compared to the previous two fusions, this time the four-armed corpse's fusion speed was noticeably faster. But at the same time, because it was upgrading from level 2 to level 3, it required significantly more metal, and the entire hood of the car had fused, but the total fusion degree had only reached 8%. Su Han was patient. While on guard with the crowbar, he attentively sensed the changes in the four-armed corpse. As time passed, roughly 15 minutes later, the metal framework of a car had almost completely vanished, leaving only parts like seats and wheels, which piled up like trash. 40% fusion progress, this pace is acceptable. Continue, he observed. Fusing the metal from a car, about 1,800 pounds, in just over 10 minutes was tolerable. Soon, the four-armed corpse moved from one car to another, leaving non-metallic parts on the ground, including batteries and flowing gasoline, which gradually produced an unpleasant smell. Normally, this gasoline would also be an important resource, best collected before fusing to maximize efficiency, but Su Han didn't have the energy for that. By the time they reached the fourth car, the fusion degree was finally full. Level 3 generic metal fusion complete, metal control, junior skill acquired, Chapter 42 Metal Control, Junior. The four-armed corpse completed the fusion with level 3 ordinary metals, and its physical appearance did not change much, still around 2.5 meters tall, but a new strength surged within its body. It's not a bodily skill, but with metal control, the potential shouldn't be too bad, right? A flash of joy crossed Suhan's eyes, then he immediately calmed his mind, carefully sensing the skill while commanding, "Four-armed corpse, test the skill on that white car." The four-armed corpse strode towards the white private car. Junior Metal Control couldn't completely manipulate metal through the air, its ability only activated when its large hand touched the car door. The metal car door gradually deformed under the control of the ability. The originally hard metal softened like modeling clay, then formed into a metal sphere under manipulation. With the approximately 44-pound metal sphere in hand, the ability continued to affect the metal, which acted as if alive, continuously transforming, at one moment into metal gloves, and the next into a long knife with a blade measuring 1 meter. After experimenting for a while, Suhan made a rough assessment of the range of abilities of Junior Metal Control. Maximum control distance no more than 1 meter, but the closer, the stronger the ability. The main abilities are metal activation, shape reshaping, and some degree of compression and strengthening. It is more an auxiliary than a combat function. He assessed the current positioning of this ability in his mind, but soon shook his head, overturning this assessment. That's not right, not just auxiliary functions. If shaping and enhancing a batch of suitable weapons, it could also significantly enhance the combat power of both the four-armed corpse and ourselves. His mind immersed, the connection with the four-armed corpse became even closer, then he deployed the metal manipulation ability through its body. More metal from the white car deformed under metal manipulation, gradually gathering in the hands of the four-armed corpse. After about 440 pounds of metal had fused, Suhan had the four-armed corpse manipulate the metal to deform and used the ability to compress the metal, enhancing its strength based on its original foundation. He could feel that compared to simple physical forging and compression, this type of compression clearly integrated some kind of energy, so that the enhanced strength was significantly greater than mere physical compression. Under his manipulation, 2 sharp blades quickly appeared in the hands of the four-armed corpse. Long handles, long blades, and broad sharp edges, the style was somewhat like poo knives and horse-cutting sabers, but obviously much heavier. Although Tang knives and Miao knives were more stylish, most of what Suhan and his team faced were monsters, unusually large and formidable like spider monsters, so the long-handled broad-bladed sabers were more powerful and decisive for chopping, hence, Suhan chose to forge such weapons. Suhan's own poo knife had a 40 centimeters handle, a 1 meter blade, and weighed around 66 pounds, a weight he found just right to swing with his current strength. The poo knife of the four-armed corpse was even larger, with a 60 centimeters handle and a 1.2 meter blade, the whole knife measuring 1.8 meters in length and weighing over 220 pounds. As Suhan gripped his poo knife, the weight sank into his hand, tightly held, and swinging it felt extremely smooth. If he faced a corpse, a single strike could split it along with its spine into 2 halves. With one arm behind its back holding the knife, the blade long and imposing, the four-armed corpse appeared every bit the tyrant warrior, its aura even more fierce. If a spider monster were in front of it, a single slash could probably kill it. Suhan wore a satisfied expression, thinking, this weapon is good, although it's mainly auxiliary for now. The combat strength enhancement from weapon forging is not inferior to combat skills, and this is just junior level. If it can be further enhanced, then the controlled weight and range should also increase. He did not underestimate any newly emerged skills, but instead, the importance of controlling metal in this world was self-evident. After losing large machine tools and other modern industrial forces, even metalworking posed a challenging task for humans. Four-armed corpse, continue the fusion. Letting the four-armed corpse hold the saber, Suhan then immediately proceeded with the next fusion. There were still 15.5 cars in the parking lot, and a fusion degree of level 4 ordinary metals wasn't out of the question. After obtaining the control over metal, the four-armed corpse's compatibility with metal materials evidently improved, speeding up the fusion of a car's metal significantly, reducing it to parts in just 7 to 8 minutes. Suhan was carrying a poo knife by his side, watching the fusion degree slowly increase from 1%, 2%, continuously and unhurriedly. As time progressively passed, Suhan and the others had gradually reached the back half of the parking lot where a deep roaring sound once again echoed in the night's mist. 3 distorted figures appeared within the range of the lamp tree's crystal yellow light. The back half of the parking lot was similarly close to buildings 4 and 5. Earlier this morning, the group hadn't ventured here at all, naturally leaving the monsters uncleaned. In such pitch-black night, the light from the lamp trees immediately caught the attention of the 3 corpses, whose growls became more vigorous, then they rapidly charged over. They didn't care for any vehicles obstructing their way, even taking large steps to jump onto the roofs, crushing the windshields beneath their feet, then lunging towards Suhan. Just in time. Suhan didn't show any signs of nervousness but instead smiled. He didn't even summon the four-armed corpse that was merging with the metal but wanted to test the weapon's strength. He stepped forward, met the first corpse head-on, gripping the handle with both hands. His poo knife dropped from above at high speed like a guillotine. Crack a flash of the knife, the sharp blade slid diagonally from the corpse's shoulder, splashing blood instantly. At the first contact, the blade had already cut through the body of the corpse, completely severing its upper half. The sharpness is not bad. Suhan became more excited. Two more corpses rushed over in succession. His movements did not delay a bit, striking left and right, chopping off the heads of the corpses as if slicing through vegetables. The blade covered in blood, he stood with the knife, his face breaking into a smile, thinking to himself, this is much more convenient than a crowbar. After dealing with the corpses, the four-armed corpse began merging the metals from the last few vehicles, and the fusion degree was gradually nearing 90%. The night grew deeper, and the chill of the surrounding mist became more distinct, indeed causing a significant change in temperature. The bushes in the residential area had visibly turned yellow and withered after more than 10 days, emulating a sense of desolation. However, Suhan didn't have the energy to think about these things at that moment. After merging the metal from the last vehicle, the Level 3 Common Metal Fusion progress reached 100%. Level 4 Common Metal Fusion successful, acquired the skill Black Armor. With the skill Fusion, this time the four-armed corpse underwent a significant transformation. Its stature continuously elongated. From the original 2.5 meters, it suddenly grew to a height of 3 meters. The muscles became more bulging, each muscle like a piece of hard, reddish granite, and on this reddish skin, black patterns started to appear, spreading from the head across the body, and reaching down to the sturdy legs. The black patterns were faintly visible, looking like dense scales on the front and a ghostly face on the chest, appearing as tattoos but alternately seeming like armor upon closer inspection. Black armor draped over with a thought from Suhan, he activated the skill, suddenly seeing the black pattern light up, radiating a cold, dark light, and then the patterns interconnected, creating a set of thick, shiny black armor with a ghostly face in the front and scaly body. This black armor didn't just appear on its body, it also wrapped around its fierce head. The forearms were armored, covering the body without a gap, like a heavy armored warrior, like a can of iron. Suhan moved the knife in his hand, directly chopping towards the black armor, clang, surprisingly sparking a trail of sparks. Good defense. Suhan's eyes brightened, his mind immersed, carefully perceiving the skills of this black armor, and when he opened his eyes, his pupils shimmered with delight. This black armor was incredible. Chapter 43, Scattered Supplies. Merely by fusing with the black armor skill, the strength of the four-armed corpse's body had already surged by a great deal, with a significant increase in power and a substantial enhancement in defense. However, this was just a side benefit of the black armor. The real effect lay in the black armor itself. Born from patterns, the texture of the black armor was similar to metal, fused with the body of the four-armed corpse, and could be actively used. But when under attack, it would also emerge automatically. Its defensive capability was extremely formidable. Suhan had already roughly tested it once, but hadn't yet reached its upper limit. Withstanding spears and cannons would definitely not be a problem. It could be called a humanoid tank. Aside from its strong defense, the black armor was not considered equipment per se, but rather a skill formation inherent to the four-armed corpse. Being connected to the body, it worked in conjunction with the self-healing skill. If the black armor was damaged, it could slowly self-heal, and under full concentration, the speed of self-healing would be extremely fast. Even if the black armor was broken due to a hit exceeding the limit, as long as some time was given to recuperate, the skill could still be used. Iron skin, self-healing, black armor, 2 layers of defense with 1 layer of healing. The four-armed corpse's blood and defense could be said to be excessively high. Suhan smiled and thought to himself, now I'm much safer. But I also have some busy work to do. Whether it's the self-healing, black armor, or metal control, if I could synchronize with them, their effects could be very powerful. Having experienced the benefits of the iron skin skill, he naturally wanted more, but this was not something that could be rushed. Four-armed corpse, let's go, time to head back. Clang. Just as they were about to leave, as the four-armed corpse turned around, it seemed to have hit something, and the noise was particularly prominent in the night. Suhan looked down and saw a can of cola. The pull-tab cans had already scattered on the ground, with one here and one there, appearing quite new. He had thought it was a part left from the car, but as he moved the lamp tree crystals in his hand, preparing to turn around and leave. Suddenly, on the road in the residential community that was illuminated by the light, there appeared to be more than just a few cans of cola, broken rice bags and grains, scattered canned food. Suhan sharply realized something was amiss. Are these supermarket supplies? The familiar packaging allowed him to recognize that these items were part of the same batch they had scavenged from the Yonglai supermarket. If nobody else had been to the Lihua supermarket after them, it meant that something had happened to the people from Building 4. Suhan's expression turned grim as he immediately realized there might be other problems in the community. If the situation is wrong, we'll have to escape early. He controlled the four-armed corpse to trace along the trail of scattered items, becoming increasingly vigilant in his heart. This action was indeed risky but necessary. This was an internal community road leading towards Building 3 and 4, only a few turns away from Building 7. If something had indeed happened to Building 4, then Building 7 would not be spared. Suhan cautiously traced the path, and under the faint yellow glow, he could already make out the imposing shadow of Building 4. The mist was thick, and the shadow of the building was indistinct, resembling a silent and lonely monster. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, from within the fog, a whispering sound could be heard. Suhan became alert and shone the light from the lamp tree forward, only to discover several eerie figures hanging in midair. What is that? Suhan was startled and immediately focused his gaze. Among the fog, appearing in midair like hanging fruit were, in fact, corpses. Slimy black vines wrapped around their bodies, and the fine branches of the vines had penetrated the completely desiccated corpses, leaving them skin and bones. The breeze stirred, and as the hanging corpses gently swayed, they produced a scraping noise, resembling a wind chime made of bodies. Suhan was greatly alarmed, and he followed the vines upwards, eventually spotting a tall silhouette at the root of the vines. It was a weirdly tall and massive tree-like figure, approximately 6 or 7 meters high, with a thick trunk and twisted branches that looked like aggressive limbs. The vines binding the corpses were extending from these contorted branches. Click, click. The branches moved slightly, and the vines began to tighten. A semi-dried corpse was brought next to the trunk of the tree. Suhan's pupils narrowed as he recognized the body. The limp head hanging down was none other than Hifeng. He saw the trunk suddenly open a pair of crimson eyes, and a gaping mouth revealed itself, with squirming red flesh and jagged wooden teeth. The mouth swallowed Hifeng's corpse whole, began to chew, and made a crunching noise. Suhan felt an extreme sense of eeriness. This tree was a monster fused with both wood and flesh. Not only Hifeng's body, but around the human-faced tree, he had already seen overturned vehicles, scattered supplies, and realized that all the people from Building 4, including a first-level intermediate and more than 10 first-order inferiors, hadn't escaped. Retreat, this monster is not to be messed with. Suhan immediately controlled the four-armed corpse to leave, as the human-faced tree was simply incomparable to the spider monster. The aura it emitted was also stronger than that of the current four-armed corpse. However, Suhan had only retreated a few steps when that crimson gaze had already locked on to him through the fog. In the nighttime mist, the light from the lamp tree crystals was so dazzling, so attractive to the monster's gaze. Roar! A hoarse roar echoed throughout the neighborhood as the massive human-faced tree began to move. Its tree-like body meant it didn't move too quickly. Its feet, like roots, slowly pulled free, and its twisting tree branch hands swung towards Suhan and the four-armed corpse. Swoosh vines shot out first, heading straight for the four-armed corpse and Suhan, their speed many times faster than the human-faced tree's movements. The four-armed corpse and Suhan had not gotten far before the vines were already behind them. Not good. Suhan felt a gust of sinister wind on his back, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw several pitch-black vines just half a meter away. His expression tensed, and he made a split-second decision to turn back and raise his knife, swinging it down forcefully. The blade flashed past, a splurch sound was heard, and several vines were severed, but surprisingly, under the bark was not wood but tough flesh. The tips of the cut vines writhed incessantly, and dark red blood dripped all over the ground. The vines attacking the four-armed corpse were more numerous and much thicker, with about 10 or so in total. The four-armed corpse gripped its poo knives tightly, then turned and slashed just as ferociously and swiftly, severing most of the vines in an instant. However, there were still too many vines, and 3 that slipped through the cracks attacked it, wrapping around the hand holding the poo knives. A tremendous force was transmitted instantly, and the four-armed corpse staggered nearly, as the strength of the human-faced tree was far greater than that of the spider monster. It steadied itself, the claw from under its ribs reaching out, slashing upward, severing the entangling vines, and breaking free from the restraint. Suhan didn't hesitate, and after freeing themselves from the restraint, he immediately ordered the four-armed corpse to turn and flee. Both he and his angel envoy dashed back, trying to distance themselves from the pursuing human-faced tree. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The rasping sound became clearer as the ground on both sides of the lawn bulged suddenly, and 2 sharp vines, like black spears, shot straight toward the back of the four-armed corpse. These vines had been hidden beneath the ground, whether they had been lying in wait or had stealthily burrowed there. The sudden attack caught both the four-armed corpse and Suhan off guard. Clang! The fierce collision sent the massive four-armed corpse flying, tumbling forward for nearly 7 or 8 meters. The terrifying strength was extreme. Considering that the four-armed corpse was now clad in black armor, wielding poon knives, and standing 3 meters tall with a weight of at least 1,000 pounds. Such a fierce vine assault should have penetrated the four-armed corpse, but the human-faced tree miscalculated. The black armor on the four-armed corpse stopped the attack, the scale armor dented, but the flesh was unharmed, and all the force of impact turned into thrust that sent it flying. The human-faced tree's strike didn't achieve its objective, but it successfully slowed down Suhan and the four-armed corpse. More vines surged out from the grass on both sides, like dancing snakes, covering the sky as they approached the pair. The human-faced tree continued to move closer at a steady pace, not too fast or too slow, around 20 or 30 meters away from Suhan, but the vines were within striking distance. A chill ran through Suhan's heart as he realized they were surrounded. His heartbeat became more frantic, but his mind became more settled. Suddenly, a strong scent of gasoline gave him an idea as he caught a glimpse of the parking lot in his peripheral vision. Scattered parts, gasoline everywhere. His gaze finally settled on a new energy car battery. "Let's go all out." He immediately turned and ran swiftly while commanding the four-armed corpse to rise and block the vines. Its large body swung the poon knives, forming an impenetrable shield of blades, slashing away at vines. But it was like putting out a fire with a cup of water. The number of vines was evidently much greater, and they attacked from all directions intelligently, making it incredibly difficult to fend them off. The arms were gradually scaled by the vines. Fortunately, it had four and cut the vines off quickly. Meanwhile, as most of the vines were attracted to the four-armed corpse, Suhan cut his way through the few that remained, striding toward the edge of the parking lot. He spun around, and his poon knife shot out straight, piercing a new energy battery. With a splurge, the battery was completely destroyed. A plume of blue smoke billowed out, followed by a burst of sparks. Chapter 44 Fleeing overnight. The sparks that burst from the car battery immediately set the pooled gasoline on fire, and in an instant, flames roared and spread throughout the entire parking lot at an incredibly rapid pace. Suhan dashed beyond the boundary of the parking lot. The speed of the fire's spread hadn't caught up to him, but the four-armed corpse and the vines that were entangled were right at the center of the parking lot. In an instant, the fire engulfed them, with flames reaching 3 to 4 meters high, almost completely submerging the four-armed corpse. Heat waves rolled out continuously, and under the high temperature, the batteries of the other electric cars began to emit even more black smoke. Boom! One explosion after another resounded, and the four-armed corpse, surrounded by fire, felt its body scorched by the intense heat. However, even more helplessly tangled in it were the vines of the human-faced tree. Just as the flames had sprung up, they had tried to pull the four-armed corpse out, but under Suhan's control, it swung its poon knives, slashing the vines apart. As soon as the temperature from the flames rose, the vines could no longer bear it. Those drenched in gasoline caught fire immediately and burned fiercely. Under such burning, the vines withdrew quickly, like startled birds, disappearing back into the original lawn, to extinguish the flames on them and avoid the raging inferno of the parking lot. Four-armed corpse, come back! Once the four-armed corpse was free, Suhan immediately controlled it to turn around and bolt from the blaze. As it rushed forward, its body already ablaze with roaring flames, the black armor faintly glowed red, clearly very hot, and it sizzled as it moved. In the fight that had just occurred, its body was already covered in gasoline, and now ignited by the massive fire, it couldn't escape being burned. However, thanks to the protection of iron skin and black armor, it wouldn't be charred by the flames in a short amount of time, but the high heat continued to scorch its flesh. Without hesitation, Suhan immediately made the four-armed corpse roll onto the distant lawn, smothering its body with soil and sand, which finally put out the flames. By this time, the parking lot had turned into a spreading sea of flames, which completely separated Suhan from the human-faced tree, as they looked at each other from across the distance. The human-faced tree, fearing the fire, slowly retreated to the vicinity of the fourth building, its form vanishing into the mist. The disappearance of the human-faced tree didn't make Suhan breathe a sigh of relief. His expression remained grave. This monster is at least of the second order in strength. It has taken the whole happiness community as its hunting ground. He shuddered at the thought. The human-faced tree had been silently wandering within the community. It wasn't that it couldn't break into the seventh building, it simply hadn't reached this area yet. Or perhaps, the bodies that Cheng Zanyang had thrown out of the building saved everyone's lives. The bodies temporarily sated the human-faced tree that passed by. But now, the mist was thinning, and the chances of encountering this monster within the community were exponentially greater. It wasn't safe to stay here any longer. He immediately controlled the four-armed corpse and quickly retraced the original path, heading straight to the base of Building 7. Bang! 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 He knocked on the large iron door of Building 7, and Zhang Fu soon opened it, his expression just as grave. "Su-han, what happened? Let's go inside and talk, the situation isn't good." The look on Su-han's face made Zhang Fu feel that something was amiss. By the time, the hall was already not just occupied by the two security guards, almost everyone had been awakened by the explosion and now gathered in the hall. When Su-han walked in, everyone was startled. Su-han's face and clothes were soot-blackened, and the four-armed corpse wasn't in much better shape, with scorch marks on its body and emitting a strong smell of gasoline. Their sorry states filled everyone with unsettling doubts. Su-han was already so powerful, what could possibly have happened to leave him in such a state? "Su-han, what happened?" Captain Cheng's expression was serious as he looked towards Su-han, his heart hanging in suspense. "There's a monster in Happiness Community, at least of the second order. The four-armed corpse and I are no match for it. Everyone in Building 4 is gone." "What?" Shock appeared on everyone's faces, followed by an indescribable terror. There was such a creature in the community all this time. And the distance between Building 4 and Building 7 wasn't far at all. "I set a fire to temporarily block it, but it definitely won't hold for too long. If we want to survive, we'd better leave tonight." Su-han conveyed the message to everyone, then immediately turned to Zhuang and said, "Load all the supplies onto the truck, we're leaving tonight." "Okay, everything's ready to go, it'll be done in 10 minutes. Zhuang, understanding the gravity of the situation, immediately responded and then summoned Gan Xingilai, saying, "Old Gan, come help me." "I'll help too." Jia Yiman was also in the crowd. Knowing that the situation was dire, he immediately started to help and followed Zhuang to Su-han's room to begin moving the supplies onto the vehicles. As Su-han's people sprang into action, Yan Mi took the initiative and said, "I'll organize the folks who are with us." Su-han nodded and said, "Be quick." He hurried to recover his strength, and as they all started to move, the whole assembly point became chaotic with everyone immediately packing up their things. In just over 10 minutes, the hall was crowded with people, and Zhuang and his team had all the supplies loaded onto the truck. "Su-han, we don't have enough vehicles." In the midst of the pandemonium, Yan Mi found Su-han in private and said, "We only have 7 vehicles in total. There are 49 people at the assembly point. There are 20 of us and 29 with Captain Cheng's group, and they don't have enough vehicles." Su-han's side, including Jia Yiman, had a total of 5 vehicles, 3 private cars and 2 trucks. Even though one had the spider monster and other monster corpses, and another was loaded with supplies, fitting 20 people wasn't a problem at all. The problem was with Cheng Zanyang's group. They only had 2 vehicles, both SUVs with decent capacity, but even squeezed tight they couldn't fit that many people. "We'll leave the community first, and figure it out on the road." With Su-han's order, everyone squeezed into the vehicles. Some people wanted to bring more belongings, but apart from food and the essentials, everything was left behind. "Old Zhu and I will lead the way." Su-han and Zhuang boarded the first truck, slammed on the accelerator, and charged out of the back gate of the community, not caring for the checkpoint, as this was the only way to bypass Building 4. Following right behind them was another truck, along with Jia Yiman, Gan Xingilai, and their lot. Cheng Zanyang's group trailed behind, silently rushing out of the community. After a long drive, circling around to Liha supermarket, Su-han eventually stopped. The supermarket had been cleared in the morning, but now there were a few monsters wandering about. A 4-armed corpse wielding 2 knives stepped forward and after a bout of clearing, finally made a safe area. "Everyone, get out of the vehicles and rest up in the supermarket." After a night's rush, dawn was gradually breaking, and everyone, dragging their weary bodies, entered the supermarket. Cheng Zanyang had Zhang Fu block the door with shelving units, and, not minding the dirty floor, they all found places to lean against and sit down to rest. "That monster won't be able to follow us here, right?" Su-han, Cheng Zanyang, and a few others gathered together, and Cheng Zanyang's question carried a tone of worry. Su-han shook his head and said, "It shouldn't. That monster is a tree with a human face, it doesn't move very fast, but its vines are very powerful." With those words, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Between spiders and man-eating plants, this damn world. Zhuang, frustrated, lit a cigarette, puffing smoke. He even shared one with Zhang Fu beside him. "We'll come back to deal with that thing later. Nobody takes a beating from a monster and lets it go just like that, especially now that they can fuse with the entire monster. It's about time they gave that human-faced tree a visit. What goes around comes around, don't mess with an angel envoy when he's down." Su-han made a note of it in his little book, then turned to Cheng Zanyang and asked, "Captain Cheng, do you want to rest up in the supermarket for a bit, or should we leave immediately?" Chapter 45, Chance Encounter. Cheng Zanyang was taken aback. "You plan to leave today?" Su-han nodded and said, "We have set our target, and it would be more convenient to leave earlier." Cheng Zhanyang thought about it and realized that among those willing to go with Su-han, Go Gang's family of 3, Xianing and her roommate, Zhao Yiman, and other contractors made up half of them. Physically and mentally, they were better adapted to this situation, and leaving did not really pose a big problem for them. In contrast, his side had slightly more ordinary people. "We should rest for a while, but the supermarket is relatively safe," he said. He paused, then added, "Also, we need to find a vehicle." Upon hearing this, Su-han called out Old Zhu's name. "Old Zhu, give him the keys to the car we traded." Everyone was surprised, but he said, "We have 4 vehicles enough for us. If we give you one, it would save you the trouble of finding one." Cheng Zhanyang hadn't expected Su-han to just give away a car. He froze, his gaze solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Brother, thanks." Su-han just waved his hand, without saying much. He had his own calculations. The human face tree had been his sudden provocation, otherwise there would have been a day or 2 for relocation. Back then, Cheng Zhanyang would have had time to find a vehicle and wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. This was his due, he ought to provide the vehicle and it wasn't a big deal. Zhu Zhuang took a drag from his cigarette and said, "The Lihua boss has a golden cup van, but it's usually not parked on this street, it's near the back alley. You should look for the keys near the staff area." The back alley was a street away, and navigating through the fog to get there wouldn't be easy, but it was better than nothing. "I will organize people to check it out." After a brief meeting, they found some ready-to-eat foods in the supermarket, and everyone ate to replenish their energy. Then Su-han and his group started gathering, left Lihua supermarket, and settled into 4 vehicles. In total there were 20 people, with Su-han's group of 4 as the core. Besides them, there were 6 contractors including Go Gang, Xianying, and Zhao Yiman, and the rest were ordinary people, one of whom was a little girl, Go Hui. As usual, Su-han and Zhu Zhuang led the way in the cars, but this time, in addition to the front of the car, the back seat bed also had 2 people, Xianying and her roommate Beizio, along with another man. The 2 private cars and the truck behind them each accommodated 5 people. The group was well prepared and drove directly into the foggy streets. The Shanu Villa district was quite a distance from Lihua supermarket, about 7 or 8 kilometers, and that was based on having navigation and knowing shortcuts. Now, signals were long lost, and the mobile phones were all out of power, so getting there was naturally much more difficult. Visibility is just over 100 meters, driving at 30 yards is already pushing it, Zhu Zhuang complained, his hand steering slowly around the abandoned cars on the street. He also shook the lamp tree crystals outside the window, signaling the vehicles behind. In the rear-view mirror, the 3 vehicles behind him flashed their hazards in succession, indicating they had received the signal. This was their agreed method of communication. Since mobile phones and walkie-talkies were all unusable, this was the only way to possibly avoid accidents. Su-han looked out the car window, his eyes slightly focused. "At least we can drive. When is the rush hour traffic the worst?" Spattered blood stains, the bloody remains of corpses, and the shattered windows of vehicles. The streets shrouded in fog were far more dilapidated than he had imagined, as if the whole city had turned into ruins overnight. The entrance and exit of the second ring road, that place is the busiest in the morning, it's impassable. Zhu Zhuang understood Su-han's meaning when the crimson orbs descended. It was morning, and the sudden crisis only made the congested areas even more packed. The past 10 days likely hadn't brought any significant changes. Take the small path along the 2 rivers, that's the old road. Aside from drivers hauling cargo, private cars don't go that way. Zhu Zhuang, who ran transportation, knew many roads. The area was uneven and worn, private cars would get a layer of dust even if nothing else happened, not to mention scraping the chassis. Later, as more and more trucks passed through, private cars became even more fearful of scratches and traveled there even less. Su-han nodded, trusting Zhu Zhuang's choice of roads. He looked toward both sides of the street, where faint growls in the fog made him wary of letting his guard down. Thump thump thump, the sound of footsteps quickly arose, and amidst the swirling fog, several more corpses burst out from the shops on the street, aiming to attack the convoy. This was already the 6th attack along the way, only this time, there were a few more of them. Here they come again, time to work, time to work. Zhu Zhuang didn't slow down the accelerator. The 4-armed corpse guarding next to the convoy had already met them with a blade, cutting each one in half with a single stroke. Any that slipped through, the angel envoy corpses atop the trucks belonging to Zhu Zhuang and his group would also leap down, slashing furiously with their machetes, swiftly finishing off the corpses. Su-han, the machetes your angel envoy produced are firm, much slicker than the large blades we used on long trips when we were younger. Zhu Zhuang saw his corpses quickly resolving the fight, and under his mental command, saw each corpse climb swiftly with a blade in its mouth to the tops of the trucks ahead and behind. "There's no time now, we'll get armor once we reach Shanu Villa." Zhu Zhuang laughed, "That's great, Though these angel envoys are strong, they're still a bit lacking. It's okay when they handle weapons, but controlling them takes more effort. Not using weapons, just ordering an attack, the angel envoys would attack like wild beasts, which was relatively easy to manage. But finally controlling them to attack with knives, even in a slight formation, consumed much more energy and made people tire more quickly. It's like the angel envoy is a person's hands. Instinctive swinging is entirely different from doing intricate hand gestures, playing basketball, or dancing. The number of broken cars on the main road was increasing, even the blood on the ground hadn't yet dried. Apart from the monstrous howls in the fog, Suhan and the others could even hear screams, human voices. There were not a few surviving people, but those who hadn't turned into monsters had to face even more terrifying creatures. For now, Suhan and his group neither had the energy nor the capacity to save so many people. Everyone just hardened their hearts and blocked their ears. The vehicles on the main road were becoming more numerous, and even with the four-armed corpse pushing obstacles away in the fog, it was difficult to proceed. Zhu Zhuang simply left the main road, taking a deserted route, and turned onto the old riverside road. On one side were the Twin River waters, and on the other were relatively run-down old houses and occasional red brick buildings, which seemed out of place compared to the city's high-rise buildings. This area was supposed to be demolished to make way for a riverside residential project, but now it's probably been cancelled. It wasn't just cancelled, the real estate boss might have well been completely finished. Suhan's gaze swept across the twin rivers shrouded in the fog. The calmness of the water's surface under the fog was terrifying, as if monsters could surge out at any moment. Zhu Zhuang joked with his words, but his driving became more careful. In this area, turning around was not an option as the road was narrow, and if something happened, they could only back out. However, it was precisely the worry that materialized. As the vehicles continued forward, a huge red shadow suddenly appeared in the fog. A truck was stopped on the road. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The truck blocked the road, and on both sides of the truck, suddenly, more than a dozen crimson eyes appeared. Chapter 46, Giant Macrophage Dog. The glow of the lamp tree crystals and the noise of the vehicles startled the creatures within the fog. Footsteps densely sounded on the ground, dragging and scraping, not at all like a bipedal animal walking. Everyone, be on alert. The crimson gaze already revealed they weren't human, and at this point, there was no concern about startling the creatures further. Zhu Zhuang was shouting at his teammates behind the truck. Then, with a plop, everyone instinctively summoned their angel envoys, those on the rooftops jumping down to surround the convoy. Gan Xinglai, Go Gang, and Zhao Yiman's angel envoy corpses landed at the rear, guarding against any creatures that might approach from behind. The other corpses, under control, moved to the front end of the truck, closely following the tall four-armed corpse. "Boss, what do we do?" Xianing poked her head out, nervously watching the crimson eyes in the fog ahead. The eerie scene frightened her, unlike facing the corpses directly. "Here they come." As he spoke, the crimson eyes in the fog moved, and one by one, creatures emerged from within. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 creatures, lining up with the tallest one leaping onto the truck roof ahead, the crimson gaze overlooking Suhan's convoy emitting a dangerous light. "Big dog?" Zhu Zhuang was shocked as the creature revealed its form, his heart sinking even more. The monster in front of them looked somewhat like a giant dog, shoulder height about 1.3 to 1.4 meters and about 2.5 meters in length, muscles bulging, plates defined as if its skin had been peeled away, revealing a dark red hue. Its spine was twisted, arching like a dorsal fin, with bone spurs protruding from the spine and sticking out of the body, making it particularly ferocious looking. However, the most terrifying aspect was its interlocking fangs, its enormous maw divided into 3 sections like a budding flower, with tiny teeth lining each split lip, drooling foul saliva, resembling a hellish hound. A deep growling sound came, and the 7 creatures' gaze turned even more dangerous. Suddenly, the leading creature leapt down, charging straight for Suhan's windshield. The remaining 6 ran on the spot, charging towards the angel envoys at high speed. "Underestimating us, huh?" At the thought, Suhan's four-armed corpse had already lunged forward, its knife arcing through the air, chopping directly towards the creature. The creature in midair seemed instinctively alert, violently twisting its body, halting its charge, barely dodging the blade. However, a red gash had already appeared on its shoulder, with blood spurting out. Roar! The painful roar set off the prelude to the battle, the fierce giant macrophage dog crashing into the many angel envoys' corpses. The envoys mostly held poon knives, swinging to strike, but the wide-open maw caught the blade instead. Clang! The blade was directly bitten, the sharp edge cutting the tear, but the giant macrophage dog did not relent, instead forcefully ramming into the corpse. At this collision, many corpses were almost knocked over, only the rot skin rat and old Zhu's first-level intermediate corpses escaped the brunt. Knocked down, the corpses, in their humanoid forms, suffered a disadvantage. Unable to pull out their knives, they resorted to direct hand-to-hand combat. With beast-like biting and scratching, the giant macrophage dog clearly had the upper hand, continuously aiming for the corpses' necks. If not for the corpses pushing back hard, their necks would have likely been snapped. Not good. Seeing the situation ahead, how could Ganzingalai still defend the rear? He yelled, "Go up and help." The three defending corpses charged forward, directly slashing at the three entangled giant macrophage dogs. The thick necks were split open, blood spraying out, which finally made the dogs release their grip. The four-armed corpse charged towards the giant macrophage dog leader. The leader tried to dodge, buying time, but the four-armed corpse wouldn't give up. The poo knife in its hand was thrown like a javelin. The giant macrophage dog wanted to dodge, but with the truck on its left and the river on its right, it had little room to maneuver. Before it could move, it was pinned to the ground by the poo knife, whimpering. The four-armed corpse turned and charged at the other creatures, as the remaining 6 monsters were fiercely fighting the rot-skin rat and 8 other angel envoys. Although they were slightly fewer in number, their burst of strength was definitely superior to that of the corpses, requiring 2 corpses to hold back one. Fortunately, Ganzingalai, Zhuzhuang, and Yanmi coordinated well, jointly killing off 2, and the remaining 4 were effectively cornered. Don't be too harsh. Suhan's command suddenly came, and the four-armed corpse stepped into the fray, grabbing the struggling giant macrophage dog. With a snap, it broke its spine, beating it half to death. With only 3 left, everyone seized the opportunity. The envoys rushed up, holding and biting, literally breaking their bones. The battle ended, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suhan and Zhuzhuang were the first to get out of the car. Zhuzhuang wanted to go forward and check on the giant macrophage dogs. Be careful, they are more ferocious than the corpses. I know. Zhuzhuang responded with a heavy nod, indicating his understanding as he swung a steel pipe at each one, finding 4 that reacted. My goodness, their vitality is really not weak. Zhuzhuang lamented as he knew if it were just 2 or 3 people alone, they would likely struggle to fight even one, which was only about 1.5 meters smaller than a tiger. Suhan, there are 4 still breathing. Suhan focused intently on one of them, and the monster's name appeared, giant macrophage dog. Those without a contract, 4 people come out and kill them. Suhan signaled to Ganzingalai and Yan Miu, both of whom nodded in understanding. Start with the front vehicle, Bazio, Zhukishan. You 4 make the contract first, using this weapon. The weapon was a machete used by the corpses, thick and sharp. Joy flashed in the eyes of the 4, who hastily nodded. Thank you, Sister Yan, thank you, boss. Old Zhu, let's check ahead. Suhan pointed to a truck ahead. Zhuzhuang understood that they did not need to watch over the contracting process, so he said, let's go, I reckon something has happened. The 2 stepped over the body of the giant macrophage dog. The closer they got to its massive body, the more terrifying it seemed. Not a dog, but more like the size of a tiger. With a mouth like that, even a tiger would leave behind a few pounds of meat. He speculated, I think it's a wild dog that mutated, but Suhan, if wild dogs can turn into this, then what about the zoo? Thinking of the zoo animals, Zhuzhuang shuddered. I fear the situation there isn't good either, but it's not necessarily a complete transformation. Through their journey, he had noticed the corpses of ordinary cats and dogs by the roadside, devoured completely by monsters, clearly indicating that mutation wasn't absolute. The 2 men reached the front vehicle. As they approached the driver's door, which was open, a foul smell wafted out. Half of a body, gnawed down to the bone, dangled from the stepping board. The half of the body sticking out of the car door was eaten away, leaving only a bloody spine and a few ribs. The lower half was stuck under the steering wheel, and the giant macrophage dog could not reach it, leaving it relatively intact but already rotting. Zhuzhuang spat on the ground and cursed. Those damned beastly monsters. Been dead for over 10 days now, let's get it out first and let the corpses handle it. Zhuzhuang nodded, summoned his own corpse to drag the half-body out, and pulled it to the side of the road where the odor dissipated somewhat. Zhuzhuang, unconcerned about the lingering smell, climbed into the truck to take a look and said, the key is still here, we can start it. Do we want this vehicle? It can carry more than my other 2. Can it be driven? Zhuzhuang grinned and joked, if it couldn't be driven, would you have traffic management arrest me? Got it, forcing it to work, huh? Very criminal. Zhuzhuang's suggestion met no objection from Suhan, though driving it might be problematic since the vehicle's view, turning radius, and braking distance were different. But in these end times, those weren't really issues as long as you don't crash into a wall. Scratches and scrapes were nobody's concern. So, he brought over the experienced driver Zhao Yiman, and just let him drive the truck alone. Zhuzhuang checked the vehicle's container. It was empty, apparently ready to pick up cargo in the morning only for the fog to set in and leave monsters mutated and stranded here. Nothing was found in the cabin or the trailer except for an ornament hanging from the rear-view mirror, bearing a family portrait. Chauffeurs often away from home, keeping a memento was the best way to endure the loneliness. Zhu Zhuang knew what it was, but aside from sighing, there was nothing else he could do. The person was already dead, and whether their family was still alive was unknown. He hurriedly buried the bone remains and the ornament, and finally, the contracts were completed, taking slightly longer than the corpses. "How do you feel?" Boss Suhan approached the four individuals, and they quickly greeted him, not daring to be prideful even though they had made the contract, aware of their own capabilities. "Contracting was a bit painful, but the power fed back is strong," Zio responded in a weak voice to Suhan's question, and the other three nodded. "Right, it's like the blood vessels are bursting." Suhan raised an eyebrow. "Was it painful during fusion?" He suddenly asked, "How strong are they?" Chapter 47 Shanuvilla First Order Inferior, called the Giant Macrophage Dog, but it seems it's almost first level intermediate. First Order Inferior nearing medium. Indeed, this power is stronger than that of an ordinary flesh corpse. Suhan continued to ask, but noticed a small detail. Bazio felt not just the sensation of swollen veins, but a stinging pain from within her body, clearly suffering more than the other three men. "Don't recall your giant macrophage dogs, keep them on guard with a team. Their speed is faster, and their senses are more acute." "Yes, Boss Suhan." The emergence of such a situation with fusion was indeed beyond Suhan's expectations, but after careful thought, it seemed quite normal. The Angel Envoy feeds back strength. If the disparity between the contractor and the Angel Envoy is too great, then the contract becomes a burden and could very likely harm the contractor themselves. Every gift has its price listed. If one wishes to reach the sky in one step and contract those powerful creatures, then one must see if they can endure it. It seems I'll need to be more careful with contracts and hunts in the future. As Suhan pondered, he arranged the manpower, while Zhu Zhuang instructed everyone to load the giant macrophage dog corpses onto the newly acquired panel van. After everything was settled, everyone followed Suhan's plan and continued to drive slowly out of the old riverside road under the guard of their angel envoys. Zhao Yiman, although never having driven a cargo truck, was still very steady at the wheel, and with no real curves on the old road, he gradually drove beyond its confines. Once they left the old road, Zhu Zhuang overtook to lead the way in the first position. This time they encountered no further mishaps. Even though they were still attacked by flesh corpses, the response speed of the whole team increased significantly with the addition of 4 giant macrophage dogs. The dogs' keen senses meant they gave a low warning as soon as the flesh corpses neared the fog, and then they charged forward, their mouths split into 3 vicious segments clamping immediately onto the attacking flesh corpses. The bite force of the large mouth was far more terrifying than imagined. It could snap the flesh corpse's bones in one go. With the angel envoy's help in finishing them off, there was no need even for the 4-armed corpse to take action to dispose of these monsters. As such, their progress speed increased a lot. Finally, as they approached noon, the fog began to reveal fewer surrounding buildings, replaced by towering, withered street trees. "We're here." Zhu Zhuang's truck came to a halt. What entered their field of vision was a towering wall around the community, much like a small city's wall, about 3 meters in height, thick-walled, with climbing plants winding over it, which must be quite beautiful during the blooming season. Now, however, with the fog descended, the vines were withered, the wall color was gloomy, projecting a sense of desolation and bleakness that felt uncomfortable. In the center of the wall was a massive iron gate nearly 3 meters tall, styled in a split-hinged design, both opulent and substantial, not some cheap sliding gate. The security booth was right next to it, like a watchtower beside the city wall, supporting the iron gate on both sides. "Let's get out and see if we can open the gate." The gate was substantial, and since it was so securely closed, Suhan preferred not to destroy it. It could still be used for defense. Zhu Zhuang followed Suhan out of the vehicle, and as they approached the gate, Zhu Zhuang felt around, patted the gate, and said, "It's electric, but it can be pushed open." Upon hearing this, Suhan immediately called over the 4-armed corpse, who pressed a large hand on the gate, and then, with a push, the gate slowly opened with a creaking noise, reverberating loudly through the fog. Roar! No sooner had they opened a crack in the gate than 3 twisted figures appeared not far behind it, wearing tattered white security uniforms. They then turned and charged straight at them. "Yo, still on guard? How much of the measly salary, 800 or so, do you get that you'd still go out fighting after death?" Suhan. Impressive. Now even old Zhu's opening quips are hell-level jokes, huh? The two were not nervous, as encountering only 3 corporeal zombies compared to previous experiences could only be described as a routine situation. Zhu Zhuang picked up his machete, ready to meet them head-on, but Suhan said, "Keep one alive, We still have people who haven't made a contract. Zhu Zhuang obeyed the command. As the corporeal zombies charged forward with him, he saw his corporeal zombie grab one first, then he circled around from the left side and chopped down at the zombie's lumbar spine with his large machete. There was a crack, and that corporeal zombie lost most of its ability. On Suhan's side, the four-armed corpse had not made a move yet. He had already taken up his poo knife and was ferociously striking at the corporeal zombie with the back of the blade. The four-armed corpse's regurgitation ability was originally strong. Now that it was first-order upper grade, Suhan's own strength was nothing to scoff at either. With one strike, there was a crack, and the corporeal zombie's thigh was broken. Before the two corporeal zombies could get close, they were already lying on the ground, constantly howling, but unable to approach. Let Old Go's wife come over, and then pick two more people. The people from the rear vehicle had already gotten out of the car by this time. Hearing Suhan's instructions, Yan Miu immediately began to choose people. Go gang, upon hearing Suhan's words, did not expect that at this time, Suhan would still be concerned about his affairs, and he felt grateful in his heart. He squeezed Zhao Hua's hand and instructed with concern, Ahua, don't be afraid, just think of it as slaughtering chickens or ducks. Zhao Hua nodded, her tone was quite firm, not showing any weakness, only her slightly trembling hands betrayed the unrest in her heart. Although she was a housewife, she supported the family when Go Gang was not at home. She was inherently strong-willed and knew that times had changed, only by acquiring power could she protect her children and family. She, along with another man and woman, came to the front, where Zhao Yiman and others handed them weapons, ready for them to kill the monster. Meanwhile, Yan Miu and others came to Suhan's side. Suhan asked, is the fence of this community completely encircling? Although Yan Miu had never handled the sales of Shanu Villa, as an insider, she knew the structure of this villa district well. It's completely enclosed, the heights of the surrounding walls are more or less the same. A part of Yunling Mountain is also enclosed within it, along with a golf course. This is the main entrance, and there's a pedestrian side entrance and a small gate leading up to Yunling Mountain too. She pointed at the large iron gate that had been opened. Suhan glanced over and said, the glass doors of the security room need to be fortified, but the gate can be kept. Old Gan, see if there's a map, and be careful. Gan Xinglai nodded, then went into the security room next to the main entrance from the inside. The glass door of the security room had been smashed, completely open, with no monster in sight. After searching around, Gan Xinglai came out with a roll of map saying, there's a map, it seems to be a route marked for patrolling. While Zhao Hu and the others were contracting, the group spread out the map, and a more detailed structure of Shanu Villa was laid out before them. There's a total of 30 villas, and even the closest one to this main entrance is about 500 meters away. How about we choose number 1? Zhu Zhuang pointed at the first villa, his reasoning being sound, only by being close to the entrance or the surrounding wall could they maintain a better vigil. Otherwise, if a monster entered within the walls from afar, they would remain unaware. Yan Miu immediately shook her head, I suggest we choose near number 10. Even if we choose Villa 1, we are still distanced from the main entrance. It would be better to choose the one closest to the lake. I think so too, said Xinglai. Suhan reviewed the topographic map of Shanu Villa district. The villas surrounding Yunling Lake were mainly concentrated around numbers 10 and upwards. The single-digit and larger number villas were on the outskirts. The entire villa district was incomparably larger than Happiness Community. With the number of people they had, it would be impossible to keep an eye on the whole area, so they needed to narrow the scope. Let's go to number 10, let's settle there first and gradually clear the entire villa district afterward. Chapter 48, Villa number 10. Zhao Hua, how do you feel? Go Gang asked, concerned for his wife, stepping forward with his face full of worry. Having just completed the contract, Zhao Hua only felt a sense of relief wash over her body, her usual minor ailments gone. She shook her head and whispered, I feel very comfortable, there's nothing wrong, it's just a little strange controlling it. Zhao Hua was somewhat unaccustomed to controlling the angel envoy. It felt like an independently operating puppet, like a tool but also not quite the same, especially since the angel envoy flesh corpse was transformed from a human. You'll get used to it. Right now, only the angel envoy can protect us. Has everyone completed their contract? Suhan had already discussed it on his side and came over after deciding on their next destination. Seeing Suhan approaching, the three including Zhao Hu immediately replied, the contract is complete, and there's no discomfort. Suhan's expression subtly changed. The three had successfully formed their contracts without discomfort, which confirmed his speculation that the difference in strength between the contractor and the monster affected the contracting process. Everyone, get in the car, and then head to Villa number 10. Old Go, you lead the team to seal the gate shut afterwards. Roger that. The convoy slowly moved into Shanu Villa district, and after the last truck entered, Go Gang, together with 2 men, used the flesh corpses to close the large gate firmly. The gate was electronically locked, so it couldn't be manually sealed, but they found a way. They moved a stone statue weighing nearly 300 to 400 kilograms from the entrance, wedging it directly behind the door, securing it tightly. They then closed the security room as well. The room had doors leading inside and outside the gate, each with its little door. They would have to seal them all to be safe later on. After completing these steps, the group began to slowly drive along the roads of the residential area. The greenery of the villa district was very lush, with dense woods lining the way. However, the fog had enveloped the area for so long that most of the garden trees were already dead. Even the taller trees that could last longer were shedding yellow leaves. The chaotic interweaving of branches left them looking even more eerie. It was as if the foggy landscape was a wilderness of withered trees, their twisted silhouettes resembling monsters. The light from the lamp tree crystals dispelled much of the fog, reducing the oppressive feeling significantly. Although it was still very quiet, at least it wouldn't drive anyone mad. The villa district was not small, but fortunately, it wasn't heavily populated. Following the road deeper, passing several villas, they finally arrived near Villa number 10. Be careful, everyone. They got out of the cars, and thanks to the light from the lamp tree crystals, they were able to make out the appearance of the villa. The villa had a front yard and a house in the back, about 3 stories high, simple and spacious, seemingly with a lot of interior space. The yard in front of the house was also sizable, about 400 square meters, surrounded by a fence more than a meter high. The villa was very quiet, with no indication of whether monsters were hiding inside. Seeing that everyone had gotten out of the cars, Suhan said, "Old Gan and Zhao Yiman, take a few people and stay behind, the rest will come with me inside." Gan Xinglai selected a few who had just formed contracts, including Go Gang's daughter. In addition to them, 2 people who had not formed contracts were also taken inside, following at the very back of the group. They entered the yard through the gate. It was all quiet, with only the withered yellow grass and neatly arranged tools in the corner, no sign of any creatures. Suhan then instructed Zhu Zhuang and Yan Miu, "Old Zhu, check the 2nd floor. Miu, the 3rd floor. Inspect every corner carefully. If you spot a monster, signal us first. If you can't beat it, run. If you can, keep one alive." The group walked through the villa's main door and immediately started their assigned tasks. Zhu Zhuang led his team to the 2nd floor, Yan Miu to the 3rd, and the 2 without contracts were each taken by one of them, while Suhan was checking the 1st floor on his own. It wasn't long after they had gone up that noises suddenly came from upstairs. "There are 2 flesh corpses on the 2nd floor, we can handle it." Hearing the confirmation that they could handle it, followed by the sounds of a scuffle, Suhan didn't go up, as Zhu Zhuang could manage flesh corpses on his own. He swiftly checked each room, opening all the bathrooms and storage closets, and not even sparing the wall cabinets and fridge in the kitchen. However, the moment he opened the fridge, a foul stench wafted out, and everything inside had rotted away. Tap tap tap. Just as Suhan finished his inspection, Zhu Zhuang and the others also came downstairs, and Yan Miu had likewise reached the 1st floor. "The 2nd floor is cleared, killed one, contracted with another." Suhan looked at Yan Miu, who said, "On the 3rd floor there was a nanny and 2 kids, the nanny became a contractor, and the 2 kids were killed. No monsters on the 1st floor, let Basia let them inside, this villa is temporarily safe now." Upon hearing Suhan finally say these words, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, having finally found a safe haven. "Boss, should I go call Brother Gan and the others inside?" Basio asked, and Suhan nodded, saying, "Let them in first." Receiving Suhan's instruction, she stepped out the door with brisk footsteps to call the others. Yan Mi then spoke up, "I'll go bring down the meat corpse for you." "You can bring it down, old Zhu, go dig a hole in the yard and then bury the meat corpse in it." Zhu Zhuang looked puzzled and hesitated. "Don't you want it?" Suhan's need for monster corpses was an unspoken understanding among them, especially with one of the trucks still loaded with numerous tentacle-mouthed spider corpses and a live spider monster. "Don't need these few, just find a hole to use them as fertilizer and plant the lamp tree." It was only then that Zhu Zhuang and Yan Mi revealed a look of realization, having nearly forgotten about this very thing. Now that they were temporarily settled, the larger the lamp tree grew and the more crystals it bore, the better. That way, they could disperse more fog and acquire more living space. "I understand, I'll start digging right away." Taking up a shovel from the yard, Zhu Zhuang began to dig a hole. Other men in the team saw this and started to help out, each acting on their own since no one in the team wanted to appear uncooperative. With everyone pitching in, and with labor such as the meat corpse, it didn't take long to dig a pit about 2 meters deep. Yan Mi had the monster corpses thrown in, old Zhu and the others buried them with a layer of soil, and finally, they took down the lamp tree from the truck and planted it. Although the lamp tree hadn't been planted in soil for a long time, under the energy supply from Suhan and his companions, it had grown to about 60 centimeters tall. The crystals that remained on the tree had increased from their initial thumb size to the size of lychees. The crystals emitted a yellow light, dispersing the fog within a radius of more than 20 meters, making the entire front yard much clearer. What a miraculous tree, it can actually disperse the fog. Having seen the true form of the lamp tree, those who were unaware of the truth finally understood how Suhan had come by the yellow crystals. They, too, felt fortunate that they hadn't followed the wrong team. This is the lamp tree, as you all have seen. This thing absorbs a large amount of energy to bear lamp tree crystals. From now on, every day everyone must hold on to the lamp tree's branches and contribute some energy. Suhan pointed at the lamp tree, and upon hearing this, the faces of the group showed hesitation. He calmly continued to speak, "Don't worry. The energy consumed is roughly equivalent to playing a sport and won't cause any substantial harm. We four have also been sustaining it for a while." It was normal to have doubts, especially seeing the corpses buried under the lamp tree. It was enough to make anyone's skin crawl upon association. However, with this explanation, the expressions on everyone's faces softened, and Zhao Yimeng immediately agreed, "That's only proper. The larger the lamp tree, the more crystals we have, the safer we will be in our actions. Let's do as Suhan, the boss, says." Suhan was quite satisfied with the team's attitude. Then, he said to Yan Miu, "Organize everyone to bring down the items and take a careful inventory." "Understood," Yan Miu nodded. She then asked, "But what about the spider monster?" Chapter 49 traces. "I'll go clean up the neighboring villa later, and I'll drag the spider monster over there." It was possible for 20 people to live in one villa, but it was not convenient. Villa number 9 and Villa number 10 were quite close to each other, separated by a fence wall with plants in between. If the fence was opened up, using both villas together would be even more convenient, and Suhan also had his own considerations. Since creatures could fuse, he would certainly need to hunt monsters in the future, and he might need to keep them captive first. After all, one could only fuse one type of material at a time. If the fusion degree wasn't full, another monster could at most become another fusion material, which would be a pity to waste. So he had already made up his mind if he encountered any special creatures, he would keep them captive and look for an opportunity to fuse them later, just like with the spider monster this time. And if there were many monsters kept captive, it would be inconvenient to be with everyone else. "You guys start moving stuff, I'll go next door to check." After instructing Yan Miu, Suhan took the four-armed corpse and went towards the villa next door, easily leaping over the fence that was taller than an average person without even using the gate. With his current physical condition, at the very least 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary person, lifting hundreds of pounds and leaping 1 or 2 meters effortlessly were trivial things. No sooner had he vaulted over the fence than the lamp tree crystals shone, and suddenly he saw a corpse of a flesh body under the bushes at the edge of the lawn. He looked surprised, called the four-armed corpse over, and flipped the body. The corpse had no response, lying face up. The spot between its eyebrows had a deep blood hole, pierced by a sharp object. The wound is neat, and there's little blood. It doesn't look like a gun wound, seems more like an arrow. Suhan pondered, his eyes flickering. This wasn't something a monster could do, it was likely the work of a living person. Looks like I need to be careful. He quietly activated his iron skin skill, then called out to the four-armed corpse, "Let's go, take a look inside the villa." Approaching the villa's entrance one after the other, just as he was about to break in using metal control as he had smoothly done before, he barely touched the door, and it slowly opened. This further confirmed Suhan's judgment. He thought, the question is whether it's someone from this villa, or from another. Cautiously stepping into the villa, his footsteps echoed throughout. Suhan found no other signs of movement. He first toured the ground floor and found the second corpse in the bathroom. This flesh body had its neck gnawed apart, followed by a narrow wound, and also had a large hole in the chest. The angel envoy should be a flesh body, but this person's archery is quite precise. Suhan examined the corpse of the flesh body, trying to recreate the scene in his mind. The house didn't show signs of a messy battle, the assailant had been decisive, likely someone who had adapted to the apocalypse. Having searched the first floor and climbed through the second and third without finding any other traces, it was clear that the person wasn't at this villa but had came to search for supplies. The refrigerator and storage cabinets in the kitchen were empty, and some useful medications were also gone. It could be said that aside from the villa itself, almost all of the useful supplies from Villa number 9 had been taken. Suhan wasn't too concerned, he still had plenty of supplies. What intrigued him more was the survivor, which of course also included a hint of caution. In the apocalypse, who knew what could happen? Assuring there were no issues with the place, Suhan took the four-armed corpse back to the yard. "How is it?" Zhu Zhuang asked carefully from across the fence, and Su-Han replied, "No monsters, it's already been cleared by someone. Take down this middle fence wall, and move the tentacle-mouthed spider's body down. I'll handle the spider monster." Zhu Zhuang's eyes became firm as he nodded and said, "Understood, I will remind everyone to be more vigilant. With someone active nearby, it's always better to be safe than sorry." Zhu Zhuang was cautious, but Gan Xinglai was clearly even more wary. As soon as he heard Zhu Zhuang say this, he called 2 people to join him in rigging up pull-tab cans. A rope was strung up, and cans were tied to the fence wall at intervals of 1 meter. Each can contained a small stone and was suspended by a short string that went through a hole, hanging on a long string underneath, so that the slightest movement would create noise. They rigged up a circle of fence walls around both villas, adding an alarm system to the properties. If a monster attacked the fence or attempted to climb over it, it would make quite a commotion. Everyone had been busy, as there was indeed a lot to do once they had settled down. Not only did they have to move supplies, but also unload the tentacle-mouthed spider's carcass, the steel materials, and generators brought with the cars, all of which involved heavy labor. Fortunately, everyone had contracted an angel envoy, which enhanced their physique, and their angel envoys could work as well. Thus, they managed to unload everything and put it in place by dusk. Zhao Hua, accompanied by another woman in her 30s, Yang Kai Umai, built a fire in the yard and prepared dinner for everyone, stewing canned meat with rice. Before the apocalypse, such a meal might not have seemed like anything special, but now, having just fled from Happiness Community and run all the way here, they started eating in silence. Baisio, who was more delicate in nature, teared up as she spoke softly under the dim yellow light. "I'm worried about my parents." Xian Ying, sitting nearby, felt a twinge in her heart and lowered her eyebrows, hugging Baisio. She felt the same way, thinking of her own family. Seeing the two like this, Zhao Hua's heart softened. She gently patted their backs and spoke softly, "Don't worry, everything is going to be okay." All in their early 20s, it wasn't easy for them, young and striving in a big city when such an event occurred. Each person had their own concerns. Su-Han didn't try to comfort everyone as he wasn't good at it, and some emotions truly needed to be vented. The group remained silent for a long while, quietly eating, with the sound of chewing becoming increasingly clear in the stillness of the night. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuang, the old hand, managed to lift the mood with a few words after a while. After some conversation, Yan Mi began to arrange sleeping accommodations. For safety reasons, she planned not to let people separate but to gather them to sleep on the living room floor for the next few days. The villa's living room was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Every 2 hours, a group would take turns on night watch, with each shift including at least one contractor of a giant macrophage dog and the rot-skin rat to ensure a swift response to any disturbances. Of course, Su-Han was not included in this arrangement because he was to stay in the neighboring villa, where he was going to perform the fusion with the spider monster tonight. Back at Villa Number 9, Su-Han was not greatly affected by the dinner atmosphere. Alone, with no attachments, he naturally had no sadness or worry. Those concerns had been dealt with years ago. Facing the apocalypse, he discovered within himself a desire, not for power, but for evolution. To grow stronger step by step, to possess transcendent strength, and to survive in such an apocalypse was a peculiar feeling. In the yard of Villa Number 9, neither the tentacle-mouthed spider's corpse nor the spider monster's corpse had been moved inside, they were piled up in a corner. The spider monster was still securely tied up with climbing ropes, its upper body covered with a bedsheet and bound tightly, looking like a wrapped dumpling. Strangely enough, if it had been a normal person, they would have been long dead from such restraint. But the spider monster still had considerable strength and struggled from time to time. Su-Han never doubted that if he released the spider monster, it would be capable of immediately unleashing a deadly attack. "Four-armed corpse, begin the fusion," he said. Chapter 50 Fusion Spider Monster. The four-armed corpse walked straight up to the spider monster, its sharp claws tearing open the blanket that enveloped the spider monster, revealing its terrifying, pale visage. It clasped its large hand around the spider monster, which struggled continuously, but soon many tendrils of flesh and blood spread from the four-armed corpse onto it. They twitched incessantly and then swiftly landed on the body of the spider monster, connecting the two and then beginning the fusion. Su-Han's expression changed slightly, for he could feel that the fusion of individual monsters was vastly different from that of materials. Pure materials do not resist, but individual monsters are different, as they do resist. It was not just the active resistance of living monsters, but also an innate, instinctive rejection and struggle that had nothing to do with compatibility, merely an instinct not to be erased. However, the four-armed corpse was far more powerful than the spider monster and completely suppressed such resistance. The fusion progress could not be stopped by the spider monster at all. 1%, 2%, 11%, As the spider monster was gradually fused, the fusion progress also changed on the attribute panel. Interestingly, this fusion did not have any rank prefixes, but simply bore a name. Suhan waited patiently. The speed of the four-armed corpse's fusion was not slow. In just half an hour, most of the spider monster's body had disappeared, leaving only a few spider legs and a large, round abdomen. The fusion continued, and after another 10 minutes the entire spider monster was completely absorbed by the four-armed corpse, and the fusion degree progress halted at spider monster 34%. A single spider monster indeed isn't enough to fill up the entire fusion progress. Suhan had anticipated this, thus he was not too surprised but instead focused his attention on the pile of tentacle-mouthed spider and giant macrophage dog corpses. Discovered tentacle-mouthed spider, giant macrophage dog, corpses, belonging to the current spider monster lower tier materials. Proceed with fusion transformation? The prompt sounded again and Suhan felt relieved. Indeed, his conjecture was correct. The replacement of materials was not only from higher to lower but also from lower to higher. It's just unknown what the ratio would be, Suhan thought, then he said, begin the fusion transformation. Following Suhan's command, thousands of threads of flesh from the four-armed corpse spread towards the pile of corpses, quickly enveloping them. As these were not living materials, there was no resistance, and the speed of fusion was slightly faster, with the original progress bar slowly increasing. 35%. 36.5%. The rate of increase, compared to the fusion with the spider monster, was indeed slower, but it was nevertheless gradually increasing. The tentacle-mouthed spider is clearly weaker than the giant macrophage dog, but the extent of growth from the same volume of flesh is quite similar. Could it be an issue of material compatibility? Suhan's face was thoughtful. Undoubtedly the tentacle-mouthed spider and a spider monster were very similar, whereas the giant macrophage dog was further apart. Given the current rate of proportional growth, that was the only explanation he could think of. In the future when fusing monsters, it seems I really must annihilate them thoroughly to avoid expending more effort on locating materials. As time passed, the fusion degree eventually settled at 84%. Even though he had transformed all the monster corpses into fusion, there was still a gap in the fusion degree. Suhan frowned. I need to gather more monsters, but there's no hurry, the apocalypse is filled with them. The next morning, when Suhan got up and arrived at Villa number 10, Zhao Hu and Yan Kaiumai had already prepared breakfast for everyone, consisting of a pot of white porridge and pickles. Simple, but the merit was in its warmth. When Suhan arrived, everyone was waiting for him. After everyone finished breakfast, Yan Mi found Suhan. Suhan, I've tallied the supplies. 2,000 kilograms of rice and flour, 4 boxes of meat in cans, 2 boxes of fruit and vegetable cans, 5 boxes of dry rations. How long will it last for 20 people? Yan Mi had intended to enumerate all the supplies in detail, but Suhan interrupted her report. She paused for a moment, thought, then said, if we don't acquire new supplies and distribute them normally, it would last about 3 to 4 months. Each person's daily consumption of rice was between half to 1 kilogram, especially since almost everyone was a contractor now and their body consumed more. By calculating 1 kilogram per day, nearly 20 kilograms of rice were needed daily. The 2,000 kilograms would last for 100 days, but of course, with various other things included, this duration could be slightly extended. It's sufficient for now, Suhan considered for a moment, then said, in the next few days, let's first get the water diversion, defensive installations, and car modifications set up. For the supplies, let's form a capable squad for specialized operations later. Yan Mi nodded and said, Old Gan and Old Zhu already checked this morning. Yunling Lake is slightly higher compared to here, so it should be possible to dig a channel and lay pipes to bring water down, which would make things a lot easier. Be careful of the monsters, have them bring more people. We've taken 4 people and some lamp tree crystals. Only then did Suhan nod his approval. Using lamp tree crystals wasn't a problem, but having enough people ensured safety. What about Gogang? He's inspecting 3 trucks. Hearing that you wanted modifications, he started preparing immediately. Yan Mi added, we also found some seeds at the supermarket and I plan to try planting them here to test the effectiveness of the lamp tree. I wanted to get your opinion. Go ahead and plant them. If there aren't enough seeds, we can search for more supplies in a few days. We'll need to resume planting eventually. Yan Mi and Old Zhu had organized everything properly, which exactly aligned with Suhan's thoughts. The camp was not only for survival as a group but also to ease Suhan's own burden rather than having him manage everything personally. If Yan Mi couldn't manage so many things, then he would have others share the load rather than taking it all on himself. He only needed to focus on one thing, maintaining his own strength. As long as you handle things, it's fine, but do not neglect the training of the angel envoy for you, Old Gan, and Old Zhu. Strength is fundamental. Yan Mi smiled and nodded. We all understand, but you gaining strength is more useful than any of us. All this effort was to avoid burdening Su-han. Su-han said no more, allowing Yan Mi to attend to her own tasks. He then headed to the back door of the villa, which led to the garage. Although only 2 private cars were parked inside, 3 trucks were parked outside. At this moment, Go Gang was outside inspecting the vehicles with Zhao Yiman, with a corpse guarding them, a cautious setup. Who's there? At the sound of footsteps, the 2 men immediately grew alert, gripping wrenches, ready for a fight. Checking the vehicles, keeping a wrench handy was quite normal. It's me. Su-han emerged from the mist. There were no lamp tree crystals here, so for a moment he wasn't clearly visible. But upon hearing Su-han's voice, they relaxed and greeted him. How are the vehicles? All right. The only issue is that the fuel tanks are half full. We'll need to refuel after a few more trips. Go Gang slapped the wheel of the truck, pleased with the condition of the vehicles. What about the modifications? Any ideas? Having inspected the vehicles since early morning, Go Gang already had a draft in mind. He said, actually, the truck's power and durability are almost sufficient. We could weld a reinforced structure at the front to minimize collision damage, and add a layer of metal mesh to the windshield to avoid obstructing the view as much as possible. He hesitated, then added, we currently have a welding machine and a cutter, and that's about all we can manage. Modifying the frame would require more tools and steel. Zhao Yiman, move the steel over here. Okay, boss. Though unsure why Su-han asked for the steel to be moved directly, Zhao quickly opened the cargo van filled with steel harvested from the auto repair shop. There were several almost half-centimeter thick steel plates and many thick steel bars, an adequate amount of material. Zhao Yiman had the Angel Envoy Corpse move the steel plates, while Su-han summoned the 4-armed corpse. With a grasp of his hand, the steel plate suddenly began to liquefy, compressing and deforming into a metallic liquid coiling around his palm. Go Gang watched, astounded, almost dropping his jaw in surprise. Wow, he has this ability? He associated this with Su-han's poon knives, and the weapons given to each Angel Envoy that day, all forged in this manner. What kind of monster is Su-han? He wondered. Old Go, you decide how to modify it. I'll operate directly to save some time. Chapter 51. Half-fish monster. Modifying the heavy truck was an exciting matter for most boys, and Su-han was no exception. It truly saved time, but creating an iron tyrant was also true. Go Gang came to his senses, pointing to the front of the truck. He said, reinforce the front bumper, then weld a low-positioned plow to enhance the ramming power, which also makes it convenient to push obstacles aside. He gestured the approximate locations and methods of modification. After hearing this, Su-han, following Go Gang's instructions, began to deform the metal and then fused it together, forming a seamless whole, and the strength increased significantly after compression. Right, just here. Add another beam here, brace the tip to prevent it from breaking. Go Gang gave detailed guidance, and under the metal control, the metal was manipulated with ease, transforming the truck into an extremely domineering full-head protective heavy truck in less than 10 minutes. The triangular axe blade-like plow was positioned at the front, and the windshield was enclosed by a tight metal mesh, resembling a heavily armored warrior ready for battle. Back in the day, if I had this skill, everyone in South City who modified cars would have called me daddy. Go Gang, an honest man, couldn't help feeling excited seeing the masterpiece truck created by Su-han, partly because he himself had been involved in it. If the engine could be switched out, then it would be a monster among monsters, capable of flinging aside 10 4-armed corpses. No, even 100 would be the same. Su-han. This was the first time he had seen Go Gang act this way, but it wasn't surprising since modifying the truck was indeed an exciting affair. Let's keep going, let's modify the other 2 as well. The remaining 2 trucks were structurally similar, and Su-han, now with experience, completed their modification in 10 minutes. However, after modifying the remaining trucks, there was only a fraction of the brought-over steel left, just 2 steel plates and some steel bars as thick as arms. Tat-tat-tat. Urgent footsteps approached. Su-han and his companions tensed, immediately looking towards the fog. A figure burst out from the mist. Boss, something's happened by the lake, brother Zhu caught a monster. The newcomer was Gushaji, a man about 30 years old, one of the few who had contracted a giant macrophage dog back on the old road. Take me there to see. Su-han's expression was serious as he set off, asking, is everyone okay? No one's hurt, but the situation might be tricky to handle. The 4 of them talked as they quickly made their way to Yunling Lake. With the 10th villa just 300 meters from Yunling Lake, it only took a few minutes for them to arrive after a brisk run. As soon as they got close to the lakefront, Su-han saw the dim yellow light had already retreated up to the lawn where Zhuang and the others were. In front of them lay a slimy, green-skinned monster, pinned down by the corpse. The creature was about 1.5 meters long and crawled at a height of about 70 centimeters. It had a huge, ugly fish head with a gaping mouth showing interlocked, fine, sharp teeth. Its body was covered in fish scales and a slimy liquid. Below this monstrous head, instead of fins, grew hands with crude claws, and a long tail dragged behind it, conspicuously lacking legs, a very eerie sight. "Suhan, you're here." Upon seeing Suhan approaching, Zhuzhuang immediately stepped forward to greet him. Suhan reached out to touch the monster while asking, "What happened? Is everyone alright?" As he focused his mind, the prompt for fusion appeared before his eyes. Discovered a live half-fish monster, can be converted into lower-grade material to enhance the fusion degree of the spider monster. Proceed with fusion conversion? A half-fish monster? The name was surprisingly fitting for the creature's appearance, with the ugly fish monster showing its scales and barbels on the cheeks, looking disgusting. The giant macrophage dogs discovered by Cheng Xuan reacted early. They launched an ambush from under the water, and we responded right away. We had a fight, injured one of the corpses, but caught this fellow. Cheng Xuan and Gushachi were part of the same group that contracted the giant macrophage dogs. It was unexpected that they would achieve a feat so quickly. Who's injured? Jin Hongsheng's corpse, but it's not serious. They had just come to the lakefront to check for a suitable spot to lay pipes and draw water down. However, before they could start measuring, the giant macrophage dogs suddenly became alert and barked fiercely at the lake's surface. Both dogs were equally vigilant. Then they saw the water break open as several monsters burst forth, all of them ugly half-fish monsters. The half-fish monsters had intended to launch a surprise attack, but Zhuzhuang and the others were experienced in battles, both large and small, and reacted very quickly. The angel envoy corpses directly faced the front lines, while the giant macrophage dogs charged from both sides, successfully holding back 4 or 5 half-fish monsters. Especially the 2 first-level intermediate corpses, their strength was even more formidable, suppressing the enemy's assault. As soon as their offensive was suppressed, Zhuzhuang and Gan Xinglai led their men with knives and charged forward, causing the half-fish monsters to become frightened and immediately turned to jump back into the water, abandoning the half-fish monster that was pinned down. "You mean to say there are more of these things in the lake?" Zhuzhuang nodded, saying with certainty, "Definitely, and who knows if there are only 4 or 5. They had thought Yunling Lake was just an artificial lake, and being in a villa area at that, the most they expected were ornamental carps, grass carps, and the like. But now, with the appearance of half-fish monsters, that was troublesome. Actually, we can still draw water, just need to be extra cautious," Zhuzhuang tentatively said. Suhan frowned slightly, knowing that this wasn't just a matter of drawing water. Monsters that knew how to ambush and also how to flee were clearly not easy to deal with. "Release that monster." Suhan's words made Zhuzhuang startle, but quickly, he ordered his corpses to let go. Whoa. Once freed, the half-fish monster immediately roared and turned to crawl towards the water at an incredibly fast pace, using both its hands and powerful tail. Despite having no legs, it covered a distance of 3 to 4 meters in a single bound. Catch it. Suhan had no intention of letting it escape, he had let it go merely to test its combat strength. The 4-armed corpse took a big leap and intercepted it first, eyeing it predatorily. The half-fish monster also realized it was in a bad situation. Its tail curved, bursting with immense strength in an attempt to knock over the 4-armed corpse and flee. However, the 4-armed corpse was not indulgent. Its body covered in black armor, it then pushed back with a large hand, firmly grasping its upper and lower jaws. Strong. The violent collision and the clanging sound of teeth against the black armor shook the 4-armed corpse's shoulders for a moment. But quickly, the half-fish monster was seized and then thrown out, landing with a thud on the farther grassland. The 4-armed corpse charged out, and the half-fish monster let out shrill cries, like the piercing wails of an infant, frantically seeking a path to escape into the mist. Yet, it was one step too slow, and after rushing out only 7 or 8 meters, it was caught by the 4-armed corpse, pinned to the ground with no chance to struggle. Lesser than the giant macrophage dogs, but not weaker in strength compared to a corpse. The scales and mucus can increase its defense, and mainly, it's a fighter in the water. After roughly gauging the combat strength of the half-fish monster, Suhan was not pleased. Such fight capability lurking in the water was not easy to deal with, making Yunling Lake challenging to manage. "Old Zhu, lock this thing up first, and continue observing," instructed Suhan. "Got it, this thing is easier to handle than the spider monster," replied Zhuzhuang as he signaled a few lads to control the half-fish monster with their envoys. He then asked, "Should we lay the water pipe or not?" "Bring over hose, siphoning the water from tens of meters away won't be a problem, and also dig a water pool, to avoid these creatures first." Water pipes, they had obtained 2 bundles of them from the supermarket. Although they weren't as long as 300 meters, they did have several dozens of meters. Initially, they had wanted to dig a proper water canal before laying the pipes to set up the water drawing facility in one go, but now they had to opt for a compromise. Despite the monsters still being present, using water pipes could indeed allow them to avoid them somewhat. It wasn't as if there were no options at all. Start laying the pipes first, then later. Suhan, come take a look at this. This doesn't seem like you're doing, does it? Chapter 52 Broken Arrow. Gan Xingilai's voice suddenly rang out, and when Suhan and Zhuzhuang looked towards the source, they found Gan Xingilai crouched on the grass at one side, staring at something on the ground. They immediately walked over, and Gan Xingilai pointed at the mark in front of him, saying, "There's half an arrow here." Indeed, lying not far away on the grass was half a broken arrow made of carbon fiber material, a modern bow arrow, surrounded by several dark green fish scales about the size of 3 fingers, along with lots of mucus and blood. The grass was a messy scene, with a long drag mark extending into the mist in the opposite direction of Yunling Lake, presumably towards the villa area. Did someone fight a monster here and even drag the dead body away? The signs of battle were clear. Zhuzhuang quickly surmised what might have happened, but this also meant that there were still some survivors in the villa area who could not be considered weak. "Suhan, what should we do?" Zhuzhuang looked at Suhan, who gazed into the mist and said calmly, "Changxuan, Gushaji, you guys take the half-fish monster back and lock it in the carriage." "Yes, boss." With a few people gone, only Zhuzhuang and Gan Xingilai remained, but the strength of the 3 was at least first-level intermediate, which would actually make it more convenient to deal with any situations that arose. "Let's go over and check it out. We'll recon their situation first." Armed with their weapons and with the angel envoy following, Suhan and the others cautiously followed the marks on the ground. The half-fish monster that was taken away must have been injured, as there were mucus and fresh blood dripping along the path, but the time since might not be too short, as some of the marks had already dried considerably. Walking about 300 meters through the mist, Zhuzhuang estimated the distance and said, "Suhan, this seems to be the direction of the 7th building." Though they had only seen the map of the villa area yesterday, Zhuzhuang had memorized it well before leaving today. It was part of his skills as an experienced long-distance driver to ensure survival by being familiar with the area. "Be careful." Suhan packed the lamp tree crystals into an opaque bag and slipped it into his pocket. Crystals emit light, so the common method of storage is to keep a black bag handy. Their light concealed, the mist quickly enveloped them, completely surrounding the 3, and a sense of oppression began to overwhelm them, as if a stone lay upon their chests. However, as contractors, such a sense of oppression was not enough to make them lose control. Their minds remained steadfast. Leading the way, they continued to follow the marks, and in the midst of the mist, the dark silhouette of a villa emerged before them. "There's something on the door." Approaching the same courtyard structure, the 3 immediately noticed the setup on the fence wall, ropes, and bells and cans tied together. Gan Xingilai whispered, "There really are people inside. What do we do?" "Climb in." This was different from before. Happiness Community was just a transition point where all they had to do was not cause trouble, without extra concern for anything else. But the villa area was different. This was the stronghold he had chosen, so it was impossible for another group of survivors to remain here. As for whether to bury them, drive them away or let them join, that would depend on how they were. Zhuzhuang nodded. "I'll go over first." Quietly, he used his knife to cut down the tied bells and cans, then controlled the 4-armed corpse to scale the fence wall and flip over in an instant. A wall over a meter high wasn't really an effective barrier to monsters, especially the stronger ones. However, as soon as he landed, there was a clanging noise. The crisp sound shattered the peace of the entire yard. "Damn it, there's something under the fence too." Hearing this sound from outside the fence, Zhuzhuang immediately realized something was wrong, and Suhan quickly stood up as noises began emanating from inside the villa. Wuxia figure suddenly appeared at the second-floor window with a bow in hand, and aimed straight at the 4-armed corpse's head, releasing an arrow. Zhuzhuang reacted extremely quickly, immediately commanding the angel envoy corpse to roll and dodge the incoming arrow. With a thud, the arrow stuck in the ground, the very same kind of broken arrow they had seen before. Suhan knew the opponents had reacted and immediately said, "Charge straight at them, they don't have many people." The footsteps were rapid but sparse. With keen eyes, Suhan only spotted one person by the window, confirming that there weren't many of them. He immediately stood up, with the 4-armed corpse beside him already clad in black armor, charging and smashing through the entire fence and striding toward the villa. The people on the second floor were also taken aback and hurriedly aimed at the 4-armed corpse, beginning their attack. Drawing bows and loosing arrows, a swift arrow struck the 4-armed corpse but clanged off ineffectually, the carbon fiber long arrow shattering without inflicting any damage. Following the 4-armed corpse, Suhan and the other 2 charged ahead, having already crossed the yard and arrived beneath the villa's main entrance, where the eaves provided cover, depriving the second floor of any chance to shoot from above. For a moment, the arrows from the second floor ceased, and the villa fell silent. One side was inside, the other outside, separated only by a door. Break the door. With a punch from the four-armed corpse, the door collapsed with a roar, and the four-armed corpse charged in, as two dark figures suddenly attacked, lunging directly at it. Surprise flashed in Suhan's eyes as he realized there were two corpses. Were there two people here? The opponent's angel envoy corpses were exceedingly fast and aimed for the vital areas of the four-armed corpse. The four-armed corpse stood unyielding and swung a heavy punch, colliding with the two attacking corpses. There was a snapping sound as the opposing angel envoy corpse's bones broke, flinging them back against the wall with a dull thud. The other angel envoy corpse received a direct hammering to the chest and was slammed to the ground, its ribs broken, though how many was unclear. Suhan didn't intend to finish them off, so the four-armed corpse just used its fists instead of wielding poon knives, but the impact of the collision was unexpectedly solid. They were so resistant to being beaten, and both were first-level intermediate. He looked closer and suddenly his pupils constricted as he noticed scales on the angel envoy corpses, an emerald two-finger-wide fish scale on their chests and shoulders, similar to the half-fish monster. Something was off. With a sharp intuition that something was amiss, Suhan immediately commanded, "Four-armed corpse, capture them." Following the order, the four-armed corpse grabbed the fish scale corpse that had just stood up, its hand gripping its head like an iron hoop. Holding the fish scale corpse, it strode toward the one nearly cornered against the wall. Just as it was about to be grabbed, suddenly a voice came from the staircase, "We surrender, we're not monsters." The four-armed corpse was unfazed, seizing the other corpse, while Suhan looked toward the source of the voice, spotting two women with bows and arrows standing at the staircase, alert, one in front of the other. "Put the bows and arrows on the ground, then come over here." Suhan's gaze settled on the second woman. She was the one who had spoken, and she was clearly the one in charge. The woman in front, clothed in black sportswear, robust in stature with a vaguely protective stance toward the woman in white, was clearly acting on instinct to shield her. "Okay, we'll do as you say. It was just a misunderstanding, caused by your sudden entrance," the woman said calmly, tossing her bow and arrow to the ground without hesitation as she explained. Up close and indoors, even a proficient archer couldn't be effective. Especially since they were merely archery hobbyists, not warriors. The two women raised their hands and slowly descended the staircase, their eyes vigilant as they observed the three intruders, continuously assessing the situation in their minds. Suhan sized up the two women. The first, a dignified-looking woman with a serious face and straight posture, was clearly professionally trained with muscles more pronounced than an average girl's. The second woman had long hair tied in a ponytail at the back of her head, was tall, fair-skinned, and wore a long-sleeved sports jacket. Her eyes shifted subtly, showing no panic but rather a sense of liveliness. Chapter 53. Bakal and the supplies are in the nanny's room on the first floor to the left. If you want the supplies, you can take them. I ask, you answer, and if you cooperate, we won't hurt you. Suhan interrupted the woman in white, as the four-armed corpse brought two other corpses to stand beside him. His tall stature, strong arms, and the black armor clinging to his skin caused a flicker of unusual light in the woman's eyes. She nodded and said, "I understand. Name, identity, and profession." Suhan made no excessive movements, and the actions of the four-armed corpse were merely limited to controlling the fish-scale corpses, without further assaulting the two envoys, which made them slightly relax. Bakalan, Vice President of Beijing Biotechnologies Group, PhD in Biology, in charge of research and development. Suhan paused for a moment and involuntarily frowned. He was familiar with Beijing Biotechnologies, a major group in South City, leading in biopharmaceuticals and research and development. Many of his excellent classmates had joined this company during campus recruitment. But the woman in front of him was only about 26 or 27 years old and already a vice president, which seemed somewhat unusual. "What is your relationship with Beijing?" "Family business." Bakalan did not avoid this question. "I think there was a misunderstanding just now. How about we talk after you release us? If the supplies here aren't enough, I can provide the location of some Beijing medical supply warehouses. In the post-apocalyptic world, food, medicine, and weapons are the most critical resources. Of course, now that everyone could contract with envoys, weapons might lose their status, but the former two would not easily fall from grace. This was a significant bargaining chip. However, Suhan was unmoved and continued to ask, "And you?" He pointed at the woman in black, his expression unchanged, unreadable. "Yi Kaling, Zongnant Security Company, Level 1 Security Officer, Miss Pei's bodyguard." Yi Kaling's reply was concise, her voice clear and direct, her gaze steadily fixed on Suhan, showing no signs of fear.
Suhan waved his hand, and the two fish-scale corpses controlled by the four-armed corpse fell to the ground with a muffled thud. They struggled to stand up, but neither Bakelin nor Yikaling made any attempt to control them to act out of line. Suhan said, "The control just now was to avoid accidents, don't misunderstand." Bakelin nodded, and although Suhan was quite rude, she understood the rationale behind the action, whether it was Suhan or herself, opting to act first. It wasn't to kill, but to protect their own safety. The great orbs had descended more than 10 days ago, and nobody knew what the order had turned into or what the survivors were like over those days. Knocking, asking, and slowly extending goodwill might sometimes expose one's vulnerabilities to others. Control, ensure safety, and then deal with it, that was the most direct approach. It could be said to be a kind of forest law of the dark. Under the cover of fog, every survivor had become a hidden island. Suhan released the two corpses, showing his goodwill, and then he stared at Bakelin, his gaze intense. "The half-fish monster in the lake was caught by you, right? I want to know about the connection between your corpses and it." "Half-fish monster?" Bakelin paused for a moment, surprised as she looked at Suhan, then said, "Good name, it fits their abnormal development stage well." "Abnormal development stage?" Suhan stared at Bakelin, the woman seeming to have a substantial understanding of the half-fish monster. "Continue." "I injected extracts of blood and spinal fluid from the fish head monster, which you refer to as the half-fish monster, into the body of an angel envoy to experiment, and induced a certain degree of mutation, advancing it to first-level intermediate." Bakelin seemed to have no intention of hiding anything, confidence shone in her eyes, as she knew that this information would safeguard her more effectively than her identity and the medicinal store could. Suhan's eyes narrowed as he questioned, "You've discovered a method for evolving an angel envoy?" Bakelin shook her head, "Not at all, it was merely a fluke. I made use of their uniqueness, and a slight change occurred." She looked towards Suhan and asked softly, "Can we sit down in a living room and talk this over properly? I feel that you didn't come here for supplies." Bakelin wanted to take control of the conversation. She acutely felt that Suhan and his group were not particularly desperate for supplies, and even the two women were not the focus of much attention. This oversight, in a way, was good news. The opposition valued efficacy more. Suhan nodded, "Lead the way." Bakelin's actions, as well as her identity, warranted his display of goodwill. The group moved to the living room. Without tea, they sat facing each other, with the corpses standing on either side, though the atmosphere was not as tense as at the beginning. "The things mentioned earlier are all part of your research." "Not really research, it's more observation and summarization," she replied slowly. Bakelin continued, "The advent of that eyeball changed many things. Most of my biological knowledge is now useless. I've had to try and reobserve and summarize the laws. Then survive. Sister Kaling and I were fortunate to neither turn into monsters, and we also discovered the half-fish monster." "What did you discover?" Suhan suddenly became curious and couldn't help but feel an urgency brewing within him, eager to find out how much Bakelin knew about those monsters. Although he could merge and become stronger, the origin of the angel envoys and monsters still should be identified. Only with understanding could safety and reliability be enhanced. The cells of the monsters are unusually active, with an unknown factor causing continuous mutation or, one might say, evolution. "What factor?" Bakelin paused, then shook her head, "I don't know. I'm just a PhD, not a top scholar like Baekhyuan. Besides, my home lacks the equipment to find out more. Managing to induce change in the corpses was already a fluke. Though, if I had to guess, I suspect it to be some form of energy, unleashed by that red light erupting from the eyeball creature, injecting a different energy into our world. Biological evolution could not occur so rapidly, nor could an ecosystem's formation and refinement, but take the half-fish monster, do you know what it originally was?" Bakelin paused again, and said earnestly, "It was a carp, placed in Yunling Lake by the property managers, but in a short time, it transformed into this form. It's merely one stage of evolution. That lake now houses various fish monsters, including a commanding monster larger than the others, forming a breeding community. How long does it take for humans to evolve from monkeys to the terrifying form of upright apes? Tens to hundreds of millions of years. Yet, the carp in Yunling Lake evolved into these fish monsters, possessing great abilities and instinctual intelligence. Within how long? A mere few days. Isn't that terrifying?" Bakelin calmed down slightly before continuing, "I experimented utilizing their highly mutable cells, which is what caused the angel envoy's transformation, but that's as far as it could go. Simple extraction of energy isn't enough to continue the experimentation." "Wait a minute, beautiful, you said the lake holds not only this half-fish monster, but also numerous others and a monster boss?" Zhu Zhuang's eyes widened as he looked at Bakelin, his expression somewhat painful. "Yes," Bakelin nodded firmly, "while fetching water,
We accidentally encountered them. Fortunately, they didn't notice the two of us. I am certain they exist in at least 3 forms, the half-fish monster, a humanoid fish monster with limbs, and the leader, not smaller than his envoys. Chapter 54, Trouble at Youngling Lake. That leader must be one of the earliest mutated fish-head monsters, at least of the first order upper grade in strength. They consider Youngling Lake their territory, viewing any creatures that approach as prey or intruders, with a non-negligible level of aggression. Bakelin and Yikaling were well aware of the fish monster tribe's behaviors, having stealthily collected water while the group wasn't paying attention. Despite their efforts, sometimes they couldn't avoid sneak attacks and had to make quick retreats without time to cover their tracks. Pack up your things, and then follow us back to the camp. The information Bakelin provided was very important, concerning the future water collection, but more than that, he valued Bakelin herself. While the apocalypse had overturned many things and natural rules, inevitably, new rules also emerged. People like Bakelin were not bookworms, using their pre-apocalyptic trained thinking to quickly attempt to understand and apply new rules showed she was no simple person. Such a person could be very helpful to the camp. Moreover, as Bakelin said, if she could reach this stage, then those top scientists and scholars were likely doing the same. In this regard, Suhan did not want to fall behind. Even with the special ability of fusion, he couldn't afford to be careless. When Bakelin heard Suhan's words, she was taken aback and hesitantly asked, "Are you inviting me to join your team?" Suhan nodded. "Your observations and discoveries are important for the survivors. Join my team, and I can assure your safety, but you will also need to contribute to the team. Although both of you are first-level intermediate, I'm afraid it's not enough to deal with the fish monster tribe alone. It's better to stick together." He made his intentions clear. There was no threat in his voice, but it was undeniable. Bakelin didn't hesitate much and nodded. "I agree to your terms, but you have to ensure our safety, and the supplies here need to be moved, including some of my experimental equipment." "No problem, we're staying in Villa 10, not far from here." Bakelin stood up and then led Suhan and the others to the basement on the first floor. The basement was specially remodeled, with some relatively simple instruments inside. Ordinary researchers would hardly keep these things at home, but Bakelin was the deputy chief of Beiyujing Group and it was a family business, so naturally, there were exceptions, and she had set up a small lab. When they arrived at the lab, they saw the bound half-fish monster. This half-fish monster was slightly smaller than the one Suhan and his group had captured. It appeared somewhat listless, with many scales missing from its body. "Let's move the stuff first, we'll talk once we get back." "Miss, do you really want to join their team?" "The fog has cleared a bit, Mr. Bay should be able to organize a rescue for you soon, Sister Kaling." "It's not possible." Bakelin and Yikaling were packing their belongings on the second floor. She spoke calmly. "Whether my father is at the group's headquarters or the factory, it's at least half a city away from the villa district. Even if he has obedient people under him, it won't be that simple to get here. We need to look after our own safety first. But they might not necessarily. As long as we have value, they won't hurt us easily, and it's likely they are just a little wary." Although they had clashed from the beginning, upon careful re-evaluation, considering the strength of the four-armed apostle, it was clear there had been mercy, not even using poon knives. "Sister Kaling, pack your things, they should be about done moving everything." Zhu Zhuang called for a truck, and then the laboratory equipment and the half-fish monster were loaded up. Within half an hour, everything was packed. Bakelin, along with Yikaling, followed Suhan and the others back to Villa number 10. Yan Mi had received news that there was a change in plan and was waiting for them here. When Suhan got down from the truck, he pointed to Bakelin and Yikaling behind him and said to Yan Mi, "You arrange for these two to settle in." "Okay," Yan Mi nodded, then said, "You two, please follow me." Bakelin responded with a smile, speaking softly, "Just call me Bakelin or Kalin." She is Yikaling. "I am Yan Miu. I'm currently in charge of supplies and miscellaneous affairs in our team." After getting to know each other, Yan Mi led the two towards the inside of the villa. Passing through the yard, Bakelin saw many people busy with their own tasks, both men and women, especially when she saw a little girl, she couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. "You have a child here?" "Old Go's daughter." Yan Mi paused, then said, "Go Gang, the one in our team responsible for repairing vehicles." Bakelin and Yikaling exchanged a glance, their minds somewhat relieved, as it now seemed that this team was quite decent. "For the next 2 days, everyone will stay on the first floor. Once we thoroughly check and ensure there are no problems around, we'll then assign rooms." Bakelin nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Initially, she and Yikaling had also always slept by the front door. "What was your profession before the apocalypse? And if you have any specialties, please tell me too, so I can assign you work that suits you." Bakelin was taken aback, then replied, "Biotechnology research, But I also understand some basic medical knowledge when it extends out. Yan Mi gave Bakelin another look. That impressive? You two rest for now. Suhan will probably look for you later. After settling the two of them in, Yan Mi went to find Suhan, who then instructed her to clear a room for the experimental equipment. Ultimately, these devices were to be used by Bakelin. Suhan then took the two half-fish monsters to Building 9, using metal control to melt all the remaining steel to create rigorous, tightly fitted iron cages. One cage per half-fish monster, they were all locked up. Standing in front of the cage, Suhan's expression was contemplative. What Bakelin said, although much of it was conjecture, he believed about 70 to 80% of it in his heart. As his strength grew, his connection with the Book of Blood Spirit became tighter. He could feel that the angels not only grew stronger through constant training but were also absorbing some energy all the time to enhance themselves. And the Book of Blood Spirit, serving as an intermediary, channeled this force back to humans, initiating human evolution. If Bakelin was telling the truth, then under the drive of such energy, more monsters would be born, mutate, and compress human living space, and the situation would only get worse. First, kill monsters to increase strength, bring the fusion progress with the spider monster to max, and then think of ways to enhance the strength of Ulju and the others. Alone, I won't be able to both scout for supplies and deal with monsters. However, with Bakelin's method, it shouldn't be too difficult. Thinking through the priorities, Suhan knew that the water source needed to be addressed, but the issue of supplies also had to be tackled, which wasn't something one person could accomplish. It required manpower. His gaze fell on the half-fish monster, eyes flickering slightly. Bakelin used the monster's intrinsic mutation traits to induce the angel's mutation, but fundamentally, it should still be that energy. Although it may not be as good as my fusion, the idea is probably correct. If there are monsters stronger than the half-fish monster, could it further enhance Ulju and the others? Suddenly inspired, Suhan stride toward Villa number 10. He needed to ask Bakelin about the details. If possible, then he would have to find a way to draw out the monsters from Yunling Lake first. Chapter 55 Methods to Enhance Mutation Efficiency. Suhan arrived at Building 10 by the time Bakelin and Yi Kaling had already settled in and gotten a decent understanding of the camp. Though there weren't many people, the overall atmosphere in the team was good, and regardless of gender, except for the little girl Gohui who didn't have a contract, everyone else was a contractor. In a roundabout way, Bakelin had also learned that this was arranged by Suhan, indirectly proving Suhan's character. Bakelin, Suhan called out to Bakelin, I have some questions to ask you, can you come over here? She paused, walked over, and said, what is it? Suhan led her out of the villa to Building 9, where two half-fish monsters locked in cages caught Bakelin's eyes. A flash of surprise appeared in her eyes, and she keenly noticed something amiss about the cage. Where would people on the run find such a suitable cage? She had searched Building 9, but this thing wasn't there. Moreover, there were no welding marks on the iron cage. She couldn't help but turn her gaze towards Suhan, sensing that this thing and the black armor were somehow special. If you had two half-fish monsters, how much extract could you produce to enhance the angel envoy? It's hard to estimate. I just simply extract their most active tissues and inject them into the angel envoy's body, in other words, drawing blood and marrow. As long as their regenerative power keeps up, then it can be drawn continuously. Bakelin looked at the half-fish monsters and said softly, in fact, these monsters have very strong regenerative powers. Drawing blood is feasible at about 400 to 500 milliliters a day. Spinal tissue doesn't work as well, it takes longer. But if you want to enhance strength this way, it probably won't work. Suhan frowned slightly and asked, why is that? Bakelin explained, your angel envoy is clearly stronger than the half-fish monsters, meaning the special ability inside it is more active, the cells are stronger, the likelihood of inducing mutation in them by the half-fish monsters is very small. In fact, after Yi Kaling and I in our flesh bodies reached first-level intermediate, the effect of mutation significantly decreased. Simply extracted, the energy contained is too little, unless a more powerful monster? Suhan interrupted Bakelin's words, to which Bakelin nodded and said, yes, according to my guess, the stronger the monster, the higher the likelihood of inducing mutation in weaker monsters. There's also another method, which is to purify the extract as much as possible, turning it into a real enhancer, but we don't have the conditions now, not enough equipment, not enough energy, can't do it. The approach of Bakelin, in essence, was derived from the original method of genetic mutation, high-energy radiation exposure, mutagens, etc., that induce gene mutation. The special energy present now in strong monster genetics are essentially mutagenic factors, and what she needed to do was to enhance these mutagenic factors. What do you think about the fish monster leader? You want to confront that fish monster leader? Bakelin hesitated for a moment and said, actually, there's no need to take such a big risk. I heard from me that you are already preparing to dig a channel. This is actually also a method of diverting water. The monsters haven't contaminated Youngling Lake's water source, just divert water around them, it should be fine. There are quite a few in their pack. If not properly prepared, it might lead to deaths. I know, Suhan glanced at Bakelin and nodded, saying, I'll be prepared, but as for the extract matter, I'll leave it to you. Understood, I'll get as much out as possible, but I need 2 people to help. Ask Yanmi for that. Run fast, they're catching up. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Cheng Zanyang was driving a Dijon Cup van, constantly pressing the accelerator, his expression tense to the extreme. Behind him, there were several other vehicles, all carrying survivors from the supermarket. However, whether it was Cheng Zanyang or the other cars, they were all fleeing as fast as possible because trailing behind them were 20 to 30 ferocious meat corpses. Ahead of this group of meat corpses, 3 large giant corpses strode towards them, moving much faster than the rest of the meat corpses. These meat corpses were nearly 3 meters tall, their skin a dark gray, eyes blood red, heads enormous, necks almost non-existent, with heads connected directly to their bodies. They roared and charged at the cars, each of their steps landed with a heavy thud, covering nearly 2 to 3 meters with each stride. Boom! The last vehicle, in trying to avoid an obstacle on the road, somehow slowed down and was immediately seized by the opportunity of a giant corpse which leaped onto its roof. The thin roof couldn't withstand the pressure of a heavy object falling on it, instantly caving in. The giant corpse roared and stretched out its massive claws, reaching into the car window to grab someone's head, snapping their neck, and dragging the body out of the car. Roar! The flesh corpses swarmed forward, devouring the fresh body, and even more flesh corpses surged out from both sides of the street. Ah! The screams inside the car were incessant, and the twisted vehicle finally flipped over, resulting in severe casualties. More flesh corpses gathered around for a feast. The 3 giant corpses left the overturned car behind and quickly pursued the car ahead. Damn it! Cheng Zanyang saw this scene in the rearview mirror, utterly unable to suppress his anger. This was already the 3rd car. They had been targeted by monsters shortly after leaving the Liha supermarket, and these were 3 even larger flesh corpses with more powerful strength and defenses, at least all first-level intermediate or above. They were no match at all and could only run, desperately trying to shake them off. But under the shroud of fog, they dared not speed up, and the debris on the road also made it impossible for them to fully extend the distance. A third of the people were dead, but they were still unable to escape. Hold on tight, we're approaching the police station. The more they ran, the louder the noise they made, attracting even more flesh corpses. From 20 or 30, the number quickly grew to 40 or 50. Despair gradually dawned on them, fearing they were doomed if this kept up. Bang bang bang! However, just then, a black armored vehicle suddenly appeared ahead, brake, swerve left and right. The sound of the horn made Cheng Zanyang and the others move their vehicle aside on the street, and the continuous gunfire rained down on the giant corpses. Bursts of blood blossomed, and even with their rough skin and thick flesh, these monsters could not withstand the gunfire. Cheng Zanyang's face showed an excited expression. They had finally arrived. It was the police station's personnel. He immediately moved to the side of the street, making room for the police to attack the monsters. Under the barrage of bullets, the 3 giant corpses were quickly killed, and many more flesh corpses were also shot dead on the spot. Roar! Amid the monsters' roaring, they quickly disappeared into the fog, temporarily retreating. Cheng Zanyang breathed a long sigh of relief, his heart finally settling down, knowing they were safe at last. All personnel in the vehicle, get out immediately. We are from the city police station. Now, disembark and report the number and type of contractors you have, and be sure not to make any unauthorized moves. Please cooperate immediately. The voice was stern, but Cheng Zanyang felt no nervousness or fear. He called out loudly, "We are getting out now, we are all civilians, less than half are contractors. I am your station's Go Wu Tao's comrade in arms, Cheng Zanyang." "Director Go?" There was a slight exclamation from the police, and then everyone got out of the car. The leader glanced at Cheng Zanyang and said, "Director Go is at the station. If you are indeed his comrade, we'll take you to see him later. We're here to search for supplies." "Thank you." Cheng Zanyang then noticed that there were several other vehicles behind the armored vehicle, mostly buses, each driven by a guard. "Captain, the giant corpses are dead and can't be contracted. Take the bodies back to Professor Baikaiuan, then organize the people to get on the buses, and let those among them who are contractors assist in the defense." The captain was not surprised that they couldn't form a contract. The team that came out to search for supplies were all contractors, who couldn't contract again, and from past experience, killing from a certain distance also precluded contracting. The team neatly cleaned up the battlefield, and after verifying there was nothing unusual with Cheng Zanyang and his group, They used the contractor's abilities to load the giant corpses onto the last vehicle. Everyone get on, follow me. The station is temporarily safe and can protect you. Chapter 56. Forming a cleanup squad. After discovering the half-fish monster near Yunling Lake, Zhu Zhuang immediately increased manpower. Xianning and Gushaji, along with 4 others contracted with the giant macrophage dog, were all sent out for patrol. Then he and Gan Xinglai were in charge of digging ditches to divert water. Perhaps because a previous ambush attempt had failed, the half-fish monster did not appear for the time being, so the ditch digging went relatively smoothly this time. By evening, they had nearly finished diverting the canal to a slope several dozen meters away. All they needed to do was to break the barrier between the canal and Yunling Lake and dig a pond at the other end of the canal to form a new reservoir. After that, a bit of sedimentation could be arranged, which would temporarily meet their needs. In the evening, they still ate in Building 10. After a simple dinner, Su Han called over Zhu Zhuang and his group. Has the tally of those who want to fight been finalized? Su Han looked at Yan Mi and spoke about the matter of inquiring into the formation of a combat squad that morning. Yan Mi replied, I've generally asked around. Except for Hui, Zhao Hua, Yan Kai Umai, and Old Zhao, who are older, there are 15 able to participate in the fight, including the 4 of us. 15 people was not a small number since their entire team had previously only had 20 people. Wait, Sister Kaling and I can also join the fight. Bakelin's voice came through, drawing everyone's attention to her. She spoke calmly, shouldn't those involved in gathering resources contribute more? Moreover, I want to study the ecology of those monsters. Yi Kaling joining the fight was normal, she was a retired soldier and had received professional bodyguard training, her combat ability probably even higher than that of Zhu Zhuang. The proactive participation of Bakelin surprised Su Han and the others. After all, given her current role, there was no need for her to participate in combat. You can join subsequent battles, but right now, it's more important that you extract blood and spinal fluid from the half-fish monster. Su Han rejected Bakelin's suggestion. Bakelin was not discouraged and responded, I mean in the future, since different monsters might have different uses. 16 people, split into 3 groups, 1 group of 5, guarding the 2 villas, the second group led by Old Zhu and Old Gan with 7 people, and the last group I will lead with 4 people. Tomorrow, we'll split up and clear the villa area, searching for resources and hunting monsters. Hunting monsters? Bakelin looked at Su Han in surprise, especially since he specifically mentioned hunting monsters, which seemed a bit unusual. However, since no one else raised any objections, she naturally didn't say more. Su Han, we're running out of metal and also a bit short on gasoline. Should we strip the cars parked in the other villas to get the gasoline? In the post-apocalyptic world, cars were an important resource, indispensable for transport and escape. Whether to dismantle cars was also something Zhu Zhuang was unsure about. Dismantle those without keys and those with incompatible models. First, bring them here to Building 10, then I'll take action. Okay, I know what to do. Zhu Zhuang understood implicitly, the useless cars were like sports cars, which, aside from looking good and being expensive, couldn't compare in load-bearing and impact resistance to more robust vehicles. Such vehicles would definitely need to be dismantled for parts and gasoline and then deliver the metal to Su Han. As for other cars with large carrying capacities and space, they would be preserved. What about the half-fish monster in Yunling Lake? Gan Xinglai hesitated. According to this division, they would not be able to continue digging the canal tomorrow. Although there would be 5 people on guard, they certainly could not let them dig canals. If they encountered a sudden attack from the half-fish monster, accidents could likely occur. Su Han had already considered this issue and calmly stated, that can be postponed. I plan to capture the entire tribe of the half-fish monster. What? Upon hearing Su Han say this, everyone was momentarily stunned, showing confusion on their faces. Zhu Zhuang asked, this. Su Han, do you have an idea? Yunling Lake is our important future water source, and now the presence of the half-fish monster has made it a bit tricky for us. It would be even harder to manage if something else were to go wrong in the future. Meat corpses are inconvenient for entering the water, and giant macrophage dogs are even more so, lacking aquatic creatures like the half-fish monster. After Su Han explained this, everyone began to contemplate, and indeed, Su Han was very right. After all, the water source issue could not be ignored. Moreover, keeping them all locked up also makes it convenient for blood extraction and research. Su Han's expression remained calm, but the group had already started to slightly grimace. He continued, since these monsters recover quickly, it's better to keep them caged. Regularly drawing their blood can be considered their contribution. If a new member joins the team and has enough merit, it would be just right to kill and contract them. I thought about street laps. Gan Xinglai muttered subconsciously, and everyone's gaze immediately fell on him. Yan Mi pinched him, and Ganzingeli immediately forced a smile. Cough cough, I mean, the utilization rate is really high. Yanmi rolled her eyes dramatically, but Suhan didn't mind at all. Monsters wouldn't cry, so what's wrong with a high utilization rate? When Bakelin was understanding the situation, he was inspired. Fusion of monster materials was a one-off deal. Once fused, they were gone, but that wasn't the case with blood extraction. Theoretically, the blood and tissues of a powerful monster, as conversion material, have a relatively high conversion rate. If one could continuously extract blood, then the efficiency would increase significantly compared to using meat corpses, not to mention that if kept, they could serve as reserves for fusion materials. This method that killed several birds with one stone was naturally something Suhan would not overlook, which is also why searching for resources had been prioritized today. I support Suhan's method. The first one to agree was not Zhuang and his group, but Bakelin. She raised her fair hand and said in the same tone, although monsters are a bit dangerous, I believe they also have value for utilization. It would be best to breed them and use them to the greatest extent, studying their ecology. To some extent, the Angel Envoy is closely related to monsters in aspects other than contract. Understanding them thoroughly can also help in enhancing ourselves. Of course, there's a big premise: we must be able to ensure our own safety, otherwise it's better to give up. I agree. With Suhan and Bakelin both voicing their opinions, Yan Mi also figured out the key point and expressed her agreement. Zhuang said, I have no objections. If we are to capture them, we shouldn't just target the fish monsters. If we encounter any special types during the process of cleaning up the villa area and can handle them, capturing them is also feasible. Ganzingeli added, I think so too. Then let's all prepare, and be careful tomorrow. The next morning, according to Suhan's arrangements, after breakfast, the group's division was announced. Yanmi was responsible for staying behind at the villa, along with Xianing and Bazio, who were in charge of protecting the villa and coordinating with Bakelin to extract blood and spinal tissue from the half-fish monster. Zhuang and Ganzingeli formed one team and, accompanied by several young and strong men, drove a modified van, tasked with searching villas numbered 1 to 15. Similarly, Suhan and his group also drove another van, headed towards the second half of the villas, tasked with clearing villas numbered 16 to 30 while also checking for any special changes on the Yungling mountain side. The lamp trees crystals, 2 in total, one large given to Zhuang's group, and the one just picked, slightly bigger than a lychee, was kept by Suhan. The two vehicles slowly drove into the fog, following the planned schedule, and started the clearing work. Chapter 57 Giant Claw Zombie Buildings 9, 6, and 8 have already been cleared by Miss Bay and me. There wasn't much of anything. The homeowners weren't there, just the maids and gardeners who had turned into flesh zombies. All have been dealt with, he said. Yi Kaling and Zhuang were a team, equivalent to 3 first-level intermediates, along with Cheng Xuan, Gushaji's giant macrophage dog, and the remaining 2 flesh zombies, making their 7-person team's overall strength decent. Apart from the flesh zombies wielding machetes, the contractors also held sharp machetes, all weapons provided by Suhan. That simplifies things. We'll start from Building 5 and search up to Building 1, also checking the main gate along the way. If everything looks clear, we'll head back and search from Building 11 to 15. How does that sound? Zhuang gestured over the map and asked Ganzingeli and Yi Kaling. Ganzingeli shook his head and said, I have no objections. Yi Kaling said, I have no objections either, but I do have a question. What do we do if we come across survivors? Although the villa district wasn't densely populated, and Yi Kaling and Bakelin hadn't encountered any living people while searching for supplies, she knew this was a problem they couldn't avoid. Zhuang, now experienced, replied, it depends on the person. If they're not dangerous, we can absorb them into our camp while ensuring our own safety. However, we might need to control them first if necessary. Upon hearing the word control, Yi Kaling's eyelid twitched. Wasn't that precisely how Suhan had dealt with them? She was still recovering from her flesh zombie injuries but, fortunately, could move around now. Understood. I'll provide support with my bow and arrow, the rest is under your command, she said. The vehicle started slowly and soon passed the 6th villa, gradually nearing the 5th villa. Villas 1 to 5 were closer to the main gate exit of the Shanu Villa district, also known as the front garden, and Villa 5 was a bit distanced from Yungling Lake. As they approached Villa 5, the fog gradually dispersed under the glow of the lamp tree crystals, revealing the appearance of the villa. Roar! The moment the truck stopped, a deep growl echoed, and flesh zombies figures suddenly appeared in the yard, all 3 grotesque and clawing. Upon hearing the sound, they turned and charged towards the people, scaling the fence wall with limbs flailing like wild animals. Take action. The flesh zombies moved fast, but the team was accustomed to these monsters' attacks. Therefore, just as they pounced, An angel envoy flesh zombie leaped off the roof, knocking them down. Meanwhile, a newly summoned giant macrophage dog sprang forward, its mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit off the head of a flesh zombie in one swift motion. In just 2 minutes, 3 flesh zombies were dead, and the group finally stepped off the vehicle. "Let's search the house for items first, and then load the flesh zombies onto the truck afterward," Zhu Zhuang commanded while holding a machete, suggesting that since there were monsters in the yard, it was unlikely there were still living people inside the villa. Sure enough, when they reached the front door and found it open, they entered to be welcomed by the stench of decay. In the living room, they were greeted by the sight of a nearly gutted, rotting corpse. "Look for useful items and be cautious of more monsters," he instructed. Without any living people, the search became simpler. From the first floor to the second, the only food that hadn't spoiled was rice and flour. There wasn't much in the way of medicine, but there was plenty of alcohol, red wine, spirits, and liquor. "Brother Zhuang, there are 2 sports cars in the garage," someone noted. "Just log it for now," he replied. In less than half an hour, Villa 5 was thoroughly scavenged by Zhu Zhuang and his team. Not a lot of supplies were found, but everything was stuffed into the truck. Regarding the 3 bodies of the flesh zombies, after draining their blood, they too were packed into the truck, kept separately. Villa 4 was unoccupied, having neither maids nor gardeners. Other than some food and alcohol, nothing else was found. It likely had been empty since the outbreak. Continuing from Villa 3 to Villa 1, they sporadically encountered 1 or 2 flesh zombies but still found no survivors. However, they did collect some supplies and noted the villas with vehicles. "Prepare yourselves, we're heading back, starting with the 11th villa," Zhu Zhuang announced. Although Villa number 11 bore a sequential name with Villa number 10, it was actually a bit far from it and not particularly close to Yunling Lake. A few people drove back, planning to start from Villa number 11 and complete the latter half of their exploration. If they managed to clear the area this time, the Villa district would become much safer. "I wonder how Suhan is doing. He should be managing pretty well, right?" As Zhu Zhuang was driving, he chatted with Gan Xinglai, who shook his head. "Not necessarily. That side is connected to Yunling Mountain. Although there's a wall separating them, you never know what might be lurking. Don't jinx it." Zhu Zhuang arched an eyebrow, but Gan Xinglai didn't mind. He was telling the truth. However, it probably wasn't a big issue for Suhan, given his stronger abilities. "Wait. Listen." Suddenly, Yi Kaling stiffened and interrupted their conversation. Zhu Zhuang and Gan Xinglai showed surprised expressions. Without asking for details, they heard roaring and chaotic noises rising from the fog. "It's a monster." Gan Xinglai's face tensed up, listening to the sounds that were not just from one creature, but from several engaged in combat. Yi Kaling confirmed, "It's coming from the direction of Villa number 13. It could be survivors." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuang immediately said, "Let's go check it out, hold on tight." He floored the gas pedal, turning the car toward the source of the noise. The car wasn't slow, and as they drew closer, the chaotic sounds of battle grew clearer. Finally, when they were near, the light from the lamp tree crystals dispersed the fog around them, exposing the situation 100 meters away. A giant human-shaped flesh corpse about 3 meters tall was leading 7 or 8 other flesh corpses in an assault on Villa number 13. This giant flesh corpse had bulging muscles of a ghastly white color and a pair of crimson eyes exuding savage ferocity. Most notably, its sharp claws were over 20 centimeters long, pale and sharp as if forged from bone. At that moment, a group of about 5 or 6 angel envoy flesh corpses and their contractors were holding them off, defending continuously by relying on the fence wall. However, the resistance inside the villa was tough. The giant claw zombie simply grabbed one of the angel envoy flesh corpses with a swing of its immense hand. Its sharp claws left deep gashes on the body, from which blood surged out like warm springs, staining the body of the giant claw zombie in the fence red. Boom! The flesh corpse was directly smashed and fell onto the sharp ends of the fence, the entire body impaled by rows of spikes, instantly killing it. "Ah!" A scream echoed as a man fighting the flesh corpses alongside the angels turned pale and collapsed on the spot. The others changed their expressions. A chubby man shouted, "Retreat! Get back to the house!" As they hurried back to the house, the flesh corpses tried to hold off the attack, but then the car headlights and the light from the lamp tree suddenly shone over, drawing the attention of both the giant claw zombie and the survivors. The large red truck glowing in the light suddenly caught the attention of the giant claw zombie, which turned its head to look over. Its crimson eyes and ferocious face were clearly exposed under the light, nearly visible were the glistening fluids dripping from its mouth filled with sharp intertwined fangs. The chubby man's face changed, instantly overjoyed. "Brother, don't get out of the car. This monster is fierce, just ram it." The loud shout was like a command erupting among the monsters and Zhu Zhuang's group. Instantly, The giant claw zombie abandoned the group of survivors at the villa and charged toward the truck. Inside the car, Zhu Zhuang's expression turned cold, a fierce glint in his eyes as he muttered, "I had no intention of getting out anyway, let's go." He hit the gas pedal, and the modified truck charged directly at the giant claw zombie. Bang! A massive impact sound resonated as the front of the truck, fitted with a shovel, struck hard against the body of the giant claw zombie. It violently collided with a reinforced front of the vehicle and then flew backward at high speed. The dozens of meters of acceleration were not enough to kill the giant claw zombie on impact. All that could be seen was more than 10 meters away, the giant claw zombie rolling on the ground with both legs completely broken, its arms twisted like pretzels, and its ribs piercing through the chest. It struggled and roared, even trying to crawl over, but Zhu Zhuang flung the car door open and shouted, "Take action, keep the big one alive, finish off the others." Chapter 58. Gathering the survivors. Everyone swarmed out of the truck, but Cheng Xuan and his team from the rear compartment were a bit disheveled. The crash had shaken them quite a bit. Luckily, they quickly got into the swing of things. They summoned their flesh zombies, and the giant macrophage dogs charged towards them, their massive jaws snapping at the zombies. With the crunching sound of breaking bones, the remaining angel envoy flesh zombies followed suit, plunging their sharp machetes into the bodies of the monster zombies. The sharp blades pierced through the bodies of the monster zombies, and at the same time, the angel envoy flesh zombies opened their gaping maws, biting into the necks of their foes, tearing away large chunks of flesh, blood pouring out. 7 or 8 zombies were overpowered by the combined attack, and the people from the villa seized the moment to launch a counterattack, quickly killing them off. On the other side, Yi Kailing, Zhu Zhuang, and Gan Xinglai's angel envoy flesh zombies strode toward the giant claw zombie. They pressed down on the giant claw zombie's body. Even heavily wounded, the giant claw zombie still struggled violently, its immense strength almost flipping the 3 flesh zombies. "This thing isn't first-order upper grade, is it?" Zhu Zhuang exclaimed in surprise as he watched the giant claw zombie. Yi Kailing drew her bow to the full, and with a swoosh, the compound bow launched an arrow that burrowed into the giant claw zombie's shoulder. Roar! The giant claw zombie let out an angry roar due to the pain, but, with its arm wounded again, its struggles became weaker. "It probably isn't, but rank isn't the sole indicator of strength," Yi Kailing replied, and as she spoke, another arrow shot out, this time hitting the other shoulder of the giant claw zombie. After the 2 arrows hit, the giant claw zombie had no more strength to resist, held down firmly, its strength ebbing away. "Get on it, tie it up with the climbing rope, wrap it several times." Zhu Zhuang called everyone to bind the monster, agreeing with what Yi Kailing said. Indeed, there was an example right before them. Baikalin and Yi Kailing's angel envoy flesh zombies were such an example. Although both were first-level intermediate, their bodily defense and strength were somewhat stronger than the zombies of Zhu Zhuang and Gan Xinglai. Different mutations and skills all resulted in different strengths. The level of strength was only a range, with clear upper and lower limits, but the gap in the middle was harder to define. After seizing the giant claw zombie and securely binding it, Yi Kailing stepped forward to pull out the 2 carbon fiber arrows. In this post-apocalyptic world, each arrow was precious, and lost arrows were hard to replace. "Brother Zhuang, let's get it on the truck first." Cheng Xuan's giant macrophage dog had returned to his side, followed by 3 other companions. "Yeah, first load it up, and bring it back for the boss," Zhu Zhuang instructed Cheng Xuan to load the zombie while he, Gan Xinglai, and Yi Kailing looked towards the villa. "Brother, thank you for saving our lives." The people inside saw the battle had finally ended and hurried out from the villa, their faces displaying expressions of relief from surviving the ordeal. "How many of you were there?" Zhu Zhuang eyed the 6 people coming from the villa and asked. The angel envoy flesh zombies were nearby, subtly separating them and acting as their protection. 11. 10 people. The chubby man initially wanted to say 11, but, seeing the man lying on the ground, his expression darkened slightly and he changed to 10. Just now, the man on the ground had his angel envoy grabbed and killed by the giant claw zombie, which caused a backlash, and although his mind was severely disturbed by the incident, he might not have necessarily died. However, they were forced back by the monster zombies and simply had no time to carry the man away, allowing him to be ripped open and disemboweled. Zhu Zhuang looked over the group carefully. The leading man had a height of 1.8 meters, a face covered in pockmarks, unkempt beard, yet there was a slick look about him, and his attire was not at all ordinary. His companions were easier to identify. Some were in security guard uniforms, others wore short-sleeved shirts that, despite being a bit dirty, didn't look cheap. "Brother, my name is Zhang Dehai, I'll remember this life-saving grace." Old Zhang has kept it in mind. Zhang Dehai prudently stopped his advance, used the fence as a divide, and with clasped fists thanked Zhu Zhuang from across the fence. Zhu Zhuang cracked a smile. "It's just a simple gesture of assistance. Are you guys the property owners of this complex? As Zhang Dehai's gaze shifted, he knew Zhuang was trying to feel them out. He didn't hide anything and frankly said, a few of us are property owners, and there are a few brothers from the property management. 6 men and 4 women. The women don't have contracted monsters to assist, so we let them hide inside the villa. Old Zhao, let everyone come out, it's safe now. Alright, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Dehai was clearly the leader of this survivor group. As he spoke, a security guard beside him went into the villa to call people out. Manager, everyone can come out now. The monster has been killed. Only then did footsteps emerge from inside the villa, with 4 cautious women coming out. 2 were cleaning ladies or possibly nannies in their 40s or 50s, plainly dressed, not tall, with a slight plumpness to their figures. The other 2 women were somewhat younger. One looked to be in her 30s, dressed in business attire with short black hair, likely the manager of the property management. The other was dressed in casual clothes, wearing glasses, a look of a younger housewife. Despite her disheveled appearance, she carried an air of calm, possibly one of the owners. Zhu Zhuang's eyes narrowed and he signaled Yi Kailing and Gan Xinglai with a glance. Despite their plight, this group was not too bad. Seeing Zhu Zhuang's change in expression, Zhang Dehai felt slightly more at ease and tentatively asked, "Brother, are you here to scavenge for supplies, or?" He was a shrewd man and could tell at a glance that Zhu Zhuang and Co were too proficient when they moved to action, completely different from the makeshift group they were. Even the style of their machetes was almost the same, indicating obviously a professional team. Zhu Zhuang showed a smile and said, "Scavenging for supplies, clearing the territory. Shanu Villa district as a whole is quite nice, making it a suitable base." Zhang Dehai's eyes revealed understanding, and he immediately grasped Zhu Zhuang's intent. Zhu Zhuang did not give them an opportunity to speak further and said, "This villa has a vehicle, right? Gather what you can, come to villa number 10 with us, how about that?" Zhang Dehai and his group were stunned for a moment, but he quickly took the lead in agreeing, "We'll get ready right away." Though Zhu Zhuang didn't say what would happen if they didn't agree, Zhang Dehai knew it would definitely be unpleasant. The other party had already made it clear that Shanu Villa was their territory. Could they stay here if they didn't go along? Besides, truth be told, banding together in the apocalypse wasn't such a bad thing. "Zhao, brother Zhuang, what's up?" Zhu Zhuang called Cheng Zuan over, then said, "Go give them a hand, and keep an eye out. Ask for their names and professions, write them down, and hand the information to Sister Yan when we get back." "Got it, brother Zhuang." With help on the way and being watched, Zhang Dehai and his people had no intention of causing trouble. Being alive was precious enough for them, they had no other thoughts. Their belongings were packed up quickly. There were 2 jeeps in the garage of Villa number 13, both Zhang Dehai's cherished vehicles. Powerful and sizable, they were very suitable for the end times, most importantly, they were full of fuel. As they packed, Zhu Zhuang also learned about their situation from Zhang Dehai. Soon after the apocalypse broke out, the fleeing property management staff encountered him. They had been holed up in Villa number 13 for several days, surviving thanks to Zhang Dehai's habit of stocking the fridge with food for when his friends visited. Along with some provisions prepared for fishing in the past, they managed to hold out for more than a week. Subsequently, monsters started to appear, which they fought off and contracted. They had cleared Villas 11 and 12. The trouble started with Villas 14 and 15. The giant claw zombie was disturbed by their search and had been chasing them here. As for the main reason it was disturbed, it turned out that there was also a lamp tree inside Zhang Dehai's villa. It was less than 30 centimeters tall and had produced a lamp tree crystal the size of a table tennis ball, which they had used to aid their scavenging for supplies. Chapter 59 Flesh Villa. The conversation split in 2, with Suhan leading Gogang and 3 others, driving the truck toward Villa number 16. The villas beyond number 16 were deep within the Shanu Villa district, so the distance was not particularly close. Gogang was in charge of driving, moving slowly on the road shrouded in fog, and soon there was a commotion within the mist. Meat corpses dressed in security uniforms appeared in the fog and, upon noticing the sound of the car, immediately rushed towards them. "Old Go, just drive past them, don't mind them." Suhan, sitting in the passenger seat, simply uttered a sentence, as the 4-armed corpse, clad in black armor, charged out from beside the truck before the monster corpse could react. It was grabbed by the 4-armed corpse, and the poo knives hanging on the black armor were not even used. With a squeeze, its spine was directly snapped. Then countless streaks of blood spread out, beginning the fusion with the meat corpse, converting both flesh and bone into fusion material for the spider monster. 84.5%, this conversion rate is decent. Suhan made no effort to conceal it, but Gogang and the others in the car wouldn't ask any questions, as the vehicle gradually entered the fog. In less than 2 minutes, the 4-armed corpse had caught up with large strides, stopping with the truck in front of Villa number 16. "Let's go in and take a look, kill any meat corpses you see." The group got out of the car and, after a quick inspection revealed nothing unusual about the villa, they broke through the front door. The noise of breaking in alerted the monsters inside the villa, and howls arose from upstairs, as hunchbacked meat corpses leaped down from the second floor. Gogang held a knife, and his angel envoy stepped forward first to meet the attack, with a one-stop service of control and stabbing. In less than half a minute, the meat corpse was killed. As the meat corpse died, the villa fell into silence. Suhan had the four-armed corpse start to fusion the dead meat corpse, while Gogang and the others began to search Villa number 16. There weren't many things, not even a single body. Villa number 16 was just the residence of an elderly rich man who was a writer, which was the hunchbacked meat corpse from earlier. Besides a pile of books and some useless documents, there wasn't much food. The only somewhat useful item was a car in the garage. Suhan instructed Gogang to siphon the fuel, then he manipulated the four-armed corpse to take control, with metal coalescing into a sphere, floating in front of it. "Old Go, bring your meat corpses over." The people with Suhan had all contracted with meat corpses, which was different from Zhuang and his group. Gogang summoned everyone, and the four meat corpses stood side by side as Suhan directed the four-armed corpse. The metal continued to transform, gradually adhering to the corpses. Moving like mercury, interconnecting with each other, a dark-hued suit of armor gradually appeared on the corpses. A heavy helmet adorned their heads, with iron armor enveloping their bodies, almost completely covering them, except for the joints which were cleverly exposed. Along with previously equipped machetes, the monstrous appearance was mostly hidden, instead resembling armored warriors. The armor weighed roughly a few dozen pounds, but the strength of the meat corpses was not weak, so bearing such armor was not a burden. Suhan glanced at Gogang and the others, and just as swiftly, with a thought, he adorned them with armor using the four-armed corpses' metal control ability. Their armor was slightly lighter than that of the meat corpses but offered similarly strong defense. After all this was done, more than half of the metal sphere remained. Suhan placed it on the ground and said, "Load the supplies onto the truck, we're off to the next villa." "Copy that." With the iron armor on, the meat corpses' combat power noticeably increased, and although they lost the ability to use their mouths for biting, their ability to withstand damage in the fight against other meat corpses was greatly reduced. Close combat ensued, with knives plunging straight into the bodies of the monster corpses, making the fight exceptionally simple and bloody. Starting from Villa 16, Suhan was no longer the main force in action, as Gogang led 3 people and the fully armed corpses to sweep through directly. They were responsible for the killing, while Suhan oversaw the rear, with the four-armed corpse beginning to use the other corpses as conversion material for fusion, little by little. The fusion degree kept rising from 84.5% to 92.5%, and the progress was smooth, with the truck gradually filling up with goods. However, when the truck arrived at Villa 20, Suhan felt that something was not quite right. The yard of Villa 20 was a mess. The entire man-high fence was completely smashed through, with bricks, wood planks scattered around, and a huge gap as if it had been hit by a vehicle. "Suhan, something's not right here. Corpses couldn't have made such a commotion." Everyone got off the vehicle, and Gogang's face had turned serious. The large section of the fence had collapsed, and at the most damaged point, there were clear signs of a heavy impact, spanning 3 to 4 meters. "Everyone, be careful and don't stray too far from me." Suhan's expression tightened, realizing there might be a powerful monster. The four-armed corpse stood by his side, following Suhan towards the courtyard of the villa. There was debris all over the yard, and beneath it all, a reddish trail was particularly noticeable. The trail ran from the main entrance of the villa, dragging outwards, with dark red handprints tightly gripping a section of the railing at the entrance to the villa. The railing was dragged and deformed until it disappeared from sight. Not only the fence of Villa 20 but the main door was also directly smashed. The big iron door was dented like scrap metal, and the walls on both sides were burst open, with bricks and stones strewn about, covered with blood in a gray haze. Front door smashed open. The strength of this creature is probably much greater than that of the corpses. A shiver ran through Gogang's heart. The creature that could not be stopped by doors and walls had left behind a large pool of blood, as if someone had been violently snatched out from inside. "Suhan, should we chase it?" The trail was obvious, and the creature was likely a behemoth, dragging a body with remarkably heavy footsteps, with bloodstains and footprints almost clearly visible. Suhan's gaze sharpened. "Chase." With his order, Gogang and the others did not hesitate, leaving Villa 20 behind, and followed the trail. Bloodstains and mucus occasionally dripped between the lawn and the road as they continued to track, finding the situation increasingly dire. The main doors of Villas 21, 22, and 23 were all destroyed, and there were no survivors to speak of, not even a single corpse. With blood and ruins, every villa was a shambles, and the gore seemed to stain everything like graffiti, with varying sizes of bloodstains adding to the horror and weirdness. The tracking continued until they reached Villa 30, where from a distance through the fog, terrifying roars erupted continuously, as if originating from the howls of hell. Go Gang, on the truck, clenched the steering wheel tighter. He realized that the direction of the sounds was Villa 30, the creature that had ravaged the entire villa area must be there. Suhan, there might be more than one, shall we go over? Facing this unknown creature, it was impossible not to feel anxious, but Go Gang only listened to Suhan's commands. If he said go, there would be no retreat. Drive there. Suhan's expression turned solemn, ready for battle, determined not to let such a creature roam freely in the villa district. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of it. Go Gang nodded heavily and slowly steered the vehicle towards Villa 30. The fog gradually dispersed beneath the lamp tree crystals, and the headlights illuminated the scene in front, revealing Villa 30 in its entirety. However, what was Villa 30 at this point resembled not so much a house but rather a horror, eroded by flesh and mucus. A huge monster sat amidst the carnage and flesh, with 2 to 3 dozen corpses surrounding it, baring their teeth and claws, howling at it. Chapter 60. The meat mountain standing atop the ruins of the villa was a massive creature stacked with flesh and blood, standing approximately 5 meters tall, corpulent in form with dark red muscles coated in a red viscous fluid, making it unclear whether this substance was blood or merely secretion. The gargantuan humanoid monster had a stout and fierce head, with a gaping mouth that almost extended to the roots of its cheeks and ears, filled with sharp teeth that lined the entirety of its maw, and its eyes, blood red and terrifying. Above its fat belly, there was another huge gash, stretching from the chest down to the abdomen, opening to the left and right, about a meter long, dark and crimson with teeth filling the entire crevice like densely packed gears. With one of its large hands, it grabbed the torso of the four-armed corpse, its belly mouth wide open like an abyss, blood-red secretions continuously dripping between the sharp teeth. The half-torso of the four-armed corpse was stuffed into the gaping maw of the abdomen, the crunching sound echoing as copious amounts of blood slid from the crevice, dripping onto the slime-covered ruins of the villa. Feeling a chill down their spines, Suhan and his companions finally understood how the ground became so blood-stained. Roar! The group of four-armed corpses finally couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure from the meat mountain demon any longer. They raised their heads and let out loud roars, fear and anger intermingled, then simultaneously launched an attack on the meat mountain demon. More than 20 four-armed corpses moved swiftly, like a pack of beasts attacking an invader. They used their arms and legs in a high-speed charge, leaping with all their might in an attempt to pounce on the meat mountain demon. One after another, they hung on to the meat mountain demon's body like cords, their sharp teeth and claws incessantly attacking, just as fierce and brutal as when they had once torn apart human bodies. Several four-armed corpses prepared to rush at the meat mountain demon, but the meat mountain demon moved. Its hand, large as a millstone, reached out and grabbed a four-armed corpse by its spine, the crack of the hapless creature's backbone sounding off. The terrifying might instantly crushed the four-armed corpse's spine, deforming it, and with a muffled thud, plasma splattered and the whole four-armed corpse turned into a pool of minced flesh at the spot it was grasped. The lower half fell down, crashing onto the head of another four-armed corpse, the red plasma nearly completely soaking it. Meanwhile, the upper half was still in the meat mountain demon's grasp. It let out a low roar, then opened its head-gaping mouth and stuffed the four-armed corpse's head inside, crushing it with one bite, like a watermelon. The four-armed corpses became more wildly agitated, attacking even more fiercely. But the meat mountain demon, with its muscular physique and the thick, viscous mucus covering its skin, possessed a defense that the four-armed corpses were simply incapable of breaching. Their attacks were less a fight for survival and more akin to tickling. Shallow wounds were quickly covered by blood and mucus, slowly healing before they could even begin to widen. After feasting on the half-torso of the four-armed corpse, the meat mountain demon, finally annoyed, swung its robust hand, swatting the four-armed corpses off itself like flies. The immense force, akin to a heavy hammer, was accompanied by the crack of shattering bones and sent them flying backward. The strength of the meat mountain demon was not only overwhelming, but the speed at which it swung its massive hands was also alarmingly swift. Although the four-armed corpses tried to evade, they could not escape the sweep of those encompassing hands. First-order upper grade, absolutely first-order upper grade. Just from one confrontation, Suhan and his companions were able to gauge the meat mountain demon's power. Go Gang swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "What should we do now?" "Get the gas cans. Strike while the iron is hot." Go Gang was momentarily stunned, then nodded, "Right, I'm on it." In the truck were 3 gas cans, each holding about 60 to 70 liters, siphoned from cars at the villas they had searched, whose emptied vehicles Suhan had melted into metal cubes and placed at the rear of the truck. Suhan saw the meat mountain demon as prey and was not about to let this excellent opportunity slip away. He instructed Gogang to prepare the gas while he himself strode to the back of the truck, directing the four-armed corpse to grab the metal cubes. Metal control. Under the influence of the four-armed corpse, they gradually deformed, shaping into four harpoons about 1.5 meters long, their tips sharp with barbs, the tails connected by a long chain, meticulously interlocked and extremely sturdy. Suhan, the gas cans are ready. All 3 gas cans had their lids opened and were placed in front of the group. In a moment, I'll trap that monster, and you guys look for a chance to throw the gasoline barrels over. Okay. After Suhan gave the order, the four-armed corpse holding a spear rushed towards the Meat Mountain Demon. Their location was only 100 meters from the villa, and within a few large strides, the four-armed corpse had already charged to less than 50 meters away. The corpse suddenly exerted force with both hands and hurled the spear, reminiscent of a shooting star, with a whoosh sound. One after another, 2 spears instantly pierced through the body of the Meat Mountain Demon. Roar. A furious roar rose from the 2 large mouths of the Meat Mountain Demon, which violently turned towards the four-armed corpse, its blood-red eyes filled with rage. The sudden move of the four-armed corpse drew the attention of the demon, and in a fit of anger, it swiped away obstructing corpses with a swing of its enormous hand. Then, moving its thick legs, it charged towards the four-armed corpse. Thud thud thud, the footsteps were weighty, causing the ground to subtly tremble, like a heavily armored tank. Whoosh. However, the four-armed corpse grabbed the chain and directly wounded around the trunk of 2 large trees nearby. Metal control was activated at the same time, the chain molten and firmly clasped around the tree trunk. The four-armed corpse, holding the remaining 2 spears, swiftly moved to the side. As the Meat Mountain Demon tried to turn and follow, the movement pulled on the chains and spears lodged in its body. Barb hooks caught in its flesh and bone caused excruciating pain, eliciting a roar that echoed through the villa. Whoosh. Having moved to the side, the four-armed corpse launched another spear. The Meat Mountain Demon tried to block with its hand, but just as it got in front, the spear pierced through its palm, which was as big as a millstone, and its tip almost penetrated its chest. The four-armed corpse pulled hard, and the chains rattled loudly, suddenly taut like a bowstring. It looped around a large tree trunk, forcibly straightening the Meat Mountain Demon's large hand. Following the same method, one end of the chain was fastened to the tree trunk. 3 chains, one on each side, bound the Meat Mountain Demon. Now, it wasn't so easy for it to move significantly. And the last spear and chain, after the four-armed corpse rapidly moved to the Meat Mountain Demon's diagonally rear side, was also launched like a shooting star. This spear pierced through the Meat Mountain Demon's back and into its column-like thigh, nailing through the bone. Then the chain was tied around a column of the villa. Throw the gasoline. Suhan issued the order calmly. Gogang and the others picked up the gasoline barrels and approached the Meat Mountain Demon, about 30 to 40 meters away. Scattered corpses rushed towards them. Suhan stepped forward, his poo knives held horizontally in hand, directly chopping down the oncoming corpses. The gasoline barrels Gogang and the others forcefully threw onto the Meat Mountain Demon, and a large amount of gasoline spilled from the opening, dousing the Meat Mountain Demon and flowing onto the ground around it. Light it. The fuel-soaked ignition material was thrown by Gogang, and instantly, a flame soared, engulfing the Meat Mountain Demon in fire. Corpses that failed to evade in time were also enveloped by the flames. Horrible and gruesome roars echoed continuously from within the flames, the giant Meat Mountain Demon struggling constantly, pulling at the chains which rattled loudly, stretched tight as a string, making one worry they might snap. At that moment, about 7 or 8 corpses rushed towards Suhan and the others. After the Meat Mountain Demon was attacked, they switched their target of assault. Suhan, with Gogang and the others, went forward with their weapons, unforgiving in their strength and wielding. They were incredibly efficient against the corpses, especially with the support of the Angel Envoy. In a single encounter, 7 or 8 corpses were killed, blood spilling all over the ground. And from not far away, the villa ablaze, the faint smell of burning flesh that wafted over was enough to make one nauseous. Suhan, will this burn it to death? Chapter 61, Fusion complete. It's not that easy to die. Suhan's expression remained tense. The vitality of such a monster was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Although there were 60 or 70 liters of gasoline, it was not completely concentrated in one place, and the scattered gasoline caused the flames to disperse too much to burn the Meat Mountain Demon to death. As Suhan had said, along with the gradually spreading smell of burnt flesh and the nauseating smell of gasoline, the Meat Mountain Demon's struggles became even more intense. The flames dwindled further, revealing the completely charred Meat Mountain Demon in front of everyone, its ferocious appearance even more terrifying. Boom! The chains on its arms snapped as the Meat Mountain Demon roared at Suhan and the others, its voice like that echoing from hell itself. Four-armed corpse, go. Suhan was composed and merely ordered the four-armed corpse to move forward coldly. Covered in black armor and activating the iron skin skill, The four-armed corpse charged into the flames, which were only waist-high, and landed a heavy punch on the Meat Mountain Demon. A dull thud resonated as the Meat Mountain Demon's thick flesh rippled like waves, its figure staggering from the impact. But quickly, the enraged Meat Mountain Demon swung its hands, clenched into fists, attacking the four-armed corpse. The fists landed heavily on the four-armed corpse, clashing with the black armor and producing a clanging sound, causing the whole body of the four-armed corpse to shake and involuntarily step back. The monster still possessed immense strength despite the damage from the flames. The four-armed corpse roared and then, with its rear hands clenched into fists, struck the head of the Meat Mountain Demon continuously like a violent storm, left hooks and right hooks, each strike with full force. Its lower hands, with metal clarity, shot out and dug fiercely into the Meat Mountain Demon's body, tearing left and right. The slit in the abdomen instantly widened, with blood pouring out incessantly. The Meat Mountain Demon madly pulled at the remaining 3 chains, attacking the four-armed corpse furiously with both hands. This time, however, the four-armed corpse did not counter forcefully but dodged slightly, exploiting its opponent's cumbersome movement, and kept throwing punches. It did not use the poo knives because Suhan wanted it alive. But the strong impacts were no less powerful than the poo knives' attacks, the force penetrating the thick muscles and striking the bones. The sound of cracking continued, and blood gradually gushed out. After 10 minutes, the once formidable Meat Mountain Demon was weakened, barely able to swing its thick arms. Metal manipulation. Seizing the opportune moment, Suhan controlled the four-armed corpse to activate metal manipulation. The chains deformed and wrapped around the Meat Mountain Demon, thicker chains binding its arms together with its body. "Old Go, drive the truck over." Suhan's voice sounded, and Go Gang, snapped out of his shock, nodded hastily, "I'm on it, but some supplies might need to be unloaded." Suhan shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's go back and have someone bring the flatbed truck over, take down the barriers and load this guy." Although the box truck could bear the weight of this big guy, it might not fit in the cargo space, but a flatbed truck, with its side barriers removed, wouldn't be restricted in this way. "All right, I'm on it." Go Gang organized a group to return to Villa Number 10 to retrieve the truck, while Suhan controlled the four-armed corpse to process the over 10 meat corpses still capable of fusion on the ground, turning them into fusion materials and performing fusion. The higher the fusion degree required, the more materials it needed. After fusing the bodies of over 10 meat corpses, the fusion degree was raised to 99.5%, only a step away from completion. 0.5%, once Old Shu and the others return and gather up the monster corpses, we'll be nearly there, Suhan said. His gaze fixed on the Meat Mountain Demon, Suhan made no further moves. Go Gang and the others would be returning soon, and it seemed more appropriate to handle the breakthrough in the evening. Before long, Go Gang arrived with a truck from which the railings had been removed. The four-armed corpse took the lead, assisted by a few other corpses, to load the Meat Mountain Demon onto the truck. As Suhan led the Meat Mountain Demon back, he arrived at the villa only to find that Zhuxiang and the others had also unloaded a giant claw zombie from their truck. "Old Gan, your jinxing is quite something," Zhuxiang exclaimed. Upon seeing the Meat Mountain Demon, they were flabbergasted. The massive Meat Mountain Demon piled in the yard was bound by chains, but its ferocious appearance and mountain-like body still struck fear into them. Hearing Zhuxiang's tease, Gan Xinglai quickly shook his head. "It wasn't me, I didn't, don't talk nonsense." A joke, for what would Suhan think of him otherwise? Naturally, Suhan didn't mind these jokes and curiously asked, "What happened with you guys?" "We encountered a group of survivors while clearing the villa." Zhuxiang highlighted the key points, explaining how they encountered the giant claw zombie and ran into Zhang Dehai and his group. At the end of his account, Zhuxiang lowered his voice and said, "The monsters' corpses are in the truck. I was worried Zhang Dehai and the others would see them, so I didn't unload them." He was also careful in his actions. Although Suhan seemed not to be hiding much, as a member of the team, Zhuxiang knew it was always safer to be cautious. "I understand. Take care of Zhang Dehai and Miu," Suhan said. Zhuxiang nodded and went to find Yan Miu. There was a lot to be done, not just taking care of Zhang Dehai and his group. They also organized a team to retrieve all the cars that hadn't been brought back today, needing to dismantle them and prepare the metals for Suhan. They were busy until the evening, wrapping up the work with the vehicles and supplies. Several cars were driven outside Villa 9, while Go Gang and his team had earlier siphoned off the gasoline. There were about 10 cars, and they managed to extract over 500 liters of gasoline, enough for some time. Apart from these cars, the lamp trees from Zhang Dehai's gathering place were also brought to Suhan's location. The lamp tree was not as large as the one at their Villa 10, but it was growing well and even had a nail-sized crystal fruit hanging on it. For now, Suhan did not touch this lamp tree, he simply planted it in the yard of Villa 9. The light dispelled the fog surrounding Villa 9.
Suhan had the four-armed corpse melt the metal from the cars and then reforged it into two cages, each imprisoning the giant claw zombie and the meat mountain demon. The cages had bars as thick as a wrist, one was 4 meters high and 3 meters in both width and length, and the other was 6 meters high and 5 meters in both width and length, imprisoning the giant claw zombie and the meat mountain demon respectively. After all this, it was almost night. At dinner, they had a simple meal and met with Zhang Dehai and his people. The 10 individuals were quite well behaved and hadn't caused any trouble. They were even satisfied with the situation, given the sufficient number of people and Suhan's unexpected strength. Zhang Dehai was a clued-in man. He actively engaged during the meal, openly and covertly expressing his willingness to follow the organization's plans and humbly set aside his ego. As night fell, Suhan returned outside Villa 9 and opened the truck's cargo area that belonged to Zhuang, revealing over a dozen corpse bodies heaped inside. His expression unchanged, he summoned the four-armed corpse and ordered, "Continue the fusion." 1, 2. The number of bodies fused was not many, just 4, when the fusion degree was maxed out. Spider Monster 100% fusion complete, four-armed corpse has achieved advancement, Demon Spider Warrior, Chapter 62, Second Order and Divine Initiation. The evolution of form began, and the four-armed corpse let out a deep roar. Then its already enormous body underwent violent changes. The bulky figure became even more robust, the muscles gradually took on a dark red color, the skin membrane toughened, its eyes turned a ferocious scarlet, and its mouth unexpectedly sprouted spider-like shell-like ray on either side, fierce and terrifying. Its lower body was dramatically deformed, from the waist down, the skeleton melted, and the flesh collapsed, turning into a dark red meaty mass. Enveloped by the red glow, the meaty mass continually changed shape, growing larger and larger, bones fermenting within, and then one by one, black spider legs began to emerge, sharp as spears and hard as steel. In the blink of an eye, the lower half of the four-armed corpse transformed into a pitch-black spider's body. Half human, half spider, its lower body black as ink, its upper body dark red and bulky, eyes glowing crimson like a demon, it resembled a 5-meter-tall demon god. Roar a low growl, filled with deterrence, sounded out. The patterns belonging to black armor lit up, ferocious black armor appeared on its body, from the dark red upper half with 4 arms to the massive lower half that was a spider's body. The black armor was densely packed, like a heavy armored tank. The power of the spider warrior continuously climbed, breaking through the barrier of first order upper grade in an instant, and the strength around its body surged to second order low grade. In that moment, Suhan's arm lit up with red light, the Book of Blood Spirit appeared in front of him, and a powerful force surged back into his body. His muscles became stronger and bulged, hard as rock, and his aura was as deep as an abyss, significantly enhancing his spirits and vigor. However, at that time, Suhan had no extra energy to feel the changes in himself. The red light from the Book of Blood Spirit drew him in, and after a new page was born, it pulled him into a space of consciousness. Is this a new page? The space of consciousness was still an endless expanse of darkness. In this darkness, the Book of Blood Spirit floated in the center, emanating red light. On the ancient-looking parchment of the Book of Blood Spirit, there was now an additional blank page, with light flowing around it. The red light fluctuated like flowing rays. Suhan stood in front of the Book of Blood Spirit, and suddenly, as if the book felt his presence, a wave of red light engulfed him. The light fluttered like a thin veil, gradually enveloping him, and the shadowy images started to emerge before Suhan. The mist-like red light also changed in this space of consciousness. It was an angel envoy in human form, who approached a blood-red altar where monstrous creatures with bared fangs and claws were howling. The angel envoy stepped onto the altar, and the fighting with the monsters began. Fighting to the death, without mercy. He was like an onlooker, yet also like the contractor of the angel envoy, his mind fully immersed, almost fusing with the angel envoy. Finally, the angel envoy won. He tore the creature apart on the altar, it lay before him. The Book of Blood Spirit emerged above the altar, and a myriad of red rays enveloped it like a birdcage, enclosing both the angel envoy and the monster within. Then, the feast reached its climax. The red misty semblance of the angel envoy began to devour the monster's body, from flesh to soul, bit by bit tearing it apart, devouring it into its own form. The endless red light from the Book of Blood Spirit converged onto the gradually merging bodies, and boundless soul pain began to emanate from within. The angel envoy started to undergo metamorphosis. Divine initiation ritual. Suhan murmured, and with a boom, all the red light disappeared, leaving only the Book of Blood Spirit still floating in the space of consciousness. His brow furrowed slightly, his expression grave, he watched the Book of Blood Spirit, the shock in his heart had not yet fully subsided. Just now, the Book of Blood Spirit had transmitted a trove of information to him, that was a part of the divine initiation.
Below the first rank is merely the beginning of stepping into the transcendent, but it is just a step, and nothing more. A sheepskin page, which could contract only one monster as an angel envoy, but after second order, every rank would grant a new page. The more angel envoys one had, the stronger the person would become, but that wasn't the most important part. The most crucial was a new rule, peculiar to the apostle system, divine initiation ritual. Different monsters had upper limits to their rank strengths. Ordinary angel envoys like four-armed corpses and rot-skin rats could never become like meat mountain demons, whose strengths could progressively increase and evolve into second order, third order, or even higher beings. To ascend and evolve, one would either need fortuitous encounters, belong to a rare and powerful monster species, or take the path of the divine initiation ritual. Hunting stronger and rarer monsters, capturing them, controlling them, then devouring them, under the control of the Book of Blood Spirit, through battle and slaughter, fusion and evolution would raise their limits. In some ways, it seemed similar to Suhan's fusion evolution, but Suhan instinctively sensed a difference. The divine initiation ritual could only be used at a critical moment, for example, four-armed corpses reaching the very limits of first order upper grade and struggling to break through would receive guidance from divine initiation. Breaking through was not just about fighting, one also had to endure the agony of evolution. If the spirit was lacking or the will insufficient, the attempt would fail. But Suhan's fusion evolution was different, it was a natural progression. As long as he had the materials, he could continue the fusion, raising the upper limit. That was his advantage, and it was also why he received formal divine initiation after second order. It was because neither the four-armed corpse nor the black armor warrior had limits that were merely first order upper grade. His divine initiation wasn't due to reaching the power ceiling of the envoys, but because he had reached second order and officially stepped onto the ladder of transcendent evolution. Divine initiation ritual, I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but getting stronger at least ensures survival. Anything beyond that can only be dealt with later. Suhan's brows slightly relaxed, the strangeness of divine initiation reminding him of the human epic myths that included appeasing the gods with sacrifices, battles and slaughter. Offering lives as tribute was always a significant ritual in worshipping gods. He didn't believe that the Book of Blood Spirit came into existence by pure chance, nor did he think that the divine initiation ritual was just a trivial game of evolution. Even the fusion ability in him must have originated from somewhere. Every gift was already marked with a price in the shadows. He understood this principle, but what he needed now was to survive and then use the gift to leverage more resources, making himself capable of paying that future price. Returning from the space of consciousness, Suhan finally had the chance to feel the increased strength of his own physique. The explosive power contained within his bulging muscles was unimaginable. With just a little effort, his muscles tensed, and then he lifted the cage of the giant claw zombie with nearly a ton's weight with ease, startling the giant claw zombie inside, which let out a deep roar. This will be a good test. Suhan became interested, his gaze intensifying as he focused on the giant claw zombie. Then, the four-armed corpse, transformed into a black armor warrior, brought its sharp spider legs close to the cage. The metal bars bent immediately, and Suhan walked in. The giant claw zombie, as if spotting prey, charged at him with its gaping maw, its vast claw striking towards Suhan. Suhan hadn't learned professional combat, but after evolving to the second-order low grade of a black armor warrior, his strength had greatly increased, and his senses had sharpened. At the instant he acted, he captured the motion of the giant claw zombie. He grabbed hold of the giant claw zombie and the tremendous force burst from his hands, instantly slamming the giant claw zombie against the entire iron bars. Closing in, he punched heavily on the giant claw zombie's head, staggering it. Punches, elbow strikes, knee slams. Suhan's moves were swift, far beyond ordinary, and the giant claw zombie was completely suppressed, no match for him. In less than 3 minutes, the giant claw zombie couldn't fight back, with several more broken bones, and having just recovered a bit, now it could only lie on the ground again. The black armor warrior manipulated the metal to open the cage and let Suhan out. After warming up, Suhan also had a certain understanding of his body's strength. Although it wasn't comparable to the black armor warrior, it definitely wasn't worse than some first-level intermediate or first-order upper-grade monsters. However, compared to these, there was another question before Suhan. For the second contract position, should he contract the Meat Mountain Demon or reserve it for the fish monster leader in Yunling Lake? Chapter 63 The Choice of Revenge, Angel Envoy, Spider Warrior, Level, Second Order Low Grade, Skills, Claw, Iron Skin, Black Armor, Self-Healing, Primary, Metal Control, Junior, Fusion, Level 4 Normal Metal, Level 2 Corpse Flesh, Spider Monster. Suhan looked at the attributes panel of a Spider Warrior, pondering his next Angel Envoy contract. The Spider Warrior is basically capable of handling combat on land. Although the Meat Mountain Demon is strong, it has overlapping roles with the spider warrior. The giant claw zombie also won't work. Not only do their roles overlap, but there is also a significant difference in strength. However, the fish-head monster leader could move in water. Suhan's gaze fell on the meat mountain demon, but eventually, he shook his head and dismissed the idea. It's still not enough. Just being able to move in water wasn't a sufficient advantage to become his second envoy, not to mention that the leader of the fish-head monsters hadn't even been captured yet. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, recalling a powerful monster, the human-faced tree, swaying its endless vines, which had forcefully expelled them from Happiness Community. It's time for revenge. The next morning, Zhu Zhuang and the others sought out Suhan first. Suhan, the villa has been cleaned up, should we deal with those fish-head monsters now? They've been delaying us, making Yunling Lake unusable and inconvenient for water usage. Zhu Zhuang was concerned about securing the campsite completely, as only then would it be truly safe. Upon hearing this, Suhan shook his head and said, "No, let's put the fish-head monsters on hold for now, and besides, you can't lure them all out." Dealing with the fish-head monsters was necessary, but luring them out was not easy, and Suhan also wanted to deal with the human-faced tree. Actually, there is a way. Baikalin suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to her. She slowly explained, monsters have an inherent desire to evolve. If we place higher-grade monster flesh in front of them, they can't resist it. We captured a meat mountain demon yesterday, its flesh might be worth a try. Suhan was startled and questioned, can devouring flesh also lead to evolution? Baikalin lightly shook her head and replied, there is an effect, but it's not great. However, for wild creatures, they might not have a better option. With that explanation, everyone understood. Extracting and purifying the most active tissues differed from devouring flesh. The former was undoubtedly more effective, but for wild creatures, the latter was one of the few methods available. Therefore, driven by their evolutionary instincts, they would certainly be drawn in. At this point, Baikalin sneakily glanced at Suhan. If one were to talk about the highest level and strength, it should belong to the four-armed corpse, certainly more powerful than the meat mountain demon. However, since that was Suhan's envoy, she could not bring it up herself. If that's the case, a second-order monster would work better. Everyone was stunned, wondering what he meant by second order. Quickly, someone reacted, looking incredulously at Suhan. You mean? My four-armed corpse has advanced. At the thought, a red light flickered behind him, and the towering spider warrior materialized, its terrifying and grim appearance causing Zhang Dehai, Yi Kaling, and others to step back. Fortunately, the spider warrior did not continue to move, and just stood there like a bodyguard, allowing everyone to relax. Zhang Dehai widened his eyes, utterly shocked. Damn, I thought our leader was already formidable for capturing that meat mountain demon, but in just one night, he became even more powerful. We must not offend him. Undoubtedly, the sudden appearance of the spider warrior not only shocked everyone but also instilled them with even more awe, especially the newcomers like Zhang Dehai. Suhan didn't conceal the fact about being second order. He straightforwardly said, after reaching second order, you receive new pages of the New Blood Spirit book, which allows contracting a second angel envoy. The group of fish-head monsters in the lake needs to be dealt with, but for now, we need to change our immediate goal. The priority of Suhan's second envoy undoubtedly took precedence over dealing with the fish-head monsters. Upon hearing about the second envoy, everyone showed a stunned expression, and soon, they all thought of themselves. If they could advance to second order, they too could contract a second envoy, possibly even choose one. Although the corpse was formidable, many initially had no choice but to opt for the giant macrophage dog or the giant claw zombie, both of which had stronger combat abilities than the corpse. Baikalin's thoughts became more active, and she said, you don't want to contract with a meat mountain demon and giant claw zombie, do you have a new target in mind? Suhan was capable of contracting new angel envoys, but as of this morning, both the giant claw zombie and the meat mountain demon were still around, which indicated that Suhan's intentions lay elsewhere. There's a human face tree in the Happiness Community, and its strength is at least second order. Zhu Zhuang and Yan Mi had looks of realization. It turned out it was the creature Suhan had mentioned before, no wonder he chose this one. Right, a gentleman doesn't take revenge overnight, and now that you've broken through to the second order, it's time to get revenge on that thing. Zhu Zhuang cracked a smile, reveling in the idea of revenge. Although he hadn't directly faced the human face tree before, being pushed that hard had left everyone slightly resentful. Yi Kaling was confused and asked, can you stop speaking in riddles? Is that human face tree really that powerful? Gan Xinglai turned to Suhan, and he said, well, you should ask Suhan about this, he's fought with the human face tree before. Tree-shaped creature, capable of moving, can devour flesh and blood, its strength and vines are extraordinarily powerful, and its attack range is at least several tens of meters. Its weaknesses might be fire and slow movement speed. Suhan shared his experience of fighting with the human-faced tree with everyone. It was just a description, but the image of vines spreading far and wide and bodies hanging as reserves still sent chills down everyone's spines. Afraid of fire? Well, that's easy to handle. Just get a bunch of Molotov cocktails, give it a tough fight, and if that's not enough, also send it a truckload of gas tanks, said Zhang Dehai, blurting out. Everyone's gaze turned to him, making him feel uncomfortably scrutinized and giving a dry cough. He said, I'm just talking, actually, if we could get some explosives from my brother's mine, wouldn't that be tough enough to handle it too? Zhu Zhuang couldn't help but ask, bro, what business do you run? Although they had previously discussed cataloging professions, it had gotten too late yesterday and the information hadn't been fully collected. They still hadn't asked Zhang Dehai about his job clearly. I'm in real estate. I also own a construction company. Zhang Dehai, aware of the general distaste for real estate developers, quickly added, it's all legal, never delayed wages for too long, never left projects unfinished, just working on projects around South City. Do you have a lot of steel at the construction site? Suddenly, Suhan asked a question that made Zhang Dehai pause for a moment before answering. It depends on the size of the site and the progress schedule. There are tons of steel lying around. I just brought over 50 tons more to the construction site of the South River Bay Community Project recently, and it's the closest to here. Zhang Dehai, catching on, ventured a guess, boss, are you thinking of making a cage? He had seen Suhan turning metal into a cage to contain the clawbone corpse. Now talking about capturing the fish head monster and defeating the human-faced toad monster, it seemed that metal would likely be used. Exactly, metal is useful in many areas, but let's deal with the human-faced tree first, Suhan said casually. The steel theft could wait for now, as the primary issue was dealing with the human-faced tree. Old Zhu, you take charge of making the Molotov cocktails. Didn't we free up several hundred liters of gasoline yesterday? Don't worry about wasting it, Zhu Zhuang nodded, understood. Old Gan, gather everyone, leave only a few here, the rest prepare to set out with me. Understood. Because of yesterday's clearing operation, the number of combat personnel had largely stabilized, thus assembling the fighters was fairly easy. As for the 6 newcomers, they had no choice but to join the fight by default. Zhang Dehai asked, should we get some gas cylinders? Suhan? For some reason, Zhang Dehai seemed a bit fixated on gas cylinders and explosions. Suhan shook his head, where are you going to find a gas cylinder store near the villa district? Besides, making those things explode isn't that easy. We could just dismantle a few electric car batteries from the street, those are more fire resistant. Everyone? Looking back and forth between Zhang Dehai and Suhan, were you guys really running legitimate businesses before the apocalypse? Chapter 64, South City Camp. The Northwest Branch has lost contact, but the Southeast Branch, South City Branch, and Industrial Park Branch can still be reached. Currently, there are 869 guards on duty and 500 contractors. The armed forces have 400 active duty members and 359 contractors. The Government Affairs Hall has 432 people and 123 contractors, and the public 532 people and 201 contractors. South City Bureau has already reached its limit. We must find another place. In the meeting room of the South City Bureau, a middle-aged man in a blackguard combat uniform was speaking. His cheeks were thin, his hair peppered with gray, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. Go Wu Tao, director of the South City Guard Bureau, was also the third most important person in the South City camp. Director Go, we can actually hold out for a while if we do not continue to take in more people. The fog has not dispersed, and it is unsafe to go out. Besides, there are some matters that are even more urgent. Urgent my ass, what can be more important than human lives? Go Wu Tao pointed at the bespectacled man who was speaking and cursed loudly, slamming the table with such force that the sound reverberated through the meeting room like thunder, almost bearing down on the entire space. Go Wu Tao, a man in the center seat, spoke with a steady, unquestionable voice, calm down. We are discussing strategies. You should understand the situation at the Bureau as well. Let him finish what he has to say. The words of Li Ruikeng made Go Wu Tao's expression somewhat ease as he said, the Bureau is too close to the center. The more concentrated the people are, the more creatures there will be, and the more difficult it will be to move them when the time comes. That's why we need to make a plan. Old Li, what are you thinking? Tell us. A square-faced man in armed forces uniform on the left side, with a hoarse voice, started, his keen gaze fixed on Li Ruikeng. Li Ruikeng's eyes were firm, still poised and composed in his scholarly demeanor, years of managing government affairs enabling him to remain calm even in the face of apocalypse. Wen Xinhuai, how many days can we last with the food? How many vehicles do we need to move 2,233 people at once, and do we have enough gasoline? The day before yesterday, the Special Warfare Guards brought back supplies from the supermarket. We can last about 2 months on a rationed distribution. But we need at least 20 buses to move over 2,200 people, which is a huge difficulty. We only have 6 buses, and together with the service vehicles, we can move at most 600 people at once. If we squeeze, we can transport 700 or 800. Although when Zenhui was yelled at, he still displayed ability. He was clear about the details of some supplies, which was also why he could still sit here. But moving in separate groups is too dangerous. Even with guns, we can't protect so many people, and too many haven't formed contracts yet. Their strength, their constitution. For those without contracts, then make contracts immediately. This is the apocalypse, not peacetime. Government Affairs Hall has a lot of people, but the least number of contractors. What, do they still expect others to protect them? Leroy King's eyes narrowed, his presence alone commanding, whether it's the Government Affairs Hall, armed forces, guard staff, or the public, everyone except for children and the elderly who are immobile, will be given opportunities to contract by the guard and armed forces contractors over the next 2 days. Everyone will make a contract. For those who can't manage it, their food distribution will be cut to the minimum. If some people don't want to survive, then we'll ensure that those who can survive will go on. Also, continue dispatching supply search teams. We must ensure gasoline is available. Understood, but we'll need cooperation from Director Go and Director Yan for this. Jia Yiking, present. Go Wutao turned to the woman at the end of the table clad in a combat uniform and ordered, "You are in charge of coordinating this matter. Create contracting opportunities with the priority of protecting oneself." Wan Ji, Yan Tijun also spoke up, saying, "Assign 3 squads to assist in creating opportunities for contracts." "Yes." A man in camouflage responded loudly, his expression resolute. Wen Zenhui organized the contractors among the public to participate in the defense. Same as before, if those from the Government Affairs Hall and the guards can't cut it, then get lost. Let those who dare to contract step up. Understood, I'll go and take care of it. You can go down and make the arrangements now. Hold on. Next to Yan Tijun, a scholarly elder with graying hair raised his hand, interrupting Leroy Kang. Leroy Kang wasn't annoyed but instead asked cordially, "Professor Bei, do you have any requests?" Bei Kaiyuan nodded and said, "When contracting, be sure to observe the situation, especially the contracting of different types of monsters, as well as the different reactions of the contractors. Our understanding is still too limited. The more we know, the safer we'll be." "Elder Bei, I understand. I'll arrange it properly." Wen Zhenhui agreed, then took a few subordinates and left the conference room. Managing the temporary camp of over 2,000 people, which kept growing as civilians joined, was no easy task. Luckily, he wasn't the type to sit idly by, otherwise, it would have spelt disaster. After people left, Duanji and Zhao Yiking didn't stay either, following quickly to arrange the matters they had just been tasked with. In the conference room, only the 5 people at the very front remained, who were currently the 5 core figures of the South City camp. It'll become chaotic like this, Go Wutao sighed. He had managed to establish contact with various branches of South City, and the armed forces stationed at the Guard Bureau, amidst the unremitting fog. That's how they secured a certain level of armed force, but their numbers were limited. Civilians couldn't be turned away, setting aside responsibility, humans were a resource. To rebuild order, you couldn't do without people. But the more people there were, the harder it became to manage them, and this kind of forcefulness could also lead to dissatisfaction within their own ranks. But it's necessary to be like this. Leroy King's gaze was deep, since that eerie fog spread that day, and our meeting wasn't even finished before that eyeball appeared. Supernatural phenomena have gone beyond our understanding. No matter where these contractors came from, they are destined to become the mainstream force. Without harnessing this power, humanity has no chance of survival. When the eerie mist emerged, the official reaction was quick. Even before it reached the suburbs, they discovered communication disruptions, unidentified creatures in the fog, and a few individual cases of it oppressing people's mental states. The Government Affairs Hall immediately convened people from the Armed Forces and the Guard Bureau and held an emergency meeting, even inviting scholars such as Bei Kaiyuan, a professor of biology at South City University, and Tianjai Aksuan, a professor of physics, among others. But before they could understand what was happening, the situation escalated. They were lucky that the City Bureau was next to the Government Affairs Hall, otherwise, the death toll would have been much higher. Those present certainly understood the importance of contractors. They were here not only because of their pre-apocalyptic positions and abilities but more so because they were now contractors themselves and understood the power of contractors. "Professor Bei, Any progress on the evolution and enhancement of the angel envoys? Yan Tijun looked at Beikaiyuan, who shook his head and said, currently, the best method we've managed is to inject active tissues. At most, we can use the tissues of monsters that have an evolutionary link to one another to inject and improve the efficiency of evolution. As I said, only with a laboratory and complete experimental equipment is there a chance to purify a more efficient injection solution. With a bitter smile, Li Ruiking said, we'll try to sort out the laboratory and equipment as best we can, but not right now. Our primary goal is to survive, to secure our footing before we can start rebuilding. Beikaiyuan nodded and replied, I understand, but the monsters are evolving too. They're even forming their communities and gaining power, gradually taking over higher ecological niches and establishing their ecology. If humans fall behind, they may no longer be the protagonists of this land. As long as we're still here, and our guns are still firing, those monsters won't have their way. Yan Jun's voice was firm, but Beikaiyuan ignored his militaristic attitude and said with self-mocking laughter, is that so? A mere first-level intermediate contractor like me, an old man, can stride as though in flight, possessing the physical fitness 1 or 2 times that of an adult. What about those who are even more powerful? Yan Tijun's face stiffened. He certainly knew that contractors and angel envoys possess transcendent powers. Guns and ammunition could, for now, still cope. But with the severance of various supplies, the depletion of South City's current weapons and equipment, and the advancement of the monsters, it was very possible that the situation would turn around. South City wasn't a fortified city, the armed forces weren't numerous, and they weren't well equipped on a regular basis. Moreover, the equipment they were now acquiring was limited. Beyond these problems, the fog caused the plants to wither and even die. Although the lab trees could ensure plant life, if the population continued to grow, the crystals of the lab trees might not suffice. And what about that eyeball-like monster? Was that truly something humans could contend with? And what was the purpose of the contractors? A gift from the gods or lure? Nobody knew. Noticing the gravity on the faces of the three, Beikaiyuan's old friend Tian Jiaxuan shook his head at his side, signaling him to stop speaking. The three supported the entire base. In those first few days, a significant part of the armed forces was sent out to make contact with branches and the armed forces. When monsters attacked, they even had to fight personally. Now they were also constantly planning for the future of the camp. The burden was so heavy it was suffocating. Beikaiyuan sighed and said, it's not without hope. That girl Zhao Yiking sensed some boundaries of a first-order upper grade, and she vaguely saw something. Maybe at second order, things will be different. We still have a chance. Humanity also still has a chance. Let's hope so. Li Ruiking's voice was low, then he turned to Yan Tijun and Go Wu Tao, set the relocation point to the new park area. There are many factories and warehouses, which can accommodate more people and also facilitate the resumption of production. However, the situation there is unclear, and we need to send people to scout it out. I'll take care of the arrangements, said Go Wu Tao. Chapter 65, Synchronization. The production of incendiary bottles and the disassembly of new energy batteries were entirely delegated to Gan Xinglai and Zhu Zhuang by Suhan. He used the remaining metals and his skill of metal control to craft a batch of armor, which he distributed to all those who were going out on missions, including the angel envoys. Under the leadership of Gan Xinglai and Go Gang, the Keat Jwala squad managed the task of retrieving new energy batteries from the road surfaces. Even leaving the villa area for this task posed no great risk. Their combat abilities far surpassed those of ordinary zombies, and when encountering larger monsters, they could simply run them over with the truck, completing their mission without any trouble. Suhan stayed back at the villa, where he was right in the midst of battling a spider warrior in the yard of Villa 9. He fought hand-to-hand without using weapons, not even donning his black armor. Although the spider warrior was tall, standing at 5 meters, its 8 spear-like legs and 4 robust upper limbs still granted it rapid response speeds. Despite Suhan's considerable strength, he was defeated time and again in combat, completely overwhelmed by his opponent. Buoyed by defeat rather than discouraged, if he himself couldn't overcome the spider warrior, then the creature's advancement would have been in vain. He immersed his mind, continuously feeling the power of the spider warrior, especially focusing on the use of primary self-healing after being struck. The deeper his concentration, the more focused his mind became, and the closer his empathetic connection, the clearer he could sense the flow of skills. After numerous clearing battles, Suhan finally grasped the technique of skill synchronization, usage. The more a skill is used, the more adept one becomes, and as a contractor deeper in perception, the greater the possibility of comprehending and synchronizing with that skill. Especially for innate skills like iron skin and self-healing, the human body already possesses certain conditions needed to achieve these. Bang! Another heavy blow landed, and Suhan was sent flying backward. Although he had braced himself beforehand, His arms were still badly bruised from the impact. What's the difference between this force and getting hit by a car? Despite the pain, he couldn't help but cry out. Yet, he stood back up, his gaze intensely fixed on his arms as a brilliant smile emerged on his face. Insight successful, skill self-healing primary synchronized, a warm flow emerged in his body. His strength gently increasing a bit, but the most significant change was the surge of vitality and vigor pouring out from within. The bruising was receding at a steady pace, and the injuries from the battle were healing gradually. His method was correct. Although the process was torturous, it was an effective method. However, he might not personally engage in rough fighting next time, especially since the next skill he wished to comprehend was black armor. Fighting a spider warrior without using iron skin or black armor drained combat skills, but brawling with an armored spider warrior was a pointless aggravation. He couldn't breach their defenses himself, so he might as well leave it to other monsters to fight, such as the Meat Mountain Demon. Though this creature didn't wield sharp weapons, its fists, hammer-like when clenched, were effective in striking. However, it hadn't completely healed yet, so it needed more time. Suhan, everything's ready. 100 plus incendiary bottles, over 10 small oil drums, and 10 new energy batteries are all loaded on the truck. In one morning, Zhu Zhuang and his group had everything prepared. Gan Xinglai's team also came back with several vehicles and more than 10 zombie corpses, which were now disassembled. As for the zombie corpses, Suhan had no immediate use for fusion. Some were buried beside 2 lamp trees, while others were used to feed 2 half-fish monsters, giant claw zombies, and a meat mountain demon. Feeding didn't require much, as Bakelin had observed that these monsters could absorb the spiritual energy from their surroundings. If it was just to sustain life, then the external energy required would be relatively less. A very special bodily mechanism, but undoubtedly bad news for humans. That is, even if the monsters haven't eaten in a long time, they may not necessarily starve to death. Hoping to drag out the monsters until the apocalypse ends is an impossible task. Suhan said to Zhu Zhuang, if you're ready, then let's set out. We'll handle the human face tree this afternoon. Zhu Zhuang grinned and replied, don't worry, BBQ set meal huh? I've definitely got this. Suhan smiled, and then nearly 20 people split up and got into cars. This time, 3 trucks and 2 jeeps were deployed. 20 people were seated in these vehicles. The middle truck, apart from the driver, didn't have many people because it was carrying hazardous materials. Leaving the villa area, Suhan and Zhu Zhuang sat in the lead vehicle and began to closely observe the surroundings, gradually entering the main road. Suhan furrowed his brows slightly and said, it seems like the fog has thinned a bit more. Originally, with the glow from the lamp tree crystals, visibility was about 150 meters, but now it had clearly increased somewhat, approximately reaching 200 meters. There's a bit of that feeling. Do you think it will all dissipate one day? Suhan sighed and said, hard to say, and the real danger isn't this fog. Zhu Zhuang fell silent, continuing to drive, but as they gradually passed through the blocks, the environment on the streets rendered everyone in the vehicle even more silent. The long street was lined with various storefronts extending from near the truck deep into the fog. Normally, this would be a bustling area with non-stop hawking and plenty of cars parked along both sides of the street, but now everything was in a state of disarray. Cars were strewn alongside the road, windows shattered, hoods flipped open, and dark red bloodstains that had turned black smeared every corner of the street, on cars, storefronts, and the ground. Rotting corpses emitting a foul smell were occasionally seen, and nearly all the storefronts were forcefully broken into. It was unclear whether the survivors or monsters had done it. The longer the apocalypse wore on, the more widespread the scenes of desolation would become, and the situation would get increasingly out of order. The fleet slowly drove through the street, following the same road back towards the happiness community. Monsters attacked from the fog, but this time the strength of the fleet was much greater than before. Not only the trucks had been modified, but Suhan had also upgraded the 2 jeeps. The metal frameworks were sturdier, and the robust plow on the front was enough to break the bones of the attacking monsters, forcing them under the vehicle. In this way, after about an hour, they finally arrived at the periphery of Happiness Community. Enter from the back, park near Building 7, then creep over to check out the situation. Be mindful of any unusual movements from the plants. After giving these brief instructions, Suhan and the others entered the community. This time, in order not to alert the human face tree, they temporarily wrapped up the lamp tree crystals and did not use them. The community had become even more silent, the fog enveloping it made the area seem ghostly, the quietness accompanied by an almost uncontrollable sense of crisis. Everyone moved cautiously, guiding the vehicles to park under Building 7. Each person summoned their upstill to be on guard, while unloading and carrying their belongings. The heaviest items were the new energy vehicle batteries, weighing hundreds of kilos. A first-order inferior flesh corpse could barely carry them, But fortunately, there were several first-level intermediate flesh corpses and some warrior spiders in the team to handle the transportation. Footsteps sounded particularly loud in the fog. The quietness of Happiness Community surpassed everyone's expectations. The whole place seemed lifeless, void of living people, and even the monsters seemed to have perished. Leaving Building 7, they quietly made their way to the nearby parking lot, which was enshrouded in darkness and permeated with a pungent odor of burning. Large swaths of black extended out, covering almost the entire parking lot, hinting at the enormity of the fire that had occurred. Building 4 is over there. Everyone be careful. Suhan reminded them once more, gripping his poo knife tighter. The rest also tensed up, moving quietly closer. Just as they got closer, a tall shadow emerged in the fog, and multiple emaciated corpses dangled within it, gently swaying like horrifying wind chimes. A chill ran down everyone's spines, their hearts filled with dread to the extreme. Suhan's eyes hardened, his expression solemn. There are even more bodies now. Chapter 66. Prosperous and thriving. Gurgled Zhang Dehai couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his voice trembling. Is this the thing? It's freakishly scary. The dangling corpses appeared intermittently through the fog, giving off an incredibly eerie vibe, especially that towering shadow, casting a sense of oppression over everyone. Get moving, smash the gasoline onto it. Suhan knew there was no time to delay and, with a thought, was the first to smash a new energy battery over. The several hundred-pound object, under the terrifying force of the demon spider warrior, was like a small cannonball, thudding dully as it smashed against the trunk of the human-faced tree. Roar. The slumbering human-faced tree was jolted awake in an instant, its grotesque faces on the trunk contorting as it let out a terrifying roar. Crackle and pop. The thrown new energy battery distorted due to the violent collision, spewing out thick smoke and sparks. Keep going. Suhan had no intention of stopping. He even picked up a huge battery and threw it himself, while the demon spider warrior did the same. By this time, Zhu Zhuang and the others had already thrown their Molotov cocktails directly at the human-faced tree. The bottles shattered on its body, and instantly with a whoosh, the sparks ignited the gasoline and the flames roared to life. The flames quickly engulfed the trunk of the human-faced tree, yet Zhu Zhuang and the others didn't halt their efforts, hurling one Molotov cocktail after another. Explosions occurred amid the fierce flames, one fireball following another, while the new energy batteries, under the high temperatures, detonated massively. Roar in the surging sea of fire, the human-faced tree went berserk, its limbs flailing wildly, and countless vines spread out, shooting from the surrounding lawn toward Zhu Zhuang and his group. At the same time, the towering human-faced tree charged towards them, a body engulfed in flames, its crimson gaze and ferocious visage made all the more terrifying through the fire. Fall back and attack. Suhan was extremely calm, swinging his poo knives to cut off the attacking vines, while the demon spider warrior extended its claw hands to continually slash the vines, all the while its back arms kept throwing the remaining batteries. Although Zhu Zhuang and the others were momentarily hindered, they quickly took up their knives to fight the vines while another group, led by Gan Xingilai, huddled behind the others, continuing to throw the remaining Molotov cocktails. Terrible roars kept coming, and the blazing flames covered the entire lawn in front of the 4 buildings, the scorching heat making everyone feel the burn. In the heart of the flames, the human-faced tree's vines and trunk began to blacken, but it was not yet consumed by the fire. The combination of wood and flesh made the human-faced tree far more resilient than ordinary trees. It detested the flames, but as Suhan had predicted, it was not completely restrained by the fire. Within minutes, the human-faced tree, ablaze, had charged to the position where the group had initially been, forcing Suhan and the others to retreat back to the parking lot. Dragging and burning all along. Finally, at the parking lot, the last Molotov cocktail was thrown. Suhan, we're out of stuff. Suhan's eyes tightened as he said, retreat first, keep burning it for a while, then we'll attack again. He chopped off a vine and retreated quickly, Zhu Zhuang and the others following closely, without any hesitation. Unhindered in their retreat, the human-faced tree simply couldn't catch up. They quickly put a distance between themselves, the flames still licking the human-faced tree's body. The terrifying howls echoed throughout the whole community, and Zhu Zhuang, witnessing the figure within the flames, was stunned. This fire really can't easily burn it to death. Even though many vines had been burned, the thickest vines at the trunk held firm against the flames. The tree's flesh-like internal secretions, resembling blood, equally protected its body. The more sap secreted, the smaller the flames burned, and the infuriated human-faced tree surged towards Suhan and the others with boundless rage, having recovered from the intense blaze. Everyone was on tenterhooks. Suhan gripped his poo knife, saying, attack. Having burned so many vines, the human-faced tree's greatest reliance had been greatly reduced. The spider warrior bent its 8 spider legs and suddenly burst forth with strength, shooting out in an instant, leaping over 20 meters high, and with his arms clasped behind him, The poo knife came crashing down from above. Crack! The human face tree's vines thrashed to intercept, but the poo knife's sharp edge was so fierce that it chopped off the vines as thick as a man's thigh in one stroke, and red blood splattered out as the human face tree let out a wail. "We attack too, focus on harassment, be mindful of safety," one of them said. Zhu Zhuang and the others attacked the outer vines, while behind the spider warrior, many residual roots and vines surged out, attempting to ambush from behind. But Zhu Zhuang and his group would not allow it. They couldn't deal with the battle up front, but they definitely wouldn't drag Su Han down. Let the corpses be in front, contractors assist by cutting vines. If anyone gets entangled, call out immediately. Don't worry too much about friendly fire, we have iron skin. Zhu Zhuang cut through vines while yelling loudly. They all wore iron skin, boasting one of the strongest defenses. The vines wrapped towards them, initially targeting the corpses at the front, but were swiftly cut by the poo knives, and even if the force was too much and struck the corpse's iron skin, they didn't care. Zhu Zhuang's interference prevented the human face tree from ambushing the spider warrior from behind, leaving it no choice but to engage directly. However, the difference between the spider warrior of second-order low-grade and the four-armed corpse of first-order upper-grade was vast. With the protection of black armor, the entire spider warrior was like a pitch-black, heavily armored giant monster. Vine attacks capable of smashing walls hit the spider warrior, causing a clanging noise, but they couldn't inflict any real damage on its body. The force was absorbed layer by layer, and the iron skin defense was sufficient to withstand such blunt force impact, to say nothing of the self-healing ability. The blows from the vines, like a relentless drumbeat, echoed throughout the car park. But it was all for naught. The human face tree attempted to change its attack method, entwining to strangle the spider warrior. But the slashing poo knife cut the vines time after time, and the sharp metallic claws shredded all approaching tendrils. Su Han fought too, dodging with agility and cooperating with the spider warrior, continuing to cut the vines. As the vines thinned, the blood flowing from the human face tree increased, and the screaming tree began to consider retreat. But how could the spider warrior let its prey escape? It pounced closer to the human face tree, its great charge shaking the trunk and cracking the wooden exterior to reveal the bloody inner tissue, from which blood continued to surge. The spider warrior swung its poo knife mightily, carving gashes upon the trunk, as blood tracks multiplied, nearly staining the entire human face tree red. The cries grew more piercing, but also weaker, and when the tree's largest vine was cut, its reaction slowed even further. Splat! Just as the terrifying human face opened its gaping mouth, the spider warrior thrust its poo knife with all its might, the blade piercing through the tree's body. The roar stopped abruptly, the human face tree swayed and finally fell with a thunderous crash, dead at last. You have killed a second-order low-grade human face tree. Do you wish to bind the human face tree as an angel envoy? A piece of information entered Su Han's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, contract. Chapter 67, The Second Angel Envoy, Human Face Tree. As Su Han's contract orders were issued, the second page of the Book of Blood Spirit turned, and a red glow appeared from the book, engulfing the corpse of the human face tree within it. It wasn't just the nearly 7-meter trunk of the main body, but also those scattered, larger vine branches. The red light almost illuminated the entire parking lot. Everyone, be on alert, take out the lamp tree crystals, and be careful of monster ambushes. Zhu Zhuang's expression was grave, fearing someone might disturb Su Han's contract. He and Gan Xinglai protected Su Han from left and right, while Yi Kailing had the others spread out around the parking lot, keeping Su Han and the human face tree in the very center. The contract for the second angel envoy was slower than the first. Su Han concentrated his mind, carefully perceiving the entire contracting process. He could feel that he was gradually establishing a connection with the human face tree, perceiving its presence, and threads of reciprocating energy began to flow into his body. His body was becoming further enhanced, strength, speed, reaction. His senses and the ability to perceive the active spiritual energy around him were all strengthening. Bakelin's guess seemed to be right, this energy that appeared due to mutation was indeed somewhat related to the mind. Su Han could feel this active force through his own mind. His body's enhancement, contract forming, and monster's advancement all revolved around spiritual energy. However, before he could perceive more carefully in this state, the contract was already complete. The human face tree turned entirely into red light and vanished into the Book of Blood Spirit like a wisp of smoke. The red light gradually receded, converging onto Su Han's body, and then slowly dissipated. Su Han opened his eyes, and everyone's gaze focused on him. They involuntarily held their breath, and no one dared to ask questions first. Su Han revealed a smile and said, the contract was successful. As his voice fell, the red light gathered behind him, and the towering human face tree gradually emerged. Standing over 7 meters tall with thick, pitch-black branches, Rough as iron and exuding an air of somber twilight, its extending branches twisted, leaves sparse, seemingly stained with ink like moths symbolizing death temporarily resting on the branches. The vines drooped from the branches, numbering over 100, gently swaying, turning like serpents, cold and frightening. Yet, what sent chills down one's spine was a twisted human face that simply grew on the trunk, blood-red eyes staring ahead, eerie and cold. Angel Envoy, human-faced tree, rank, second order low grade, skills, fast-growing vines. The human-faced tree didn't have many skills, just one. But it was this single skill that made it incredibly difficult to deal with. The multitude of vines gave it many advantages in close combat. Entanglement control and vine attack methods far surpassed common monsters. The extension of the vines also made several dozen to hundreds of meters around its territory, deterring ordinary monsters from approaching. This skill is not bad, but the shortcomings still need to be compensated for. Suhan looked at the panel thoughtfully. He wasn't too worried about supplementing weaknesses because as long as he could fuse materials, there would always be a chance to choose suitable fusion materials to make up for the shortcomings. Compared to these, the significant increase in strength from having another Angel Envoy was the most important thing. Old Zhu, what's up? Suhan looked at Zhu Zhuang and said, take some people and clean up the remaining buildings to see if there are any survivors. Zhu Zhuang nodded and said, got it, I'll go now. Zhu Zhuang led people directly towards the nearby buildings. Suhan did not follow. The human-faced tree extended its branch-like hand, lifted him, and placed him onto itself. Suhan controlled the human-faced tree, patrolling around the happiness community. The community was very silent, and even the growling of monsters couldn't be heard through the fog. Before Suhan and his group had arrived, the human-faced tree, as the lord of the area, had already swept other monsters from the place. Arriving next to the parking lot by Building 10, Suhan looked over and saw vehicles scattered and parked everywhere, battered car windows, dented frames, and some cars were completely overturned. The parking lot had clearly seen a fierce battle, and although the black blood stains covered the entire area, no corpses were to be seen. With a human-faced tree present, all corpses would become its sustenance. More than 20 cars, the metal isn't insignificant, let's try to adapt first. Suhan controlled the human-faced tree which then used the fast-growing vines skill. The vines quickly extended outward, wrapping around an overturned car. From the pitch-black vines, dark silk threads began to secrete continuously, then wrapped around the metal, bit by bit starting to fuse. The speed of the fusion was much slower than Suhan had anticipated, and it was unclear whether it was due to individual reasons or compatibility factors. It took over 10 minutes for the metal of the first vehicle to be completely fused. 10% fusion degree. Suhan frowned slightly. This parking lot is probably only enough for one fusion. With a thought, he controlled more vines from the human-faced tree to spread out, winding around car after car, then extending dark silk threads to begin fusing the metal. However, clearly the speed of metal fusion wouldn't increase by much regardless of the number of vines. After 2 whole hours, the metal of over 20 vehicles was finally fused clean. Level 1 ordinary metal fusion complete, skill metallic quality obtained. With the fusion complete, the aura of the human-faced tree suddenly strengthened, its thick trunk growing taller, shooting up to over 8 meters, branches extending, and both trunk and vines exhibiting a metallic sheen within the pitch-black darkness. Moved by curiosity, Suhan paid close attention to this new skill, and his eyes lit up. Does this mean my body now contains metallic substances? Metallic quality, although not an active skill like iron skin forming protective layers akin to iron plates, was a passive skill directly amplifying the human-faced tree itself. Originally, the human-faced tree was a monster made of a combination of wood and flesh. Its vines and branches, though tough, were of a woody nature and its interior even softer, made of flesh. But now, whether its woody body or its fleshy body, both had additional metallic elements mixed in. Even though it hadn't developed an iron body, both strength and toughness had substantially increased. If the spider warrior were to use poo knives to strike again, it likely wouldn't be able to sever the vines as easily as before. Moreover, most importantly, a trunk that had become metallic was undoubtedly far more resistant to fire and high temperatures. A human-faced tree that fears flames and one that doesn't are simply not on the same level. Sensing the changes in the human-faced tree, footsteps soon approached, as Zhu Zhuang and the others arrived with lamp tree crystals. How's the situation? Zhu Zhuang shook his head, his voice low. Not good at all. Buildings 4, 5 and 6 are all gone, without a single body left behind. They were probably eaten by the thing. Buildings 1, 2, and 3 are deserted, just corpses and monsters, all killed. He looked up at Suhan in the human-faced tree and asked, do you want those monsters' corpses? After a brief contemplation, Suhan said, take me over there. With a thought, the human-faced tree lifted Zhu Zhuang and the others onto its branches, each one swaying unsteadily, hastily grabbing onto the branches, their hearts hairy with fear. They couldn't help thinking, this monster is even more terrifying than the spider warrior, just being up here is a challenge ordinary people can't handle. As the human face tree carried them over, Suhan continued to ask, what about the rest of the buildings? Building 7 goes without saying, we rescued 7 people from Building 8, Building 9. Zhu Zhuang's expression darkened as he talked about Building 9, I left no survivors in Building 9. There were some scumbags messing with women, driving them mad. A flicker of cold light passed through Suhan's eyes, but his expression remained calm. He wasn't surprised that such people would appear the longer the apocalypse went on. And Building 10? No survivors, they might have run away. In the midst of the conversation, the human face tree arrived beneath Building 3, and with a thought from Suhan, countless vines from the human face tree spread towards every floor. The corpses of monsters were almost all piled in the corridors, and with an extension of a vine, they were already touched. In just a few minutes, the corpses of the monsters were pulled back by the vines, hanging under the branches in a somewhat eerie fashion. Aside from Suhan, the others lying on the tree turned somewhat pale, their expressions strange. They felt as if they were fellow passengers with these corpses. Following the same process to clear the buildings of monsters, Suhan and his group finally returned to Building 7. Yi Kaling was comforting the rescued people, and the arrival of the human face tree startled them, but they were soon reassured. After stuffing the monster corpses into one of the truck trailers, everyone descended one after another, boarding the trucks and jeeps to start heading back. The vehicles slowly made their way through the fog, with the light from lamp tree crystals illuminating the streets. They hadn't left Happiness Community for long when suddenly the last truck quietly turned on its hazard lights. Zhu Zhuang's expression tensed, and Suhan looked at Zhu Zhuang, asking, what's wrong? Zhu Zhuang spoke gravely, Old Go is signaling. There might be trouble at the back. Chapter 68, The Stalker That Shadows. The convoy slowly stopped, and Suhan and Zhu Zhuang were the first to get out of the vehicle, making their way to Go Gang's truck. Without communication tools, this was the only way for them to inquire about the situation. What happened? I noticed some movement behind us, a flash of light. Go Gang's expression was solemn as he lowered his voice, I feel like we're being tailed. In the fog, no one could be seen. His was the last vehicle, and the light from the lamp tree crystals was also the dimmest. But a sharp instinct and a fleeting glimmer of yellow light made him alert. A monster? Suhan's gaze sharpened before he asked. Go Gang hesitated before responding, it felt more like vehicle headlights. Upon hearing this, Suhan's expression turned colder as he said, don't move the convoy, I'll go take a look. With a thought, the Book of Blood Spirit lit up, and the colossal human face tree appeared next to the convoy. The human face tree didn't move fast, so it couldn't scout the way like a demon spider warrior during the journey. Suhan retracted it back into the pages of the Book of Blood Spirit. But now there might be something behind the convoy, so it was the perfect time to put it to use. Fast-growing vines. The vines spread quickly, extending from both sides of the street and the ground towards the mist behind. Under the skill's control, the length of the vines could reach nearly 200 meters. Below the mist, even if someone was tailing them, they couldn't be further than that distance. After all, it would be too far to notice any movements. Be careful, they've stopped ahead, hurry up and hide. 200 meters away at a street corner, 2 men lurked stealthily behind a turn, with a motorcycle that had been turned off sitting beside them. One was short and thin, with scruffy whiskers, while the other was slightly taller, sporting a round pot belly, and had a pair of shifty, triangle-shaped eyes. They haven't noticed us, have they? Zhao Jun went back to call the boss but hasn't shown up yet. We're no match for them. The short, thin man complained, but he didn't dare vent his frustration directly at the stocky man, only saying, there are 4 vehicles in their group. What are we doing messing with them? If we're discovered, we're done for. The tall, stocky man glanced at him and said, Bei Dongxin, they came from Happiness Community, and they're the closest to Lihu's supermarket. Guess who cleaned out the supermarket? Bei Dongxin's eyes rolled around as he said, Han Ben, you mean the truck is loaded with supplies? Han Ben nodded, exactly, that truck is heavy, it must be full. If we can snatch it, not to mention the supplies, even the 2 trucks and crystals would be enough for our use. Neither of them was opposed to the idea of the robbery. This wasn't their first time engaging in such acts. Though there were still scattered supplies on the streets, there was a significant difference between risking monster attacks while searching for supplies and taking what others had gathered. We're far enough away that they won't notice us. Once they start driving, it'd be best to find out first where they're heading. Han Ben hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly heard a rustling sound. He instantly became alert and turned around sharply, only to see a dark shadow flash by in the mist, like a long snake. Damn it, a monster. Han Ben immediately reacted, his Book of Blood Spirit lighting up as he quickly summoned his angel envoy, He had been too preoccupied with tailing to summon it earlier and was now anxiously regretting it. Accompanied by a flash of red light, a two-headed rat appeared beside him, about the size of a medium dog, roughly 1 meter long and half a meter tall, its sparse fur revealing sinister-looking red flesh. Baedongsun's movements were slightly delayed. His angel envoy was a flesh corpse, hunched and with twisted bones, clinging to the ground, limbs touching the earth, growling like a beast. The two were on high alert, and Han Ben lowered his voice and said, "Let's go, don't follow anymore." They had just started to back away, but they froze as they turned around to see countless vines in front of them, dark as ink, writhing as though they were cold, black snakes. Their faces turned pale, full of terror. "Run!" The moment Han Ben's words fell, the vines launched an attack, shooting towards them. The two-headed rat and the flesh corpse angel envoys tried to block them, rushing up as commanded by Han Ben and Baedongsun, but they were entangled by the vines in just one encounter. Biting and claw strikes were fruitless, leaving only shallow marks on the vines. Then they watched helplessly as the vines tightened, gradually breaking off the limbs of the flesh corpse and the two-headed rat. The vines rapidly approached Han Ben and Baedongsun, and, in a moment of panic, fueled by desperation, Han Ben shoved Baedongsun towards the fast-growing vines. He then took advantage of the gap to sprint towards the motorcycle. If he could just get on the motorcycle, he could escape far away. As for Baedongsun, he could only apologize. Han Ben's plan seemed perfect, but suddenly his ankle tightened and, unable to stop his momentum, he fell face first to the ground, blood immediately seeping from the abrasions. The vines had already extended from the ground, binding his ankles. In just a brief encounter, whether it was the angel envoys or Han Ben and Baedongsun, they were all bound up by the vines like Zongtsai, and then dragged toward the direction where Suhan's convoy was. "Got them." Suhan, realizing that the human face tree had succeeded, turned to Old Zhu and said, "Have everyone stay vigilant around." "Okay." Old Zhu nodded, then called for the contractors to get out of the vehicles, commanding their angel envoys to seal off the streets around the convoy, guarding against any monster attacks. Although this block was much emptier due to the sweep they conducted while escaping earlier and the noise made previously by Cheng Zanyang and his team that attracted many monsters away, it did not mean that there were no monsters lurking around. It's always better to be careful. Suhan might not easily fall to an attack, but Zhuang and the others might not fare so well. As the vines tightened, Han Ben and Baedongsun were soon dragged over in the fog, along with the two struggling angel envoys. Go Gang's face turned cold. There really was someone with them. "Big brother, misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding, we are survivors, not monsters." Seeing that humans were controlling the vines and not monsters, Han Ben was startled, but his instinct to survive made his mind race as he quickly pleaded for mercy. Hey, brother, that's not quite right, now is it? Decent folks don't follow and tail others, right?" Before Suhan could speak, Zhang Dehai's face twitched, wearing a faux smile. Having mingled in the construction business in South City, he had seen all sorts of people. There was a shifty look in Han Ben's eyes, tinged with maliciousness. He was no easy mark. No, it's really a misunderstanding." Han Ben quickly defended himself, and Baedongsun, his eyes turning red with urgency, hastily said, We just heard some noises and came to look, we meant no harm." Suhan's expression remained indifferent as he said, "Old Zhu, Zhang Dehai, one of you take them to the front, the other to the back. You have 10 minutes to find out their origins and purposes." His gaze fell on Han Ben and Baedongsun, and he smiled slightly. "Confess and you'll be dealt with leniently. Fail to speak up or give the wrong answers, and you'll feed my angel envoys." In an instant, Han Ben and Baedongsun involuntarily glanced at the gruesome human face tree and its twisted human faces, trembling. Chapter 69, Buck's Gym. Han Ben and Baedongsun wanted to beg for mercy, but after Zhuang and Zhang Dehai received the orders, they led the two separately to the front and back of the convoy. Any extra word would mean a knife to the throat. Zhuang coordinated with Yi Kaling while Gan Xinglai followed Zhang Dehai. They formed pairs and began interrogating. Suhan waited on the spot for less than 15 minutes before Zhuang and Zhang Dehai came back one after the other to report the situation to him. "Spilled the beans just like that." Zhuang approached Suhan. Suhan was not surprised by this outcome. They were only ordinary people, and not many could keep their mouths shut when faced with a prisoner's dilemma. Zhang Dehai also said, "That skinny guy was almost the same, told everything he knew." Suhan nodded and said, "Old Zhu, you go first. If there's anything inconsistent, old Zhang will point it out. The tall one is Han Ben, the short and skinny one is Baedongsun. They were out to look for supplies and survivors. There was supposed to be another one, Zhao Jun, but he went back to report." As he organized the information extracted from the interrogation, he slowly said, "Their group gathers at Buck's Gym. There are 29 people in total, 25 men and 4 women. Most of them were originally trainers and clients of Buck's gym. The leader is Nirilong, the gym owner. Their angel envoy is a creature called Bloodbone Lizard, strength unknown. After Zhu Zhuang finished, Zhang Dehai added, the information is almost the same. According to Bai Dongxin, the angel envoy originally mutated from the green-maned lizard that Nirilong had in his office. He got lucky during the mutation and killed the contract with a dumbbell. Although its strength is unclear, Bai Dongxin has seen it flip over cars. Suhan's gaze flickered slightly. With so many people in South City, it was normal for some to have great talent and luck, but irritating them was unfortunate. How many times have they done this kind of thing? Zhu Zhuang sneered, never did before. They said it was a misunderstanding, wanting to pull us into their camp. Zhang Dehai grinned and said, that's bad luck. That kid's timid, claimed he only did it once, never killed anyone, but I don't believe it. While Bai Dongxin was not as brave as Han Ben, initially claiming he had never done it, once Zhang Dehai stabbed a knife into his hand, he immediately cried out that it was just once. Even so, Zhang Dehai did not believe it. How could they be so skilled if it was just once? Claiming to search for supplies, but clearly, they were looking for survivors. They incidentally heard the commotion from Happiness Community's battle and stealthily approached. Buck's gym, right? Suhan's eyes grew colder as he looked at Zhu Zhuang and said, Old Zhu, you drive the first car and lead the way to Buck's gym. What about them? Zhu Zhuang pointed toward the 2 men, bound by vines in midair. Suhan said calmly, kill one, keep the other. Han Ben and Bai Dongxin's faces drastically changed, but in the next moment, the vines had already gagged their mouths, leaving them unable to beg for mercy. Han Ben was pulled by the vines to the front of the human face tree. The twisted human face opened its huge mouth, and under everyone's watch, he was thrown inside, along with his angel envoy. Crunch. Crunch. The sound of chewing came, and blood oozed from the human face tree's large mouth, causing even those on Suhan's side to tense up. Bai Dongxin's face turned deathly pale, his pants wet with urine in fear. The vine tightened and knocked him unconscious. Zhu Zhuang came back to his senses, quickly bound him up, and dragged him to the cart containing monster corpses and locked him up. Boss, we've found survivors from Happiness Community. Lehua supermarket was emptied by them. Inside Buck's gym, the yellow light from the lamp tree illuminated the spacious gym as a middle-aged man in black reported to a strong, muscular man. Are you sure? Nirilong's eyes brightened, and behind him, the angel envoy Bloodbone Lizard shifted slightly, emitting a low growl that caused Zhao Jun to shiver slightly. Zhao Jun hurriedly said, we heard the noise from Happiness Community and went to see. A convoy, 2 trucks, 2 jeeps, no more than a dozen people. The trucks were heavy, probably loaded with stuff. He asserted confidently, Happiness Community is the closest to Lehua supermarket, the goods were definitely moved by them. Lehua supermarket was the most comprehensive supermarket nearby, and after the fog had cleared, Nirilong had organized his people to explore it, but the items were scattered everywhere, leaving almost nothing behind. Where is it? Nirilong was clearly intrigued. The resources of a supermarket could be obtained much faster than scavenging convenience stores around or looting from other survivors. Down the small street toward the second river, Han Ben and his group are on it. Nirilong stood up, and the voluptuous woman next to him quickly followed suit, her tight sports shirt quivering slightly with the movement. Call everyone over. Zhao Jun quickly nodded, I'll go right now. He immediately left the second floor and headed to the first floor of Buck's gym to call people. Nirilong straightened his clothes and then said to the woman beside him, Danzin, go lock those 3 women up, follow the usual rule, don't open the door if I'm not back, and no one standing guard is allowed upstairs. Don't worry, Brother Long, I definitely won't let them out. Danzin was very obedient, her eyes coquettishly gleaming as she embraced Nirilong's stout arm and planted a sweet kiss on it. Seeing Danzin so compliant, Nirilong's face revealed a satisfied smile, and his hand moved unreservedly. Just stick with me, you're not like them, don't worry. He grinned suddenly, his eyes holding a hint of ill intent, join us tonight. Danzin stiffened, then immediately nodded, as you say. Seeing Danzin's demeanor, Nirilong laughed heartily as he headed to the first floor, followed closely by the Bloodbone Lizard, a massive creature 3 meters in length. There were 4 female survivors in the gym, one of whom belonged to Nirilong, while the remaining 3 were for the group. This was Nirilong's method. In this apocalyptic world, money had lost its value. What controlled people apart from food was typically desire. Whether it was the 3 women or the looted resources, they were all kept on the second floor. The plan was to act as a team. Those involved in exploration, looting, or doing anything beneficial for the team would get more food and resources allocated. Food or resources served 2 purposes, one for eating and the other naturally for trading for certain things, like doing something venting with the 3 women. The more they did, the more resources they acquired, and naturally, the more they could do. Those who disobeyed or performed poorly would receive less of the resources, or even have their food for the day withheld. The methods were simple and brutal, but in such an end-of-the-world scenario, they were unusually effective. If initially the survivors here obeyed him only out of fear of his forcefulness, then as more people entered the second floor's room and indulged, the more people willingly obeyed him. Even so, some in the team wanted to snatch a few women during their searches. However, Niralong vetoed the idea. He wanted control of the team. With sufficient resources, he needed to ensure he could command a team, rather than just play with women. But now, it seemed, if they snatched this batch of resources, the team could indeed expand. Boss Niralong had reached the first floor. The people had already gathered, over 20 muscular, tall men standing in the hall. You all know, right? Niralong scanned the crowd, saw everyone nod, and then spoke. The goods in 2 trucks. After we grab them, we can change locations, expand our numbers. At that time, what you guys want won't be out of reach. The men's eyes lit up, and the atmosphere surged with excitement. Seeing his goal achieved, Niralong said, Wang Dong, Li Zhu, you two stay back. Everyone else, out the door and into the cars. Follow me and chase after them. Chapter 70, Who Doesn't Want to Kill Someone? The group moved the objects blocking the entrance of Buck's gym aside and then cautiously walked out, using a lamp tree crystal encased in a cover as a lantern. There were quite a few vehicles parked in front of the entrance to Buck's gym, about 6 or 7, all of which were large-capacity vehicles, parked on either side, perfectly shielding the main entrance of Buck's gym. The monsters on this street had been cleared early on by Niralong and his people, but for safety's sake, he still chose to park this way, using the vehicles as a cover, which showed that he was a very cautious man. Everyone was holding machetes and steel pipes, including Niralong, who held a crowbar. The blood-bone lizard did not get in the car but stood next to his. Zhao Jun leads the way, everyone else, follow closely. Humming sound however, before Niralong and his men had a chance to get into their cars, a sound came through the fog, and a faint yellow glow pierced the mist to illuminate their figures. Niralong's face changed slightly. Then they saw a large red truck slowly emerging from the fog, followed by 2 jeeps and another truck. In an instant, he knew this must be the truck convoy Zhao Jun had mentioned, and the fact that the convoy could track them here meant trouble was afoot, and the newcomers did not come with good intentions. He sneered, thinking to himself, good that they've come, saves me the effort. Click, the truck door opened, and Suhan and Zhuang came out from the front, while the people from the jeeps got down to size up Niralong and his group. Zhuang glanced at the number of people on the other side and then at the fierce lizard monster behind Niralong. His heart suddenly lightened. This was a sure win. The blood-bone lizard, over 3 meters in length, stood as tall as a man when it held its head high, its blood-red skin as vivid as blood, and its body adorned with gray-white bones interwoven with red patterns on its spine, cheeks, shoulders, and claws, resembling a hellish demon. Zhuang had to admit the blood-bone lizard looked ferocious, even more menacing than the giant claw zombie. But as fierce as it was, it mattered who it was compared to. Brother, you think a few guys like this are enough to pick a fight? You're really underestimating us, said Zhuang. Seeing the people who had just disembarked from the truck, Niralong approached them with a fake smile accompanied by his own men. On Suhan's side, counting all of them, there were only about 20 combatants, and not everyone had fully gotten off the trucks yet. On the other side, Niralong's 20 or so strong men stood there, indeed making a more imposing presence. You must have captured my people, right? Release them and leave half of the supplies, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite, Niralong said with an increasingly fierce look in his eyes, staring at Suhan like a vicious wolf. Being able to own such a large gym and gather a group of followers, he was never a pushover, and having gained power in this post-apocalyptic world, he had become even more brazen. As Niralong finished speaking, his followers summoned their angel envoys, and the monstrous roars echoed one after another. The majority were flesh corpses, robust in stature, with twisted spines, opening their bloody maws and sharp claws, which sent shivers down the spine. Suddenly having 20 more monsters, Niralong's side seemed to have the numbers of a few dozen men, truly an intimidating sight. However, Suhan just sneered, not at all intimidated by Niralong's little antics. His people had not only cleared the villa of monsters but had recently fought the human face tree. They might not claim to be battle-hardened, but they were certainly no ordinary people. Without needing Suhan to say more, everyone immediately summoned their angel envoys, with giant macrophage dogs splitting to both sides, opening their fierce mouths and growling threateningly. One by one, the angel envoy flesh corpses were summoned, clad in armor and wielding machetes, not looking like monsters but more like a heavily armored army. Niralong's pupils shrank suddenly, his expression as if he had seen a ghost, and then he immediately changed his tune, Wait, brother, I think there might be a misunderstanding. He stepped forward a few paces and suddenly started to soften his tone. There was no choice, he was well aware of the difference between monsters clad in iron armor and ordinary monsters. Do you think it's a misunderstanding just because you say so? Zhu Zhuang replied with a cold sneer, making Nirelong's expression even uglier as he said in a deep voice, "Brother, 2 injured parties is no good in this post-apocalyptic world. You have your iron armor, and I have my bloodbone lizard." Although it seemed like a threat, the bloodbone lizard, like Nirelong, moved a few steps forward, stopping just over 20 meters away from Suhan and his group, close enough for them to see clearly the grotesque visage of the bloodbone lizard. Zhu Zhuang was about to snap back with a retort, "I have one, too," when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a triumphant gleam in Nirelong's gloomy eyes. His heart skipped a beat, a bad feeling that there was trickery afoot. He instinctively pushed Suhan away, but he found Suhan unmoved. The bloodbone lizard opposite them suddenly attacked, opening its bloody maw, and a crimson tongue bristling with sharp barbs shot out at an incredible speed, almost too fast to see. The crimson tongue stretched across more than 20 meters, charging straight at Suhan, with Nirelong never having considered any form of compromise from the start. Even after seeing that the angel envoy by Suhan's side was clad in iron armor, he simply shifted from a head-on crushing assault to a stealthy ambush. Nirelong's goal had always been crystal clear, to kill Suhan and his group. At this moment, his smile finally became utterly unrestrained, confident that with his bloodbone lizard's involvement, success was guaranteed. However, the situation suddenly changed. Clang vines shot out fiercely, entangling the crimson tongue. The sharp barbs scraped against the dark vines, emitting a metallic sound. "What is that?" Nirelong was startled to see that the ground had, unbeknownst to him, become covered with vine-like tendrils, snaking everywhere, filling both sides of the street, and guarding Suhan so tightly that not even air could pass through. The bloodbone lizard tried to withdraw its tongue, but more vines bound it, and no matter how much the bloodbone lizard struggled, it couldn't pull its tongue back. The pain of pulling caused the bloodbone lizard to howl, its appearance growing more ferocious. And at this time, as the vines slowly writhed, Suhan's figure emerged, sneering at Nirelong. "You didn't really think you were the only one wanting to kill someone, did you?" Suhan's words caused a sudden change in the expressions of Nirelong and his men, but before they could react, Suhan had already ordered, "Old Zhu, make your move. I'll handle the lizard, you guys deal with the rest." "Got it. I'll take care of the rest, this is my forte." Zhang Dehai grinned, not bragging, "but I had some experience back in the day." "Everyone grab your weapon and go at them, the zombies in front, the dogs to the sides, hit them hard, and keep the formation tight." Zhu Zhuang pulled out a machete, and Zhang Dehai had somehow switched to a club, the two scoundrel leaders leading their men into the fray head-on. Seeing the tide turning against him, Nirelong immediately rushed toward his bloodbone lizard, hoping to use its power to gain control of the situation. "You backstabbing son of a bitch, I'll fight you to the death." A fierce look flashed in his eyes as he controlled the bloodbone lizard to bite off its tongue and break free, blood splattering all over, its agonized roars echoing down the entire street. Nirelong vaulted onto the back of the bloodbone lizard, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Fight them, or we all die." His loud narration had an effect, and the people from Buck's gym came to their senses, immediately sending the zombies charging at the front lines. With everyone already at the doorway, where could they run if they didn't fight? Seeing morale boosted, Nirelong felt slightly relieved, but his gaze became even more viciously fixed on Suhan. Only by killing him and the mysterious Vine Angel envoy could today's issues be resolved. The bloodbone lizard leaped high into the air, heading straight for Suhan. A distance of over 20 meters closed in an instant. "You asked for it, don't think you can stop me with mere vines." As the distance narrowed, Nirelong could already envision himself breaking through the vines and tearing Suhan to shreds on the ground. However, just as he was feeling triumphant, suddenly a dark figure leaped out and landed right in front of him. Giant hands grasped the head of the bloodbone lizard, the ferocious bone spurs scraping against the black armor, producing a grating noise. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the massive bloodbone lizard, along with its rider, was slammed to the ground. Chapter 71 3 Lamp Trees. Nirelong crashed to the ground in a mess, his body covered in scrapes and bruises. If it hadn't been for the strength of the bloodbone lizard, which had nourished him and enhanced his physique considerably, this fall would have likely resulted in several fractures. Compared to Nirelong, however, the bloodbone lizard that bore the brunt of the body slam was not so fortunate. Its facial bones were nearly shattered, its bony spurs torn through the skin, and fresh blood surged out, making its already crimson skin even more vivid. Only then did Nirelong get a clear view of the attacking creature, a monstrous being with the body of a human on top and a giant spider on the bottom, standing like a fierce general before him and the bloodbone lizard. "It's over." Niralong felt darkness closing in on his vision. He knew he no longer had a chance. The spider warrior strode toward the bloodbone lizard. Niralong, with a surge of desperation, aimed to fight to the death. The bloodbone lizard suddenly lunged forward, its gaping mouth biting at the spider warrior's arm. With a clangorous sound, no matter how ferociously it bit, the spider warrior remained unshaken. His black armor's defense was not something the bloodbone lizard could penetrate. The spider warrior extended his hand into the bloodbone lizard's mouth, grasping the broken half of its tongue with an iron grip. The other 3 hands seized the points between the lizard's head and shoulder blades, and with a low roar, he lifted the bloodbone lizard into the air. Hoisting it above his head, he then smashed it onto the ground. The dull thud was accompanied by the sound of breaking bone, the hard ground stained with a dark patch of blood and an indentation. The bloodbone lizard had no strength left to resist, blood continuously spilling from its mouth. Thump, 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 the human-faced tree emerged from the fog and, to Niralong's horror, countless vines wrapped around him and the bloodbone lizard. Suhan looked over to the crowd, where Zhuang and Zhang Dehai, 2 burly men, under their leadership, were almost single-handedly dominating the scene. It might seem like the gym's muscular men were not weak in strength, but they couldn't withstand wearing only one piece of clothing. Their weapons clanged harmlessly off of Suhan's men. Aside from a bout of pain, there were no other outcomes. But with Zhuang and his company, a single cut meant, even if not lethal, a large wound was made, having their fighting ability. The contractor's meaty corporeal angels stood at the forefront, holding off for a while, but once the flesh was killed, the contractors were doomed. Their spirits were struck as if hammered by a heavy fist, and they fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Of course, some were a bit more resilient and did not faint, but their faces turned pale in an instant, with no fight left in them. In Suhan's camp, there was Yi Kaling, a person wielding a bow and arrow, who killed more enemies than Zhuang and Zhang Dehai by shooting an arrow every time. Fear enveloped every member of the Bucks gym as 2 massive monster angels appeared on Suhan's side. They collapsed, not a single person cried out loud to retreat. But everyone was desperately trying to flee, clambering onto the nearby cars behind them, then aiming to leave the place for good. Only now they were contemplating escape, but it was already too late. Vines continued to spread, enclosing from both sides of the street like a birdcage. The dozen or so surviving individuals were soon bound up tight by the vines. The cars hadn't even started moving before the vines pulled at them, dragging the occupants out. By the time Suhan, with a human-faced tree and spider warrior, reached the front, all people had been trussed up like rice dumplings, hanging under the trees. Suhan counted carefully, including Niralong. There were still 14 people alive. Suhan, how do you want to handle this? Suhan glanced at the gym, then said, there are still people inside the gym, let's catch them first, and then you, old Gan, old Zhang, question them about the situation, and sort out the resources. Alright, I'm on it. Zhuang was about to apprehend individuals, but those left behind in the gym, including Wang Dong and Li Zhu, had already lost all will to resist. The moment someone approached, they opened the doors. Including Dan Xin, with their hands on their heads, they surrendered. We surrender, don't kill us. Zhuang laughed, why didn't you do that earlier? Just kneel down and stay put. Zhao Yiman, you go up and search for supplies, old Gan, we will take turns questioning people. The group set into action, but it wasn't long before Yi Kaling unexpectedly arrived, escorting 3 disheveled women wrapped in jackets. They were attractive and had fine figures, but their hair was messy, and their eyes looked vacant. Boss, there's a situation. Yi Kaling approached Suhan, her expression as cold as steel. She lowered her voice and said, these women were found on the 2nd floor, they have been. Even with her voice lowered, she couldn't mask the chill in her tone. As a woman herself, she naturally felt a profound rage for what the trio had endured. The conduct of Niralong and his gang was truly appalling. Suhan's eyes flickered, a cold light flashing through them. Neither Han Ben nor Bei Dongxin had mentioned this bit. From now on, you 3 will join our camp, and we'll try to keep this as quiet as possible. Suhan called out to the 3 women, whose lost gazes fluctuated slightly as they looked at Suhan. The women hadn't gone mad. Niralong was using them to control the team, but he wasn't unrestrainedly treating them as tools for everyone's use. After all, things of little value are not cherished and are kept dangling. First, get them in the car, and let's not bring this up with anyone else. Although the encounters in this post-apocalyptic world could arouse sympathy, sympathy isn't something one can live on, and rescuing them was already a mercy. If they still couldn't adapt afterward, then that was no longer Suhan's concern. Boss, there's something on the 2nd floor. Not long after Yi Kaling left, Suhan also entered the gym, but as soon as he arrived, Zhao Yiman suddenly shouted excitedly to him. Suhan followed the voice to the 2nd floor, where Zhao Yiman was already standing at the doorway of the room, his excitement evident. "They have a lot of lamp trees and crystals." Hearing this, Suhan's eyes brightened. He quickened his pace, and when he reached the doorway and pushed the door open, sure enough, there were 3 lamp trees. One of them was planted in a large pot and was quite tall, about 70 centimeters, and the other 2 were a bit smaller at 30 or 40 centimeters. Hanging above the lamp trees were crystals, 4 in total. The largest was the size of a lychee, and the rest were the size of thumbs, their pale yellow glow illuminating the entire room. "Pack them up and take them back." Suhan felt a surge of joy. After contracting with a human-faced tree, his initial thought had been to contract with a lamp tree or its crystals, but they only had 2 trees suitable for fusion at the villa, and that wasn't enough material to start with. There weren't enough for daily use to begin with, let alone for fusion, so they were really strapped for supplies. But now, with 3 more trees, it was a different story. The goods Niralong had looted had inadvertently given Suhan a big help. When Suhan came out of the gym, Zhuzhuang and the others had already finished their questioning, and their faces, as well as those of Ganzingalai and the rest, looked pretty ugly. In the past month, Niralong had attacked 3 groups, with only the first time resulting in severe injuries and no deaths, but on the latter 2 occasions, the leaders were all killed. Moreover, the most important thing was that Zhuzhuang had also found out about the matter with the 3 women. The bastard. After informing Suhan of the results of the interrogation, Zhuzhuang couldn't hold back and asked, "What should we do with them?" At those words, everyone's gaze turned to Suhan, especially the people from Buck's gym. They all wanted to live. "Please, spare us, it was all Niralong's doing, we had nothing to do with it." "Right, we were forced." Begging for mercy began to rise, from one to a chorus, but Suhan just coldly glanced over and said calmly, "Just kill them, no need to bury." At that, the faces of the people from Buck's gym went ashen. Their desire for survival sent them into a panic, and their pleas became increasingly louder. However, under control, the vines were tightening, gradually silencing their mouths. As more and more of their companions were silenced, one of them suddenly shouted in anger, "What's the difference between you and us if you kill us?" Suhan was taken aback and then laughed. He looked at the man who, though slightly more robust than the others, was a bit less imposing and had a scholarly look about him, though he now appeared hysterical. Who knew if he was a teacher or some kind of clerk before the apocalypse? There is no difference in killing, no one cares about that in the post-apocalyptic world. Suhan seemed to be answering patiently, "However, you provoked me, so you deserve to die. Also, you really are disgusting." His words were like a death sentence, as Zhuzhuang and his men, armed with knives, had already approached the group of contractors. They understood Suhan's intention. Of course, the human-faced tree could kill, but this time they were the ones who had to act. Whether it was adapting to the post-apocalyptic world or uniting the team, they had to do it. "Oh, and don't kill Niralong, keep him and the blood-bone lizard to draw blood when we get back." Chapter 72 Progress in injection preparations. The sharp knife plunged into the chest of the bound man, blood spraying out and flowing onto the hands of the executioner, warm and emitting a bloodthirsty scent. Although it was their first execution, the crowd's actions showed little hesitation. 1 month was enough for everyone to adapt to this apocalypse, not to mention, they were not exactly killing the innocent now. All 7 vehicles are good, and there's enough fuel. Zhuzhuang inspected the vehicles and found that they were usually used by Niralong and his crew, basically in decent condition. Even the battle that had just transpired had caused only minor damage to the windows and hadn't seriously harmed them. Let a few people drive them back. After thoroughly clearing out the Bucks gym, everyone began their journey back. This time the convoy was even more significant, with a truck at the front and 1 at the rear, and 9 vehicles following in the middle, all strong and powerful. Along the way, of course, there were monster attacks, even hordes of flesh zombies hunting, but with the trucks leading the way and the support from the spider warriors and human-faced trees at any moment, nothing dangerous occurred. Upon returning to Shanu Villa, Zhuzhuang and the others took charge of settling the newcomers and organizing the supplies, of course, with Yan Mi overseeing the whole situation. Suhan used his control over the human-faced tree to bind Niralong and the blood-bone lizard and drag them to the courtyard of Villa number 9. Then, using the scarce metal control to transform, he turned it into a cage to imprison them, meanwhile extending chains from the cage to bind them. Although the angel envoy could summon and retrieve the Book of Blood Spirit, it wasn't something that could be done completely at will or under any circumstances or in any situation. If the retrieval could be done at any time, there wouldn't be cases of angel envoys being seriously injured or even killed. To retrieve the angel envoy, one needed to focus mentally, and the process couldn't be too severely disturbed, especially if the angel envoy couldn't be in a state of combat or bondage. This was a rule that Suhan and the others gradually figured out later on. Of course, the limitations of summoning and retrieving were also closely related to the strength of the angel envoy, being tied up with the same ropes. Old Zhu and the others faced much more resistance and energy consumption when recalling their angel envoys, at times even unable to recall them. As for Suhan, his spider warrior easily broke through such invisible barriers. Right now, Niralong was already restrained, and the blood-bone lizard was even pierced by chains, so summoning it back wasn't going to be easy. We're running low on metal, and it's not good to fully merge the cars either. After locking up Niralong, Suhan once again noticed the issue with metal. Metal was needed for reinforcing the defenses of Shanu Villa, for dealing with the fish-head monster by using it for the cage, and finally for fusion. The spider warrior had a clear affinity for metal, and both metal manipulation and black armor had great potential. Only if they continued to merge with metal could further development be possible, so fusion was something that couldn't stop. Although the human face tree didn't have a high compatibility with metal, the material could still provide it with significant enhancement. Long-term fusion wasn't very practical, as the time required and quantity needed would grow exponentially. But for a short-term increase in strength and to cover weaknesses, fusion with metal was essential, meaning more metal was needed. Suhan pondered the next step in the plan, his brows slightly furrowed. Despite being at the second-order low grade, his power seemed trivial compared to the fog that enveloped the entire city and, indeed, the world. Pat, pat, pat footsteps approached from behind, and Suhan turned his head. Bakelin? What was she doing here? As he was wondering, he heard Bakelin say, the injection has made some new progress. Upon hearing this, Suhan became interested and asked, tell me more. I extracted blood from the half-fish monster, giant claw zombie, and meat mountain demon as temporary injections, 8 vials from the half-fish monster, 5 from the giant claw zombie, and 2 from the meat mountain demon. Moreover, I discovered that even without purification, the injection liquid retains more activity under the yellow light of lamp tree crystals. Bakelin paused for a moment and added, I suspect it's because the lamp tree crystals themselves have the ability to absorb spiritual energy and then release it. You want to study the lamp tree crystals? Although Bakelin was just reporting progress, the emphasis she put on the function of the lamp tree's crystals was suggestive. She didn't avoid the subject, nodded, and said, yes, I feel that the lamp tree may be more important to humanity than some angel envoys. The fog blocks the sunlight, plants die, and although it won't cause a dramatic change in Earth's oxygen balance that could extinguish humanity quickly, we still need food to live. If plants can't grow, there won't be a sufficient source of food, and the primary producers of the entire ecosystem would collapse. This is extremely serious. Don't talk about the large grain reserves that can ensure food supply for millions of people for several years or even longer than a decade. That is based on the ideal state of proper preservation and regular replacement of old and new grains under official control each year. Now, with the fog covering an order collapsed, it is unknown how long the granaries will last or how many are still undamaged. Therefore, the lamp tree, which can shelter the growth of plants, is especially important, even a crucial element in filling the broken food chain. Suhan knew the importance of the matter and, after a moment's thought, said, you and Yanmi can take a lamp tree for observation. You can study it and use the tree's crystals, but you must not damage the lamp tree. Bakelin gave a slight smile, nodded, and said, of course, I won't damage it. If I hadn't heard that you guys had obtained 3 more lamp trees this time, I wouldn't have come to you so soon. Her eyes shone with purpose as she said, I'm even more eager to study how this thing grows and reproduces. That's something I don't know about. You'll have to rely on your own research, Suhan replied. Suhan lacked the research mindset of Bakelin and believed in leaving professional matters to professionals. The injections can be used directly after injection, right? Bakelin was startled for a moment, then nodded, a direct injection is fine. It's best if injected in places like the spine, neck, or heart. How many doses are needed to induce mutation? Suhan asked in detail, but Bakelin was clearly well prepared and replied, the data samples are too few to make a good estimate. When Kaling and I injected the Angel Envoy, it began mutating after 2 doses, while her Angel Envoy required 3. It should relate to compatibility with the monster, as well as its innate talent. Among these injections, the Meat Mountain Demon has undoubtedly the best effect, the strongest one, and a certain connection with flesh zombies. The half-fish monster is the least effective, but I estimate that mutations might occur with around 3 doses. Hand over the injections to Yan Miu, give 1 from the Meat Mountain Demon to her and 1 to Zhuang. Distribute the ones from the giant claw zombie among Gan Xinglai, Yi Kaling, Go Gang, and Zhang Dehai. As for the remaining injections, let her distribute them based on merit. Better to leave them unused than to give them away undeservedly, Suhan instructed. Net looking at Bakelin, Suhan said, wait for the next batch of Meat Mountain Demon injections for your dose. Should we be able to produce it within the next couple of days?
Bakelin smiled confidently and said, "Just give them a day or two to recover, and we can." She seemed to recall something and mentioned, "Under the light of the lamp tree, injectables activity can be preserved to some extent. If not immediately used, they can be stored for a while." Suhan nodded and then said, "For the newly arrived bloodbone lizard, oversee its blood extraction for research. Don't worry too much about it, it doesn't matter if it dies in the process." Chapter 73, Fusion Lamp Tree Crystals. Regarding the injection, Suhan had no intention of using it himself. Firstly, he was already a second-order low-grade, and the monsters he could capture at present were essentially incapable of causing his angel envoy to mutate. Secondly, it was unnecessary. Already possessing a relatively stable method of strength enhancement, he saw no need to risk trying these newly formulated substances, even if the risks were small. After Bakelin left, Suhan went to a position behind buildings 9 and 10. This area was not part of the villa's small courtyard, but it was also not close to other villas, adjoining a grassy area instead. Ordinarily, this would have been a lush green lawn with a slight slope, perfect for post-dinner walks. A few hundred meters further, one could reach Shada Road and the banks of Yunling Lake. However, now the whole lawn was shrouded in fog. From a distance, one could only see dark shadows flickering in and out of the mysterious, tranquil mist. The radiant light of the lamp trees in the front yard did not reach here, leaving the area dark and foggy. Closer inspection revealed the withered yellow grass. Suhan arrived in this open space, followed by the warrior spider. He looked around and, seeing that the area was not small, the Book of Blood Spirit in his hand flashed red light as he summoned the human-faced tree. The towering human-faced tree almost blended into the mist entirely, its branches spreading and drooping down, gently swaying. Roar! The human-faced tree let out a low roar. Suhan took out a small bag of lamp tree crystals, 6 in total, large and small, all plucked from several lamp trees recently. He opened the black bag, and instantly the light from the lamp tree crystals dispersed the nearby fog. He picked the smallest crystal from the bag, and under his mental command, the human-faced tree extended a vine towards him. Suhan placed the lamp tree crystal, the size of a pinky fingertip, on its hand and said, "Fusion." Countless dark threads sprawled out, enveloping the tiny lamp tree crystal, hiding its glow beneath layers of threads. Then, bit by bit, the crystal fused into the body of the human-faced tree until it disappeared completely. Half a minute? Suhan looked surprised. It took less than half a minute to completely fuse the lamp tree crystal, a speed beyond his expectations, and what shocked him most was the fusion degree. Lamp tree crystal fusion degree, 3%. Just one crystal so small had already achieved a 3% fusion degree, proving the compatibility between the human-faced tree and the lamp tree crystals to be not low. Both have plant attributes, no wonder, Suhan smiled, pleased by this news. Without any hesitation, he took out the remaining 5 lamp tree crystals and placed them on the vine. Continue fusing. The largest of the tree lamp crystals was the size of a fist, the rest were the size of thumbs or lychees, not few in number. Apart from the crystals reserved to illuminate the yards of buildings 9 and 10, the only one left in his possession was for scouting. Soon, as countless dark threads spread out, the lamp tree crystals were rapidly being fused. 10%, 25%, 40%, 69%. Under his gaze, the lamp tree crystals were fused one by one, and in less than 10 minutes, only the largest one remained. This last one fused almost as fast as the others, with the fusion degree also rising slowly, until 90% of this crystal was fused, and finally the lamp tree crystal's fusion degree was full. Level 1 lamp tree crystal fusion complete, skill radiance of the lamp tree obtained. As the fusion completed, the human-faced tree suddenly let out a deep roar, and the sound of cracking came from its body. The branches were extending, and the already more than 8 meters tall human-faced tree continued growing. Its trunk became thicker, broad enough to be embraced by 7 or 8 people together, and its height gradually reached 10 meters as countless branches spread from its boughs. The vines became thicker and stronger, and also more active, writhing around like a mass of dancing snakes. The roots penetrated underground, flexible like vines and strong, continuously spreading across the surrounding land, extending up to 300 meters. This 300-meter radius was the domain of the vines, a rudimentary domain. What surprised Suhan the most was that both the vines and the trunk emitted a faint luminescence, a pale yellow color, which was sufficient to light up the surroundings within 10 meters. Is this the radiance of the lamp tree? Suhan focused and perceived, and information about this skill surged into his mind, inadvertently making his eyes brighter and a smile appear on his lips. The radiance of the lamp tree, although it could not condense crystals like the lamp tree, could emit a light virtually indistinguishable from that of the lamp tree under the stimulation of the human-faced tree itself. The light from the lamp tree crystals could disperse the fog and protect or even promote the growth of plants. It could do the same.
Radiance of the lamp tree. At Suhan's controlled thought, the roots of the human face tree spread across the ground, piercing through the soil, their tips standing erect just over a meter from the ground. The tips lit up, emitting a soft, pale yellow light, and the surrounding fog began to dissipate upon contact with this light. Watching the scene before him, Suhan felt even happier, as the fog was essentially absent within the 300-meter radius. This also meant that as long as the human face tree was present, there would be no trouble from the fog, and the entire camp would be easier to manage. He calmed slightly and made new plans for the human face tree, commanding, "Extend the vines from the 2 villas as the center and illuminate the blind spots." With a low growl, the human face tree did as Suhan commanded, and soon cries of surprise rang intermittently throughout the camp. The whole camp quietly lit up, the dispersing fog making it seem as dreamlike as if the lights were blazing before the apocalypse. Tap tap tap, hurried footsteps approached, and it was not just one person. Suhan looked over and saw Zhuang and the others, each still holding injections and weapons, looking tense. Zhuang rushed in front, followed closely by Gan Xinglai, who sighed in relief the moment he saw Suhan and the human face tree. "It's good that it's not a monster." "Well, that's not right, just that Suhan is the monster is fine." Zhuang mulled over this in his mind, looked at Suhan, and curiously asked, "Suhan, has it evolved again?" Suhan's angel envoy often changed, each change making it markedly stronger, something Zhuang had came to expect. A new ability, if the human face tree is present, it can provide lighting and protection, but it's necessary to reserve a portion of the lamp tree crystals, collect the rest later and give them to me. The latter part of his statement was addressed to Yan Miu, who nodded and said, "I understand. How far does it illuminate?" "Currently, it extends 300 meters radius around it. Why do you ask?" Yan Miu smiled and said, "That's perfect. I'll expand the land a bit more, as just 2 small courtyards are not enough." Besides the original group, there were about 40 to 50 people in the camp, including those brought back from the recent operation. The demand for resources was greater, and there were more people able to work, some allocated to combatants and the rest naturally to labor. "You arrange it then." He looked at the injections in everyone's hands and asked, "Were you wanting to inject?" Gan Xinglai answered, "We were just about to inject when we noticed something was off and rushed over, but it turned out to be timely." "Suhan, would you like to see?" Suhan smiled and said, "Then let's start with old Zhu. I'd like to see the effects." Chapter 74, Angel Envoy Mutation. Originally, Zhuang and the others had considered having Suhan and Baikalin oversee the use of the injection, but they didn't want to delay Suhan's affairs, so they didn't call him. Now that they had Suhan, it was naturally better than ever. "I'll do it." Zhuang held the syringe, which already contained the blood extracted from the Meat Mountain demon. He aimed at his own zombie's heart and inserted the needle directly into it. Quickly, a full syringe of Meat Mountain demon's blood was injected. Where the injection took place, the zombie's bright red muscles began to wriggle as if a bug had burrowed under the skin, which looked somewhat nauseating. But, without a doubt, the flesh and blood started to take effect quickly after entering. Zhuang's brow furrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems like there's a surge of strength inside it." Through the connection they shared, Zhuang focused his senses and could faintly perceive the difference. Baikalin observed carefully, recording and saying, "The blood of the Meat Mountain demon is inducing the mutation of the zombie, but since the injection liquid hasn't been purified, the energy is a bit weaker. This process shouldn't be too fast." Just as she said, under everyone's watchful eyes, a good 10 minutes passed, and the flesh continued to writhe, only now it spread from the heart area to other places. Time ticked away, and then a drastic change suddenly occurred. Roar! The zombie began to growl lowly, its spine protruding fiercely with a crackling sound as if signaling something. Soon, the zombie's body bones began to distort, and its stature started to grow, turning into a little giant over 2 meters tall. The zombie's muscles bulged, especially the left arm, which became even thicker, growing gray-white, heavy keratin. Its claws extended, 5 centimeters long, sharp and daunting. Zhuang sensed carefully, his eyes suddenly brightening with excitement. It's awakened a skill. Everyone? They thought that the mutation was over and the physical changes were the biggest gain. But were you even speaking human language? Old Zhu, explain clearly, don't leave anything out. Zhuang suppressed his excitement and said, the angel envoy remains unchanged, not an evolution, and the strength is still at the first level intermediate. But I feel the improvement is not negligible, and reaching the first order upper grade shouldn't be far off. As for the skill, it just burst out, power burst, the left arm can suddenly release 2 to 3 times its strength. Because Suhan had previously mentioned the divine initiation ritual, Zhuang also knew some details about evolution and breaking through bottlenecks. Without a change in species, even though strength had increased, it definitely hadn't resulted in a qualitative change. Zhu Zhuang's tone carried a bit of regret as he muttered, "It would have been nice to evolve directly." When everyone heard this, they gave the chubby man a glance. He clearly had an advantage yet acted coy. "Wishful thinking, don't think about it next time." Gan Xingilai's faint voice came through, "With both a skill and a mutation, and you still want to evolve? As if such good fortune ever happened." Now, in the entire camp, not counting Su Han, only Zhu Zhuang and his wife Yan Mi had skills, which meant they were already well ahead. Zhu Zhuang gave a sheepish smile, cough cough, "I couldn't help it." With Zhu Zhuang having thrown the first stone, everybody else followed suit, not waiting for their turn, but directly injecting the solution into the monster's chest or spine. As the injection was administered, Zhao Yiman and others who used the half-fish monster's injector reacted the quickest. The giant macrophage dog and the rotting corpse simply turned green on the surface before quickly returning to their original state. Their strength had increased slightly, but not significantly, just as Bakelin had expected. The half-fish monster required multiple injections to fully induce a mutation. After all, the blood of the half-fish monster did not contain much active spiritual energy and therefore was not highly compatible. However, Zhang Dehai and Go Gang, who were injected with the giant claw zombie serum, underwent noticeable changes. Although their physiques did not grow much larger, their angel envoy's arms became stronger and more elongated, their gray-white skin tougher, and especially their hands transformed with more pronounced bone claws. Gan Xingilai and Yi Kailing were still at first-level intermediate, but they were one step closer to advancing to first-order upper grade, while Zhang Dehai and Go Gang had completed their mutation and advanced to first-level intermediate due to it. Yan Miu's rot skin rat was injected with the blood of the meat mountain demon. Even though compatibility couldn't be guaranteed, induced by the more active tissue, the entire rot skin rat's muscles kept bulging and writhing, then swelled up like a balloon. The rot skin rat kept growing, from just over a meter in length. It turned into 2.5 meters long from head to tail, about 1 meter tall, with a mass of black, stiff fur, red glowing eyes, and a fierce gaping mouth. Moreover, it had a new terrifying slit in its belly with crisscrossing sharp teeth. The change in the rot skin rat was unexpected. Compared to Zhu Zhuang's angel envoy rotting corpse, it was no less striking. Yan Miu, paying careful attention, suddenly looked up at Su Han and said, "The rot poison skill has advanced to intermediate, which can paralyze or knock out those poisoned and be controlled." On hearing this, everyone was shocked. However, Su Han's eyes lit up. "Test out your rot poison first, flip Niralong over with it so he doesn't cause trouble, and recall your blood-bone lizard." The crowd looked at Su Han in astonishment. He was ready to make immediate use of it. Although not sure what to say about it, considering Niralong was already so constrained, it would be difficult for him to summon his angel envoy back, and now with the added poison, it looks like he might never control his angel envoy again. One could only say that Su Han's thinking was indeed effective, especially against enemies. "I'll go in a minute." Yan Mi paused, then asked, "What about the giant claw zombie and the meat mountain demon? Should I control them too?" Before Su Han could answer, Bakelin spoke, "It's best not to right now. The toxicity has not been tested, we don't know the effects, or if it will affect the effectiveness of the blood, spinal fluid extraction, and the injectable." After thinking, Su Han agreed, saying, "There's no need to bother with monsters, they're not as troublesome as people." Everyone had completed their angel envoy's injection-induced mutations. Although those who used the half-fish monster's injection did not fully mutate, as long as they made enough contributions, they would have no problem getting more injections, even from more powerful monsters. Without realizing it, Zhao Yiman, Cheng Xuan, and Xianing found themselves silently competing, wanting to do more. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, the stronger you are, the better you can survive. As for Zhu Zhuang and others, just the injection itself was enough to improve their strength, not to mention the second angel envoy from the second order, and the divine initiation ritual for breaking through their angel envoy's limit to trigger evolution, all means for them to grow stronger. The desire for power would also drive them to work harder and maintain the camp. The deep intertwining of interests made them staunch defenders of the community. Su Han, on the other hand, had gained the contract of 7 first-level intermediate individuals including Zhu Zhuang and Gan Xingilai, as well as several first-level intermediate prospective contractors like Zhao Yiman. With more people at his disposal, he could do more things. It was time to make some preparations and then take action against the fish monster tribe. Chapter 75, Preparation and Fusion. Early the next morning, Su Han summoned Zhu Zhuang and the others. "Su Han, what's up?" After the human face tree took root between two villas, Zhu Zhuang and the others arrived at Villa 9. It was unavoidable to note that after the fog had dispersed widely, the brightness inside the villa had increased significantly, and there was no longer any to turn on the lights. "I plan to deal with the swarm of fish monsters." Upon hearing Su Han's intention, everyone was first stunned, but not too surprised. as this was a problem that had been planned to be addressed the day before yesterday. It was just that Suhan had advanced to second order and prioritized forming a group to kill the second angel envoy of the human-faced trees contract. Zhu Zhuang asked, "What's the plan?" As Suhan gently tapped on the table and pondered, he said, "Old Zhu, you and Old Zhang take 20 people to the construction site at Nanwen residential area. I need you to transport all the steel reinforcement back here. If the cement, dump trucks, and similar tools are usable, bring them back as well." Zhu Zhuang and Zhang Dehai were taken aback and somewhat puzzled. That shouldn't be a problem. If it's just metal, there should still be plenty of vehicles and guardrails on the streets. Suhan gently shook his head and said, "I will handle that part, but your task is equally important." Of course, there were plenty of vehicles, guardrails, and other metal products on the streets. But in the fog, even if Zhu Zhuang and his team went out to collect them, how long would it take to gather dozens or hundreds of tons of metal? Net searching for vehicles one by one, either dismantling them or driving them back, not to mention the time and effort, but the noise alone might attract more monsters. Yesterday, as part of the preparations to kill the human-faced tree, they had led a team to dismantle vehicles and had managed to collect only 10 new energy batteries in a day. That was just for batteries. Bringing back whole vehicles was truly challenging. Therefore, going to the construction site was necessary. The best-case scenario would be to make use of the building materials and large machinery. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuang thought it made sense. With such heavy fog, scrambling around the streets was beyond their abilities, but heading directly to one location was feasible. Over at the villa, Mi will continue to monitor and send a team to observe the fish monster's patterns of activity. Yan Mi responded, "We are already on it, but we've been focusing on surveillance the past couple of days. We still need a bit more time to figure out their patterns." She was meticulous in her duties, and this task had already been entrusted to Bazio, who was watching over the contract giant macrophage dog. Now, under Su Han's orders, they would conduct even more detailed investigations according to the previous methods. She was well aware of her role. Since she was in charge of logistics, she needed to arrange things properly. Apart from monitoring the unsafe factor of the swarm of fish monsters in the villa area, she also arranged for people to cultivate fields. Vegetables and some potatoes were planted in the 2 yards and surrounding lawns. Yi Kaling, you organize a team responsible for patrolling the villa area and ensure safety as much as possible. Understood. Yi Kaling responded crisply. Currently, with over 50 people at the camp, they were barely concentrated in villas 9 and 10, with activities eventually calming down and gradually moving towards villas 8 and 11. Compared to the entire villa area, the range of activities was not large. Without the addition of a patrolling team, it would be easy for something to sneak in unnoticed. Yi Kaling had initially wanted to remind Suhan of this. However, Su had brought it up before her. Proceed according to each individual's plan, wait for the metal to be in place to build the cage, and then start capturing fish. Everyone began to take action separately, but Zhu Zhuang stopped Suhan, a chubby face beaming with a smile. "Suhan, I have a favor to ask of you." Suhan glanced at him, stepped back a few steps. Goodness, that smile twitching with flesh, that old guy has something up his sleeve. "What is it?" "I'm looking to get a hammer from you." "Suhan?" He looked utterly confused as Zhu Zhuang explained, "It's just that I've had a power burst, and the machete feels too light. It doesn't really suit me. I was thinking a hammer or an axe would be just right." Hearing that Zhu Zhuang was talking about getting a weapon, Suhan relaxed, having thought it was something serious. "How heavy and how long do you want it?" "About a meter will do. You know Teacher Zhu Zhang, right? Just combine the hammer of the Thunder God with the Storm Battle Axe." "I'm not asking for much." Suhan rolled his eyes. "The Thunder God, huh? Fat boy Thunder God, and he says he's not asking for much." He said sarcastically, "Should I electrify it for you as well?" Zhu Zhuang was startled and said in surprise, "You can electrify it." After saying this, he saw Suhan's rolling eyes and chuckled awkwardly, "Just do whatever is easy." The two of them cracked jokes, but Zhu Zhuang's idea was indeed good. After becoming stronger, a mere machete really didn't facilitate explosive power. Heavier weapons like axes and hammers were more suitable. Making a hammer wasn't difficult. More than 50 pounds of metal was fused, and soon an axe hammer appeared before them. One side of the axe had a broad and sharp blade, while the other side had a heavy hammer studded with blunt nails, both excellent tools for cracking skulls. Zhu Zhuang picked up the axe, delightfully went to find Zhang Dehai, ready to start working by stealing steel bars from the construction site in Nanwen. After everyone left, Suhan went directly behind the villa to find the human-faced tree. The Book of Blood Spirit lit up, and a red glow enveloped the human-faced tree. Soon, the tree was absorbed into the pages of the book, temporarily entering the Book of Blood Spirit. After stowing away the human-faced tree, Suhan summoned the warrior spider. He leaped onto its back covered with black armor. With a thought, the warrior spider's 8 legs moved swiftly, and soon they had left house number 9, heading directly to the main gate of the villa community. With a leap, he scaled the surrounding wall and arrived on the street, burrowing deeper into the mist. While Zhuang and the others were responsible for gathering materials and handling logistics, Suhan was naturally freed up to hunt more monsters and search for more materials. I really need to find a Mao-type angel envoy. Standing on the back of the warrior spider, covered in black armor, there was hardly any place to rest besides standing. It was suitable for short journeys, but for long treks, the heavily armored warrior spider was clearly not ideal. As Suhan explored through the mist, thoughts flickered through his mind, not just the warrior spider. The people at the camp with a first contract or a second contract could consider some Mao-type mutated beasts, cows, horses, or others, for easier transportation and travel. Although cars were still usable for now, who knows what might happen as days go by, be it a special circumstance or not. It's always good to be prepared. The warrior spider carried Suhan swiftly from near Shanu Villa, gradually reaching a street where shops and residential buildings increasingly appeared. Sounds rustled in the mist, and the chaotic street loomed through the fog. Damaged cars, vehicles parked by the roadside, and twisted, blood-stained guardrails and street lamps gradually came into his view. This was a commercial street not far from the villa area. Before the apocalypse, there were definitely not a few people here, and now, monsters were in abundance as well. SSSSH SSSSH SSSSH, the friction sound kept coming. Suhan's eyes fixed. Let's start from here. The red light from the Book of Blood Spirit diffused in his hands, then the figure of the human face tree gradually appeared behind him, and such movement finally made the monsters in the mist unable to hold back any longer. Growling noises gradually rose, and one meat corpse after another emerged from the corners, then surged out of the dense fog, fiercely pouncing towards Suhan, vaguely numbering in the hundreds. Chapter 76, Fusion Flesh and Blood Corpse. Radiance of the lamp tree monsters emerged from the mist, and this time, Suhan had come out without carrying any lamp tree crystals, having given the remaining ones to Zhuang and the others. However, when the human face tree appeared, this ceased to be a problem. The entire human face tree emitted a faint glow, and then the mist was swiftly dispelled, especially where the vines stretched out. The entire street close to Suhan's end, within a 300-meter radius, had been cleared of mist. It was only then that Suhan could clearly see the number of monsters swarming the streets towards him. Figures climbing rapidly between floors, flesh corpses swarming the street like locusts, their hideous faces clearly visible, and their twisted bodies chilling to the bone. At a thought from Suhan, the spider demon warrior already charged forward, flesh corpses blocking his advance, but in the next instant, they were sent flying by the wolf fang club he wielded in his hands. The 100-pound wolf fang club swung heavily, the wolf tooth-like spikes piercing flesh and carrying powerful force to smash every bone in their muscles. The crack of breaking bones and the rain of flying blood and flesh formed a tragic and eerie battlefield on the streets. After switching from poo knives to heavy weapons like the wolf fang club, the spider demon warrior's terrifying power burst became even more vividly displayed. The flesh corpses could not stop its advance. With each step and sweep, 7 or 8 were sent flying, their flesh shattered and spines broken. Suhan gripped the poo knife in his hand, his gaze sharpening, as he too met the flesh corpses that leapt at him. With every motion of his hand, the knife fell, with the tremendous force transmitted from the blade, cleaving the flesh corpses neatly in half. Net having been nourished by the spider demon warrior and the human-faced tree, Suhan's strength had long been comparable to that of a second-order low-grade, although he might not have as many skills as the spider demon warrior. Yet under the augmentations of iron skin and self-healing skills, he still possessed the ability to slaughter indiscriminately. The spider demon warrior and Suhan moved together, the vines of the human face tree stretching along both sides of the street, protecting the two from behind, without directly attacking. Suhan wanted to not only hunt monsters, but also to grasp an understanding of the black armor of the spider demon warrior through this battle. The clanging sounds continued to rise, with more and more monsters assailing the spider demon warrior, their attacks incessantly landing on it. Sheathed in the black armor, it bore all the attacks, solid as a mountain, continuously wielding the wolf fang club in its hands. Over 100 flesh corpses had already been killed by the spider demon warrior in the fray, and through continuous combat, Suhan gradually felt that special sensation of the black armor's attachment. Energy flowing and solidifying into armor, along with the reconfiguration of metallic elements. An unusual sensation surged into his mind, then his skin slightly heated up, and faint lines suddenly appeared on his body. His eyes focused, a flash of light passing by, black armor with a soft exhalation, pitch black armor plates appeared around Suhan, enveloping him, his body covered in black armor, with dark flowing luster, a ferocious ghost-faced chest plate in front, a cold black helmet above, and a poo knife held in hand, all merging into one with the black armor, as if he were a war general who had fought 100 battles. Not a bad feeling, and it hasn't really affected the vision either. The black armor, inherently alive, adjusted subtly with Suhan's breathing rhythm and frequency of motion, feeling as if it was always a part of his body. Therefore, donning the black armor not only meant he did not feel suppressed, but contrarily, it awakened a yearning to fight within his heart. To fight clad in armor, engaged in close combat, was an impulse engraved in his genes. In a flash, Suhan, much like the spider demon warrior, burst into the throng of flesh corpses, throwing a punch that exploded a charging corpse's head. Suhan's movements were swift and decisive, seamlessly executed. Another corpse tried to topple him but was met by a faster flash of blade that severed its head. With the angel envoy warrior slashing alongside him, more and more corpses fell, their blood staining the entire street red, until a sense of fear finally engulfed these monsters. They began to retreat, more than 30 of them hunching over to flee rapidly, like frightened stray dogs, desperately attempting to put distance between themselves and the angel envoy warrior and Suhan. Carcasses were not mindless walking zombies, they were savage and bloodthirsty like beasts, but it was also because they were like beasts that they herded together and none less harbored a semblance of fear. The hostility toward the angel envoy warrior was ultimately suppressed by fear, then the desire to flee took over. Too late, Suhan had been prepared for this all along. The human face tree had held back only to let him gain insight and synchronize skills. Now that the synchronization was complete, the real slaughter was about to begin. Shasha vines burst forth suddenly. Strips of them swept across, flipping the carcasses to the ground and entwine them swiftly, burrowing through their mouths, eyes, and then shredding their organs, killing them one by one. Dozens of vines acting in unison, and in just a few short minutes, not a single one of the 30-plus carcasses escaped, all were slain on the spot. The blood stained the entire street red. Suhan glanced at the human face tree, then at the angel envoy warrior. He thought to himself, the human face tree has yet to try fusing with carcass flesh, it might be worth a try, while the angel envoy warrior can continue to merge with metal. The street was littered not just with slain carcasses but also fallen railings and abandoned cars, all containing a wealth of metal, ideal for the angel envoy warrior's fusion materials. Fusion materials found, carcass flesh and blood, commence fusion? Fusion. Suhan gave the order and the human face tree's vines immediately sprang to life. Fine threads separated from the vines and started to merge with the carcasses' bodies. Clumps of flesh and bone quickly became part of the human face tree's body. Suhan's eyes brightened. This speed was much faster than the metal, and the required quantity wasn't as immense either. The compatibility was satisfactory. It made sense since the interior of the human face tree was already made of flesh. Merging with more flesh naturally sped up the process. While the human face tree was busy integrating one carcass after another, Suhan ordered the angel envoy warrior to begin fusing with the vehicles on both sides of the street. A commercial area mostly frequented by pedestrians wouldn't normally have many parked vehicles, but with the fog onset and monstrous mutations, panicked people flocked to the streets, inadvertently blocking them. As a result, dozens of vehicles of varying sizes were parked along both sides of the street and even across it. The angel envoy warrior approached one car, began to merge with it, its pace even quicker than the human face trees. Suhan watched as the fusion degree of the two angel envoys slowly climbed, waiting patiently. Though the human face tree was a bit slower, the material needed for its first fusion with the carcass flesh was much less than what the angel envoy warrior required. In contrast, an hour later, after having consumed nearly 100 carcasses, with only single digits of carcass flesh and blood left, the fusion degree was fulfilled. Level 1 carcass flesh and blood fusion, human face tree acquires skill, anthropomorphic state, crack as fusion completed, spiritual energy converged within the human face tree. Its 10-meter body expanded further, its eyes becoming more blood red, and its strength increased slightly. Suhan's gaze sharpened as he carefully sensed this newly acquired skill. After understanding it, his eyes lit up, and he stared straight at the human face tree. A second form, transformation? Chapter 77 Survivor's Trace Anthropomorphic State. This was the first time Suhan had seen a skill involving bodily transformation, rather than bodily evolution. Under the skill of the anthropomorphic state, the nature of the human face tree would not change. However, it would transform from a wooden shell to a fleshy body, merging flesh and wood into a humanoid form, slightly smaller but more human-like and more agile. Suhan thought, anthropomorphic state. He controlled the human face tree to use the skill, and soon, a red glow enveloped the human face tree. Countless vines wrapped around it, forming an airtight cocoon. The 11 or 12-meter stature of the human face tree visibly shrank under the vines' wrap, the vines becoming sparser and the red light intenser. In just a few minutes, The appearance of the human face tree drastically changed. Its skull, spine, and bodily skeletal frameworks were made of pitch-black hardwood, vines and flesh intertwined, forming a special tissue texture, filling its muscles. Its branches formed limbs, twisting into shapes like claws, and its soil green eyes carried a hint of chillness. The human face tree had transformed into a humanoid monster interwoven with wood and flesh, resembling a treant warrior. Previously, the human face tree was more similar to a tree's form, whereas this human face tree's anthropomorphic state was closer to a human's. With a thought from Suhan, the human face tree already moved, striding forward and leaping 7 or 8 meters, landing heavily on a car and crushing it. It extended its wooden arms, and vines stretched out like fingers, wrapping around the vehicle, holding it high in its grasp, then tossing it away. The vines in its hands constantly morphed. From a palm shape, they twisted together, forming spiky shapes like awls. After controlling for a while, Suhan had a clear understanding in his mind. The anthropomorphic state having a 4-meter stature was more agile, and its speed was faster. However, compared to the treant form, its strength was somewhat reduced, and there was less vine control. Trading strength for agility, it makes sense, he mused. Being more agile meant it was easier to flee, which was particularly evident during Suhan's fire attacks. If the human face tree had such mobility at that time, it could have easily escaped the flames. Upon the completion of the integration of the human face tree, Suhan's gaze then shifted to the warrior of the tentacle-faced monster. Although the fusion speed had increased, the required materials had also become more abundant. An hour passed, and the tentacle-faced monster had integrated over 20 cars worth of metal, weighing about 10 to 20 tons, yet its fusion degree had only reached 56%, which suggested how much more material was required. He let it integrate on its own for now. At this rate, it would probably take another hour or two to complete the level 5 common metal fusion. Suhan could wait, but there was no need to keep the human face tree idle. It was better to wander around the area. The commercial street was not too far from the residential area, and it was inevitable to get a clear understanding of this place. With that thought, he controlled the human face tree to walk deeper into the street, where the radiance of the lamp tree gradually dispersed the fog, illuminating the streets on both sides. The deeper they went, the more decrepit the scene became, with darkened blood stains everywhere and gnawed bones. When the fog had descended initially, the cars outside were jammed, and more people accumulated inside, inevitably leading to an unimaginable massacre here. Scattered flesh corpses attacked, but before they could reach Suhan, the human face tree had already moved first. In its anthropomorphic state, it solidified its arm vines into spikes and instantly pierced through the flesh corpse's heart. As it killed, it continued to move deeper inside. For some reason, there seemed to be fewer monsters in the commercial street. Not right, someone has cleared this place, Suhan finally noticed. Unlike the chaotic vehicles outside, the vehicles here had been dragged and placed as if they were protective barriers. Moreover, 3 rows of blackened vehicle frames appeared in front of him, about 4 or 5 vehicles abreast in each row, all burned down to their frames. Fire belt, so are the people in Summer Garden Mall? His gaze fell on the deepest part of the commercial building, the core area of the entire business district, where there should have been the most people when the apocalypse erupted. Go and take a look. Suhan and the human face tree walked directly towards the Summer Garden Mall, having crossed over the isolation strip. As they approached, the smell of gasoline and burning filled their noses, and he could also see many bodies that had been burned to cinders, some of them exceptionally twisted corpses. Some were human, heads facing the direction of the Summer Garden Mall, but they hadn't managed to crawl out of the isolation strip. At a glance, there were easily 20 to 30 recognizable charred bodies, which indicated how fierce the battle had been there initially. If Building 7 had also been in a populous area, it definitely would not have been so easy at that time. Suhan walked through the fog and arrived in front of the Summer Garden Mall. The entire building was eerily quiet, its upper half hidden in the fog, while its lower half was illuminated by the lamp tree of the human face tree. The main entrance was barricaded, and the broken parts were also blocked by some items, making it strangely silent. Suhan's eyes swept the area and spotted a not-so-small gap at the entrance, signaling the human face tree to open this door. The human face tree's hands, resembling vine tendrils, grew rapidly and slid through the gap, expanding and pulling until they created a big opening in the door. The noise of the door opening echoed throughout the ground floor of the building. Suhan and the human face tree walked in, and suddenly, the dim first floor lit up. 7 or 8 figures stood in the empty lobby, their backs to the entrance, eerily silent and upright. Suhan's expression tensed as the 7 or 8 figures, having heard the noise at the entrance, turned around. Their ghastly white faces were full of blood holes, and a blood-covered viscous fluid continuously slid down from their faces, with tentacles writhing out of the blood holes like worms. Tentacle-faced monsters? Suhan was shocked. 8 tentacle-faced monsters were not a small number. Could it be that this place had been overrun? While he was thinking, the tentacle-faced monster had already rushed towards them. Not only were their faces full of blood holes, but other parts of their bodies also bore blood holes. The tentacles had already extended, about 3 to 4 meters long, attempting to launch an attack on Suhan. This batch of tentacle-faced monsters was even more powerful than those encountered before. Suhan made a quick judgment, yet his movements did not slow down. Pooh knife in hand, he met the attack head-on, the blade's light flashing as he instantaneously severed the charging tentacles. He charged towards the tentacle-faced monsters, Pooh knife chopping down, decapitating the first tentacle-faced monster at the neck. Thud, the head rolled on the ground, and the body, driven by inertia, moved forward 2 steps before collapsing. However, even though it had been beheaded, the tentacle-faced monster did not die immediately. Its tentacles continued to flail wildly, seemingly trying to drag Suhan down with it. The remaining 7 tentacle-faced monsters drew closer. But the human-faced tree leapt up, charging directly into their midst. Its 2-leg-like tree roots stomped heavily on the middle tentacle-faced monster, cracking sounds indicating the instant fracturing of bones. Vines growing from its feet rapidly extended, directly penetrating the bodies of the tentacle-faced monsters, strangling them. The remaining 6 tentacle-faced monsters closed in, but the human-faced tree's hands, like vine whips, grew rapidly. With a left and right swing, its 7 or 8 meter-long tendrils toppled them over. The tentacles converged like spears, piercing with incredible speed, one after another, through the bodies of the tentacle-faced monsters. In less than 2 minutes, the remaining 6 tentacle-faced monsters were also defeated, barely alive and struggling on the vines. Fusion available with living creature, tentacle-faced monster. Proceed with fusion. Chapter 78 The Lurking Monster Fusion. The human-faced tree seemed to have a decent compatibility with the flesh corpses, so this tentacle-faced monster should be no different. As the fusion command was issued, thin silken threads began to appear on the vines, continuously seeping into the body of the tentacle-faced monster, merging it bit by bit. Minutes passed, and amidst the tentacle-faced monster's weak resistance, it was completely absorbed by the human-faced tree. Tentacle-faced monster fusion degree 4%. A single tentacle-faced monster accounted for only 4%, not high but not too low either. Suhan found this result acceptable. Continue. Suhan ordered the fusion to proceed, with the human-faced tree's vines extending towards the bodies of the 7 other tentacle-faced monsters around, slowly merging and devouring them. About 20 minutes later, the tentacle-faced monsters' corpses on the ground had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the fusion degree of the tentacle-faced monster had risen to 28%, with the material required for each percentage point increasing slightly. The fusion degree wasn't full yet. Suhan glanced at the dim summer garden mall lobby and prepared to continue onwards, exploring and killing monsters to serve as fusion material for the human-faced tree. Footsteps echoed inside the trade mall. The car showroom and clothing stores on the first floor were already a mess. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, there was a noise. Suhan's expression became stern as the human-faced tree sprang into action, rushing toward the clothing store around the corner. Wait, I'm a human, not a monster. A woman's voice suddenly rang out, and a large cat with 6 blood-red claws and a bald patch stood protectively behind her. Swoosh! The human-faced tree didn't stop its action immediately. Several vines shot out, assaulting the woman from both sides. The 6-clawed blood cat tried to pounce in defense but was whipped by a vine and knocked to the ground, then bound by the vines. The woman's expression grew desperate as she attempted to step forward, but vines shot out from left and right, directly piercing the walls and pinning her in place, leaving her unable to move. She stood frozen in place, too scared to move, knowing this was a warning. Only then did Suhan approach, scrutinizing the woman who was under control. She was fairly attractive, looking quite bedraggled, with a ponytail, wearing sweatpants and a windbreaker, quite sharp. What's your name? What were you trying to do just now? The woman sized up Suhan and spoke with some indignation, though she suppressed it and said, Zhu Wenqian. I just wanted to warn you not to go any further inside, there are monsters here. Surprised, Suhan raised his eyebrow. Warn me about monsters? Zhu Wenqian nodded and continued, not the ones you killed in the lobby, there are even more powerful ones, 3 meters tall. No one can match them, we only dare sneak in and out to grab supplies. Suhan stared at Zhu Wenqian, not expecting that the fusion with the tentacle-faced monster had been witnessed. This was indeed surprising. Take me to your base, and then tell me about those monsters. Suhan waved his hand to have the human-faced tree withdraw its vines, then locked eyes with Zhu Wenqian and spoke. A bitter smile emerged on Zhu Wenqian's face, as she internally cursed herself for acting like a good Samaritan and warning this person. If he had any evil intentions, everyone could be in danger. As Suhan had taken action, She and the six-clawed blood cat had sneaked into the Summer Garden Mall, intending to find some sanitary pads and medicine. It was by sheer coincidence that she witnessed Suhan's actions. It was also Suhan's skills that had impressed her, leading her to follow him, and even warn him. Hopefully, he could help them all. Thinking this, Zhu Wenqian nodded. Follow me first, we're just outside the Summer Garden Mall. The monster in the first floor lobby was killed, and the exit wasn't particularly slow, but just as they were passing through the lobby, Zhu Wenqian unexpectedly led Suhan into a restaurant next door. Around the front end of the restaurant, a large hole suddenly appeared against the glass wall. Zhu Wenqian explained, many people were taking refuge inside the building, but later the monsters took over the mall, and everyone ran out. This hole was left from that time. After leaving through the hole, Zhu Wenqian led Suhan forward. Soon, a small restaurant came into view. We're here. Zhu Wenqian knocked on the restaurant door rhythmically, and then the blocked door was opened. Wenqian, you're back? The people inside were relieved to see Zhu Wenqian return, but the moment they saw Suhan, they showed a wary expression. Let's go in first, then talk. Zhu Wenqian was somewhat calmer, gesturing for everybody to go inside. Upon entering the restaurant, Suhan realized there weren't many people, just 8, 2 men and 6 women. The 2 men were of different ages, one in his 50s and the other in his 20s. The women were about the same age as Zhu Wenqian, in their 20s, but none were as attractive as she was. We're all escapees who temporarily took refuge here. It's been half a month, but there's no way to run out. There are too many flesh corpses outside. Zhu Wenqian explained briefly, then the younger man asked, Wenqian, did you find any fever-reducing medicine? There was a little mishap, use a towel to cool Zealand down for now. I'll go again in a moment. Zhu Wenqian frowned slightly before comforting Tangbo. Tangbo became visibly anxious. Should I go with you? There are many monsters inside, I can cover you. Zealand has a serious fever, I'm afraid it's going to fry her brain. Sun Zealand was Tangbo's girlfriend. The 3 of them, along with Zhu Wenqian, were all co-workers and got along well. But upon hearing this, Zhu Wenqian rejected the idea without a second thought. Only you and Uncle Li have contracted with an angel envoy. What happens if everyone leaves and those monsters come attacking? Can you really protect Zealand then? Suhan frowned upon hearing this. A month into the apocalypse, and only 3 people had contracted with angel envoys, it was quite severe. Tell me about the monsters inside the building. Suhan interrupted the conversation, causing Tangbo to glower with dissatisfaction. After all, he was trying to save someone. Seeing where this was going, Zhu Wenqian quickly pulled on Tangbo, patting him firmly. Don't mess around, I'll help with Zealand's situation. Tangbo wasn't malicious, just frantically confused. Okay. I'll go check on Zealand. After Tangbo left, Zhu Wenqian said, the tentacle-faced monster you saw in the lobby is just their guard. There are a few on each floor. If you go further inside and disturb them, it'll attract more monsters, including their leader. Have you seen it? Zhu Wenqian nodded, showing a hint of fear on her face. Originally, the building was safe. In the beginning, there were many contractors, and some people organized to defend against the monsters outside. Her words made Suhan think of the isolation zone outside. Setting up such an isolation zone indeed indicated some form of organization. You kept the monsters outside, relying on Summer Garden Mall, you should have been able to stay for quite a while. What happened? You're right, with dozens of contractors protecting us, even if some people didn't have a contract, it wasn't a problem at first. Although it was chaotic, but it was bearable. Her voice paused at this point. Chaotic seemed to be euphemistic, there was a significant disparity between those with contracts and those without. She continued, everyone was waiting for rescue, and couldn't leave because of the heavy fog. Then, everyone forgot about one place, the underground parking lot. People began disappearing gradually inside the building, more and more went missing, and by the time everybody realized there was something wrong in the underground parking lot, those tentacle-faced monsters rushed out from there, like an army, killing many people. Chapter 79, Underground Parking Garage. Underground Parking Garage. Upon hearing this name, Suhan knew that if there were monsters there, it would be a terrible thing indeed. Even when he was still a warrior with spider attributes or a 4-armed corpse, he had thought about scavenging metal from the underground parking garage. After all, such places had plenty of cars and, consequently, lots of metal. But, even a slightly bigger underground parking garage was like a maze. Even when you could see the signs, you might still take a wrong turn, let alone in a post-apocalyptic world without electricity, where an underground parking garage was nothing short of a pitch-black place of terror. The people of Summer Garden Mall had neglected the parking garage, and in the end, it was no surprise that such a big incident occurred and the area fell. Inside, There were hundreds of tentacle-faced monsters, and outside were hundreds of corpses and thick fog, with slaughter awaiting on either side. One could only say that Zhu Wenqian and the others were lucky to have survived. As for the contract, Su-han had came to understand a bit of it. They didn't dare to make big moves, afraid to stir up trouble that might snowball out of control. Can you take us out?" Before Su-han had time to ponder, Zhu Wenqian's faint voice came through. Su-han looked at her without responding. Zhu Wenqian glanced at the restaurant. Other people were at a distance from the two of them, so she lowered her voice and said, "You and your angel envoy are so powerful, you can definitely save us. I won't let you rescue us for nothing. I can be with you. I'm still clean." Zhu Wenqian didn't know what she was thinking in her heart, staring at Su-han with eyes that looked watery, as if trying her best to prove her cleanliness and make herself appear better. She had a good figure, and although she was not as pretty as Bakelin, she would have had plenty of suitors before the apocalypse if she dressed up a bit. It wasn't that she was belittling herself. When she was inside the Summer Garden Mall, she had never had such thoughts. But now it was different. Before Su-han appeared, every day she was enveloped by despair. No one knew better than her the danger inside this place. Within the Summer Garden Mall, there were over 100 restless tentacle-faced monsters, and scattered throughout the commercial street were no small number of corpses. They were stuck inside the restaurant, daring not to light the lights or make too much noise, just eking out a living and rationing the restaurant's limited food supply. But the food was running out, and the monsters outside were becoming more active. They didn't know which day they would be dragged out by monsters and turned into food. Until Zhu Wenqian saw Su-han take action, she felt it was their last hope. "Apart from that woman with the fever, have your people pick up weapons and follow me into the Summer Garden Mall. You lead the way and help me find those tentacle-faced monsters, and I'll let you join my camp." Zhu Wenqian stood there stunned, her mouth slightly open, showing a look of disbelief. You're going to look for those monsters?" Zhu Wenqian found it utterly absurd. Su-han and his angel envoy were certainly powerful, but there were even more monsters on the other side. Two fists can't beat four hands, not to mention the other side was a group of tentacle creatures. She stammered, not knowing what to say, just trying to persuade him. "That tentacle-faced monster leader is really powerful, only a bit shorter than your angel envoy, but there are several of them, and they can easily flip over cars." Su-han interrupted Zhu Wenqian's words, "I'm only giving you one choice." Zhu Wenqian's words were choked in her heart, and after a while, she said, "Give me a few minutes." Su-han sat at a table in the corner, watching Zhu Wenqian go to tell the other survivors about this matter. He didn't care about the outcome. Having someone to guide him was the goal. Joining was just a spur-of-the-moment thought. A few minutes quickly passed, and Zhu Wenqian came back. She said, "The four of us will lead the way for you." Her expression was complex, hard to tell if it was dejection or fear. Besides her, the remaining three were also women, none with contracts, just holding kitchen knives in their hands. Tang Bo and the middle-aged man chose not to join. In their eyes, this was a suicide mission. Su-han glanced at them and then said, "Come with me." He led them straight out of the restaurant and then towards the commercial street. Zhu Wenqian was taken aback, as this was the way leading outside. She wanted to remind him, but involuntarily stopped herself. Su-han continued to the outer layer of the commercial street, where a tall figure entered their field of vision. Net Zhu Wenqian's heart skipped a beat, and the six-clawed blood cat suddenly sprang to the forefront as she exclaimed, "There's a monster! That is my angel envoy." Dozens of cars had nearly finished fusing, and the spider warrior was fusing with one more car. Su-han did not wait long as the fusion degree was already reaching completion first. Level 5 Ordinary Metal Fusion complete, Metal Control Primary Advancement. As the notification sounded, the spider warrior let out a low growl, the power within its body stirring and gradually surging, as its metal control ability transitioned from primary to intermediate. It could control more metal, faster, and the range had increased from the original 1 meter to 10 meters. Su-han's face showed a smile. Intermediate metal control, there were now many more things he could do. "Let's go, take me to the underground parking now." Zhu Wenqian was still shocked that Su-han had two angel envoys, and they both seemed particularly powerful. Was it first rank intermediate or first order upper grade? She couldn't tell, but a surge of relief washed over her, feeling she had made the right choice. She immediately led the way, heading towards the entrance of the Summer Garden Mall parking lot. Although there were also passages inside the building, no doubt, it's easier to recognize the directions from the entrance. Su-han followed her, the spider warrior and the human-faced tree guarded either side, slowly heading towards the location of the parking lot. Passing a car, Su-han suddenly said, "Wait." With a thought, the spider warrior used its intermediate metal control, swiftly shaping the metallic frame of the car into 4 long spears that hovered in front of Su-han and the 3 women. The women were amazed by Suhan's methods, and he said indifferently, "Take one each, later I'll give you a chance for a contract." "Thank you, thank you." The three women showed expressions of gratitude and bowed slightly out of instinct to express their thanks. Having gone through so much, they knew all too well the importance of contracting an angel envoy. Taking the lead boldly was not only to fight for a slim chance of survival but also to try forming a contract with an angel envoy. Now that Suhan was willing to create an opportunity for them, it was their good fortune. Armed with weapons, seemingly emboldened, Zhu Wenqian picked up the pace as she led the way. No monsters emerged from the fog on either side of the street, making her sense a possibility that Suhan had already cleared the area once. If he could clear the four-armed corpses outside, then even if the monsters inside the underground parking were more formidable, retreat should still be possible if they couldn't win. With this thought, it wasn't long before the four of them arrived at the entrance of the underground parking garage. The entrance's barrier gate had already been broken and lay in pieces on the ground, whether done by monsters or someone crashing through in their car was unclear. The security booth was demolished, and a half-rotted skeleton hung by the broken window, emitting wafts of foul odor. The pitch-black entrance exuded bursts of chill, devoid of any light, with a sloping road descending into the interior of the underground parking lot. Rather than an entrance, it seemed more like a giant maw leading to the abyss, like a beast lying in wait to devour whoever dared to enter. Chapter 80. Neatly arranged corpses. Zhu Wenqian and the others felt somewhat nervous upon witnessing this scene, as fear spread along with the darkness. However, they also knew this was their chance. Were they to miss the opportunity for Suhan's protection, their fate in this post-apocalyptic world would only be more miserable. There are 3 levels in the underground parking lot of the Summer Garden Mall, not including the stairwells inside the building. There are a total of 3 car entrances and exits, and this is the closest one. Lead the way. Suhan had already activated his black armor skills, the grim black scale armor covering his body. The human face tree walked in the front, its arms extending vines that unleashed the power of the radiance of the lamp tree. The fluorescence dispelled the darkness at the entrance, seemingly bringing a trace of warmth. HSSSSSS. However, just as the trio followed the human face tree for barely more than 10 meters, from beyond the boundary of light, a cold, hissing sound akin to that of a snake already began to echo. Tap tap tap. Frantic footsteps arose from the darkness, accompanied by a beast-like roar thirsty for fresh blood and prey. One after another, tentacle-faced monsters suddenly sprang from the darkness, lunging towards Suhan and his companions. Suhan remained composed, with a smile on his face. Here they come. The first to charge out was a warrior resembling a demon spider, swinging the wolf fang club in his hand and landing heavy blows on the approaching tentacle-faced monsters, instantly breaking their backbones. The remaining tentacle-faced monsters, not afraid of death and utterly frenzied, lashed their tentacles almost within reach of everyone. The demon spider warrior swung his wolf fang club fiercely, a sweeping strike pushing them back. The human-faced tree's vines grew from its root-like feet, spreading out along the ground. Soon, within the 30-meter radius that the vines reached, light illuminated everything, exposing the tentacle-faced monsters hiding in the darkness, numbering 20 or 30. The arms of the human-faced tree danced, splitting into over a dozen tendrils that shot out and seized 3 tentacle-faced monsters. Strong and powerful vines bound the limbs of the tentacle-faced monsters, locking down their tentacles. "Kill them," Suhan simply uttered, prompting the 3 women to pause at first, but their spears quickly drove into the bodies of the tentacle-faced monsters. Having dared to bring Suhan to the underground parking lot, they had made their decision, so aside from a bit of awkwardness, there was no hesitation in their movements. "I'll help you. Six-clawed bloodcat, kill those monsters." As the 3 women began killing the tentacle-faced monsters they were contracted to, Zhu Wenqian too came to her senses, immediately commanding her own angel envoy to assist. Before the mutation, the 6-clawed bloodcat was just a pet. But after the mutation, it transformed into a hairless, blood-colored beast resembling a cat, its whole body blood-red with muscles exposed, 6 sizable claws, and a pair of feline eyes 1/3 the size of a cat's face, shockingly yellow and daunting. The 6-clawed bloodcat was about 2 meters in length and roughly 70 centimeters in height, resembling a blood leopard, and it pounced on one of the tentacle-faced monsters. Indifferent to the tentacle-faced monster's slimy tentacles, it fiercely bit into the neck, splattering blood that merged with the color of the bloodcat's body, followed by the sound of breaking bones. The 6-clawed bloodcat was formidable. After pouncing on one monster, it quickly continued its assault on another tentacle-faced monster. However, compared to the 6-clawed bloodcat, the human-faced tree was unleashing its fury. Once the 3 women had killed some tentacle-faced monsters, it was free to act, its upper limbs vines twisting together, tips sharpened like spears, relentlessly stabbing at the tentacle-faced monsters. With all tendrils striking together, in an instant, more than half were slain. "Suhan, clad in black armor, took direct action, and his poo knives became even more threatening, efficiently cutting down the tentacle-faced monsters in rapid succession. After over 10 minutes of fighting, the ground was littered with the corpses of tentacle-faced monsters. The 5 remaining tentacle-faced monsters that were left fled in fear, attempting to retreat, but the vines had already covered the nearby area, preventing their escape into the darkness. The striking vines ensnared and brutally strangled them on the spot. The heavy scent of blood filled the underground parking lot as Suhan guided the human-faced tree's vines to extend toward the tentacle-faced monsters, without any reservation, to begin the fusion process of the materials. You all rest for a bit, get used to it. There are many more creatures like this in the underground parking lot. Zhu Wenqian was the most helpful and adapted the best, yet the remaining 3 women were struggling somewhat. Although they had contracted with their angel envoy, the tentacle-faced monster, to fight together and had killed 2 tentacle-faced monsters separately, the strong stench of blood had already caused their instincts to feel discomfort, and they were a bit fatigued. Thank you. A gentle voice sounded, but Suhan paid it no mind. Instead, as the human-faced tree was fusing with the tentacle-faced monster, he surveyed a corner of the ground-level parking lot. Because it was the entrance, not many cars were parked, just over a dozen. And it seemed like someone had tried to break out but met with an accident. An overturned car not far from the entrance was blocking many others. The chaotic scene, coupled with bloodstains, made it clear that quite a few people had died here. But what caught Suhan's attention the most were the long blood smears stretching into the deeper parts. It didn't look like injured people crawling, but rather like they were forcibly dragged away by monsters. The disappearance of personnel, being dragged into the underground parking lot, this didn't seem like just searching for food. If it was just for food, a slaughter would have sufficed, there was no need to be this stealthy. As Suhan pondered the clues he now knew, the darkness further away occasionally conveyed rustling sounds. There were still monsters moving within. He looked in the direction of the sounds, his brow furrowed slightly. If it were in treant form, the vines could spread much further, dominating a floor of the parking lot with ease. However, due to the height limitations, the human-faced tree couldn't possibly transform into another form here, it had to maintain its anthropomorphic state. Suhan couldn't help but think that the angel envoy contracted should at least have some ability to maintain a flexible form, otherwise, fighting in confined spaces would be quite restrictive. Time passed slowly, and the bodies of the tentacle-faced monsters were being devoured, raising the fusion degree continuously. It climbed from 28% to 87%, and with each percentage, the number of tentacle-faced monsters needed increased a bit. However, in this underground parking lot, everything could be in short supply except for cars and tentacle-faced monsters. Let's keep moving. Seeing her angel envoy devour those monsters, Zhu Wenqian felt an even deeper awe for Suhan. The entrance and exit to the second underground level are at the very back. Zhu Wenqian led Suhan onwards, the human-faced tree's vines retracted slightly, as they proceeded without rush. Behind them, the entrance gradually faded into the darkness, leaving only a faint glow at the entrance. As the group advanced from one corner of the first level, the tentacle-faced monsters disturbed by their presence would occasionally attack from the darkness. This time, Suhan didn't need to take action himself, the human-faced tree's vines would quickly strike, piercing those attacking tentacle-faced monsters. The vines hung them in midair, then continued to fuse them while walking, creating a bizarre sight. From the entrance all the way to the second level's entrance, the frequency of assaults by tentacle-faced monsters gradually decreased. Silence shrouded the whole parking lot, their footsteps echoing continuously. Approaching the sloping corner entrance, it was equally pitch black, with the rustling sounds moving further away, as if all the tentacle-faced monsters had fled down below. A chill ran down Suhan's spine, and he became more cautious, saying, "Let's go down." Slowly walking down along the wall, and after a large turn, the parking lot on the second underground level came into view. The human-faced tree's vines extended forward first, and as they spread, the light gradually dispersed. One by one, disorderly parked cars appeared in the glow, and beside them, an array of neatly arranged corpses startlingly appeared before them. These bodies were positioned squarely and in straight lines, as if enveloped in invisible coffins. Their clothes were blood-stained, their faces down, motionless, and their exposed white skin was eerily pale, creating an exceedingly strange sight. What's going on here? Chapter 81 Claw Giant. The eerie scene made Zhu Wenqian and the others shiver involuntarily. If they were facing monsters, they would certainly dare to fight back, but if they were facing ghosts, the fear ingrained in their bones was not so easily overcome. Suhan grew even calmer as he suddenly remembered something. The first time they encountered the tentacle-faced monster was when they were clearing the floors in Building 7. According to Chen Jun, who survived that day, the tentacle-faced monster was originally lying flat on the ground, motionless, waiting for someone to approach before launching a sudden attack. If the situation was the same now, then these were all tentacle-faced monsters, just perhaps not as mature as those that moved as swiftly as the wind and continuously charged. "Don't get close to those corpses," Suhan warned. Then the vines of the human-faced tree flew out and violently dragged one of the bodies back, not caring that such dragging could damage the body. Blood stained the ground red, but Suhan didn't care. He ordered the human-faced tree to bind the body and then turn it over. Because of the rough dragging, the front of the body was already scraped and bruised, but when Suhan saw its face, he sighed in relief because there was no blood hole, nor were there any wriggling tentacles like worms. Its spine is moving. Suddenly, one of the three women, the one with yellow hair, pointed in horror at the back of the body. Suhan immediately followed the direction of her finger and indeed saw a small bulge of flesh on the spine, subtly undulating as if something alive was burrowing inside. "Step back." Without hesitation, Suhan let the vines expose part of the spine, his poo knife expertly striking it, slicing away a large piece of flesh. Immediately, something beneath the skin was revealed to the four of them. It was a pitch-black object, similar to a leech about 20 centimeters long, covered in mucus, continually churning inside the spine, trying to burrow into and replace the entire section of the spine. The sight made everyone's skin crawl. Suhan's expression turned grave as he considered a possibility. "Drag another one over." The vines of the human-faced tree moved again, just as quickly, and soon a second body was dragged over. This time, Suhan moved even quicker, directly cleaving the spine open to reveal a similarly worm-like creature churning inside, but this one seemed to have grown even more formidable. It had branched out another part, much thinner, burrowing from the spine into other parts of the body, almost fusing with the flesh, looking a lot like tentacles. Shuffling sounds. Suhan's expression turned stern. "Over there." The vines quickly extended in that direction, the light dispelling the darkness along the way, and Suhan and the others quickly moved in that direction. Finally, at the end of the light, beyond this row of cars, two tall figures appeared before Suhan and the others. It was a monster over 3 meters tall, vaguely resembling a human shape. Its body was a miserable gray-white color, its torso broad, its arms muscularly bulging, each as thick as 2 adult thighs, and its palms completely deformed into huge claw-like shapes. On this gray-white skin, there were several twisted human faces, eyes hollow, mouths open, with black tentacles extending from these hollow faces, constantly twitching. Especially at the position of the spine, there was a sequence of thickly churning tentacles. When Suhan spotted the claw giant, they were both holding a body, and as their split mouths opened, a tentacle surged out and then inserted into the body's spine. The tentacle swelled and bulged, as if something was being dumped into it. Zhu Wenqian and the others felt a chill run from their spines to the back of their necks as they understood what this was. Why so many people had disappeared, why so many tentacle-faced monsters had appeared at the same time? Because they were reproducing. In a bizarre, incomprehensible way, assimilating bodies to breed more tentacle-faced monsters. Suhan's eyes narrowed as he pieced together more of the puzzle. The appearance of the two monsters in front of them, those twisted human faces attached to their bodies, looked like countless tentacle-faced monsters fused together. They were not only reproducing but also creating materials for evolution in some way. The light illuminated them and also agitated the two claw giants,